On-duty officers are prohibited from leaving their posts, and those off-duty must return to their quarters. Unauthorized movement is strictly forbidden during this time. Also, activate the shielding devices to block most communication networks. Zhao Chen nodded, aware that this process must be followed when entering this area. Even his flagship had to comply with these procedures, let alone regular interstellar transport ships. Before entering this area, the interstellar transport ships would have a team sent into the starship, where they were forbidden from communicating with the outside world during the journey. Only the team's special equipment could establish contact with the outside world. During the cargo transfer, all personnel on the starship would be under strict control, with cargo areas sealed off, awaiting personnel from the destination to handle the operations. Even the captains of these starships had to stay on their bridges and wait for the return order, carrying unknown cargo back. What is this place? It's so mysterious, Chu Zhuan curiously asked on the side. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Want to know? Technically, you're not supposed to leave the ship with me later. But, if you really want to see, I can take you, but what you see there cannot be leaked, even to your grandpa." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuan shook her head without hesitation, sitting obediently in her secretary's seat. "Then I won't go. I'll wait here for you to come back. I'd rather not know anything that could potentially put me in a difficult situation." Zhao Chen was surprised by Chu Zhuan's attitude. "Aren't you curious?" Zhao Chen asked. Chu Zhuan shrugged and said, "So, what if I am curious? Curiosity comes with a price, and I'm not willing to pay that price. I know that everyone has their secrets. Not just you. Even my grandpa has his secrets. Despite our close relationship now as comrades, you can't truly be open and honest. Just like we only recently found out that the North Goose Group is under your control." Zhao Chen suddenly realized how much Chu Zhuan had matured. She was no longer the carefree girl who only lived for interstellar adventures. "One day, you will also know this secret. It's just a matter of time." Zhao Chen gently gazed at Chu Zhuan, then left the bridge with Lily to their destination. Lily followed Zhao Chen on the shuttle to their destination, looking at Zhao Chen curiously. "Commander, are you really comfortable with Miss Chu Zhuan following you there?" Zhao Chen smiled, saying, "If she wants to see, then I'll take her. It's a test for her and the Chu family, a test of trust. As our industry grows and our position rises, we must be sure who our true partners are. Sometimes, we have to distinguish false partners with the smallest cost. Although it's important to us, spreading it can cause a big stir. But with the current situation, the Owl Dragon Legion already has the strength to compete openly with other forces. Suppose Chu Zhuan sees it and decides to tell Chu Changhe, which causes a rift between us. From another perspective, it may not be a bad thing." Lily understood the commander's meaning, seeing how Chu Zhuan avoided a crisis and the Chu family luckily dodged one as well. If the Chu family made the wrong choice, they would lose the potential future position and glory. This man's future will change a lot. Soon, the shuttle approached a small asteroid cluster, hiding some military facilities and several interstellar warships. Among them, the most conspicuous one was a ship Zhao Chen had only seen a few times, the T4 Reborn class clone starship. "We've made some modifications to this area, building temporary habitable zones on some small planets, as well as arranging some modified interstellar medical ships here. They provide very good living conditions for the crew," Lily explained. At that moment, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. On the other side was a woman in a white military uniform with prominent white ears on her head, making her military cap unique. "CSC Special Zone Director. Ian greets Commander. Very honored to have the Commander inspect our work." The bunny-eared girl appeared nervous, standing very straight. Zhao Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lily said, "The Commander doesn't mind these formalities. Let's quickly arrange the Commander's schedule." "Yes, everything is ready." Ian immediately responded and meticulously detailed the arranged procedures. She seemed very tense. The communication ended. "Am I that intimidating?" Zhao Chen pointed at himself, asking Lily. Lily chuckled, saying, It's because the rabbit race itself is timid, so they are not suitable for combat or highly tense work. They are best suited for medical and other auxiliary roles. Currently, they mainly work in interstellar medical ships, Silver Eden-class starships, and the current CSC Special Zone. In terms of emotional comfort, they possess emotional release abilities second only to our succubus. Ian has a twin sister, and you've met her twin before. Now she's in charge of the Eden Grain Trade Group, along with Lee Yaki and others. Her sister, Anna, is a bit more daring, especially after recent contacts with Lee Yaki and the others. She's been able to take on many heavy trade tasks. Zhao Chen nodded, vaguely remembering these details, but not in great detail. With such a massive family business, he couldn't be involved in every aspect. He just had to ensure these people were loyal to him, and Lily would oversee their work capabilities. Zhao Chen then boarded the T4 Reborn-class clone starship once again. Zhao Chen looked at the densely packed cultivation tanks in front of him, operating like a beehive. The last time Zhao Chen was here, only a few were in operation. Now, all of them were working. The delicate bodies of female sailors were being produced and then infused with their original consciousness. As Zhao Chen looked at these female sailors, he felt a heaviness in his heart. All of this was due to the sacrifice made in this battle. In this battle, the 3 X-Drake Legions sacrificed over nearly 500,000 X-Drake female sailors. During this time, the T4 Reborn-class clone starship worked tirelessly, aiming to resurrect all of these sacrificed female sailors. This monumental task was a first. How is the current situation? Zhao Chen inquired. The rabbit-like Ian quivered. Her ears perked up, paused for a moment, and then said, "The resurrection process is going smoothly. It is expected that in half a day, all those who were sacrificed in battle will be resurrected." Originally, according to the speed of the Reborn-class clone starship, it could have been done within a day. But the most important issue is the placement of these individuals. Because during the Civil War half a month ago, half of the revived female soldiers were still in recovery. Merging the two groups of female soldiers posed a placement issue. Thus, the efficiency of resurrection had to be artificially reduced. If it weren't for Secretary Lilith's bringing of 30 T3 fairy constellations this time, these cultivation tanks would not have operated at full capacity. Have the numbers of revived individuals been calculated? Zhao Chen asked. Ian immediately pulled up a data file containing all the information about the resurrected female sailors, their current situations, and more. They were primarily classified into several categories. One category included those who had been revived and returned to work. Their new names and positions would be written down. Due to the confidentiality of the resurrected individuals, they would assume new identities upon joining the X-Drake Legion in a completely new environment, and they would be strictly prohibited from contacting old friends and family. One might wonder if they would ever run into familiar faces. The X-Drake Legion was vast, with tens of thousands of starships, and each starship had numerous departments, meaning that some individuals might never fully get to know all their comrades on the starship. Thus, encountering past acquaintances was essentially impossible. The second category included individuals who were revived but had poor mental states, yet still wished to return to combat roles. They would continue under observation for further evaluation. The third category was similar to the second but had been deemed permanently unable to return to combat roles. For these third category revived individuals, they would be given several options. The first was retirement, allowing them to live on any planet in the X-Drake galaxy and obtain wealth beyond the dreams of ordinary people, ensuring a comfortable life without worries about food and drink, while also arranging optimal work positions. Alternatively, they could choose to enter secondary or tertiary positions within the X-Drake Legion, such as on industrial starships, Eden, or the Goddess Academy-class starships. The vast majority of female sailors afflicted by post-resurrection trauma chose to continue contributing in secondary or tertiary roles within the X-Drake Legion. Following that were the fourth category, consisting of female sailors in post-resurrection recovery. The fifth category involved female sailors awaiting resurrection. The data recorded by Ian cited a total of over 1 million individuals. Over 1 million, Zhao Chen muttered, looking at the total count. The casualties in his X-Drake Legion had surpassed 1 million. Without the Reborn-class clone starship, these million female soldiers would have perished on the battlefield, their young lives lost. Would any of them be someone close to him? Charlotte, Lilith, Zhao Wan'er, Zhao Ruyu, Shenbing. Zhao Chen dared not think further. Zhao Chen focused on the most crucial line of data, indicating the state of recovery and the number of sailors awaiting resurrection, totaling nearly 500,000 female soldiers. It was an enormous number. We must properly arrange these resurrected female soldiers. Zhao Chen solemnly addressed Ian. Whatever your needs are, we will fulfill them. They have all died once for the development of our X-Drake Legion. We cannot let them down. All the rehab training and psychological support for these female soldiers required a significant amount of resources, more so than nurturing a healthy soldier. However, Zhao Chen always approved the expenses without hesitation. Rest assured, Commander, I guarantee completion of the mission. Ian spoke with reddened eyes, quite moved. Well, to be fair, rabbit eyes seemed to be naturally red. Ian then took Zhao Chen to some recovery areas, and Zhao Chen personally comforted and questioned some of the revived female sailors, consoling those whose emotions were out of control. Zhao Chen provided a supportive shoulder countless times. After calming one female sailor, he noticed a figure on the bed next to hers, huddled under the covers, deliberately facing away, hiding her head. In fact, Zhao Chen had known her identity already. One of the reasons he came here was to see her. Zhao Chen knelt down, looking at the partially hidden head, and softly asked, Wu Chuner, why won't you look at me? Have I done something that you dislike? Wu Chuner trembled at the sound of his breath and voice. Startled, she sat up on the hospital bed, her eyes slightly red as she faced the commander. It's not. I feel ashamed to see you. Her ears were burning red at this point. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, ashamed. Why? My T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate was destroyed, causing a great loss to our cores. Wu Chuner lowered her head in shame. Loss? Who said that? Zhao Chen said, pretending to be angry. I know. The Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate is very important. Wu Chuner's voice trembled. Zhao Chen reached out, gently patting Wu Chuner's bowed head. The Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate is indeed important. Even now, our Zhaolong cores only has 100 of them. This made Wu Chuner lower her head even more. But Zhao Chen's tone changed. However, you are more important to me, to the Zhaolong cores. In that situation, if you hadn't used your ship as a shield, our Zhaolong cores would have suffered even greater losses. You shouldn't feel any shame. You should be proud because you're a hero of the Zhaolong cores. Saying that, Zhao Chen looked towards Lilith, who understood the gesture and took out a small box, opening it. Inside lay a medal with the dragon-patterned petal. Raise your head. Even bedridden, as the commander of the Zhaolong cores, you should carry the posture of a soldier. Zhao Chen's tone was solemn. Wu Chuner instinctively straightened up. Though her legs were still weak, she would have stood tall if she could. Zhao Chen pinned the dragon-patterned petal medal on her chest. This is a special medal from our Zhaolong cores, and every resurrected gets one. But it has no name, just like you, who will also lose your real names for a while. This medal cannot be openly worn on your chest. There will be no celebration, no public commendation, and even now, your family and friends are immersed in grief. But rest assured, you will soon regain your identity. Then, you will be able to wear this medal proudly and receive the admiration of all Zhaolong crew members. You are heroes, Zhao Chen declared firmly. Wu Chuner looked at the medal, and tears filled her eyes. This medal would later be given a name, the Medal of the Resurrected. It became one of the most prestigious medals awarded by the Zhaolong cores and a badge of honor many Zhaolong crew members took great pride in. In the Galactic Star calendar year 3034, at the beginning of March, over a month has passed since the Blue Crystal Star Harbor battle in the Azure Star domain. During this period, The stellar forces of Qinzhou Ocean and Zhaochen have once again fallen into an eerie tranquility. Though there have been occasional small-scale battles erupting locally, the scale has been limited to a few thousand starships. Overall, it is clear that Zhuzhang and his allies have gained the upper hand, as they now occupy 2/3 of the current territory in the Azure Star Domain. The fleets deployed by Qinzhou Ocean in the Azure Star Domain have all adopted defensive strategies. The majority of people are aware that this calm is merely a prelude to the next major confrontation being planned by both sides. The key questions being considered are where to strike, how to strike, how many starships to commit, and when to launch the attack. It is understood that various factions have conducted numerous military simulations and have existing preparedness plans stored in the database. The Eden Star System, a T3 Silver Eden-class starship, Eden Holiday Resort. Due to the excellent environment on Eden, Zhaochen has specially transformed certain areas of Eden into resorts, provided it does not hinder. Commander, these are the sweetest fruits we have here. A charming rabbit-eared girl stood next to Zhaochen, personally peeling the fruits and offering them to him. Zhaochen, without noticing the situation, naturally swallowed the fruit. Surprisingly, the taste was incomparable, plumper and juicier than the fruits served in the Starship restaurant. Immediately after finishing one fruit, another was handed to Zhaochen. Commander, try this one. Lilysis, who had snuck by Zhaochen's chair at some point, held another peeled fruit in her hands. Water. Drunk. Li, apologies. Still eating. Zhaochen was interrupted as Lilysis pushed the fruit directly into his mouth, her fingertips touching his tongue. Lilysis looked proudly at the other rabbit girl nearby. Commander, this one is very sweet. The unaffected girl handed Zhaochen a new variety of fruit. After a few bites, Zhaochen's eyes lit up. Truly sweet. However, as Zhaochen reached the seeds inside, he looked around for a place to spit them out. Apologies, Commander. There's no trash bin prepared here. Please spit them out in my hands. The rabbit girl apologized, cupping her hands in front of Zhaochen. This woman, Lilysis, felt her charm devil status being challenged for the first time. Most notably, although the rabbit girl carried out these actions, her innocent appearance lacked any flirtatious undertones, evoking a genuine sense of charm. Zhaochen hesitated but, looking into her red eyes, he spat out the seeds from his mouth. The seeds were small, numerous, and seemingly had a chilling sensation. Initially, they landed in the rabbit girl's hands, yet a few accidentally flew out, some landing directly on the top of her. Woo, woo. The bunny-eared girl shivered and let out a low moan. The seeds were cold. Sorry, Zhaochen instinctively moved to pick up the seeds that had fallen in places they shouldn't have, but a pair of hands firmly held his. Lilith, standing beside him, forced a slight smile. Commander, let me handle this. With that, Lilith positioned herself between the commander and the bunny-eared girl, picking up the seeds with a deliberate and firm grip. The bunny-eared girl winced in pain, looking up at Lilith with wide, watery eyes. Lilith raised an eyebrow, as if asserting her dominance, but the bunny-eared girl held her ground, puffing out her chest. This gesture prompted Lilith to glance down at her own chest. While she wasn't small, compared to the bunny-eared girl. Anna, you really look a lot like your sister. When you greeted us earlier, I almost didn't recognize you, Zhaochen said, looking at the bunny-eared girl before him, who seemed like a maid serving him. But her status was far from ordinary. She was Anna from the Rabbit clan, head of the Eden Food Trading Group under the Xiaolong, and the younger sister of Ian, whom Zhaochen had previously met, the manager of the Rebirth-class clone starship. In fact, my sister and I have many differences. Commander, you might have the chance to observe them closely next time, Anna said softly. Bunny-eared sisters. Lilith's body tensed. To men, this was surely an irresistible combination. Sigh, I lost again. One more round. I refuse to believe that my battleship tactics can't defeat your carrier fleet tactics. Not far away, Zhu Zhaoxiao scratched her head in frustration. She was engaged in a military simulation with Su Lan, where both used interstellar cores to clash in a designated area. Naturally, Zhu Zhaoxiao played her strengths, centering her fleet around battleships, while Su Lane used carriers as the core of her fleet. So far, Zhu Zhaoxiao had lost 3 times in a row. Nearby, Qi Tong, Zhao Ruyue, Medusa, Jiawana, and others watched while enjoying snacks. Zhao Chen noticed a sneaky figure in the distance and stood up to check it out. Anna, the bunny girl, tried to follow, but Lilith blocked her way. Lilith narrowed her eyes, looking at Anna. I see why you insisted on welcoming the commander yourself. You had this in mind all along. Anna, unfazed, shrugged and smiled. Secretary Lilith, is there any problem with that? Commander has always been the idol of every young woman in the Xiaolong Corps. Is there anything wrong with me admiring and being attracted to him? Lilith was taken aback. She hadn't expected Anna to be so straightforward. Her personality was completely different from her sister Ayan. And haven't you noticed a potential crisis within our Xiaolong Corps? Anna's tone suddenly turned serious. What crisis? Lilith asked. The succession of the Xiaolong Corps, the inheritance of the commander's bloodline. Anna said earnestly. The Xiaolong Corps has been around for almost 4 years. Although it's not yet the strongest interstellar force in the Star Empire, it's certainly powerful enough to make any other faction wary. In this situation, the commander has no heir, not even a woman by his side. This is the biggest crisis facing the Xiaolong Corps right now. It may sound harsh, but if the commander were to face some danger, what would happen to the Xiaolong Corps? I guarantee that if such a situation arose, our seemingly strong Xiaolong Corps would collapse in an instant. Unlike those old forces, we have no foundation or heritage. Everything is held together by the commander. He is the very soul of the Xiaolong Corps. Lilith's expression turned complex as she listened. She'd considered this issue before, but had never brought it up, given the commander's casual attitude. The commander's life is destined not to be with just one woman. A man like him won't belong to any single woman. So, if you, Secretary, have any interest, I'm willing to let you go first. But if you don't, please prioritize the Corps' best interests. Anna whispered in Lilith's ear. Leave the chance to the sisters. Premium beef brisket. Premium beef leg. Premium beef belly. Premium beef whip. A small figure was busy stuffing each item into her huge backpack at the table where barbecue ingredients were placed. Just then, a hand passed a premium ingredient to her, and accepted it and stuffed it into her backpack. But the next moment, she froze. She saw the commander squatting beside her, smiling. That smile gave a demonic feeling. She immediately pushed her backpack behind her like a child caught in the act. However, the bag, standing at 2 meters tall, was much bigger than Anne and impossible for her to block. She closed her eyes as she saw the commander's hand reaching out towards her, fearing punishment. But the imagined punishment did not happen. Instead, she felt a big hand pinching her chubby face. I heard that our Anne, during the previous battle when the Xiaolong star system was invaded, held her ground, fearless of danger, and ordered all interstellar industrial ships to ensure the production of combat resources. Anyone who abandons their post will be dismissed, Zhao Chen said, and opened her eyes, looking at the commander smiling at her. You're not angry? And asked softly. Zhao Chen chuckled. Angry about what? I stole these foods, and pointed to her backpack. Zhao Chen pinched Anne's face again. This girl's emotional intelligence was a bit low, really thinking she had a stingy boss. He had just teased her a few times before, or motivated her. You like these? Then wait. I'll have Anna prepare 10 times the amount for you to take back, Zhao Chen casually said, and widened her eyes, full of excitement, as if looking at a deity in the commander. Was this really the commander? Was she dreaming? Zhao Chen looked at Anne and then around him. Why haven't I seen Nana? Nana is still overseeing. The new batch of T4 interstellar battleships is about to be put into service, and she wants to ensure a steady presence on the job, and said somewhat nervously. She knew that, when it came to work attitude, she was not as good as her sister. She usually didn't mind, but the sudden big reward from the commander made her feel incompetent. After all, Her package for the position of chief engineer was already at the level of the Zhejiang Legion. The new batch of T4 interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. It had been fast since Zhao Chen exchanged and handed them a few models of T4 interstellar battleships at the end of last year. If this batch of T4 interstellar battleships could be put into service during the previous two battles, the Zhejiang Legion would gain a significant advantage on the battlefield. Let me know when it's time to put into service. I can come over to take a look if I have time, Zhao Chen said. Okay, and nodded, as this arrangement was not unexpected. But then Zhao Chen's words made Anne's eyes widen as she stared straight at the commander. When the time comes, I'll give you the technical drawings of the T4 Golden Eden class starship, and you can arrange the production task, Zhao Chen casually said, making Anne look at the commander with eager eyes. T4, Golden Eden, and swallowed hard. Yes, Golden Eden, Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. The verbal praise wasn't enough. He wanted Anne to see the goal to strive for. We will be vacationing here now, but when the Golden Eden is completed, we will move there. The special food production will increase by then, and we may even develop more outstanding varieties. Zhao Chen listed all the advantages of the Golden Eden class starship. Anne's eyes sparkled, already seeing a bright future. I will go work overtime with Nana, Anne said excitedly, but as she glanced at the food inside, her hesitant steps revealed her thoughts. Zhao Chen laughed. Work overtime doesn't hurt. Finish eating before leaving. Remember to bring Nana some, and remind her to rest. Okay, and nodded repeatedly. As for the T4 Golden Eden class starship, Zhao Chen had long been prepared to exchange. The T3 Silver Eden class starship could no longer meet the demand for trade expansion. The Eden Food Trading Group's sales had always been in short supply since they interacted with markets beyond the Star Empire, including the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Union. Especially in the Warhammer Interstellar Union, due to multiple revolutionary outbreaks, food had become a sought-after commodity. Zhao Chen walked over to the several women participating in military exercises. He happened to see a military exercise between Zhu Zhaoxiao and Su Lan, where Su Lan consistently had the upper hand. Zhu Zhaoxiao's strategic vision was poor, always relying on the interstellar battleship to ram through. Although the interstellar battleship could achieve good results, the competition was about the big picture. In addition, Su Lan's carrier starship route ensured the safety of her carrier starship, conducting long-range interstellar fighter bombings and constantly depleting Zhu Zhaoxiao, leading to Zhu Zhaoxiao's defeat. Su Lan even arranged a few fake carrier coordinates, and when Zhu Zhaoxiao's fleet confidently headed over, they found no trace of carrier starships, only another round of interstellar fighter and unmanned drone airstrikes. Zhu Zhaoxiao is very skilled in the use of interstellar battleships, but in overall command, there is still significant room for improvement. Su Lan is very adept at leading a legion specializing in carrier starship operations, watching out for the big picture, but she is overly cautious, not excelling at taking the initiative or seeking engagements. Chidong explained softly at Zhao Chen's side. Zhao Chen observed the two women and heard Chidong's evaluation of the strengths and weaknesses of several others during this period, which had significantly improved after the two battles of the Second and Third Zhejiang Legions. Chidong, Charlotte is absent, so you will primarily handle military affairs. I need you to quickly develop them into capable Legion commanders, Zhao Chen said seriously. Chidong discerned the commander's intention from his words and asked, Commander, are you planning to expand the military again? Our interstellar industrial ship capacity has already caught up, so expanding the military is a natural progression. Currently, the 3 Zhejiang Legions have been established, and the next step is setting up new Legion fleet formations. Starship and troop resources won't be a significant issue. The main hurdle is selecting Legion commanders, Zhao Chen said helplessly. Chidong hesitated and asked, I will find ways to train suitable Legion commanders. How many are you planning to add this time? Zhao Chen raised a finger. 1 Legion fleet. Chidong breathed a sigh of relief. It meant a leadership team was needed to establish a single Legion fleet. Expand to 10 Legion fleets. which means expanding by 7, Zhao Chen stated. Shidong took a breath. Directly expanding by 7? With the current scale, wouldn't that require building 30,000 Zholong interstellar battleships? Just imagine the scale. 3 Zholong legions already had such terrifying combat power. So, what about the 10? At that moment, Lily ran over and whispered to Zhao Chen, Commander, just received a message. Charlotte will be back in a few days and wants to discuss something with you. 3 days later, 2 important things happened simultaneously. The first was the official delivery of a new batch of T4 interstellar battleships. On that day, Zhao Chen personally arrived at the scene, standing in the observation room and gazing at the various models of T4 interstellar battleships displayed in the distance. There were other All-Dragon generals present as well. Wow, Zhu Zhaoxiao's face was almost pressed against the glass of the observation room, her eyes fixed on an interstellar battleship with heavy cannons covering its hull. Is that the rumored T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery battleship? Zhu Zhaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. So many heavy artillery guns. The scene of opening fire must be magnificent. To be precise, it has 400 Medusa-type particle energy heavy cannons, Zhao Chen added, then looked at the excited Zhu Zhaoxiao. Interested, considering switching to a new ship. This choice made Zhu Zhaoxiao hesitate. The T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. The T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery battleship. In terms of single firepower, the battleship was definitely superior, but with so many heavy cannons, the scene of simultaneous firing, she had always envied the Wolf Lady by Zhu's commanding image of the interstellar missile ship firing in unison, so magnificent. Unfortunately, she still preferred the interstellar battleship, favored the mighty power of the giant cannon. Zhu Zhaoxiao bit her lip lightly, ultimately suppressing her thoughts. No. I am very dedicated. I will not separate from my blue eyes white dragon. No one can separate me from it. Saying that, Zhu Zhaoxiao put her hands on her hips, looking resolute, but her eyes still wandered around the T4 Medusa class, occasionally swallowing saliva. Medusa. Medusa repeated this name, her eyes flashing with admiration. She even suspected that the commander had designed this interstellar battleship for their serpent people. She also liked the design of this interstellar battleship, with excellent long-range firepower output and reasonable energy consumption. If the predecessor's Serpent Kingdom had such an interstellar battleship, how could their homeland have been trampled, forced to leave, and fallen into the dark reef star domain? Others didn't notice Medusa's thoughts because they were all drawn to the excellent interstellar battleships, unable to take their eyes off them. That Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battle cruiser is simply perfect. As a heavy cruiser, its speed has not been greatly reduced, while also equipped with a considerable number of interstellar missiles. With this configuration, the firepower of one ship can rival a regular small fleet of the Empire. Zhao Ryu admired. Hearing that the Owl Dragon Legion had a new ship in service, Zhao Ryu inquired if she could visit, and after Zhao Chen agreed, she arrived as promised. She also wanted this type of interstellar battleship, but she was the commander of the Imperial Princess Fleet, so she could only envy from afar. Elder sister, do you like this tyrant? Asked Zhao Chen. Zhao Ryu was taken aback for a moment, then Zhao Chen followed up. Then you can take one directly when it's ready, as your flagship with Qin Shaolei. Compared to Vermilion Bird, this tyrant is significantly different. Don't refuse. Initially feeling the urge to be reserved, Zhao Ryu noticed her brother's gaze. She understood that he was considering her safety. Okay, I will arrange for the handover later, Zhao Ryu said. At this moment, a voice sounded in Zhao Chen's ear. Commander, why do I feel like your T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer is superior to the T4 Skull Legion-class mid-sized interstellar destroyer you gave us, the Chu family? Chu Zhuan crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not intend to hide his new ships from Chu Zhuan. In the past, he had hidden them because of his insufficient strength. Now that Zhao Chen had enough power and was not afraid of others coveting his industry, he challenged, interested in it. Zhao Chen explained, comparing the two ships. This Skull King is indeed an upgraded version of your Skull Legion, but the cost is 10 times that of yours, and it requires high-level construction techniques. Even if I give you one, your starship industry in the Chu River region would find it difficult to mass-produce in a short time. What do you think? At a price of 10 billion per ship. Chu Zhuan took a sharp breath, but considering the solemn and grand posture of the T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, it did not look like a destroyer. Comparing it to a medium-sized battle cruiser would probably make more sense. Let's forget I asked, muttered Chu Zhuan, eyeing these T4 interstellar battleships with desire. She also realized that if she asked Zhao Chen for the technology of these interstellar battleships, he might be willing to cooperate with her. But the problem, the Chu River region could not digest it in a short time and could not produce it. It felt like having several beautiful women in front of you, and yet you couldn't have any of them. I can talk to your grandfather about it later. I can sell him a few at a very cheap price, Zhao Chen said with a smile. He wouldn't overprice, but at the T4 level, selling one ship would generate considerable profit. It would be comparable to selling hundreds of T3 class interstellar battleships. Chu Zhuan took note of this, knowing that while the Chu family couldn't afford a large bulk purchase, they could still equip the elite fleet with a few. At that moment, an extremely massive silhouette slowly emerged. Though its speed was slow in comparison, the sheer size of the ship made the other T4 interstellar battleships around it appear much smaller. Even the 13-kilometer hull of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon seemed like a baby beside it. All eyes were now focused on this gigantic ship. T4, Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship. Annie briefly introduced the information about this carrier starship, speaking with a boastful tone, as it was her responsibility as the chief producer, although 80% of the work was done by Nana. As everyone marveled at the giant ship, Zhao Chen felt a gaze eagerly fixed on him. He looked over and saw Su Lan. Su Lan's facial expression was hesitant at the moment. Biting her lip lightly, she looked at the massive starship in the distance, then back to Zhao Chen. Several times she seemed to want to speak, but hesitated. Zhu Zhaoxiao, who was next to her, noticed and shouted directly at Zhao Chen, "Commander, how are you going to arrange that carrier starship? It looks like only one was built in this batch. It would have been great if more were built." Annie rolled her eyes and said, "Miss Zhaoxiao, you speak so lightly. 1. Do you know how much work and raw materials went into building it? The materials used to build this carrier starship could be used to build 100 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships." Zhao Chen noticed Su Lan's gaze and naturally knew what the senior sister was thinking. One side of the box projected a holographic view of outer space, as if they were enjoying food in the universe. "Why did you suddenly come back? Is everything going smoothly on Warhammer's side?" Zhao Chen inquired. "Charlotte's sudden return must be for some special reason. There are some things I need to report to you, Commander, and I need you to make decisions." Charlotte began to earnestly describe the events that took place in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation in the past 6 months. First of all, their revolutionary army had grown, with Zhao Chen continuously supplying interstellar warships. Their strength had even reached its strongest period. Of the 12-star regions controlled by Warhammer, the scattered territories added together had reached the area of 1-star region. However, most of these occupied areas were peripheral zones, not very valuable in reality. The losses of the Black Wolf tribe and Black Tiger tribe were particularly heavy. The Black Wolf tribe had lost a third of its territory directly, and the status of their 20 major tribes was now unstable. If not for the ongoing civil war in various parts of Warhammer, other tribes would have replaced them long ago. Something seems off. Are these 20 major tribes just watching as you make noise? Zhao Chen furrowed his eyebrows, sensing something amiss in the information. They are doing it on purpose. Charlotte nodded. She raised her hand and displayed the boundary map of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, as well as the current situation of controlled territories. The areas controlled by various forces were clearly marked, including the 20 major tribes. The 20 major tribes also have internal conflicts. They can currently be divided into 3 factions. One faction is the strongest, led by the Dragon Tribe. The other faction is the emerging faction that opposes the Dragon Tribe, originally known as the 3 Titans. Now with the addition of the Black Tiger Tribe, they are called the 4 Titans. These 2 factions are both trying to suppress each other. The last faction is the less powerful neutral faction, with no strong desire for external expansion, so they stick together, secretly forming an alliance agreement. If the first 2 factions take action against them, the tribes of the neutral faction will help each other. They are not concerned about who rules the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, as long as it doesn't affect their interests. Our Revolutionary Army's large-scale military operations this time completely avoided the neutral faction's territory, mainly targeting the Dragon Tribe faction and the 4 Titans. During this time, besides expanding occupied territories, you must have gained other benefits. Zhao Chen had heard some rumors about Charlotte's military actions. Charlotte nodded and said, "We have contacted many tribal forces privately, including some peripheral tribes within the Dragon Tribe as well as tribes that have been oppressed. In the future, we will use these hidden cards to launch a more powerful revolutionary action directly. By then, we will connect all these scattered occupied areas into a larger and more unified territory." Some have even suggested establishing a new Warhammer Empire under our Revolutionary Army. But this proposal has far-reaching implications, and we are still discussing it. "How many people from the 20 major tribes have you won over?" Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte didn't hide anything, saying directly, "We have established contacts with the Harpy Tribe and the Spider Queen Tribe. In addition, we are striving for the Centaur Tribe, Minotaur Tribe, and the neutral factions like the Frost Wolf Clan and the Sea Nymphs. Additionally, we have contacted some old powerful tribes that have fallen due to certain reasons, similar to our White Tiger Tribe. But if you really seek independence and establish a country, the Dragon Tribe will definitely not let you off," Zhao Chen said frankly. Charlotte nodded, looking at the commander. "Yes, that's why this decision requires your consent. In the future, we will need more interstellar warships and resources. Also, I have a suggestion. I won't take on the role of king or emperor. It's too much trouble." Zhao Chen guessed what Charlotte wanted to say. Being a king, that kind of thing is much more difficult than being a commander by yourself. Charlotte had already guessed the commander's thoughts a long time ago, and she just brought it up to inquire, not feeling too disappointed. "I need to discuss this with others. How long are you planning to stay in the Eldragon Galaxy?" "Probably about a week. Things are relatively stable on Warhammer's side recently, not much going on." As they spoke, the robots brought delicious dishes to the table, mostly fish or seafood related. Charlotte saw this scene, and saliva was about to drip down instantly. Charlotte looked at the delicious dishes, suddenly thinking of something, looking hopefully at the commander. She remembered that the commander still owed her a promise. After Charlotte left the Star All Galaxy for a few months, she realized that she had grown accustomed to being by this man's side, accustomed to living in the Star All Galaxy, which had already become her new home. At the same time, some kind of emotion for the commander was gradually fermenting in her heart. "What's wrong? Aren't you eating?" Zhao Chen seemed oblivious to Charlotte's mood, pointing at the delicious dishes on the table. Had he already forgotten? Charlotte felt a bit disheartened, looking at the table full of fish. She had somehow lost her appetite. After all, he was the commander, surrounded by so many people. How could he possibly remember the little request she made at the beginning? "Why have you stopped eating?" Zhao Chen, seeing Charlotte hesitating, asked abnormally. "Eat? Of course, I'll eat." Charlotte didn't hesitate and started to devour the various fish on the table with both hands. Her posture was like she was in a battle. Zhao Chen almost couldn't help but laugh. This girl always couldn't hide her thoughts, her emotions written all over her face. "The fish from your place is not bad. Let me try." Zhao Chen suddenly grabbed his chopsticks as if he was going to pick a fish from in front of Charlotte. With a small dried fish in her mouth, Charlotte paid no attention to the commander's actions. But the next second, A pair of familiar eyes were less than a centimeter away from hers, with warm contact on her lips. The commander bit her. However, it was different from when she bit the commander before. She felt her heart racing, a feeling of suffocation. Wah! Then, she felt a pull, and her mouthfish was directly sucked away. Her tail stood up, and her white fur all bristled, shivering all over. When Charlotte came back to her senses, her fish was gone. Zhao Chen returned to his seat, the fish in his mouth all eaten, wiping the soup off the corners of his mouth with his hand. He gazed at Charlotte puzzled. "You! Why did you steal my little dried fish?" Charlotte's mind seemed to short-circuit, subconsciously blurting out those words. It was as if she was an innocent big white cat being robbed of her little dried fish. "Or do you want to steal mine?" Zhao Chen put a piece of dried fish into his mouth, gesturing for Charlotte to come and take it. Charlotte instinctively wanted to retaliate and grab it, but thinking about the peculiar sensation, and thus now, she sat obediently on the chair. Humph. Charlotte continued eating the food in front of her. Zhao Chen smiled without saying a word. He naturally wouldn't forget the promise he made to Charlotte before. In the following tens of minutes, both of them fell into a strange atmosphere, silently eating fish without much conversation. It wasn't until the awkward tension eased that they began discussing the development of the Star All Legion. Charlotte brought up a very good point, which Zhao Chen strongly agreed with. "I think, in the future, the fleets established by the Star All Legion don't need to be built according to standard configurations. We can create some special fleets, which can bring out the strengths of certain ship types and commanders. For example, White Snow is good at commanding interstellar missile ships. So why don't we just form a fleet composed of interstellar missile ships, interstellar escort ships, and a small number of other ship types? The mission of this fleet would be to provide long-range firepower support on the battlefield, and someone like Zhao Wanner excels in interstellar stealth bombers. If we gather 300, or even 1,000 of the same type of interstellar warships, the efficiency in executing assassination and surprise tasks can be greatly increased. Currently, our Star All Legion is expanding, and we don't just need the conventional comprehensive fleets with multiple ship types, but also some special fleets that can demonstrate the combat capabilities of a single ship type." Zhao Chen highly approved of Charlotte's idea. In fact, he already had a plan in that direction. This arrangement could make better use of resources and maximize the combat abilities of different ship types on the battlefield. After this, discuss with Lysa and outline a detailed plan before you leave. When you're rested, you can handle the necessary tasks. If needed, you can have Annie assist with the relevant production tasks, Zhao Chen suggested. Charlotte nodded. Even though she wasn't in the Star All Galaxy during this period, Lysa would update the majority of the Star All Legion's affairs every now and then. Charlotte would carefully review and remember this information each time. So, even though she wasn't in the Star All Legion, her understanding of the Star All Legion was quite comprehensive. After all, this was where this big white cat ultimately belonged. After enjoying a table full of fish, Charlotte leaned back on her chair comfortably, patting her small belly, and couldn't help but let out a roar. "Burp. When you come back, make sure to rest first. Those work matters can wait until you're well rested," Zhao Chen said. Charlotte nodded. As she was about to walk out of the booth, she playfully looked back at the commander and said, "This time, it doesn't count. I saw it. Others are not like this. They all stick out their tongues. When I come back next time, you have to teach me that again." After saying that, Charlotte quickly escaped the booth. Sticking out tongues. Zhao Chen was surprised. Where did this big white cat learn these things from? Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth, Revolutionary Army Dragon Tiger Legion Headquarters. Autumn. Miter sneezed. She looked at the mountains of work in front of her, complaining, "When is our sister coming back? She's only been gone a few days, and I'm already missing her. When Charlotte was here before, I thought this work was easy. Now I know. This is simply not something a tiger can handle." While complaining about the workload, Miter glanced at the emotion drama she had downloaded early. Besides military life, She loved these emotional dramas the most. Previously, she had recommended many to her sister, and she always picked those with a female lead who staged a comeback and became noble in front of a male lead. I wonder if I have enlightened Sister Charlotte by showing her so many good dramas. Otherwise, with her emotional intelligence, it might take forever to conquer her commander. Miter crossed her arms, muttering like an advisor. That's right. All the strange knowledge Charlotte had learned was introduced by Miter. In Miter's eyes, Sister Charlotte had a fondness for the Star Commander. During this time, she would often secretly look at photos and videos related to the Star Commander. Whenever she had the chance, she would praise the brilliance and bravery of the Star Commander to other Revolutionary Army personnel, almost idolizing him. But Miter was clear that with Sister Charlotte's personality, unless the other party took the initiative, this feeling would probably persist. For the future of the White Tiger clan, I, Miter, must find a way to get the Star Commander into Sister Charlotte's bed. Miter clenched her fists, speaking with conviction. This idea wasn't just for Sister Charlotte. It was also for the future of the White Tiger clan. The Star Legion was powerful, and the current strength of the Revolutionary Army relied heavily on support from the Star Legion. But this support was as ephemeral as floating duckweed, liable to disappear at any time. The only way was to establish stable connections. The relationship between Sister Charlotte and the Star Commander naturally became the most reliable bond. Thinking about this, Miter began searching for a series of videos on women chasing men and women pushing men, letting out ant-like laughter from time to time. The Fallen Angel class Super Heavy Carrier Starship No. 1. As of now, the Fallen Angel No. 1 starship has been fully prepared, and the relevant combat personnel are fully equipped. It can join the combat sequence of the 3rd Legion of the Owl Dragon at any time. Su Lan stood behind Commander Zhao Chen, reporting the detailed situation of this carrier starship. This time, Zhao Chen brought Lily, Charlotte, and Red Eyes personally to inspect the interior of the Fallen Angel class Super Heavy Carrier starship. As the current captain of this starship, Su Lan naturally accompanied them throughout. The group stood on the hovering elevator, looking at the ultra-advanced, sci-fi interior structure. So huge. Charlotte looked towards a transparent hangar next to them, through which they could directly see layers upon layers of T4 Fallen Angel interstellar battleships parked inside. One could even say it stretched out of sight. This type of hangar, there are dozens spread throughout the interior of the Fallen Angel, making it convenient for interstellar fighters to be deployed at any time. After our latest simulation training, deploying all interstellar fighters can be done within 3 minutes. Deploying all interstellar drones can be done within 5 minutes, Su Lan explained. While Su Lan spoke, her admiring gaze occasionally fell on the commander. The more she delved into understanding this carrier starship, the more admiration she felt for the commander. Eventually, the group arrived at the starship's restaurant. It seemed to be Zhao Chen's habit that discussions on most matters were held at the starship restaurant. The starship restaurant on this carrier was top-notch, offering the crew first-class dining services. Su Lan had already reserved a private room early on, and after everyone was seated, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. You're set to return to Warhammer tomorrow, right? Charlotte nodded. These past few days, we've had several discussions regarding Warhammer. After Lily coordinated all the data, I have basically finalized the plan on my end, Zhao Chen continued. Currently, the Revolutionary Military Force, the Dragon and Tiger Legion, maintains a configuration of 30,000 interstellar battleships. Additionally, when combined with the Revolutionary Fleet forces from other regions, there's a total of 60,000 interstellar battleships. But the quality of the battleship's combat power is somewhat chaotic. If you want to achieve your plans, you'll need to further expand your military strength. The plan I'm proposing is to allocate a portion of Northian Group's production capacity to provide you with a batch of interstellar battleships equivalent to the Empire's Princess Fleet standards. Your Dragon and Tiger Legion will expand by 2 more Legion fleets, reaching a total of 90,000 interstellar battleships. The following 60,000 T to series interstellar battleships will be delivered to you by Northian Group as soon as possible, hopefully by June. Currently, Northian Group has 20,000 T to Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Assuming they all focus on producing T to Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleships, they can produce 20,000 ships in a month. However, due to the high number of military purchase orders Northian Group received, they can only guarantee delivery before June. In addition, I will arrange 1,000 T3 class interstellar battleships for you. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Charlotte. Among them, there will be 30 T3 Judgment class heavy interstellar missile ships. However, the personnel who control these interstellar missile ships will be directly arranged by our All-Dragon Legion and will strictly follow your orders. Charlotte understood the meaning behind the commander's words, indicating that no one from the Revolutionary Army could redirect these missile ships. Understood, Charlotte replied. The commander's arrangement to support Warhammer's intergalactic Commonwealth battle situation with T3 Judgment class heavy interstellar missile ships already satisfied Charlotte. As a commander of the Owl Dragon Legion, Charlotte was familiar with the strategic power of interstellar missile ships on the battlefield. Of course, if your revolutionary forces need interstellar battleships, I will try my best to fulfill their orders. However, this support is not free. It falls under military aid loans. Additionally, when the time comes for action, based on the actual situation, I can spare an Owl Dragon Legion to support you in combat, Zhao Chen added. As for the interstellar battleships sold to the Revolutionary Army, Zhao Chen had a plan in mind. Earlier, they had captured many T to Tibetan Mastiff class medium-sized interstellar destroyers from Qinming, which could be resold to the revolutionary forces of Warhammer. Even though they were not new interstellar battleships, All Dragon ships still surpassed the shoddy interstellar battleships of Warhammer's intergalactic Commonwealth. In the past half-year, the Dragon and Tiger Legion, thriving in Warhammer, relied on the high performance of All Dragon ships. Although there were internal conflicts within the three factions of Warhammer, the success was mostly attributed to the excellent performance of All Dragon ships. One more thing, if there's a need to establish a kingdom or alliance later on, the initiative must be in my hands. The one to take charge could be you, your sister, or your father. These are all acceptable. However, if it's someone else, Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he said, I will withdraw all support provided to the Revolutionary Army. Charlotte, you should understand what I mean? Charlotte nodded, understanding the meaning behind the commander's words. Zhao Chen was willing to support them and help Warhammer. But the primary condition was that the power established by Warhammer must be under Zhao Chen's control. Zhao Chen was unwilling to let go of the achievements he had painstakingly built being taken away by others. Therefore, allowing Charlotte's sister or father to assume the leadership position on behalf of Zhao Chen was acceptable, allowing Charlotte to step back. Moreover, they were well aware of Zhao Chen's strength and that of the Owl Dragon Legion supporting him. Unless someone had taken leave of their senses, they wouldn't dare oppose Zhao Chen. Commander, are you really not considering taking on the leadership of Warhammer? Although you are a human, if you lead our side, we will wholeheartedly support you. Charlotte's watery eyes gazed at Zhao Chen. She really hoped Zhao Chen would go to her homeland. She knew the commander's character well, and if he became the emperor of Warhammer, there was hope for Warhammer to become the second Owl Dragon star system. Zhao Chen extended his hand, patting Charlotte's head. Things are fine as they are now. If it weren't to protect our current way of life, I wouldn't bother with the likes of Starshine, Warhammer, or Sacred Radiance. Charlotte let out a long sigh. Charlotte left for the second time and returned to the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth with Zhao Chen's intentions. The game board of the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth is about to enter the second phase. At the same time, Zhao Chen received a very important message. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Lilith opened an intelligence file. This is a T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship that we sent out, responsible for investigating the current relationship between Qinzhou Ocean and the Sacred Radiance Empire. In a recent close investigation, they did uncover some clues. According to the current clues, a new starship manufacturing group named Guangyan Group has been established in the Snow Swallow Star domain. Their main industry is starship manufacturing and production, and they have suddenly taken on the vast majority of the Empire's military procurement orders. They are also willing to accept starship orders from interstellar powers friendly with Qinzhou Ocean. Based on investigations, the starship supply has expanded several times compared to before the Civil War. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. At this moment, how does Qinzhou Ocean have the ability to establish a starship factory and continuously supply starships? Where does he get the raw materials from? The resources and production capacity he controls within the Empire's territory can at most meet the needs of his current interstellar fleets, but to satisfy the majority of the Starlight Empire and expand several times is simply impossible. There is only one possibility behind this. The Sacred Radiance Empire has secretly established contact with them and provided some level of assistance. Lilith nodded. Yes, that is also the direction of our investigation. Have you found out whether a large number of interstellar warships have been transported from the Sacred Radiance Empire to here? If they are directly providing interstellar warships, the transport of thousands of interstellar warships, even in Qinzhou Ocean Snow Swallow Star domain, cannot be completely unnoticed. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. Not finished interstellar warships. So far, we have not found any finished interstellar warships from the Sacred Radiance Empire entering the Starlight Empire. Lilith replied. Not finished, Zhao Chen immediately said. Then it must be semi-finished or related parts. Lilith nodded and pointed to a section of the intelligence file. According to the information we have investigated, there is no direct contact between the Snow Swallow Star domain and the Sacred Radiance Empire. However, our people thought that since there is no direct contact, there may be indirect contact. Therefore, they investigated the destinations of all interstellar trade fleets entering and leaving the Snow Swallow Star domain. Indeed, some clues were found. In the past quarter, the direct interstellar trade between a neutral interstellar power and the Starlight Empire has increased dozens of times. And among the busiest trade routes in the Starlight Empire is the Snow Swallow Star domain, where 80% of the trading starships go to the Snow Swallow Star domain. Which place? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith mentioned a name, Stellar Alliance. The Stellar Alliance. Zhao Chen remembered hearing this name when he was at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. It's the name of an interstellar power. When the Galactic Alliance was established, aside from the three empires, there were actually many small neutral powers. One of the more famous ones is the Stellar Alliance. Lilith then pulled up the data related to the Stellar Alliance. The Stellar Alliance was established a long time ago and was one of the founding members of the Galactic Alliance. The nature of the Stellar Alliance is rather unique. They focus on interstellar trade and due to their location in the interstellar region overlapping the territories of the three empires, it's very conducive to interstellar trade. Given their lack of native resources in their own interstellar territories, the three empires did not pay much attention to them, but some black market trades do require the existence of the Stellar Alliance. Thus, the three empires overlooked their existence. Zhao Chen nodded. He was familiar with these matters. For example, the Eden Grain Trade Group he established mainly operates through this route. If they were to rely solely on establishing trade routes through the Eden Grain Trade Group, it would likely take several years. Therefore, Anna, who is in charge of the Eden Grain Trade Group, took Li Yachi and Red Rose's advice and directly sought out some partners in the Stellar Alliance. By utilizing the resources readily available with these partners, they could conduct food sales. Of course, it's understood that these partners may increase prices significantly during direct sales. However, this is the most appropriate sales method for the Ryukors at the moment, saving time and costs. So far, up to 109 interstellar powers have joined the Stellar Alliance, according to the latest statistics. Some of these interstellar powers are very small and may not even have their own territories, not even a single planet. Some interstellar powers are very large, possibly having several star systems as their main bases. However, for the Stellar Alliance, The size of their interstellar territories is not very important. What matters most is the resources they control. Within the Stellar Alliance, there is a saying, "There is nothing they wouldn't buy or sell," Lilith said. Chujuan exclaimed from the side. "This reminds me of something. It was a few years ago, when my grandfather also had a business partner in the Stellar Alliance. Back then, they actually wanted to buy a T for North Wine Divine-class heavy interstellar battleship from us." "Did you sell it?" Zhao Chen asked. Chujuan rolled her eyes. "That belongs to top-notch technology, of course. It's impossible to sell. If it wasn't for the good relationship our family had with the royal family, who supplied us with military provisions every year, we wouldn't have been able to sell the T for North Wine Divine-class heavy interstellar battleship to the royal family. Who would have thought that now we would be at odds with the royal family?" Thinking about it, Chujuan regretted not having her grandfather install some backdoor programs on those T for North Wine Divine-class heavy interstellar battleships sold to the royal family. Just like this time when Zhao Chen outmaneuvered Qinming. But no one could have foreseen the situation developing to this point, as the Chu family has always been loyal to the Starlight Empire without any rebellious intentions. Otherwise, when the mechanical tribe threat was still looming, the Chu family wouldn't have persevered at the border. So far, all the clues point towards the Stellar Alliance, but our people have indicated that given their capabilities, investigating thoroughly within the Stellar Alliance would require more time. The best approach would be for our Ryu Corps to dispatch senior officials to directly contact the Galactic Alliance in the form of business trading, Lilith said, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging that this is indeed the best method for gathering intelligence. The Stellar Alliance. We don't seem to have any connections there, do we? Zhao Chen scratched his head. Don't you have someone right under your nose? Chujuan looked at Zhao Chen. I do? How come I didn't know? Zhao Chen was puzzled. Don't you know the background of your starship captain, Zhu Zhaoxiao? Chujuan said. Zhu Zhaoxiao. Zhao Chen knew this girl probably had some connections, but never expected it to be related to the Stellar Alliance. I won't go. I won't go. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go. Zhao Chen watched as Zhu Zhaoxiao struggled continuously. If it weren't for Chujuan holding onto Zhu Zhaoxiao beside her, Zhu Zhaoxiao might have slipped away already. Chujuan, after all, came from the military family of the Chu clan, with a childhood full of physical training. Unlike Zhu Zhaoxiao, in Chujuan's words, with one hand, she could take down 3 people. Is the Alliance of Stars really that scary? Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao in confusion. Just a while ago, he had summoned Zhu Zhaoxiao, and when she heard that he wanted to send her to the Alliance of Stars, she looked terrified, with a determined stance of refusing to go at all. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Commander, can't we not go? Since Zhu Zhaoxiao couldn't resist anymore, she looked at Zhao Chen with a pitiful expression, hoping to stir up his sympathy. Give me a convincing reason, Zhao Chen said, looking at Zhu Zhaoxiao. Zhu Zhaoxiao was stumped for a moment, and after a while, she finally spoke out. There's an old woman there who especially likes to eat children. Looking at Zhu Zhaoxiao's serious expression, as if it were a real thing, Zhao Chen waved his hand and said, Since Zhu Zhaoxiao doesn't want to go, we won't force it. But the captain of the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship might need to be changed. No, Zhu Zhaoxiao, upon hearing that her Blue Eyes White Dragon was going to be replaced, felt as if someone was encroaching on her territory, and her emotions escalated. So, you can decide for yourself. Our Dragon Legion has always been democratic. Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhu Zhaoxiao murmured a few words. Although she didn't quite catch what was said, it was mainly about grumbling about Zhao Chen being an oppressive commander. Your mission is to investigate the trade between the Holy Radiance Empire and the current Star Empire's Qinzhao Ocean within the Alliance of Stars. So as long as I investigate this matter clearly, it should suffice. Right. Zhu Zhaoxiao blinked her eyes at Zhao Chen. He nodded. Then I can promise you. Zhu Zhaoxiao ultimately had to reluctantly agree to this business trip. She chose not to address the reason why she didn't want to go to the Alliance of Stars, and Zhao Chen didn't press further. Everyone has their secrets, and there's no need to pry if Zhao Chen is certain Zhu Xiao won't harm him. Prepare yourself, bring your flagship, and I'll arrange a small fleet for you. You are expected to depart in early April. If there's anything, report to me immediately, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, Zhu Xiao responded weakly, and after confirming there were no other matters, she sighed and left. Why is this girl so much like Ani in temper? Zhao Chen mumbled. These two often hang out together on rest days and have become close friends, Lily said. This statement made Zhao Chen envision scenes of Zhu Xiao and Ani getting along, truly like-minded. After sorting out Zhu Xiao's mission to the Alliance of Stars, Lily reported another matter. Regarding our troops entering the Azure Moon Star domain, the battle supplies are all prepared. All 3 Dragon Legions have completed their rest, and the previously lost interstellar battleships have been completely replenished. We need you to decide who will take on this battle mission. Chu Zhuan, upon hearing there was a battle to be fought, couldn't hide her excitement. Although she's very familiar with battles, this would be her first time with the Dragon Legion. She would get a clearer understanding and experience the power of those interstellar warships. Zhao Chen pulled up relevant data, pondered for half an hour, and had a brief discussion with Lily and Chu Zhuan. Ultimately, Zhao Chen made a decision. Based on the information obtained so far, the Azure Moon Star domain is mainly controlled by the Zhou family, with a fleet of 30,000 interstellar battleships, most of which were acquired in the past 6 months through purchases and annexation of other lords' fleets. Their overall combat power is equivalent to a second-tier Imperial army. Looking at their strength, any of our Dragon Legions can handle it easily. The issue lies in whether Qinzhao Ocean will intervene, and also the mechanical insect fleet in his hands. It's a method similar to our luminous glass interstellar leap ships. So, we need to be cautious. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. But this is also an opportunity. So far, Qinzhao Ocean has been silent, no matter how much pressure we exert in the Azure Star domain, occupying numerous star systems. It's as if nothing has happened. My grandfather is contemplating how to provoke Qinzhao Ocean into action. Our Dragon Legion's attack on the Azure Moon Star domain will serve as bait for him. Chu Zhuan analyzed. Zhao Chen agreed. That's what I was thinking too. This civil war can't be prolonged. We must find a breakthrough quickly. Lily, prepare to convey my orders. The 3rd Dragon Legion will carry out this operation, with Shen Bing as the campaign commander, overseeing the campaign to attack the Azure Moon Star domain. The 1st Dragon Legion will head to the border between the Azure Moon Star domain and the North Wine Star domain to stand by and be ready for support at any time. The 2nd Dragon Legion will stay in the Dragon Star system, maintaining readiness. Although Chishin is the commander of the 2nd Dragon Legion, he can serve as a military advisor for the 3rd Legion, assisting Shen Bing remotely. Shen Bing can deploy 1 trillion star coins for the operation this time. The strategic goal is to minimize our fleet's losses, wipe out the main fleet of the Azure Moon Star domain, and capture several strategic locations. If Qinzhao Ocean does not interfere, the ultimate goal is to control the entire Azure Moon Star domain. Lily noted down the commander's instructions to relay them. After concluding this matter, Zhao Chen had some free time. He opened his system page. Host, Zhao Chen Career, Top Starship Engineer Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus, Insightful I System Points, 3.9 million monthly fleet earnings, 1.69 million points, mission points, 850 number of starships, 25,678 mission, annual mission unfinished warehouse, T5 Pluto class interstellar dreadnought technical blueprints, Pluto matrix module, T5 Creator class interstellar battleship technical blueprints, Golden Eden class starship technical blueprints. Earlier, exchanging for T4 Golden Eden class starship technical blueprints had consumed some mission points and system points, but due to Zhao Chen's vast number of interstellar battleships, this passive income was quite substantial. It's time to exchange for the interstellar missile ship. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. The critical piece of the puzzle in the T4 series interstellar battleship was the interstellar missile ship. It's always been the soul and core capability of the Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen had his eyes on a specific model for a while now. Are you sure you want to spend 3.7 million system points and 200 mission points to exchange for the product T for Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate? Confirmed. Congratulations on obtaining the technology blueprint for T for Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate. Current system points 200,000. Current mission points 650. Your T for series ship collection has reached 90%. Unlocking the T5 series store, Zhao Chen was still immersed in the joy of acquiring the T4 interstellar missile frigate when a sudden notification sound doubled his joy. The T5 series store. Zhao Chen had always thought that his system store only opened to the T4 level and had not seen any options to upgrade to the T5 level. He thought that maybe the system store's limit was the T4 series interstellar battleships. Unexpectedly, unlocking the permission actually required accumulating enough T4 ship types. Zhao Chen immediately checked the T5 series store. The conditions to unlock the T5 series store require completing designated missions. Do you want to receive the designated mission? Designated missions? Zhao Chen saw an option to receive the mission, and without hesitation, he chose to accept it. Congratulations on receiving the designated mission. Follow the mission instructions and complete the mission selections. After completing each choice, new mission options will be provided. Option 1. Go to the Holy Radiant Empire and abduct the Sanus to gain 30% completion. Option 2. Go to the Warhammer Interstellar Federation and abduct the Dragon Clan Chief's daughter to gain 30% completion. Seeing the first two options, Zhao Chen felt that this mission was not serious. Kidnap virtuous women? One is the Sanus from the Holy Radiant Empire, clearly not someone Zhao Chen could easily abduct. The other is the Dragon Clan Chief's daughter. If he remembered correctly, the Dragon Clan Chief was the current king of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, and his daughter was equivalent to a princess, even a royal princess. It seemed like poking a hornet's nest. Zhao Chen looked at option 3. Option 3. Go to the Galactic Alliance and abduct the betrothed of the Money Family clan's young master to gain 20% completion. Looking at these three options, Zhao Chen couldn't believe they weren't part of the same mission series. The style was identical. Fortunately, option 3 seemed to be the easiest in difficulty, although it offered the lowest completion rate at only 20%. But Zhao Chen was cautious. The previous options were like confronting the Holy Radiant Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation head-on. Though the Owl Dragon Legion was strong, he couldn't act so recklessly. So, he could only apologize to the Money Family's young master he had never met. At worst, after abducting and cleaning up his betrothed, Zhao Chen would return her. Ups, he offended. Chu Zhuan, are you still here? Zhao Chen opened his eyes, looked at Chu Zhuan still working beside him, and ordered, investigate whether there is a Money Family in the Galactic Alliance. The Money Family of the Galactic Alliance. Why are you suddenly interested in this Money Family, as it has a very bad reputation in the interstellar powers? Chu Zhuan seemed to know about this Money Family. You know this Money Family. Is it famous in the Galactic Alliance? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. My grandfather mentioned it before. Wait a moment, I should be able to find some information here. Chu Zhuan began accessing the data. As Zhao Chen waited, he went to look at his interstellar missile frigate. Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate ship type. Interstellar missile frigate technology level. T for armored strength. 3,000 units minus 3,300 units star shield energy value. 200,000 units cruising speed. 200 knot star speed warp engine. Level 8 warp engine captain. 3.9 kilometers mass. 4.9 million tons number of crew. 2,000 starship weapons. 300,000 Hell Angel Type 1 conventional interstellar missiles. 50,000 Hell Angel Type 2 medium range heavy interstellar missiles. 20,000 Hell Angel Type 3 ultra long range medium interstellar missiles. 5,000 Hell Angel Type 4 medium long range mother-child cluster missiles. 1,000 Hell Angel Type 5 medium range dark matter high explosive interstellar missiles. 100 Hell Angel Type 6 medium-range black hole imitating special interstellar missiles. Leaving aside everything else, just the terrifying amount of ammunition, enough to make anyone who sees this interstellar missile frigate marvel at it being with nearly 360,000 interstellar missiles. Disregarding range and other factors, it could obliterate all inhabitable planets in any star system. The loading capacity of these interstellar missiles alone is 10 times that of the previous T-3 Judgment-class heavy interstellar missile frigate. Moreover, these interstellar missiles are of T-4 level technology, which makes them even more powerful. Among them, 2 of the interstellar missile technologies even reach Quay's IT-5 level. For example, the 1000 Hell Angel Type 5 ultra-long-range dark matter high-explosive interstellar missiles, which use dark matter technology. As the name suggests, they are highly explosive interstellar missiles, the most powerful and with the widest explosion range among interstellar missiles. Describing it as an interstellar bomb is like saying it's a nuclear bomb from the planetary era before entering the interstellar age. And what makes this interstellar missile frigate even more terrifying is another 100 interstellar missiles. These 100 interstellar missiles even have individual missile storage units within the frigate and require a crew to care for them year-round. Like a young master's treatment, their effect matches their name, Hell Angel Type 6 medium-range black hole imitating special interstellar missiles. These are interstellar missiles that mimic black hole principles and are equipped with a mechanism inside the missile to create a small black hole, codenamed Little Black Egg. After the interstellar missile is launched, it will create a mini black hole in the target area. Imagine the consequences for enemy interstellar warships around this mini black hole. However, there is a downside. This mini black hole is indiscriminate in its attack. If there are friendly ships in the attack area, or if friendly ships enter the affected area of the mini black hole, the outcome is predictable. Fortunately, this mini black hole is temporary. After some time, it will disappear, restoring the normal space in that area. Upon redeeming the technology blueprint for this interstellar missile frigate, Zhao Chen saw a line of text he had never seen in other interstellar warship blueprints. It seemed to belong to this T-4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate's motto. Wherever the angel's wings flap, the starry sky becomes purgatory, and peace equates to destruction. When seeing this line of text, Zhao Chen's mind seemed to have already conjured up a terrifying picture. A T-4 Hell's Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate is equipped with 360,000 interstellar missiles. Imagine if there were 10, 30, or even more of them at that time. Just think about that scene. It would be an apocalyptic scenario. After this excitement, Zhao Chen had to pour himself a bucket of cold water. The cost to build a single T-4 Hell's Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigate is 500 billion star coins. This price directly equals the terrifying cost of a T-4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier starship. That's just one part of it. The construction cost of these 360,000 interstellar missiles is 250 billion star coins. Zhao Chen held his head in his hands. 250 billion star coins. This number is 100 times higher than the cost of a single T-3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile frigate. Even the firepower output of just one ship is equivalent to the combat consumption of the first phase of the Chu-Chong River War for a month. Describing this interstellar battleship as a devouring beast is an insult. This is not just devouring. This is directly running a shredder over Zhao Chen's resources. Hey, I thought I had developed 5 resource star domains before. The monthly output of 500 billion star coins was enough for me to live like a wealthy man. But this number is not even enough for one squadron. The cost of one round of firepower output from 30 T-4 Hell's Angel class heavy interstellar missile frigates. Zhao Chen whispered to himself with a bitter smile. Commander? At this moment, Chu Zhuan called out beside him. Zhao Chen moved his arms and looked at Chu Zhuan. She was looking at him strangely, because in Chu Zhuan's eyes, the commander's emotions were strange, sometimes very happy, and then speaking to himself. Zhao Chen recovered, immediately restraining his emotions. Chu Zhuan, has the data collection on that wealthy family in the Stellar Alliance been completed? Without thinking much about the commander's emotional changes, Chuzhuan placed the data she had collected in front of the commander. This is the information we have gathered about this wealthy family. The family is very famous in the Stellar Alliance, almost a giant in trade, but their family reputation is not good. The family mainly deals in interstellar trade, focusing on slave trading. They not only sell slaves abroad but also operate them. For example, they built the most famous golden cage in the Stellar Alliance, where any service can be provided. Link forces female slaves to sell themselves, while male slaves engage in various duels in the arena, and various unimaginable services are provided. Additionally, they have several factories and mines, all operated using slaves. Although other interstellar traders also use slaves, the mortality rate of slaves in this family is the highest. They even disguise their interstellar fleet as interstellar pirates to attack some planets, directly turning the residents into their slaves. Sometimes, they even attack weaker interstellar traders in the Stellar Alliance. Such behavior has made the family countless enemies in the Stellar Alliance. However, relying on close relations with the Sacred Radiance Empire, no one dares to touch them, and the family has been arrogant and domineering up to now. My grandfather mentioned this family before, saying that they are not interstellar traders, but a group of wolves in sheep's clothing. Chuzhuan described these intelligence contents. Zhao Chen was also looking at the detailed information, even including some visual data, all portraying the family's evils. Zhao Chen couldn't help but frown. Although he never thought of himself as a good person and wouldn't easily do good deeds, seeing the atrocities committed by this family made Zhao Chen very disgusted. After all, he had only been in this world for less than 5 years, and his humanity was not completely lost due to the relationship with the beautiful world before crossing over. Since it's such a family, I don't need to be polite when taking action, Zhao Chen said plainly. Previously, Zhao Chen was thinking about seizing someone else's fiancé, which indeed seemed somewhat unethical, but now it seemed like he was actually eliminating a threat for the public good. The family blamed the system for assigning such missions. Huh? Chuzhuan heard the commander muttering under his breath again, but didn't catch it. Chuzhuan, we need to revise our plan. Inform Zhu Zhaoxiao that this time we will accompany her to the Stellar Alliance. As for the battle in the Azure Moon Star domain, it will be solely under Shen Bing's command. The All Dragon Star system will be under the full responsibility of Qi Tong. This sudden change in plan by Zhao Chen surprised Chuzhuan greatly. Most importantly, Zhao Chen was leaving the All Dragon Star system at this crucial moment to head to the Stellar Alliance. Commander, your departure will have a significant impact. We cannot make such decisions lightly, especially heading to the Stellar Alliance. It is far from our All Dragon Star system. If Qinzhao Ocean discovers your whereabouts and launches an assassination, we won't be able to bear the consequences, Chuzhuan said sternly. Zhao Chen looked calmly at Chuzhuan. Don't forget, we have the T for Wisdom Light-class interstellar leap ship. If anything happens, we can escape at any time and have a fleet to support us. I have calculated that the Stellar Alliance is within the leap range of the T for Wisdom Light-class interstellar leap ship. Seeing that Chuzhuan still wanted to persuade him, Zhao Chen continued with a plan that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This time I am going to the Stellar Alliance not only for my own affairs, but also for the current situation of the Starry Emperor Empire. As you said earlier, we attacked the Azure Moon Star domain to create an opportunity for Qinzhao Ocean. But what if Qinzhao Ocean continues to hide? Everyone knows that he fears me, Zhao Chen, and my Owl Dragon Legion. So I'll just give him another big push when the time comes. Tell him that I, Zhao Chen, am not in the All Dragon Star system but in the Stellar Alliance. I don't believe that he, Qinzhao Ocean, can hold himself back. Chuzhuan was stunned, and Zhao Chen's explanation indeed made sense. But it was still very risky. I need to discuss this matter with Secretary Lily and others. It's too significant. Chuzhuan felt a bit panicked. Zhao Chen's gaze turned cold at this moment. Chuzhuan, You've only recently joined our All-Dragon Legion, so there are some things you are not clear about. Although most of the time, I am a laissez-faire leader. Once I make a decision, no one can oppose it. Because the All-Dragon Legion's surname is Zhao, Chuk-Suan was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Zhao Chen speak with such conviction. Prior to this moment, Zhao Chen had always been gentle, treating the female soldiers on his bridge with friendship. The female officers would even joke with the commander during their leisure time, sharing funny stories. Each time, the commander would find himself at a loss for words, fleeing the scene. Chuk-Suan lightly bit her lip. She decided to inform Lils and the others about this matter. Upon learning of it, Lils and the others were surprised, but, upon realizing it was Commander Zhao Chen's decision, they all shared a unified attitude. In the shortest amount of time, they formulated an appropriate action plan, the first priority being to ensure the commander's safety. Half a day later, Lils met with Chuk-Suan. She noticed the worried expression on Chuk-Suan's face. "Chuk-Suan, you must be worried about the commander's sudden arrangement," Lils said as she approached Chuk-Suan. Chuk-Suan nodded, expressing her concern. "The commander's arrangement? It's really too sudden. He is the commander of the Phoenix Dragon Legion. At a time like this, going to the Star Alliance. This behavior is truly risky." Lils patted Chuk-Suan's shoulder, smiling. "Our commander's personality is like this. Sometimes he's like a big child, unwilling to do anything and leaving everything for us to handle. Not the least worried that we might sell him out. But sometimes, he's very stubborn, such as with some of the decisions he makes. Perhaps you've also had similar experiences. Remember when you first met, and the two fleets encountered the insect disaster? He single-handedly piloted a starship into the swarm of insects, rescuing the students and teachers of the two fleets. At that time, when the two fleets were trapped, everyone had given up. But he didn't give up." Listening to Lil speak, Chuk-Suan realized that Zhao Chen was truly that kind of person. "But we've always believed in one thing. That is, we believe in this man, in the man we follow. So even if he makes decisions that seem unimaginable to us, all we can do is steadfastly support and follow him, providing him with the safest and most reliable plans. That is our job." Lil shared her insight. Chuk-Suan chuckled and shrugged. It doesn't seem easy being his secretary. Hearing Chuk-Suan's words, Lils nodded heavily. Later, Lils and Chuk-Suan formulated a plan for Commander Zhao Chen's journey. The first step was to determine the number of starships departing for the Star Alliance. The number couldn't be too high, but had to ensure the commander's safety. In the end, a luxurious fleet lineup for Zhao Chen was established. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair. Looking at the list, he was surprised as he glanced at Lils and Chuk-Suan next to him. "I'm just going to the Star Alliance. If I encounter any danger, I'll contact you." "Is it really necessary for such a grand lineup?" "It is necessary," Chuk-Suan and Lils said in unison. Lils pointed to where he needed to sign on the document. "Since the commander has decided on this journey, we must ensure your safety. So, please sign here, Commander. Then we can finalize your travel plans." Chuk-Suan gave a thumbs up behind Lils. Now understanding her abilities as a secretary, they couldn't stop the commander's will, but they could play a role in certain aspects, such as protecting the commander's fleet this time. Zhao Chen helplessly looked at the document listing 72 starships. This was his accompanying fleet for this journey. The flagship was the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship, also Zhu Xiao's flagship. It happened that Zhu Xiao was also going. Additionally, there was a vice flagship, the T4 Fallen Angel class super heavy interstellar carrier starship. Although this starship was in the formation of the Phoenix 3rd Legion, being transferred to Zhao Chen's guard wasn't just a simple matter of Zhao Chen's command. With the priority of ensuring the commander's life, without any doubt, Commander Shen being of the Phoenix 3rd Legion agreed, especially after being informed by Lils in advance. Apart from this, there were 30 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, 10 T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer ships, To T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships. To T for Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battle cruisers. -1 T for Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers. 10 T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships. 4 T for Wisdom-class interstellar leap carriers. 3 T for Moon Goddess-class heavy interstellar supply ships. 3 P3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. A total of 72 starships, with 52 of them being the T for Combat-class interstellar warships. With just this mere 12 starship fleet configuration, even when facing an Imperial fleet with 3,000 starships, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. They could even make the enemy doubt their life choices. Zhao Chen looked over the configuration again, then at Lils and Chuk Suan. He knew that if he didn't agree to this request, the two of them likely wouldn't let him go. In the end, Zhao Chen signed his name. Thus, Zhao Chen's journey this time was confirmed. The time was moved up to the end of March, in the galaxy stardate 3034 at the end of March. The development of the 5 resource star domains is progressing smoothly. The Chu family legion and the Imperial Princess fleet have an advantage in several local battlefields. Commander Shen Bing's Phoenix 3rd Legion officially entered the combined region of the Kangyu Star Domain 3 days ago. The Kangyu Star Domain has entered a state of full military readiness. It is said that the Zhou family has requested assistance from the Imperial capital's Qinzhou Ocean, but Qinzhou Ocean has not made any moves yet. On the Warhammer's side, Charlotte has started perfecting her plan, with the approximate timing set for June. Zhao Chen checked his tasks at hand. He looked at Lils through the video window. Lils, during my absence, you're responsible for handling family matters. For military matters, entrust them boldly to Chidong and the others. Also, make sure to ensure the starship production plan on Annie's side, especially the interstellar warship I tasked her with. I hope that, when I return, I will at least see the first ship. As long as we have that interstellar warship, even if Qinzhou Ocean truly acts like a despicable turtle, we will have the confidence to crush his shell. Lils nodded. Her eyes showing reluctance, she looked at the commander. Please rest assured, I will manage the household matters properly. Also, Commander, please remember to stay safe outside. Remember, nothing is more important than your importance to our Phoenix Legion. We're all waiting for you to return. After speaking, Lils placed her hand over her heart and saluted. This time, Zhao Chen was heading to the Star Alliance, and Lils would not be accompanying him, while Chuk Suan would be by his side. After all, Lils had greater responsibilities at home. Well, I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhao Chen nodded. Lils glanced at Chuk Suan, her gaze serious, without saying a word. However, in reality, Chuk Suan received a text message. The contents were simple. No matter how many starships are lost, no matter how many Phoenix Legion soldiers sacrifice themselves, the commander cannot lose a single hair. The Star Alliance is a special star domain that contains many galaxies. One similarity with the Dark Reef Star Domain is that the native resources of the star systems in the Star Alliance are very scarce. However, the advantage lies in the fact that the area where the Star Alliance is located is very suitable for interstellar trade. Whether it's various interstellar powers within the Galactic Alliance or even before the Mechanical Clan withdrew, they all had very good channels to reach the Mechanical Clan occupied areas. As for why one would go to the Mechanical Clan occupied areas, it's because there will always be someone offering rewards for things that can only be found in the occupied areas of the Mechanical Clan. In addition to interstellar merchants, occasional part-time interstellar adventures can also be found in the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance is almost like this. Here, no matter what race you are, whether you can breathe or not, whether you have one head or two, as long as you have this in your hands, you can accomplish anything. Although the Star Alliance also has its own laws, everyone knows clearly that the existence of these laws depends on how high your bid is. Zhu Zhaoxiao had a familiar expression, making a rubbing gesture with her thumb and forefinger. At the same time, Zhu Zhaoxiao looked somewhat displeased at Zhao Chen sitting in her captain's chair. She had even laid out her favorite purple cushion on it, and the backrest featured a cartoon plush toy she liked. It felt as if someone had invaded her space. However, given the person's identity, she couldn't do anything but stare helplessly. "So, what's the currency here?" Zhao Chen inquired. "Anything valuable will do. The most commonly used is star ore," Zhu Zhaoxiao said. Star ore is the most common type of mineral deposit, with a wide range of uses. It accounts for 50% of the materials needed to build an interstellar battleship. The original material of the Galactic Alliance's legal currency, star coins, as well as the reference material, is star ore. Because of its abundant production and quantity, the price is very stable. So, everyone likes to use it for interstellar trade. How strong is the Star Alliance? Can it pose a threat to our fleet's existence? Chu Zhuan solemnly asked. Zhu Zhaoxiao rolled her eyes, saying, "With the configuration of our fleet, threaten us. We can easily navigate through the Star Alliance with these 72 interstellar battleships. However, the military strength of the Star Alliance is one thing. Its real power lies in its network of relationships. Although trade disputes and even small local wars often occur within the Star Alliance, everyone knows why the Star Alliance can exist within the Galactic Alliance. So, if an external force initiates a war against the interstellar powers within the Star Alliance for no reason, perhaps the Star Alliance will not confront you directly, or even acquiesce, acting as if nothing had happened, but they will use their own warfare, adding you to their blacklist. Being on their blacklist means you cannot use the Star Alliance channels for interstellar trade, and they will aggressively suppress and block any interstellar trade related to you at any cost. They excel in conducting trade wars. So far, no one has been able to win against the Star Alliance in a trade war because the Star Alliance has relationships throughout the entire Galactic Alliance. Even our Eagle Dragon Legion has many connections with the Star Alliance now. Food trade, starship sales, raw material procurement, and so on. I don't know if Secretary Lily has warned you, but do not easily damage your relationship with the Star Alliance, as it could cause serious internal injuries to the Eagle Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen nodded, as Lily had mentioned these things before his departure. However, this was just a warning because Lily knew that if Zhao Chen really had to take that step, it would be for a commander's reason. Worst case scenario, they would eliminate another Star Alliance. The Eagle Dragon Legion had faced all sorts of challenges throughout their journey. Where can we gather intelligence? Zhao Chen asked. Chu Zhuan spoke first. I know this. According to the information collected by our T3 Silver Mouse class light stealth reconnaissance ship, there is a place within the Star Alliance called Star City, a neutral zone in the Star Alliance where various interstellar trade transit stations are located. There, we should be able to find the information we need. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded. That's right. In Star City, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can inquire about the vast majority of intelligence. Then let's head to Star City first, Zhao Chen said. At this moment, Zhao Chen's small fleet had already arrived within the Star Alliance's range using the T for Wisdom light class interstellar jump ship. Following the star map's directions, they headed towards Star City. Observers would notice that on this fleet of several dozen interstellar battleships, the original Eagle Dragon Legion emblem was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar fleet emblem. This was Zhao Chen's way of hiding his identity. Additionally, Zhao Chen had deployed some T3 Silver Mouse class light stealth reconnaissance ships around the fleet in advance, trying to avoid encounters with other fleets. After all, with Zhao Chen's fleet size and characteristics, just a glance from afar would reveal that these interstellar battleships were extraordinary. Delaying the exposure of these ships would benefit Zhao Chen. This is the Chan family's location. Right. Zhao Chen opened the Star Alliance's star map. Looking at a marked area, the Chan family is wealthy, and within the Star Alliance, they are one of the largest interstellar trade merchants, controlling 13 star systems. This region all belongs to the Chan family. Zhu Zhaoxiao pointed to the marked area, surrounded by 13 star systems. She curiously looked at Zhao Chen. You suddenly seem so interested in the Chan family. Why is that? Zhao Chen gave a cryptic smile. No reason, just a casual question. Zhu Zhaoxiao rolled her eyes. Zhao Chen wasn't the type to casually ask irrelevant questions. If he had taken an interest, then surely there was a reason behind it. However, Zhu Zhaoxiao didn't currently have the energy to speculate on Zhao Chen's motives. She hoped everything would be fine, as long as she kept a low profile this time. Given the vast expanse of the Star Alliance, it was highly unlikely for any coincidental encounters. She planned to complete her mission and leave unnoticed. She was still the same Zhu Zhaoxiao who loved to roam freely. Lost in her thoughts, Zhu Zhaoxiao's lips curled up involuntarily. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was deep in his own thoughts. Chu Zhuan watched the two individuals with their hidden agendas, feeling that this trip to the Star Alliance was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It seemed like something significant was about to happen. Is this Quanxing City? Chuxuan looked at the colossal structure in front of her with some shock. Zhao Chen also couldn't help but marvel at the scenery outside the porthole. It was an extremely massive steel building, even larger than a planet. Yet this huge structure could be said to lack any aesthetic appeal, appearing more like a mishmash of various styles and materials put together. Even the architectural styles and materials varied from one area to another. It seemed as though one area was in a European style while another had a Chinese style. At the beginning, Quanxing City was rumored to be just a small starport, but with increasing interstellar traders coming here, it went through multiple expansions. Until now, no one knows how many times it has been expanded. Hence, we have this chaotic architectural style, representing cultural features from various interstellar races and civilizations accommodated by Quanxing City, explained Zhao Xiao on the side. Zhao Chen continued observing Quanxing City. Around it were numerous parked interstellar battleships of various types and levels. There were many, ranging from the ant-like T1 class interstellar battleships flowing continuously to the less common T2 class ships. T3 class battleships were becoming scarce, but still visible. T4 class battleships were nowhere to be seen. Among these starships, 70% were interstellar transport ships or other types of auxiliary vessels, with a limited number being combat vessels. This is Quanxing City, Administrator JK991. We have received your little skeleton starship's request to dock. The request has been approved. Please follow the designated route for docking. A voice came through the communication channel at that moment. Zhao Chen looked at Chuxuan. This was the docking request Chuxuan had filed earlier. The little skeleton starship was actually the nickname of the starship Zhao Chen was on. Zhao Chen, Chuxuan, and their squad carefully docked the little skeleton starship at the port. However, this didn't mean Zhao Chen had entered Quanxing City yet. Zhao Xiao led them, along with a team of female guards responsible for Zhao Chen's safety, onto a shuttle that was ready. The shuttle's door opened, and as it sped out, Zhao Chen realized they had entered a channel inside Quanxing City. Quanxing City is enormous, with most interstellar battleships parked in the outer regions. Of course, some interstellar powers have their own constructed internal shipyards and exclusive navigational channels within Quanxing City, allowing direct access for their battleships. These channels are quite spacious, accommodating even T4 class battleships like the North Wind God. However, the control lies in the hands of those major clans, limiting common people to use these smaller channels. Zhao Xiao explained, feeling at home as she introduced Zhao Chen to the area. Zhao Chen looked out through the porthole at a dim circular channel wall, observing smaller channels and shuttlecraft entering them. It felt like a vast grid of roads. Where are we headed now? Zhao Chen asked. Chuxuan replied, to a place called the Quanxing Tavern. The Quanxing Tavern. The name was quite unique. Zhao Xiao, showing off her rich knowledge, added, don't underestimate this name. It is a landmark area in Quanxing City, ruled by the largest intelligence organization in the Quanxing Alliance. Here, you can investigate all kinds of information, for a price, of course. Chuxuan interjected, regarding funds, you need not worry. Our Eden Food Trade Group had stored goods worth 10 billion star coins in an account of the Quanxing Alliance prior to this. With the shuttlecraft journeying for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a shuttle docking area. As the shuttle's door opened, a receptionist noticed a group wearing black leather armor and black masks stepping out. Zhao Chen followed Chuxuan, who pulled out a badge with a barrel emblem from her pocket without waiting for the receptionist to speak. "We have a reservation for the tavern." Chuxuan's voice sounded different through the modified voice function in the mask. "Ah, tavern guests, please follow me. We have prepared a shuttle for you and wish you a successful visit to the tavern." The receptionist showed much respect as he personally led Zhao Chen and the others. They boarded the shuttle with ease and headed to the destination. Zhao Chen glanced at the badge in Chuxuan's hand. Not just anyone can go to the Quinxing Tavern. It requires qualifications and visitor numbers are limited daily. We obtain this through channels of our Eden Food Trade Group. Chuxuan explained. After a smooth ride passing through several small but distinct cities, Zhao Chen and the group finally arrived at their destination, the Quinxing Tavern, located on an island in an artificial ocean. With an artificial projection of the sun above, the view wasn't bad at all. "Welcome to the Quinxing Tavern," greeted a person in uniform as Zhao Chen and the others alighted. At the same time, another shuttle stopped nearby. "Welcome to the Quinxing Tavern," another group descended from the shuttle. A glimpse of white wings flashed past Zhao Chen's sight. Feeling a certain intuition, Zhao Chen turned to look at them. Golden eyes, white wings, and an aura of icy elegance akin to an ice-capped mountain. The other party also felt Zhao Chen's gaze, and the golden eyes glanced over, but only swept a glance over Zhao Chen and the others. Zhao Chen calmly stopped in his tracks, waiting for the group next to him to enter the door of the Star Tavern first. Only then did he step inside. "I didn't expect to encounter Saint Kana of the Angel Legion here. We even had a fight with them before, destroying quite a few interstellar battleships. If this woman finds out that the commander of her mortal enemies, the Owl Dragon Legion, is here, I wonder if she can still maintain that icy demeanor." Zhu Zhaoxiu's mischievous voice sounded in the earpieces of Zhao Chen and the others. The guide leading them, however, seemed to have heard nothing. This is a function of the masks worn by Zhao Chen and the others. There is a certain voice shielding effect inside, combined with earpieces, allowing for private voice communication. "She is the commander of the Angel Legion, Saint Kana." Chu Zhuan's voice was somewhat surprised. She knew about the previous Holy War duels and that the Owl Dragon Legion defeated the Angel Legion. She had never met Saint Kana in person and never expected her to appear here. Since Saint Kana of the Angel Legion is here, it seems that there are indeed clues regarding Qinzhou Ocean's dealings with the Sacred Radiant Empire, Zhao Chen said. Soon, the guide led Zhao Chen and the others into a huge building that resembled a central hall. Looking up, Zhao Chen couldn't see the top at a glance. It must be at least 100 stories high. There were hundreds of elevators on both sides, reaching various floors. "It seems to be your first visit to the Star Tavern," the guide introduced. "Here we mainly provide intelligence services, accommodations, and other services. But before that, you must open a room here. The higher the floor of the room, the more expensive the price and the better the treatment." With that, the guide asked with a smile, "Do you know what kind of room you may want to open?" As he spoke, the guide listed various room types and their corresponding prices. "Open a room." Zhao Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that just asking for information would turn into room booking. But he had to admit, this tavern really knew how to make money. They not only earned your intelligence fee, but also made you pay for a room up front. And the room rates were not cheap. Zhao Chen glanced over, ranging from several thousand star coins per night to tens of thousands of star coins. Tens of thousands of star coins. That could buy a T1 interstellar battleship. "Let's go with this one." Zhao Chen chose a large suite since there were quite a few people with him. In addition to Zhao Chen, Chu Zhuan, and Zhu Zhaoxiu, there were also about a dozen bodyguards. A single room would be inconvenient for the group, so a large suite was more suitable. The guide's eyes lit up when he saw the type of room chosen. This room could fetch over 10,000 star coins per night, and he could earn a commission from it. He didn't expect to encounter such good guests. "Alright, I'll arrange for your check-in now." The guide quickly completed all the procedures and led Zhao Chen and the others to a higher floor with an elevator. "Please, this is your suite." All services within the tavern can be accessed from the suite. There are intelligent robots inside to assist you. Also, the suite is equipped with the highest level of privacy protection. It will not leak any guest secrets, so please feel free to use it, the guide introduced. At that moment, Zhao Chen felt something and turned his head. He happened to see familiar white feathers, golden eyes, and an icy appearance at a suite door several meters away. What a small world! It would turn out that they are neighbors. If he were to change rooms at this point, it would be suspicious. Well, this visit was primarily to investigate the sacred Radiant Empire. This might just present an opportunity. Calmly, Zhao Chen led Zhuan and the others inside the suite. When the suite door closed, the guide still stood there with a smile. As the door closed, Zhao Chen's bodyguards immediately took action, scanning the entire room inside and out with portable devices they carried. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa. The room was very spacious, with several rooms totaling nearly 500 square meters. Otherwise, the price would not be so high. Commander, the room has been inspected, and no monitoring or listening devices were found. We have also installed our security equipment in the room and attempted to establish communication with our fleet outside. A bodyguard removed his mask, revealing his dark skin and ears, reporting to Zhao Chen. This was Zhao Chen's bodyguard Zhang, belonging to the half-beast Black Panther lineage. He had no name, only a code name, Leopard Lady. Originally from Charlotte, she was appointed by the Goddess Academy Starship Examination and Evaluation as Zhao Chen's bodyguard captain, coming with high qualifications in security and defense, along with a natural instinct for danger. After passing the series of examinations and assessments, under the arrangement in Charlotte and approval from the Goddess Academy, she became Zhao Chen's bodyguard captain and, following her standards, organized the bodyguard team. Zhao Chen removed his own mask. After all, this is the Star Tavern. These merchants value their reputation, and they wouldn't risk it with something like secret installation. Chu Zhuan, let's get down to business. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Chu Zhuan nodded. She walked to the position in front of the sofa where there was a visible button. After pressing it, a female holographic image appeared. May I ask, esteemed guest, what service do you require? I want to purchase information, Chu Zhuan said. Please describe the information you wish to obtain. Chu Zhuan looked back at Commander Zhao Chen, who nodded slightly. Chu Zhuan then explained the information she wanted to obtain, carefully prepared in advance. During this time, Zhao Chen also opened an electronic page in the suite. It was a tavern information webpage with various information and rewards for certain information. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and typed 2 words, Our Dragon. Soon, many of the previous options disappeared. Our Dragon Legion Development Information, Our Dragon Legion Commander Personal Information, Our Dragon Legion T4. Grade Interstellar Battleship Information, detailed information on the Our Dragon Legion's Holy War duel with the Angel Legion. Interstellar Transition enabled interstellar battleship information of the Our Dragon Legion. As expected, since the Our Dragon Legion was garnering attention, there were indeed people seeking information about them, which was within Zhao Chen's expectations. At this moment, the artificial intelligence at the tavern over there also provided feedback. The information you need requires further searching. We will calculate the funds required for this information and verify your account. Do you agree? It seems the information Zhao Chen is seeking is unusual. Otherwise, there would be no need for this verification step. Zhao Chen nodded. Chu Zhuan clicked agree on her end and entered the account information that had been prepared in advance. Verification completed. The relevant information will be sent to your room mailbox within 3 days. The information fee will range from 10 million to 100 million star coins. Quite efficient, but the information fee is quite high. However, it is within reason, as the information Zhao Chen needs is substantial, and it concerns the sacred glorious empire. This money cannot be spared. Alright, let's rest here for these 3 days. Zhao Chen stretched and headed towards his room. Just as he walked through the door, he turned to look at the leopard lady following behind him. Why are you following me? The leopard lady replied. According to security regulations, I must stay close to the commander outside of the Stellar Dragon starship area. So, do you need to follow me to the bathroom and shower as well? Yes? With a snap, the door closed. The leopard lady was bewildered for a moment, not knowing what to do. She looked at the closed door, and then at Zhu Zhaoxiao and Chu Zhuan sitting on the couch. Zhu Zhaoxiao suppressed a smile, placing her hand on Chu Zhuan's shoulder. Leopard sister, the commander's fiancé is here and hasn't followed him in. Are you trying to intrude? Chu Zhuan rolled her eyes and swatted Zhu Zhaoxiao's hand away. She looked at the embarrassed leopard lady and diplomatically said, "We are all in the same suite. You have conducted a thorough investigation. There should be no danger." Hearing the secretary's words, the leopard lady could only abandon the idea of entering the commander's room. However, she found a cushion from somewhere, placed it in front of the commander's room, and sat on it, with her hand poised to draw the laser gun at a moment's notice. Her stance resembled Zhao Chen's guard dog. Zhao Chen inside was unaware of all this. Security. He could protect himself, and the leopard lady and others were professional but not a match for Zhao Chen collectively. Bringing them along was more for his itinerary's care. Zhao Chen lay on the bed and reopened the tavern information page. He entered information he wanted to know. Chan family's young master. This information was readily available for a certain fee, which Zhao Chen considered negligible and paid to view. The content included details about Chan Dafu, aged 35, the current head of Chan family overseeing several planetary factories. The report also detailed his violent tendencies, as he reportedly abused slave laborers in his factories daily. In this information, Zhao Chen did not see any mention of an unmarried wife. He searched for Chen Dafu's unmarried wife and paid for another report. The information revealed that a year ago, the Chan family had allied with the Star Shark Intergalactic Adventure Guild, and Chan Dafu, the young master, was to marry the guild leader's daughter, Gu Zhaoxiao. The wedding was scheduled for half a month later, accompanied by photos of the couple. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, "Let's investigate the Sacred Glorious Empire and Qinzhao Ocean first, before going after this Gu Zhaoxiao." As of now, Zhao Chen still couldn't understand why the system had issues with the Chan family. He wondered about Gu Zhaoxiao's background to merit a mission for him to snatch her. Although to outsiders, Chu Zhuan might be seen as his fiancé, within their circles, it might just be a facade. If Chu Zhuan and Zhu Zhaoxiao found out he was trying to steal someone else's fiancé while with his own, it would be comical. Forget it. It's a task from the system. Blame the system. It's not my concern. Zhao Chen shrugged off the matter and waited for the information. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Saint Kana was also searching for her own information. She had requested specific information and was given a 3-day deadline. Sitting on the couch, Saint Kana massaged her temples. "Mistress, you've been working hard recently. You need to rest properly," her subordinate advised. Saint Kana's eyes showed signs of fatigue compared to her demeanor during the battle with Zhao Chen. "Because of the defeat in the battle, they have been criticizing me. I've even faced the military court of the Sacred Glorious Empire multiple times. Luckily, with my status, they dare not do anything to me. But our funding has been significantly reduced, aiming to suppress our Seraphim Legion. It will be difficult to recover the lost interstellar warships shortly. Relying solely on our family's funds won't restore the Legion quickly." Reflecting on these troubles, Saint Kana felt restless. She thought of the culprits, particularly the leader of the Stellar Dragon Legion. Her subordinate expressed discontent. "Blame that Stellar Dragon Legion. If it weren't for them, our Seraphim Legion wouldn't be in such dire straits." Saint Kana remained composed and waved her hand, saying, "The battle was fair and square. They won based on their strength. We lost because we were weak. Let's not dwell on that. Our goal this time is to investigate what other clandestine dealings the new emperor of the Starlight Empire has, aside from our interstellar trade. I've examined some data, and certain factions within our Sacred Glorious Empire have interests beyond mere military aid to the Starlight Empire. According to recent reports, the new emperor holds black technology that controls the bug mothership. I have a foreboding. If this is not thoroughly investigated, it could endanger our sacred glorious empire. Some factions prioritize expanding their power at any cost. Respected customer, the information you are interested in has been investigated on our end, but some parts still lack definitive details. Also, the information is of a high level. So, we require you to personally come to the top floor of the tavern to meet our personnel face-to-face for the transaction. Alright, Zhao Chen said. I understand, Saint Kana added. The doors of the two rooms opened almost simultaneously. Zhao Chen, wearing a mask, stepped out, looking surprised as he saw Saint Kana also stepping out from the adjacent room. It seemed like fate had brought them out at the same time. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Chen had been keeping an eye on Saint Kana's room, just as the rest of his group did. The response from the leopard woman subordinates was that, like Zhao Chen's group, Saint Kana's group hadn't left their room at all in the past 3 days. Food and supplies were sent directly through a specialized mechanical passage. Observing the team coming out from the next room, Saint Kana furrowed her brow slightly. 3 times they had met now. This time, she carefully examined the masked man in front of her. While the first and second meetings could have been considered coincidental, meeting for the 3rd time while leaving at the exact same time seemed too much of a coincidence. This made her start questioning Zhao Chen and his group's identities. Her intuition told her she had seen this masked man before. This time, Zhao Chen didn't intentionally avoid Saint Kana and her group but headed straight for the elevator. Under Saint Kana's gaze, Zhao Chen and his group boarded the elevator ascending upwards. Milady, her subordinate watched as Saint Kana seemed lost in thought, staring at the group of people. Saint Kana spoke. Investigate the identities of the people in the neighboring room. I feel they have some connection to us. Understood, she said, and Saint Kana's group also boarded an elevator, heading upward. Half a minute later, they arrived at the top floor of the tavern, where there was a dome-like structure with holographic projections of a blue sky and various animals. Inside the dome, there were several small wooden huts. Please follow me. Ladies and gentlemen, an employee seemed to have anticipated Saint Kana's group's arrival and led them directly to one of the wooden huts. Right as they reached the hut, Saint Kana's gaze sharpened as she saw the group of people from the opposite hut just 10 meters away, the same group that had entered the hut ahead of them, minus 3 members who seemed to be inside. The hut can only accommodate up to 3 people, the employee said as they opened the door. Though the hut's door was now open, there was a visual barrier, preventing those outside from seeing inside, with only a white mist visible. I'll go in alone. You all wait outside. Saint Kana instructed her companions, and her gaze flicked towards the suspicious figures in the opposite hut. Her subordinate nodded understandingly, knowing Saint Kana's intention to keep an eye on those suspicious individuals. She entered the hut, and the door closed behind her. Her subordinate then turned to look at the masked group standing outside the opposite hut, and the atmosphere between the two sides grew tense. Inside the hut, Zhao Chen sat in the center, with Zhu Zhaoxiao and Chu Zhuan standing behind him due to the lack of seating. Facing Zhao Chen was a screen-like object. Dear customer, according to the information you are seeking, we've gathered some data, but we only have partial information. In our assessment, the value of this information amounts to 30 million star coins. Please pay this information fee first, and then I will reveal the results of our investigation. A gentle female voice sounded from the other side. Hey, we're paying before verifying the goods. Besides, you've mentioned that you haven't investigated everything. How do we know what you've found? Zhu Zhaoxiao said, arms crossed, clearly displeased. This is the tavern's rule. Payment first before information. Additionally, the value of the information we've found will be assessed by our tavern. We have a reputation to uphold. If not, no one would come here. Sir, please make your decision, the female voice responded. Please forgive us for having many requirements, as the information you seek is quite special. For security and confidentiality reasons, we have designated individuals who hold this information. Even the most secure equipment and recording devices can fail at times. At such times, the human brain is the most secure form of memory storage. Sir, you may now ask about the information you're interested in. The Qinzhao Ocean of the Sacred Radiance Empire has business dealings with the Starlight Empire. Zhao Chen stated coldly, then gestured for the information. Yes, the voice responded. The dealings involve transporting some semi-finished interstellar battleship components through a secret route operated by the Star Alliance, delivering them to the Zuyang Group in the Snow Swallow domain of the Starlight Empire for assembly into a battleship. Additionally, Qinzhao Ocean has certain secret collaborations with nobles of the Sacred Radiance Empire, but the details of these collaborations remain unclear. If you require information about the semi-finished components, I can elaborate further. As Zhao Chen suspected, it was more efficient to transport semi-finished components for building a battleship rather than a full battleship. Qinzhao Ocean probably distrusted others with his starship technology, especially after the incident with the Northian Group's T-Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer. It was likely the best option for him to procure parts and components, then build his own battleships. This way, though the cost might rise, the construction efficiency would increase several times. The secret collaborations between the two parties also intrigued Zhao Chen, likely involving some costs paid by Qinzhao Ocean to the Sacred Radiance Empire. Unfortunately, even with the investigations by the tavern, Zhao Chen wasn't able to uncover everything. Which route do they take? Who in the Star Alliance is responsible for the handover or transport? Are there fixed times for transport? Zhao Chen inquired. According to our investigation, they are currently using 3 routes. The other side began to describe these 3 coordinate routes. Though Chuzhuan remained silent, as the secretary, she began mentally mapping out the route in her mind. Zhao Chen already had the route map of these 3 routes floating in his mind. Although, letting Zhao Chen find it himself, he would eventually find it. But it was a matter of time efficiency. Having the people at Star Tavern take charge, it would be done in 3 days. After all, they were good at it. Afterwards, Zhao Chen asked about some of the information he had inquired about before, some of which were unclear, such as where Qinzhao Ocean's control of the bug race technology came from. But in the end, Zhao Chen at least got the vast majority of the basic information he wanted to know. With those 3 routes in hand, plus knowing who in the Star Alliance was responsible for helping Qinzhao Ocean and the Holy Radiant Empire, Zhao Chen suddenly saw clearly the cards in the opponent's hand. In this way, with the next move, Zhao Chen knew how to proceed. Among this list, there was also a Chan family. According to the information, whether it was related to the Chan family or to the Holy Radiant Empire, it was closely related. Originally closely related to the Holy Radiant Empire, but in recent years, for some reason, there had been an increase in trade between the Chan family and the Snow Swallow Star domain within the Starshine Empire. Communication ended. Zhao Chen and the other two got up and walked out of the wooden house. 30 million star coins. Just to figure out these things. It feels like we're getting a little ripped off, Zhu Xiao pouted, feeling a bit distressed. Chu Zhuan said, although we spent a lot of money, we also saved a lot of time. Otherwise, just relying on us to investigate these things would take at least half a year. And for the current Shadow Dragon Legion, time is money. Zhao Chen nodded. He didn't care how much money was spent. After all, for him now, tens of millions of star coins were just the profit from selling a starship. Commander, those people over there have been watching us all the time. I suspect they have set their sights on us. Considering your safety, if you're done with your business, please return to the starship immediately, the leopard woman said solemnly. At the first moment Zhao Chen and the others came out, the leopard woman had ordered her men to surround Zhao Chen and the others in the middle, blocking the view of the group of people outside the wooden house. The investigation is almost done, we should leave too. Zhao Chen glanced at the door of the wooden house across from him. Although he was curious about why Saint Kana had come here, he needed to deal with his own matters quickly. Returning to the Shadow Dragon star system was the most important. After all, there were still many things to handle on the Starshine Empire side. Zhao Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the direction of the elevator. Getting on the elevator, he arrived on the first floor. After checking out, Zhao Chen and the others left Star Tavern, preparing to return to the shuttle docked in the garage. How are you planning to handle this matter? Chu Zhuan asked. Zhao Chen naturally understood what Chu Zhuan was asking. He thought for a moment and said, if we rely on ourselves, it's a bit risky. And there's a saying, kill the snake, kill the 7-inch spot. Once we make a move, it's best to destroy all the channels of communication between Qinzhou Ocean and the Holy Radiant Empire, the transit stations, interstellar transport ships, and those interstellar forces that support them. This operation, with just the 70 interstellar battleships we have brought ... doesn't seem quite like the right fit. Get in touch with the Shadow Dragon star system. Notify my sister Zhao Wanner. Regardless of whether she is ready or not, she must come to the Star Alliance within 10 days to contact us. Yes. Chu Zhuan began editing the communication document. At this time, Zhu Zhaoxiao noticed a huge advertisement on the outside of the special car, with a line of text and the images of a man and a woman. Seeing this, Zhu Zhaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. Zhao Chen noticed Zhu Zhaoxiao's expression and looked over, seeing a floating special car catching up from behind, positioned parallel to them. It was also a transparent special car, and Zhao Chen could see the person inside, who happened to be Saint Kana. This was really coincidental. Could they meet like this? Too coincidental indeed. At this moment, Saint Kana also looked towards Zhao Chen's side, and their eyes met in the air. Maintain level 1 alert. The leopard woman quietly made arrangements. She had to prepare for any possible contingency, such as a potential attack from Saint Kana and her people. All bodyguards stood in tactical positions, maintaining a level 1 alert. Our identity has not been exposed. That woman shouldn't have any grudge against us at this time. Zhao Chen had just spoken when his brows furrowed. Trigger mission. Protect Saint Kana's safety. Completing the mission rewards T for Shadow Demon Class Light Interstellar Stealth Bomber Technology Blueprint. At the same time, Zhao Chen also sensed that something was amiss. At the beginning of their route, at a checkpoint location, a person in black held a weapon similar to a single-soldier rocket launcher, aiming in their direction. Danger. Protect the commander. Activate the defense shield. The leopard woman almost instantly noticed as well and shouted. The 4 escort officers stood around the commander in 4 directions, simultaneously pressing a button on their arms, followed by an energy shield enclosing Zhao Chen and the others. Almost at the same time, the weapon in the black-clad person's hand fired a single soldier missile. With a tail flame, it came towards them, at least, in the eyes of the leopard woman and the others. But due to the system mission, Zhao Chen knew clearly that it was aimed at Saint Kana next to them. He looked at Saint Kana's special car next to theirs, and Saint Kana's guards inside the car also made corresponding responses. Plus, with the car's built-in protective system, this single soldier missile shouldn't threaten her safety. But, if this was an assassination, the assailant wouldn't just stop at a missile. What would come next? Perhaps to confirm Zhao Chen's thoughts, when the missile was about to hit, the warhead automatically split, producing several submunitions. It was a cluster munition. Several loud explosions were heard, while the attack target was Saint Kana's special car. Due to the wide impact range of the cluster munition, Zhao Chen's special car also suffered from the fallout. The energy shields of the 2 special cars withstood the impact and shattered in just a moment, followed by the structural shells of the special cars bearing the force of the explosion. And because they lost their levitation power, the 2 special cars began to descend. The system has detected the stopping of multiple procedures in the special cars and is descending. The landing procedure has been activated. Please remain calm inside the vehicle. The nearest rescue team is on its way. A gentle female voice sounded in the car. But this voice was quickly overshadowed by the heavy sound of the cars crashing to the ground. A large cloud of dust rose around them. Fortunately, the 2 special cars were not very high above the ground just now. There were no casualties on Zhao Chen's side. Stay alert. Watch out for enemy attacks, the leopard woman ordered. At the same time, She took a briefcase from one of her subordinates, and in the next second, a set of lightweight exoskeleton combat armor was attached to the leopard woman, with a multi-barrel Gatling-style machine gun in her hand. The other escort officers also had their own weapons and equipment. No matter who the enemy was, they vowed to defend the commander's safety to the death. Boom! At that moment, the sound of explosions and battle came from the position of the neighboring special car of St. Kana. The dust around Zhao Chen dispersed, and he looked over. He saw dozens of men in black holding laser guns attacking the position of St. Kana's special car, where St. Kana's subordinates were using the car as cover, forming a defensive position with energy shields. If it was just a firefight like this, those attackers would not be able to take down St. Kana in a short time. Suddenly, 3 loud bangs were heard. 3 containers dropped perfectly around the position of St. Kana's special car. The transformed containers were torn open from the inside, and 3 huge figures walked out. There were 3 combat mechs, T-300 class small combat mechs. Zhao Chen recognized this model of combat mech at the first instance. Not large in size, but belonging to the T-3 class. It seemed that these 3 hunter mechs were the key to the attack on St. Kana. The 3 P-3 hunters immediately launched an attack on St. Kana's position. Pantheress was relieved on her side. She also realized that this attack was not aimed at their commander, but at the commander of the neighboring St. Angel's Legion. But in the next moment, a figure leapt out. "You all stay here. Protect Zhu Zhuan and Zhu Zhaoxiao." Under the shocked gazes of Pantheress and others, where the commander was originally standing, only his mask remained. The 3 T-3 hunters surrounded St. Kana and others like a horn. 2 of them activated their machine guns, aiming at the damaged energy shield of the defense position of the special car. Although St. Kana's guards carried some weapons, the firepower of individual weapons could not compare to the 2 T-3 mechs. Fortunately, they were energy shields. Otherwise, St. Kana inside the cover would have been blown to bits. Not good. One hunter is approaching us, preparing to attack directly. Our energy shield cannot defend against this physical attack. A guard watched as one hunter was slowly approaching them. Once it got close, it could crush them with one step. St. Kana frowned. The situation was very bad. The enemy was obviously well prepared, with 2 T-3 hunters providing firepower cover, and 1 T-3 hunter approaching for the kill. They would just be waiting for death here. But the firepower of the 2 T-3 hunters made it difficult for them to move. She never expected those guys to be so desperate as to try assassination. "My lord, we will try to cover your retreat," said a subordinate, gritting his teeth. "Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Right now, we can only fight to the end and hold on until the rescue team arrives." St. Kana held a weapon, her eyes showing no fear of death. She was not afraid of death. She was the commander of the St. Angel's Legion and had long since become indifferent to life and death. But what worried her more was the matter she was investigating. If she failed to investigate thoroughly and allowed the cancer within the Holy Light Imperial Empire to continue, eventually endangering the empire itself, the Holy Light would not forgive her. At that moment, a mechanical sound came. St. Kana looked at the hunter mech that had walked up to them. Its right hand extended a weapon resembling a sledgehammer, preparing to strike their covered defense position. "Attack! Attack!" St. Kana roared, aiming her weapon at the hunter mech. Several small rockets were also launched. All these attacks hit the hunter mech and its sledgehammer, raising a large cloud of dust. But, within the dust, a large figure was still rapidly descending. It was the sledgehammer. St. Kana's attacks had surprisingly left it unscathed. After all, this was a T-3 class combat mech. The huge sledgehammer broke through the energy shield, about to strike down. St. Kana closed her eyes in despair. "Please forgive me, Holy Light, for I failed to complete my mission." But the anticipated pain did not come. St. Kana hesitantly opened her eyes, and her amazed pupils quivered. She actually saw a figure standing in front of her, clad in a full-body black attachment-style portable individual armor. Clack, clack. Several black pieces fell on the ground. They were fragments of the armor on the right fist of the black-armored warrior. He had actually blocked the hunter mech's sledgehammer with his fist. Most importantly, although the armor on his hand was shattered, his fist remained unscathed. How? How was that possible? Even the strongest individuals, like the Dragonborns from the hammerful interstellar Commonwealth, could not directly withstand a T3 level combat mech with just their physical attributes. Is this man a war machine? And what was even more shocking was that she saw cracks appearing on the sledgehammer on the man's fist at a visible speed. Pieces of material fell on the ground. In the end, more than half of the sledgehammer shattered. This couldn't be real. Saint Kana felt as if her mind had short-circuited. The next moment, the black-armored man bent his legs and leapt at astonishing speed directly towards the chest of the hunter mech. What is this thing? It's actually withstanding my sledgehammer with just its flesh. The pilot of the hunter mech had not yet reacted, his mind filled with shock. After all, what was happening was too subversive of his normal imagination, and the next second, he saw a figure dart towards his face. Then, he heard a loud noise. The originally pitch-black cockpit was forcibly blasted open, and a hand grabbed his head. The pilot's pupils dilated, feeling the pain of his skull being squeezed. This person wasn't human, but a monster. The next moment, even more intense pain came, because the owner of that hand wanted to forcibly drag him out of the cockpit. A scream of agony rang out, and then a bloody mess of a mech pilot was thrown to the ground. Being forcibly dragged out had caused his limbs to deform from fractures, and almost none of the skin around his body was left intact. The hunter mech that had lost control knelt down directly on the ground. Saint Kana stared in astonishment at the black-armored man standing on top of the hunter mech, the damaged part of his right arm full of blood. But it seemed that it was the pilot's blood. This person must be a monster. Hand-tearing mech armor. 2 more to go. The black-armored warrior twisted his neck and looked towards the remaining 2 hunter mechs. 2 pursuer mechs also noticed this sudden threat. That unidentified black-armored warrior actually managed to eliminate one of them in just a matter of seconds. Although it was unclear what was happening, the terrifying sense of threat prompted them to aim their weapons at the black-armored warrior without hesitation. The black-armored warrior stood unfazed, surrounded by an energy shield. Countless machine gun attacks landed on the shield, but did not do any substantial damage to the black-armored warrior. Warning, warning, shield is under attack. Shield expected to deactivate in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It was enough. The figure of the black-armored warrior appeared from the kneeling pursuer mech once again. The speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Only those wearing visual capture devices could see the high-speed moving object. This speed. How is this possible? The driver of the pursuer mech on the left looked at the life form moving rapidly on the radar. The approaching speed would bring it in front of him in just a few seconds. Thinking about the attack his comrade had just suffered, he immediately equipped a round shield to protect the chest of the mech, preventing his cockpit from being threatened. With a loud bang, the black-armored warrior stepped on the mech shield, causing it to collapse and crack like a spider web. Subsequently, the black-armored warrior leapt up and appeared directly above the head of the pursuer mech. Suspended in midair, the black-armored warrior raised his right leg high, resembling an axe as he aimed it at the head of the pursuer mech. Another loud bang. The pursuer mech collapsed to the ground, its head completely obliterated, with its torso also caved in. Emitting a buzzing electric sound, it seemed like it was no longer operable. One more. The black-armored warrior locked his gaze on the final pursuer mech. Don't come any closer. The last pursuer mech activated all of its weapons, launching several small missiles. Unfortunately, the speed of the black-armored warrior was too fast, rendering the small missiles unable to track his movements. However, explosions continued to sound in succession. Probably got blown up. The mech driver swallowed, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a thumping sound came from outside, the sound of a heavy object hitting something. The mech driver was puzzled. The thumping sounds were getting closer and more frequent, and the mech system warning sounded inside the cockpit. Warning, warning, warning. Shield weapon section sustained severe damage. Front armor of the mech is under attack. The mech driver urgently pulled up the external imaging. Due to the warning from the previous mech's fate, he had also shielded the position on his chest. The external imaging captured the black-armored warrior, relentlessly attacking the shield with one punch after another. The mech shield was almost shattered, even affecting the body armor behind the shield. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The mech driver panicked. Though trained, the terrifying figure before him was beyond normal. However, to his dismay, the mech, under his control, showed no signs of movement. Mecha circuit failure, transmission system malfunction, control system failure. For the mech driver at that moment, this voice was as if from a nightmare. The impacts were like the chimes of a nightmare, and he realized his cockpit began to compress and distort, gradually turning the once comfortable space into a cramped one. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His ribs were broken, but the distorted cockpit prevented him from even lowering his head to check. Bang, 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 accompanied by the blows. He didn't even have a chance to surrender. From the outside, the black-armored warrior relentlessly punched, one after another. In just a few seconds, the torso of the pursuer mech was hammered in, and some machine oil mixed with blood seeped out of the cracks. Sankana's group watched this scene with almost a sense of watching a monster. After the workout, the black-armored warrior spoke for the first time. It feels much better after exercising the whole body. Zhao Chen stretched his neck, feeling relaxed. After injecting the tea for super soldier serum, this was the first time he used this body to fight with full gusto. In the simulation warfare chamber of the starship, he had tested combat and knew his limits. Dealing with these T3 level mechs should still be no problem. However, his body couldn't withstand such bombardment, so he carried this individual combat suit, equipped with an energy shield function, to aid him in battle. After going back, let him make adjustments. There's no need to have armor at this fist position. Zhao Chen looked at his exposed fist. With a little force, the armor at the fist position shattered. Thankfully, this did not affect the overall performance. Zhao Chen looked around and saw the attackers retreating upon realizing the situation. But to prevent accidents and ensure the smooth completion of the mission, Zhao Chen returned to Sankana's side. He looked at Sankana's group, looking disheveled. They were the targets of the attack, and Zhao Chen and his team were just collateral victims. Originally 15 in Sankana's group, 6 died in the recent attack, and half of the remaining 9 were wounded. Follow me. The black-armored warrior spoke for the first time. Without waiting for Sankana's agreement, he picked up Sankana and slung her over his shoulder in a very humiliating posture. What are you doing? Sankana's subordinates were immediately on guard, aiming all their weapons at Zhao Chen. At this distance, I can take out all of you within 5 seconds. Zhao Chen said coldly. Although the statement was arrogant, no one doubted it because this man was the mech handler. Drop your weapons and do as he says. Because of the embarrassment, Sankana's face blushed, even though the posture was humiliating. But at the moment, this man seemed to have no ill intentions toward them. Although the wave of attack had ended, who knew if there would be new attackers? Following him seemed to be the wisest choice. Commander Zhao Chen returned. The leopard woman and the others still had worried expressions on their faces. The commander's actions just now were too sudden. Although the leopard woman had heard before that the commander seemed to possess strong individual combat abilities, she hadn't thought much of it. But now, judging by the combat abilities displayed by the commander just now, it completely exceeded the capabilities of their guard squad. Calculate the fastest evacuation route and immediately return to our starship. Zhao Chen shouldered Saint Kana and said to the leopard woman. At this moment, it was time for their guard squad to act. We have a starship as well. Saint Kana had just started to speak when Zhao Chen interrupted her with a pat on the back. Don't speak. It seems that the attacking group is after you. If my guess is correct, the starship you arrived on probably has internal issues as well. It's unclear whether it's still safe. And you don't have the right to choose now. Saint Kana's face showed constant changes, looking resentfully at the black-armored man in front of her, wishing he would speak without resorting to physical gestures. When the lower-ranked members of St. Cana's group saw this scene, they could only seethe in silence. The most important thing now was to ensure St. Cana's safety. "Commander, I have contacted our shuttle. It will enter this corridor directly, and we can walk over. We expect to arrive at this location in 15 minutes. Then, we can take the shuttle and reach the dock position of our starship in 10 minutes. The leopard woman, being a professional, quickly calculated the evacuation route in a few seconds. "Then start evacuating. You follow behind us," Zhao Chen said to St. Cana's subordinates. The leopard woman immediately ordered her guard squad to form a protective formation, keeping the commander in the middle, and began the evacuation at the fastest speed. Although they encountered some ambushes along the way, they were all single-armed fighters and no combat mechs. The leopard woman's guard squad, as well as St. Cana's guard squad, easily dealt with these attackers. Safely dodging these situations, Zhao Chen and the others arrived at the shuttle's docking position. "Commander," a female crew member, armed with weapons, had already been standing near the docking position, and the weapons on the shuttle were at the ready. A defensive perimeter was established around the shuttle to ensure it wouldn't be attacked during the process. "Retreat." Zhao Chen wasted no words and boarded the shuttle with St. Cana. St. Cana's guards followed suit, albeit with a bit of a tight squeeze due to the added presence of St. Cana and her group. "Hey, can you please let me down now?" Now that they were safe, everyone's attention turned to Zhao Chen standing there with St. Cana on his shoulder. Zhao Chen loosened his grip, causing St. Cana to sit down abruptly. She winced in pain, glaring at the strange black-armored man in front of her. Who was he exactly? He had saved her, but his attitude was far from respectful. "What kind of person are you? Why did you save us?" St. Cana asked with a furrowed brow. "Don't you recognize me, Lady St. Cana? We've had a showdown before," Zhao Chen said with a playful tone. St. Cana seemed even more puzzled by this revelation. At that moment, Zhao Chen pressed a button on his neck, and the black-armored helmet automatically disengaged, revealing Zhao Chen's true face. Looking at the familiar man with a faint smile before her, St. Cana was taken aback. Although they had only met briefly, the man in front of her seemed all too familiar. He had brought her disgrace, defeating her in the sacred battle duel, Commander Zhao Chen of the Falcon Legion. In an instinctive reaction, St. Cana reached for her weapon, and her guards did the same upon seeing Zhao Chen's face. "Don't move." However, in the next moment, the leopard woman and her team swiftly restrained St. Cana's guards on the ground, disarming them. As for St. Cana, she received personal care from Zhao Chen. Her face and upper body were pressed against the shuttle's window, her right hand holding a weapon controlled by Zhao Chen, disarmed and pinned against the wall. "You're quite flexible," commented someone nearby, noticing the compressed area on St. Cana's body. "Let me go," St. Cana shouted indignantly. Despite her earlier words to her subordinates stating that her defeat in the combat was due to her inadequacy, she couldn't control her emotions when facing Zhao Chen directly. "Why? Is this how you treat someone who saved your life?" Zhao Chen smilingly retorted. "I didn't ask you to save me," St. Cana stubbornly replied. "I didn't want you to. But hey, you did bring a T for stealth interstellar bomber," Zhao Chen remarked casually. "You can die if you want. But do you want them to die with you?" He pointed at St. Cana's restrained guards. St. Cana's expression changed. She bit her lip lightly. Zhao Chen had indeed struck a nerve. She might be indifferent to her own life, but she couldn't disregard the lives of her subordinates. "What do you want?" St. Cana stared at Zhao Chen. "I didn't want anything to begin with. Please, don't forget that I'm your lifesaver. Is this how the enemies of the Holy Radiance Empire treat their saviors? Anyway, I'm not asking for your gratitude or any favors. Just behave and stay put here," Zhao Chen said, releasing his grip. This time, St. Cana didn't resist but remained vigilant, eyeing Zhao Chen. "Leopard woman, arrange them. Just make sure they pose no threat to us," Zhao Chen instructed. The leopard woman quickly made the necessary arrangements. St. Cana and her group had their hands bound by restraints similar to handcuffs, were scanned to ensure no hidden weaponry, and were placed under guard. After 15 minutes, Zhao Chen and his team's shuttle emerged from the quarter within the stellar city, once again facing the vast expanse of space and their interstellar warship awaiting them outside. This is a T4 interstellar warship. I've never seen a T4 interstellar warship like this. Positioned by a window, Saint Cana's eyes widened as she caught sight of the rugged-looking starship. She immediately recognized it as a T4 class interstellar warship, one that had never been recorded before. You should be grateful. If I had this interstellar warship during our sacred battle duel, your defeat would have been more severe, Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly, sitting back. And furthermore, this was just one variant of the new series of T4 interstellar warships. T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer. Bridge. Welcome to the bridge of our little skull. Zhao Chen walked into the bridge, sat directly on the captain's chair, and took a deep breath. He sighed. It's still the most comfortable breathing on our own starship. From the moment Saint Kana boarded this interstellar warship, her eyes were constantly wandering, trying to capture information about this interstellar warship. But the more she looked, the more shocked she felt. And as she walked into the bridge, her mood became even heavier. This is an interstellar destroyer. On the other side of the Holy Radiant Empire, there are also interstellar warships of the same class, T4 Divine Envoy class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. But compared to the one in front of her, Saint Kana knew that the gap between the two was huge. Perhaps, the cost of this interstellar destroyer is very expensive, and the quantity is not very large. At this moment, Saint Kana could only comfort herself with this excuse. Commander, what should we do next? Chu Zhuan asked Zhao Chen. First, take the starship out and move further away from Star City, Zhao Chen said. This is to prevent anyone attempting to assassinate Saint Kana, and to avoid any other threats. Being so close to Star City, even the Skull King class interstellar destroyer would not be easy to defend against potential weapons. Understood. Just then, Saint Kana's handheld terminal began flashing. Saint Kana hesitated as she looked at her terminal, then looked at Zhao Chen. Answer it. Activate the speaker, Zhao Chen said. Saint Kana hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the communication that popped up on her handheld terminal. A blurry video window appeared. Sir, there's trouble on our starship. Some soldiers on the starship suddenly rebelled, launched an attack on other interstellar soldiers, and took control of several ship departments. We are still in battle, fighting for control of the starship. Fortunately, the bridge is still under our control. Sir, what's the situation on your end? Ship crew rebellion. Saint Kana's face darkened. She knew this must be related to the same group planning to assassinate her. She never expected them to go to such lengths, not only attacking her, but also attempting to take over her whole ship. Daniela, I'm temporarily safe now. I'm handing all ship affairs over to you. Ensure that the starship remains under our control. You don't need to worry about me here. Once you have the opportunity, command the starship to leave Star City and contact our Holy Angel Legion. Saint Kana issued orders. But sir, you are in danger outside. Should I send someone to protect you? Daniela, one of Saint Kana's subordinates, asked with concern. Maybe, because she couldn't see her image, Daniela did not realize that her commander, Saint Kana, had now become a prisoner. No need. I might be safe for now, Saint Kana said with a bitter smile, glancing at Zhao Chen sitting in the captain's chair. Given the current situation, no one could save her, and in a way, she was safest with him. If this man really intended to kill her, he wouldn't have saved her in the first place. All right, I will ensure the safety of this starship. Please rest assured, Sir Saint Kana. The connection was cut off at that moment. You really trust your subordinate so much? Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana. Saint Kana said lightly, she is my deputy and also one of the vice commanders of the Holy Angel Legion. She gazed at Zhao Chen. Tell me, what is your purpose in bringing me here? To save me. Purpose? Of course, it's for the mission rewards. But, as the system had not yet indicated the mission was completed, Zhao Chen was unsure how to handle the woman in front of him. Well, she was now in his hands, so she was safest with him. As for when the system would declare the mission completed, he would figure out how to proceed with her at that time. Chu Zhuan, escort them all. Just as Zhao Chen was about to give orders, he heard alert sound in his mind. Quarterly mission update. Quarterly mission content. Increase St. Cana's trust value towards the host. Achieving a trust value of 60 is considered passing and qualifies for basic rewards. Achieving a trust value of 70 allows the host to receive a bronze chest. Achieving a trust value of 80 allows the host to receive a silver chest. Achieving a trust value of 90 allows the host to receive a gold chest. Zhao Chen paused, checked the time, and realized it was now April, time for the quarterly mission refresh. Surprisingly, this quarter's mission was related to St. Cana, and it was to increase St. Cana's trust value. Really, system, playing games with me. I just fought against her Holy Angel Legion, and now you want me to improve her trust value. It's like poking a sleeping tiger and expecting it to be affectionate. Commander, you mentioned how to handle them. Chu Zhuan didn't hear the second part. Noticing Zhao Chen's strange expression, she curiously asked, what should we do with them? Commander, it was at the moment the little skull set sail from the City of Stars. Zhu Zhaoxiao suddenly walked up to Zhao Chen, looking at the commander with a complex expression. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao. Zhu Zhaoxiao was the type of person who couldn't keep things to herself, but since the attack in the City of Stars, nobody had time to think about anything else. Now that everyone was safe and back on the starship, Zhao Chen noticed that Zhu Zhaoxiao's demeanor seemed off. Zhu Zhaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip lightly, still looking indecisive. Speak up if there's something on your mind. You are a member of the Owl Dragon Legion now, and if there is anything we can help with, we will definitely assist you, Zhao Chen said seriously. I want to request a leave from you, Zhu Zhaoxiao finally said after hesitating for a while. Leave? Zhao Chen was surprised. Requesting leave at this time and place was really puzzling as to what Zhu Zhaoxiao was up to. I have something to take care of. As soon as I'm done, I'll rejoin the team, Zhu Zhaoxiao said. Zhao Chen stared at Zhu Zhaoxiao. I can approve your leave, but as your commander, I hope you can tell me the reason behind your request for leave. Zhu Zhaoxiao's expression was complicated, as if she was struggling with whether to speak or not. Zhao Chen recalled the change in Zhu Zhaoxiao's emotions when he saw the special car of St. Cana at that time. And at that time, that gaze, that direction, there was a huge billboard. On the billboard, young Master Chan of the Chan family is to marry the only daughter of the chairman of the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. Is it because of the marriage between the Chan family and the Starshark Guild? Zhao Chen asked. Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes flickered with panic. It seemed like it was indeed related to that. Is the young master of the Chan family your first love? Are you going to snatch the groom? Zhao Chen teased intentionally. Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately retorted, that perverted guy from the Chan family. How could he be my first love? If he were my first love, I'd rather go out and get hit by a starship. Then what is it because of? Zhao Chen asked again. Since it had nothing to do with the Chan family, it must be related to the Starshark Guild. Zhaoxiao, although you have not been with the Owl Dragon Legion for long, you are also Zhao Chen's classmate at the Northern Star Imperial Starship Military Academy, and you know his character. If you really have some normal personal matters, he won't ask too much, but if you are in trouble, he can't pretend not to see. In the Owl Dragon Legion, there is a saying that joining here is like joining a family. Although I have only been here for a few months, I deeply understand it, Chu Zhuan persuaded beside them. Zhu Zhaoxiao took a deep breath and finally looked at Zhao Chen, revealing her story. What? You're the daughter of the chairman of the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. Zhao Chen was astonished. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded. Chu Zhuan was also surprised. She knew that the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild was the largest interstellar adventurers organization in the Union of Stars. Even her grandfather often mentioned this Starshark Guild. Before there was the threat of the mechanical race, even their Imperial Army had a lot of cooperation with the Starshark Guild. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded. But when I saw the woman in the promotional photo, Is her name Gui Zhaoxiao? And she looks completely different from you. Right. Zhao Chen brought up the image and portrait of Gui Zhaoxiao. This information could now be found in the Union of Stars. I know Zhaoxiao. She grew up with me. I also don't know why she would want to marry that perverted guy from the Chan family in my name. But I am indeed the only daughter of the chairman of the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. Just seeing my mother, I can prove my identity, Zhu Zhaoxiao explained. At this moment, Chu Zhuan found some information on the Union of Stars network forum. Commander, I found that all the information and data about Gui Zhaoxiao were released a year ago. Before that, there were only rumors about the only daughter of the chairman of the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild, and there was no actual data. Even her high-resolution facial image was not available. This kind of operation is like intentionally putting this Gui Zhaoxiao out there. Chu Zhuan frowned, saying. Zhao Chen figured something out and looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao. If little Zhaoxiao's identity is correct, there is only one possibility. Little Zhaoxiao's mother, who is the chairman of the Starshark Guild, might have had to marry the Chan family for some compelling reasons, but she wouldn't want her daughter to marry the young master of the Chan family. By taking advantage of the fact that little Zhaoxiao's identity hadn't been revealed before, this Gui Zhaoxiao stepped in to replace little Zhaoxiao, Zhao Chen said. Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes lit up, clapping her hands. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, my mother would never push Zhaoxiao into the fire pit of the Chan family. When I left the Union of Stars, the reputation of the young master of the Chan family was already very bad. How could my mother let Zhaoxiao marry that jerk? And in these years, my mother hasn't come to the Starlight Empire to find me. I thought I had hidden well. Now that I think about it, my mother probably didn't want me to come back. With this explanation, everything made sense. Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately grabbed Zhao Chen's hand anxiously. Commander, I have to go back to see my mother right away. The Starshark Guild must be facing some crisis. I can't let Zhaoxiao suffer for me. What can you change by going back alone? Zhao Chen asked. Zhu Zhaoxiao paused, realizing that Zhao Chen was right. What could she, Zhu Zhaoxiao, change by herself? She was a graduate of the Northern Star Imperial Starship Military Academy, had piloted a T-4 interstellar battleship. So what? She couldn't change anything. You may not be able to change anything, but the Owl Dragon Legion can, Zhao Chen said, awakening Zhu Zhaoxiao. Commander? Zhu Zhaoxiao looked at the commander in surprise. Zhao Chen raised his hand and gave the order. Change the destination to the headquarters of the Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. Also, notify Su Lan's team to follow us, but try not to reveal their whereabouts as much as possible. Yes. Chu Zhuan immediately began to take care of this matter. Commander? Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the commander with gratitude. At that moment, the commander's figure seemed more imposing in her eyes. Don't stage any tearjerker scenes here. As a member of the Owl Dragon Legion, you should have told me about any difficulties. By doing this, you're treating yourself as an outsider. I'm deducting 1 month's salary from you, Zhao Chen said without any reservation. The commander's words shattered the atmosphere on the spot. Zhu Zhaoxiao pouted. I understand. But Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes still couldn't hide her happiness. The previously gloomy mood was completely swept away. The Starshark Interstellar Adventurers Guild is the largest interstellar adventure organization within the Stellar Union. However, it does not have a concrete concept of interstellar territory. Nevertheless, everyone knows where to find it because it has a headquarters located in a small asteroid belt within the Stellar Union called the Giant Shark Galaxy. It is the largest and most complex asteroid belt within the Stellar Union. Strangely, the magnetic field in this asteroid belt is unstable, causing starship radars to malfunction, leading most starships to get lost unless the individuals are very familiar with the area. This is why the Starshark Guild chose this place as its base, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the Starshark Guild has always been a neutral organization, helping whoever pays, as adventurers do, it inevitably has some enemies, Zhu Xiao pointed towards a large asteroid belt in the distance, introducing it to Zhao Chen and the others. What if someone comes looking for the Star Shark Guild for help? Chu Zhuan curiously asked. Zhu Xiao raised a fingers. There are two ways. One is online trading, posting quests online, and paying rewards online. But these are mainly small businesses. The second is offline trading. There is a planet around the asteroid belt. Although it is habitable, it has limited ecological resources, so the population was minimal in the past. However, after the establishment of the Star Shark Guild, a branch was set up there, serving as an office. All sorts of guild affairs can be handled there, gradually thriving. Then why did you bring us here instead of going to that planet? Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Xiao. My mother is not there, and the time for ZZ and that bastard's marriage is approaching. So, I need to go directly to see my mother. This asteroid belt is unfamiliar to others, but I am very familiar with it. I dare to shuttle around here freely at the age of 8. At 12, a group of bastards chased me, and I outmaneuvered them here. Zhu Xiao boasted of her remarkable achievements, although no one seemed to pay attention to the latter part of her story. Then I'll leave the navigation to you. Chu Zhuan, tell Su Lan and the others to wait for us outside and keep the fleet concealed. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair. Yes, Chu Zhuan replied. Zhu Xiao pouted and went to take charge of the navigation. Hey, what do you want me to do? You won't kill me, but you won't let me go either. Saint Kana looked displeasedly at Zhao Chen beside her. She had been on this interstellar battleship for 3 days. During these 3 days, she did not receive any treatment as a prisoner. No interrogation, threats, or persecution as she had imagined. She could enjoy food in the starship's canteen every day and then rest in a single dorm. After waking up, she would be arranged to accompany Zhao Chen to the bridge. It felt like Saint Kana was a female soldier on this interstellar battleship. Was she here to work? Well, I don't know. Zhao Chen shrugged. After saying that, he didn't pay any more attention to the woman. Saint Kana gritted her teeth, feeling like hitting cotton with a punch when facing this man. The mission to ensure Saint Kana's safety had not been fulfilled yet. Zhao Chen had no choice but to keep Saint Kana with them. After all, she was a beautiful woman and also from a different race. It wasn't bad to have an exotic art piece as a decoration. Currently, under Zhu Xiao's navigation guidance, the Little Skull starship sailed into the asteroid belt. As the conditions were complex, the movement was slow to avoid collisions with the asteroids if not careful. But Zhu Xiao was very familiar with the area. Slow down, we've arrived, Zhu Xiao suddenly announced. Arrived. Chu Zhuan looked around in surprise. Around them were desolate asteroids, devoid of any signs of life, not even a shadow. We are now under surveillance, Zhu Xiao said mysteriously. Then she went to the communication department and asked the communication officer to send a random code on the public frequency. After a few minutes, several T1 level interstellar battleships appeared surreptitiously, surrounding the Little Skull. Simultaneously, a communication request came in. Who are you? Why did you intrude here? And how did you know our Star Shark's code? A man's deep voice came from the other side, but without any image. Hearing this voice, Zhu Xiao excitedly shouted, Uncle Dog, it's me, Zhao Xiao. The person on the other side visibly hesitated upon hearing Zhu Xiao's voice. You are, Zhao Xiao. The man seemed skeptical. Zhu Xiao said directly, Uncle Dog, you don't even recognize me. Your biggest hobby is eating chocolate that tastes like shit. If you still don't believe me, switch to video communication. Zhao Chen felt a chill. This address of Uncle Dog seemed quite impolite. And who has a hobby of eating shit-flavored chocolate? It seemed like quite a unique hobby. Later, the communication switched from voice to video. A video window appeared in front of Zhu Xiao. Zhao Chen was surprised to see a yellow dog head. It's really Missy. Missy, you're back, the genuine Uncle Dog exclaimed, looking astonished at Zhu Xiao. At this moment, Zhao Chen felt a bit complicated. Maybe he had been too abrupt. This was indeed a real Uncle Dog, and he liked to eat shit-flavored chocolate, which didn't seem like such a peculiar hobby after all. It was quite normal, right? What, not welcoming me back? Zhu Zhaoxiao put her hands on her hips. Uncle Dog's strange expression seemed less than welcoming to Zhu Zhaoxiao's return. Missy, it's not a good time for you to come back now, Uncle Dog said evasively. Zhu Zhaoxiao also turned serious, saying, Uncle Dog, I know about Zi Zhao's situation. Why did my mother arrange for Zizi to marry that bastard from the Qian family using my identity? She is pushing Zizi into the fire. This is because the president is in a difficult situation. Uncle Dog said helplessly, I want to see my mother now and find out what's going on. Zhu Zhaoxiao shouted. Uncle Dog sighed and knew that Missy wouldn't return without seeing the president. He looked at the man sitting on the captain's chair behind Zhu Zhaoxiao, perhaps understanding what Uncle Dog wanted to say. Zhu Zhaoxiao quickly declared, This is now my boss, someone I can trust. Okay, Missy, your ship is quite large. Dock at berth 071 and then transfer to a shuttle to go to the president, Uncle Dog said. Okay, Zhu Zhaoxiao responded. Later, Zhao Chen saw the true colors of this area. A giant asteroid had cracked open on its surface, revealing a hollow dock inside. The insides of these small asteroids concealed many secrets. The skeleton ship was docked in a shipyard. For this reason, several T-3 class interstellar battleships originally arranged in the shipyard were deliberately moved elsewhere to make space. After all, a massive interstellar battleship like the skeleton ship had never appeared in the Star Shark Guild before. Uncle Gu looked at the parked skeleton ship through the porthole of the shuttle and suspected that it might be a T-4 class interstellar battleship. But since it was someone else's starship, he hesitated to inquire further. Miss, why didn't you inform us in advance before suddenly coming back? Uncle Gu looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao inside the shuttle, glancing at the man and woman behind her. The man was the so-called boss mentioned by the miss. And why didn't you inform me in advance about Zi Zhao's marriage? She's marrying that pervert from the Chan family. What kind of person is that Chen guy? Don't you all know? You are pushing Zizi into a fire pit. Zhu Zhaoxiao's expression showed she was very angry about this matter. We also have our difficulties, Uncle Gu said helplessly. HMPH, if my mother doesn't give me an explanation, I will not let it go. Zhu Zhaoxiao said, crossing her arms. Uncle Gu sighed helplessly. He didn't want to delve into this topic further and shifted the conversation to the man. I'm sure Miss has received a lot of care from you. On behalf of Starshark, I thank you. May I ask where you come from? Uncle Gu performed a traditional galactic adventurer's etiquette towards Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng responded with a military salute. I am from the Starshine Empire, just a lord of a small territory. Nothing worth mentioning, Zhao Cheng said. Zhu Zhaoxiao twitched her lips, but didn't expose Zhao Cheng's background. Her boss had started pretending again. The Starshine Empire, Uncle Gu nodded. He had heard before that the miss had gone to the Starshine Empire, but information about her whereabouts in recent years had been kept confidential. Probably only the guild master knew. The shuttle came to a stop with a click, and the hatch opened. We have arrived, please. Uncle Gu invited Zhao Cheng and the others to disembark. As Zhao Cheng and his group walked down the shuttle, they found themselves in a hangar-like environment with a simple and old-fashioned architectural style. A group of people was standing not far away, seemingly waiting for Zhao Cheng and his companions. Among them, a beautiful woman stood at the front. Zhao Cheng noticed Zhu Zhaoxiao stiffening, completely losing the domineering attitude she had shown on the shuttle earlier. The tall woman approached Zhao Cheng with a faint smile and extended her jade hand, covered in black lace gloves. Lord All Dragon has personally visited, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Let me introduce myself first. I am Guiji, the president of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild of the Star Alliance. This woman knew her own background. Zhao Cheng shook her hand and felt the soft jade-like hand. He couldn't believe that this seemingly delicate woman was actually the president of the largest interstellar adventurers guild in the Star Alliance, and she was also Zhu Zhaoxiao's mother. Calling her sister, Zhao Cheng had no doubt. I've heard of Sister Guiji for a long time, Zhao Cheng said politely. Sister. Zhu Zhaoxiao was startled. What are you doing? You call my mother sister. Then what should I call you? You're taking advantage of me. Zhaoxiao has been taken care of by Lord in this period. Guiji President. Thank you very much, Guiji said again. It seemed that Zhu Zhaoxiao had been under her mother's surveillance all along, from graduating from the Northern Star Battleship Military Academy to joining the All-Dragon Star System. Although the distance was far, President Guiji had been monitoring her daughter's whereabouts. We are classmates. She came to help me, so I should thank her. This time, we are here on business for the Star Alliance. So, we came over to pay a visit. As for me, you don't have to worry too much. You and your daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. So, you should catch up first. Zhao Cheng gestured towards Zhu Zhaoxiao, who was awkwardly standing beside him. Zhu Zhaoxiao looked puzzled. What are you doing? You call my mother sister. Then what should I call you? You're taking advantage of me. Did you even remember to come back? Guiji, looking at Zhu Zhaoxiao's different attitude when talking to Zhao Cheng, us now, suddenly changed her tone. Mother, mother. Zhu Zhaoxiao grabbed her clothes corner with a timid and guilty expression, like a cat that had done something wrong. It was hard to imagine that she was once a captain who commanded T4 interstellar battleships in holy warfare. If it were in the past, I would have locked you up in a dark room for a year. But this time, considering Lord Our Dragon's presence, I won't punish you. Since you like being outside so much, I will grant your wish. From now on, there is no longer a Zhu Zhaoxiao in the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. You can go back to the All Dragon Legion and serve as a captain. Agu, see the guests out. After speaking, Guiji turned around and prepared to leave. Zhu Zhaoxiao clearly did not expect her mother to make such a decision. She had anticipated that their meeting might involve scolding, anger, punishment, or even imprisonment, but she never expected her mother to sever her ties with the Star Shark Guild. At that moment, Zhu Zhaoxiao felt crushed. She questioned if she had made a mistake by leaving on her own in the first place. She swayed as if about to collapse. At that moment, a large hand landed on her back. For things you don't understand, figure them out on your own. Even if you did make a mistake, you shouldn't do it blindly. Just remember, you are now a captain in the Owl Dragon Legion, and no matter what mistakes you make, the Legion will have your back. If there is punishment, only the Owl Dragon Legion has the right to deal with you. Therefore, right now, show me the momentum of the Owl Dragon Legion. The commander's words were like a wake-up call. Zhu Zhaoxiao rushed out and ran directly to Guiji, opened her arms, and said firmly, Mother, I know our Star Shark Guild must have encountered some trouble. Otherwise, you would never let Z marry that jerk from the Chan family. You can hide things from me now, or even send me away. But you know my temperament. I will find answers on my own. No one can stop me. The President's office attendant of the Star Shark Intergalactic Adventurers Guild placed refreshments in front of Zhao Chen, Chu Zhuan, and Zhu Zhaoxiao. Your Lordship, President Guiji's gaze fell on the team of guards behind Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen understood President Guiji's intention and looked towards the leopard girl behind him. You all wait outside, he said. The leopard girl hesitated for a moment but remembered the commander's personal strength. We will wait outside. Commander, if you need us, you can call us at any time. With that, the leopard girl and her subordinates left the room. The door was closed by the attendant, leaving only President Guiji, Zhao Chen, and the other four people in the room. Zhu Zhaoxiao couldn't hold back and directly asked, Mother, why do you want ZZ to marry that scoundrel from the Chan family? President Guiji said in a deep voice, Everything must be done for the greater good. I don't remember when our Star Shark Guild needed to use a woman as a bargaining chip for the greater good. Zhu Zhaoxiao retorted. President Guiji glanced deeply at her daughter, realizing that she couldn't confront her directly as before. It seemed like she had grown a lot during her time away, perhaps encouraged by the man before her. President Guiji opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. Zhaoxiao, you have misunderstood President Guiji. Zhao Chen spoke up at this moment. President Guiji and Zhu Zhaoxiao looked towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen continued, the development of the Star Shark Guild was still acceptable, but around 2 years ago, the mechanical race retreated, directly leading to a sharp decline in the Star Shark Guild's income. If my guess is correct, the current income is less than 1/3 of what it used to be at its peak. The Star Shark Guild has many expenses to maintain its operations. According to the rules set by your Star Shark Guild, any adventurers registered within the guild who are injured during missions are taken care of according to certain standards. While this increases the cohesion of the guild, it is also a significant expense. The guild could afford these expenses before, but now, it may struggle to meet them. Why? Zhu Zhaoxiao's mind hadn't caught up yet. Chu Zhuan interjected. Based on the information we have gathered, the rise of the Star Alliance was closely related to the existence of the Galactic Alliance and the mechanical race. Currently, the Galactic Alliance has become a mere shell, and the mechanical race has withdrawn for certain reasons. This has directly led to the rapid decline of the Star Alliance's industries in the past 2 years, with the Star Shark Guild being one of the representatives. Previously, half of the missions of the Star Shark Guild were related to the mechanical race. The territories now developed by the 3 major empires were originally under the control of the mechanical race, and sometimes they held resources that the empires needed, such as raw materials, starship wreckage, and technological data. Sending large imperial forces for such matters wouldn't be suitable, hence the need for organizations like the Star Shark Guild. The empires provide funds, and the guild handles operations, creating an industrial chain. With this chain falling apart, the Star Shark Guild is now in a critical situation. If my guess is correct, there are only 2 choices before the guild. First, cut unnecessary expenses, such as treating injured members and those weaker adventurers who cannot complete missions. Second, seek new business opportunities. And perhaps the Chan family is the new opportunity the guild is seeking. Zhu Zhaoxiao suddenly realized the implications. She looked incredulously at her mother. So, ZZ is the commodity in your trade. At this point, President Guiji knew she couldn't hide the truth any longer. She explained, indeed, as the Lord and this lady said, the Chan family has promised to provide something that can help our Star Shark Guild through this difficult time. But they have also laid out certain conditions, one of which is marrying my daughter. Before this, to protect Zhao Xiao, I always kept her details hidden from the public. People outside only knew that I had a daughter, but knew nothing about her appearance, age, or any specifics. No one knew that this girl had secretly traveled to the Starlight Empire years ago and was studying at the Northern Starfleet Military Academy. Perhaps it was a coincidence. At the time I was struggling with this matter. She, Guzu, who is the girl in this marriage, was my adopted daughter, grew up with Zhao Xiao, and they were as close as sisters. Even their names are quite similar. Guzu, the sensible child, and she said she would pretend to be Zhao Xiao and marry the young master of the Chan family. She said she was my daughter too, so she was abiding by the agreement with the Chan family. Zhao Xiao's expression was complex. She had anticipated this, but acknowledging it was still a significant blow. It brought her great guilt. Wondering if she hadn't left, would she be the one at the center of this marriage? Facing the survival of the Star Shark Guild, would she agree to marry that despicable Chan family heir? She tried not to dwell on it, as she already had an answer. There is still hope to remedy this situation. Zhao Chen spoke. Where is Guzu now? Zhao Xiao hurriedly asked her mother. President Guiji replied. She should be arriving at the Chan family's main star. Departed the day before yesterday. The wedding is scheduled for 5 days from now, so the Chan family requested the bride to arrive early for preparations. Zhao Xiao's heart sank at the thought of her dear friend getting into a situation because of her. Her sense of guilt intensified. Finally, she made a decision. Regardless of the circumstances, I will go bring back Guzu. I absolutely cannot let her step into this fire pit. The crisis of the Star Shark Guild. I will find a way. If all else fails, I will marry. President Guiji sighed heavily, sitting in her chair, rubbing her temples. In that moment, an air of vulnerability emanated from her, triggering a protective instinct in the men present. Ah, who would have thought that the Star Shark Guild would come to this point? Ahem, ahem. Zhao Chen spoke again, getting up and moving to stand between Zhao Xiao and President Guiji. He opened his hands, smiling lightly at both of them. Have you both overlooked something? Resolving the current crisis of the Star Shark Guild in something only the Chan family can do. Why drift away when the All-Dragon Legion is already here, big and strong? What the Chan family can provide, the All-Dragon Legion can provide as well, and perhaps even more than you can imagine. President Guiji and Zhao Xiao's gazes fell simultaneously on Zhao Chen. At the moment when the Blue Jay Legion's cosmic stargate was activated, invisible waves are spreading at an unknown speed, as if a drop of blood fell into the sea, and the sharks miles away can still smell the scent of this blood. In a dark stellar region, suddenly 3 suns lit up, but upon closer inspection, they were not actually suns but 3 lamps on top of a creature's head. This creature resembled a devilfish, the size of a standard planet, with a fierce appearance and 3 lamps on its head. With the illumination of these 3 lamps, the surroundings became as bright as day. It also cast the reflection of vast meteor belts. These meteor belts are starting to revive, revealing the bodies of ancient gods, numbering up to thousands. Accompanied by a low growl from this devil-shaped ancient god, all ancient god creatures moved towards a direction, which happened to be the location of the Blue Jay Legion's headquarters. In a completely opposite direction, a statue suspended in the dark stellar region, emitting a blue light all over, started to move at this moment. This statue was headless, but had a humanoid body, resembling a headless warrior. It seemed to sense something calling out to it, and its previously motionless body started moving. At that moment, it was discovered that the body had thousands of eyeballs and hundreds of varying sizes of mouths, looking quite fierce. Hell's Angel 7 Starship Bridge report, we have contacted the Blue Jay base. The first batch of Blue Jay insect tribes has departed. About 200 million insect nest starships are expected to arrive in about 20 days. Secretary Chiao Rongrong reported to Commander Sunhei. It should be noted that 200 million insect nest starships are not a small number, and relying solely on a cosmic stargate, it will take quite some time to transport all the Blue Jay insect tribe's nest starships over. 20 days. Sunhei rubbed his chin. He looked at the Angel King Lucifer next to him. You mentioned before that the spatial fluctuations of the cosmic stargate will gradually attract surrounding ancient gods. Have you calculated the scope of this influence and the time needed? We have a rough estimate, but it's not certain. Angel King Lucifer opened a star map. According to my calculations during this period, I've diagrammed the interstellar map of the Abyss universe where our last deep space battle took place. At that time, we were fortunate to have chosen an Abyss universe region roughly equivalent to about 150 galaxy group sizes, which is about 1/3 of the Blue Jay universe. We also built a trans-universe stargate there. Our progress wasn't as fast as yours. It took about half a year to complete construction. During that half year, due to the heavy casualties of the first ancient god battle, we proceeded cautiously, only hunting some individual ancient gods in small areas without engaging in large-scale battle. After we activated the cosmic stargate, in about a week, we gathered almost 3,000 ancient gods, including a level 7 ancient god, marking our second ancient god battle. That major battle lasted for 3 months, resulting in the loss of 1 million angel starships. But compared to the casualties of the first battle, this time, with 1 million angel starships, we fought and defeated 3,000 ancient gods, which was quite a good result. After that, there were successive battles, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ancient god battles. These were the various battles experienced within 2 years of the completion of the cosmic stargate. Then we faced the most dangerous challenge. It was the 6th ancient god battle, where we felt like we were being summoned from the depths of that Abyss universe. At that time, we had cleared out most of the Abyss universe region. Oh, I might not have told you, but the Abyss universe we were responsible for, later revealed to be funnel-shaped. and the deepest part of that abyss universe is the bottom of the funnel. Our strongest angel King Gabriel led the final 2 million angel starships decisively to that final battlefield. They eradicated the third level 7 ancient god. Based on these real-life combat situations, our conclusion was that the fluctuations of a cosmic stargate would directly affect the ancient gods within a range equivalent to a galaxy group. These ancient gods would flock to it. Each month, the influence expands to another galaxy group, and the range of influence grows wider, attracting some ancient gods from very distant places. After listening to Angel King Lucifer's explanation, Sun He was somewhat confused, but he generally understood the implications. Essentially, the ancient gods would arrive based on their distance, with time gaps ranging from a month to half a year, mainly depending on luck. You've already spent a month, and have about 10 months left. You must make good use of your time. Angel King Lucifer reminded, after all the Blue Jay insect tribes have been deployed, I will conduct extensive reconnaissance. Even if those ancient gods don't come to find me, I will go find them. Sun He thought to himself, adding that his T7 Abyss Sin emissary starship still needed these ancient god brothers to contribute. Report, we have received the latest information. In the DO-1 stellar region, reconnaissance detected a large number of energy entities moving in our direction. The movement is towards us, and I've arranged for our closest T5 Phantom-class ultralight interstellar reconnaissance ship to conduct a close reconnaissance. Detailed intel is expected to be returned within 10 minutes. Deputy Captain Q quickly walked over at this moment, reporting the latest news. Sun He and Angel King Lucifer locked eyes. Sun He grimaced, saying, "It seems my luck really isn't that great, just as Cao Cao's name brings Cao Cao." Just then, a video window appeared in front of Sun He, facing Kluor. Kluor currently served as the temporary commanding officer of this Blue Jay military base, with equal authority to Sun He. Commander, we have patrols in the X-771 stellar region, and the interstellar reconnaissance ships have detected a group of ancient gods numbering around 2,000, heading towards our location. They are expected to arrive at our Blue Jay base within 7 days. Kluor said gravely. Sun He covered his head. Angel King Lucifer jokingly looked at Sun He, saying, "Commander, your luck really isn't that great. Your Cyan Dragon, I do know quite a bit about it. In the midst of the civil war within the Star Empire, it held a crucial position, relying on various advanced interstellar warships, becoming an emerging military force in the rise of the Star Empire." The president of the Ghost G Guild first praised Zhao Chen's Cyan Dragon. Then she said, "But this is after all the Star Alliance. It's not like you can change the current situation solely through military strength." The meaning behind the president of the Ghost G Guild's words was simply that a local snake was better than a guest. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen's Cyan Dragon Legion was not an ordinary guest. I know that the situation in the Star Alliance is different from the three empires. But who says the Cyan Dragon Legion cannot influence the Star Alliance? It's just a matter of money. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. The president of the Ghost G Guild shook her head lightly, feeling that this lord was thinking too simplistically. If it were just about money, the three major empires would have controlled the Star Alliance long ago. The Star Alliance has its own rules of the game. You're thinking too simplistically, Zhao Chen shrugged. Before making a hasty decision, "Sister President, take a look at the cards I have." With that, he looked towards Chu Zhuan. Long before coming to the Starlight Guild, Zhao Chen had instructed Chu Zhuan to take care of many things, investigating the situation in the Starlight Guild and preparing some matters. Chu Zhuan raised her hand in understanding, and 5 video windows appeared simultaneously. 5 different figures appeared on the other side, 3 men and 2 women. When the president of the Ghost G Guild saw these 5 people, her expression noticeably changed. "I believe President Ghost G knows these 5 individuals." Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at the president of the Ghost G Guild. The president of the Ghost G Guild naturally knew the identities of these 5 people, who were currently highly regarded in the Star Alliance. These 5 individuals were interstellar merchants, 3 of them engaging in food trade, 1 in raw material procurement, and the last in starship sales. Among them, the 3 interstellar food traders were especially sought after within the Star Alliance. Wherever they stayed, there were dozens of greeting cards presented to them each day. After all, the food trade held great profits, capable of establishing an entire industry chain directly. Greetings, Lord Cyan Dragon. These 5 individuals turned to Zhao Chen at the same time, respectfully greeting him. If I were to entrust all interstellar trade operations, such as transporting goods, agency, and sales, to your Star Shark Guild exclusively, how would that compare to the offers from the Chan family? Zhao Chen asked. The president of the Ghost G Guild trembled slightly, a glimmer of excitement passing through her eyes. However, she composed herself and turned her gaze to the 5 video windows. Almost in unison, the 5 individuals said, "We will follow Lord's orders." The president of the Ghost G Guild looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. She never would have imagined that these 5 figures, who had recently gained prominence within the Star Alliance, would now be as obedient as 5 dogs in the presence of this lord. Zhao Chen smiled but remained silent. Both the trade groups of Li Jiaqi and Red Rose had cooperated with the Star Alliance, while Anna from the Garden of Eden Food Trade Group also had collaboration channels within the Star Alliance. Due to the unique nature of the Cyan Dragon Legion, the 3 of them had not disclosed their identities and had even employed various means to disguise themselves and arranged for over a dozen individuals to pose as traders to conduct operations within the Star Alliance. This was to protect the Cyan Dragon Legion in the short term, preventing too much attention being drawn to them. The 3 Kingyuan legions presented before the president of the Ghost G Guild must be carefully selected for the mission, as any mishaps could result in significant casualties. If the casualties surpassed what sum he could accept, even if victory was achieved in battle, it would still be considered a failure. After much deliberation, it was decided that the 4th Legion led by General Mu Shengnan, the 5th Legion led by General Benini, and the 7th Legion led by Song Chan would undertake the operation. Firstly, the military acumen of these 3 Legion commanders was widely recognized, coupled with their training methods for their respective legions. While their combat strength may not be the strongest, the military command habits of the 3 allowed for rapid execution of all military orders by their subordinates. Comparatively, although the overall strength of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Kingyuan legions was the strongest, the 1st Legion was notably skilled in stellar aerial combat, which was more specialized. The 2nd Legion excelled in frontal assaults, making it unsuitable for interception duties. The 3rd Legion was relatively better than the former 2, but considering their significant losses in the previous battle, despite having their starships replenished, some personnel were new recruits. The seasoned veterans were still recovering at the Kingyuan base in the universe. This would naturally affect their combat capabilities. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, the 4th, 5th, and 7th Legions of the Kingyuan were selected. Remember, intercept the Ancient God Legion and wait for our main forces to support you. This is your primary mission. The core principle is to minimize your own casualties while completing the mission. The burden on your shoulders is not light. Do you have confidence? After the meeting concluded, Sun, he privately summoned the 3 Legion commanders to speak with them. We guarantee the completion of the mission, General Mashengnan said firmly. General Benini added, 5 days. We are confident that we can intercept those 3,000 ancient gods for at least 5 days. Within 5 days, the war losses of the 90,000 Kingyuan starships from our 3 legions will not exceed 30%. General Song Chin expressed confidently. Sun Yi nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the operational plan was considered deployed. Half an hour later, the 10 Kingyuan legions were prepared to depart. They would first head towards the 2,000 ancient gods of the 2nd Ancient God Legion. During the break between missions, Sun He sat alone in his office, murmuring, "In this deep universe, one truly cannot be careless. It's only been a month, and another fierce battle has begun. We have no idea how many threats are hidden in this deep universe, how many ancient gods there are, or how many 7th level ancient gods there are. Could there even be 8th level ancient gods? We are like hunters with rifles in the dark forest, not knowing if the next moment will bring a deer or a bear. The sense of oppression left Sun He uncomfortable. It's been about 3 months since the last time I opened the treasure chest. I wonder how much reputation value has accumulated. Sun He thought about the system. When facing such dangerous difficulties, Sun He thought of the system. Though relying on the system in this manner was not ideal, Sun He had faced consistently dire situations. Without the system, Sun He would not have made it this far. Reputation value. 1.6 billion reputation value. Sun He was delighted. A full 1.6 billion reputation value. He could open a diamond chest again. Expend 1 billion reputation value to exchange for a diamond chest. Ding. The diamond chest is open, obtaining the T6 War Goddess level Interstellar Fortress blueprint. Sun He was taken aback. It was not a starship but a blueprint for an interstellar fortress. It seemed similar to the previous T4 Kunpeng class starport and T5 Starlight class starport, but this was an interstellar fortress more oriented towards military stellar architecture. Building several T6 War Goddess level interstellar fortresses here might be of assistance in our future operations, Sun He muttered. He began to review the relevant technical data introduction for the T6 War Goddess level interstellar fortress. Firstly, the T6 War Goddess level interstellar fortress possessed space intervention capabilities, emitting spatial fluctuations that could directly interfere with the spatial position within a star system cluster, halting the use of spatial abilities of any starship within that range. Additionally, it had the ability for short-distance rapid movement with its operational range within a star system cluster. Furthermore, the T6 War Goddess level interstellar fortress was equipped with various interstellar missiles, main cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and various other weapons. Report: the representative fleet of the Starlight Guild has already arrived near the Chan family's main star, but it did not dock at the berths in the Chan family Sky City. Instead, it is hovering in the outer perimeter, likely using shuttles to head to the wedding venue. This time, there are dozens of interstellar powers participating in the Chan family's wedding banquet, and the starship berths in Sky City mostly full. According to our reconnaissance, the Chan family has arranged a 300-ship-scale interstellar fleet around Sky City, with the flagship being a T3 class interstellar battleship. Additionally, there are 20 T3 interstellar warships, and the rest are all T2 interstellar warships. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, listening to the information summarized by his subordinates. Commander, when do we charge over to rescue the person? Zhu Zhaoxiao was already impatient, feeling disgusted at the thought of her sisters staying in this place for even one more second. No need to rush. Your mother, Gui Ji, has arranged for people to watch over Gu Zhaoxiao. According to the latest information received, Gu Zhaoxiao is currently very safe, and that Chen family young master hasn't even touched a finger on her. But if we directly charge into the Chan family Sky City to rescue, the rescue team is bound to suffer losses. After all, we can't just bombard Sky City directly, right? Zhao Chen calmly sat in the captain's chair, explaining his thoughts. I plan to carry out the rescue operation on the day of the Chan family's wedding tomorrow. At that time, even though the banquet venue will have the most people, paradoxically, that's when the Chan family's protection of the bride will be weakest. Acting at that time will be most convenient. The one in charge of this rescue plan is Leopard Woman. She has already infiltrated the Chan family Sky City. You can rest assured. Your only job is to wait here for your sisters. Although Zhu Zhaoxiao wanted to see Gu Zhaoxiao immediately, she chose to trust the confident look of the man in front of her because he had never let anyone down. Then, please, Commander. Zhu Zhaoxiao stood up straight, expressing her gratitude to the commander. Do you feel that you are getting more and more familiar with the idea of rescuing a fiancé? At that moment, the voice of Chu Zhuan beside them came. Zhao Chen was taken aback, and he subconsciously said, "It seems like..." Yes. In the next moment, he realized something was off and looked at Chu Zhuan, who was staring at him with an unfriendly look. It's just, I had no choice. I can't just watch the girl jump into the fire pit." Zhao Chen explained. Yes. Yes, you are the savior, the great hero. Last time you saved Su Lan in the Purple Perilla star field. This time it's Gu Xiao in the Stellar Alliance. I wonder, Commander, who are you planning to rescue next time? Chu Zhuan teased. For a moment Zhao Chen didn't know what to say. It's a coincidence. This is really a coincidence. The following day, Chan family's Sky City. This day can be described as a grand occasion, with various decorations very festive, as if afraid that others wouldn't know about the alliance between the Chan family and the Starlight Guild. Similarly to before in the Stellar City, the Chan family bought many advertising spaces to promote this alliance. Although the Starlight Guild is currently declining, their strength in the Stellar Alliance is still considerable, especially in terms of their connections in the Interstellar Adventure Circle. For the interstellar merchants in the Stellar Alliance, networking resources are crucial. With sufficient networking resources, wealth can be created. The Chan family has also risen rapidly, relying on two powerful backers behind the scenes. At this moment, Gu Xiao is already dressed in formal attire, waiting in the room. Miss Gu, it's almost time. We need to go to the wedding venue. A woman from the Chan family said beside her. She looked at herself in the mirror, with no joy in her expression despite her blooming beauty, exhibiting an almost corpse-like demeanor. She silently stood up and walked towards the door. The woman from the Chan family looked at Gu Xiao's expression and advised her softly, "Our young master of the Chan family may not have a good temperament, but once you enter our Chan family, what awaits you will be boundless opportunities. Today is your big day. Try to be a little happier." Gu Xiao remained unaffected by the woman's words, showing no emotional fluctuations. From this day onward, she, Gu Xiao, is dead, completely dead in this world. Seeing her advice had no effect, the Chan family woman did not say more since what's done is done, and the die has been cast. The door was pushed open. Outside, there was already a guard of honor waiting early. They escorted Gu Xiao and her attendants towards the wedding venue. The Chan family young master and the guests were already waiting there. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the banquet hall, which was pushed open. Inside, there was a splendid wedding venue. The Chan family patriarch, Chan Feng, and his son, Chan Dafu, were already waiting there. Below, there were several guests from the Starlight Guild, including President Guiji. Ha ha ha. President Guiji's daughter is truly as beautiful as a flower, just like President Guiji herself. I really hope President Guiji can have even more joy today. Chan Feng spoke, his gaze openly wandering on Guiji. Among the beauties in the Stellar Alliance, there are quite a few, but the most flavorful is undoubtedly Guiji, president of the Starlight Guild. With her status, many men have long coveted her. In the past, Chan Feng would not have dared to be so impolite, but the current Chan family is no longer what it used to be. Chan Feng naturally has ulterior motives and even wants the Chan family to fully accept this mother-daughter pair. By then, the Starlight Guild would be nothing more than the Chan family's lackeys. Even the groom of this wedding, Chan Dafu, couldn't help but let his gaze linger on President Guiji, overshadowing Gu Shisha. If he could taste this mother-daughter pair, 10 years of life would be worth it. Thinking of all this, Chan Dafu couldn't quell the evil fire in his belly. He believed as long as the Chan family continued to rise, he would eventually have the chance to fulfill this wish. And for now, he could enjoy Gu Xiao as a dessert before the feast. Faced with the Chan family's disrespect, the members of the Starlight Guild naturally suppressed their anger. President Guiji remained composed, looking apologetic as she watched Gu Xiao approach slowly. Although President Guiji arranged for Gu Xiao to marry into the Chan family, she was also deeply troubled inside. Fortunately, now there was an opportunity to change everything. She just didn't know how that gentleman would act. President Guiji thought that he would take action in the days before, but to her surprise, there was no movement even on the day of the wedding. The only possibility left was the most ruthless way to slap the Chan family's face. She wondered what expressions the Chan family members would have when this happened. At this moment, Gu Xiao walked forward, under the gaze of many guests, looking lost and disoriented. Suddenly, a maid arranged by the Chan family quietly walked up to Gu Xiao's side, and said, "Miss Gu, Captain Zhu Zizi has arranged for us to take you away. Please cooperate with our actions. We will safely escort you out of here." Gu Xiao's face changed drastically as she glanced at the maid. "Zhu Zizi. Zizi is back, and she wants to save me. But even if she saves me, the crisis facing the Star Shark Guild continues, and the Chan family is very powerful at the moment. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly digging one's own grave." Just as Gu Xiao was about to persuade the maid to cancel this action, a noble woman from the Chan family nearby also noticed something amiss. She frowned, looking at the maid walking with Gu Xiao. In such a situation, this kind of behavior is very rude, and it would be a loss of face for the Chan family. "What are you doing? You have no manners at all. And what are you whispering to the bride over there?" The Chan family noblewoman reprimanded the maid in a low voice. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The maid kept apologizing with her head down. Perhaps due to panic, her steps faltered and she even bumped into Gu Xiao. "You fool." The Chan family noblewoman got angry, rushing up to the maid and raising her hand as if to hit her. But at that moment, the maid grabbed the Chan family noblewoman's arm with one hand and a short blade popped out of the sleeve of her other hand, pressing against the Chan family noblewoman's neck. "No one move. If anyone dares to move, I'll kill her," the maid shouted sternly. Before taking action, she had investigated the identity of this woman. Being responsible for escorting Gu Xiao to the wedding venue, she must have had a significant status in the Chan family. She was a concubine of the current head of the Chan family. This sudden change surprised everyone at the wedding venue. Even the closest guards hesitated for a long time before reacting. Although they were armed, considering the Chan family noblewoman being held hostage, they were unsure of how to act at the moment. They looked towards the Chan family head. "Chan Feng, who are you to disrupt my Chan family's wedding? Do you not want to live?" Chan Feng, the head of the Chan family, approached with a black face. "I will leave here alive, and I will take this beautiful bride with me," my master said. "How can such a beautiful woman be defiled by the Chan family's beasts? And my master's favorite thing is to have a hero save the beauty. So, today, we must take Miss Gu Xiao with us." The maid, holding the Chan family noblewoman hostage, said coldly. Hey. Chan Feng sneered, looking at her disdainfully. "Trying to take people from our Chan family here. You miscalculated your own strength. Men, capture this criminal." With this command, more guards appeared around, aiming their laser guns at the maid's position. "Do you not care about your concubine's life?" The maid held the short blade against the concubine's neck. "Master, save me, save me." The Chan family concubine pleaded with Chan Feng. To everyone's surprise, Chan Feng just snorted. "A mere woman, my Chan Feng can do without." "Men, attack." With that order, the guards moved to protect Chan Feng. The guests at the scene had already retreated to safety, not wanting to get involved. "Get my orders. Immediately arrange for the nearest armed forces to come over. Capture all these troublemakers," Chan Feng said angrily. The current situation, no matter how it ended eventually, would surely become a joke for the Stellar Alliance. He had never imagined that on such an important day, someone would dare to defy the Chan family's authority. This order was quickly relayed, and several armed forces swiftly rushed over. Chan Feng looked at the maid again and said coldly, "My armed forces will be here within a minute. By then, you won't escape even if you have wings. I can still give you a chance now. Surrender and tell me who is behind all this. I may overlook what you've done so far. Do you think we're naive enough to believe such words?" The maid mocked. "Then you can wait for death. No, you should pray to die quickly. Otherwise, once I get my hands on you, you will wish you were dead." Chan Feng glared at the maid coldly. "You are too crazy. What should we do now?" Gu Xiao asked anxiously. "Wait," the maid whispered. "Wait for what?" Gu Xiao asked in confusion. "Wait for reinforcements," the maid replied. Hearing this, Gu Xiao still found it unbelievable. And before long, the minute was up. The ground in the banquet hall began to shake. A glass on a table at the edge fell and shattered due to the vibrations. It was at this moment that several black figures entered the venue from all directions. 3 P-3 Hunter-class light combat mechs. 18 T to Raven-class medium combat mechs. In addition, nearly 100 armed guards. The maid glanced around and confirmed the enemy's strength. This matched the information she had collected and the plan she had made. Now let's see what you've got. Capture them, Shan Feng sneered. The groom, Chan Dafu, who had been trembling in the background, now stepped forward and shouted, "Capture them alive. Especially that half-beast woman. I want to torture her." Using those combat mechs as cover, the armed squads began to approach. Gu Xiaoxiu's heart was racing with anxiety, but the woman in front of her showed no worrying at all. Instead, a slight smile played on her lips. Here it is. Suddenly, a loud boom. A massive black shadow descended from above. The T-30 Sanctuary Knight class medium interstellar combat mech. This bride, I want her. A magnetic male voice came from within the mech. The wedding venue is located at the top of the Qianjia Sky City, with a glass dome overhead. At this moment, the glass dome shattered. A tremendous suction force swept many things out of the banquet venue in an instant, but luckily the personal bodyguards of the guests were well prepared and deployed defensive positions. Therefore, aside from the chaotic scene, there were no casualties. Accompanying the loud noise, a huge pure white mechanical body landed in the middle of the banquet venue, resembling a giant. At 20 meters tall, if the venue hadn't been large enough, it might not have been able to accommodate this unexpected guest. The T-3 Cathedral Knight class medium-sized interstellar combat mecha. Warning, warning, warning. Breach detected in barriers. Initiate emergency measures for that area. The red warning message appeared overhead, and the gap in the glass dome was covered by an energy membrane, bringing the whirlwind-like scene to an end. Commander, why are you here in person? As Zhao Chen's personal guard captain, Panther Woman naturally recognized the commander driving the T-3 Cathedral Knight. According to the original plan, it should have been another mech pilot driving the T-3 Cathedral Knight. Panther Woman immediately used the internal communication channel to express her concern to the commander. I have my reasons. Now is not the time to explain that. Continue with your operational plan. Zhao Chen diverted the topic. As for why Zhao Chen came in person, it was a consideration for the mission system, to be prepared just in case. Of course, it wasn't to indulge in piloting combat matches. Attack. Destroy this thing. Money Peak, the head of the Chan family, bellowed from behind his bodyguards. The armed forces surrounding the area, along with the combat mechas, all aimed their weapons at the massive white mecha. Stay safe. Zhao Chen's voice resonated throughout the banquet venue. Zhao Chen's words served a dual purpose, to remind Panther Woman and the others, as well as the guests present, to be cautious and not get caught up in any danger, as he would not take responsibility if something happened. Under Zhao Chen's instructions, the guests' bodyguards displayed their skills to protect their masters as much as possible. President Guiju stood at a distance, surrounded by energy defense positions set up by her subordinates to defend against the T-3 and T-2 combat mechas of the Chan family. She frowned slightly as she observed the situation in the middle of the banquet venue. The Lord seemed a bit too reckless. This rescue plan was like child's play. Clearly at a disadvantage, the question remained, how would they retreat? This was the Chan family star, not the Starlight Empire's. Meanwhile, the Chan family's T-3 pursuers and T-2 Ravens launched their attack. Cannons, laser guns, and even some small missiles were fired. With so many of their combat mechas, handling a single T-3 mecha should not have been difficult, or so they thought. Unfortunately, they underestimated the strength of their enemy. At this moment, the protagonist of the show, Zhao Chen, piloted the T-3 Cathedral Knight, wielding its Gatling-style small-beam cannons with 52 barrels each. As people beheld the terrifying cannons, they realized something was amiss. But it was too late by then. Fire. Zhao Chen initiated the attack procedure. The 4 Gatling-style small beam cannons began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of blue beams. Panther Woman led her team, crouching beside the T3 Cathedral Knight's feet, activating an energy shield around herself. She personally shielded the upper body of Gu Xiao with her own body. Gu Xiao, hailing from the Starlight Guild, was not an ordinary woman. She raised her head to witness the spectacular scene before her eyes, filled with amazement. The white mecha standing before her appeared like a war god at that moment. The intense blue beams relentlessly struck out at the surrounding enemies. Even in the face of enemy gunfire, it remained unfazed, not hiding or showing fear. Some of the enemy fire was consumed in the crossfire, while the rest that hit the white mecha's body seemed to cause no visible damage, at most leaving some small indents. The only real threat came from the few small missiles launched. The white mecha responded by launching its own small missiles, intercepting the enemy's projectiles with precision. At the same time, it used its surplus small missiles to take down the attackers. Just 1 minute? In the duration of a minute, the smoke that veiled the banquet venue dissipated, along with the deafening sounds of gunfire. The ventilation system in the venue was commendable. The white mecha remained stationary, showing signs of some dents on its body, but no major damage. The 4 killer cannons slowly ceased rotating, with their barrels even glowing red from the heat dissipated. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation. Particularly where the Chan family's armed forces had been positioned, it resembled a battlefield of ruins. All Teacher Ravens had been destroyed without a trace of recognizable debris. Just some unidentifiable fragments scattered around. While the T3 pursuers were slightly better off, at least their remains were more distinguishable. Just 1 minute? In just 1 minute, all this chaos had been caused by this white god of death. Shall we continue? Zhao Chen gazed toward Money Peak, who along with the Chan family members had retreated into a transparent shelter, protected by thick blast-proof walls. The rest of the guests also had their own protections, but through the recent battle, they realized that they weren't the targets, and even during the fight, the attackers unintentionally avoided their positions. Without such avoidance, the terrifying firepower unleashed just now would have resulted in casualties among the guests despite their protections. This white mecha was indeed formidable. While it was evident that it was a T3 class combat mecha, one couldn't forget that the pursuers present were also T3 class. The disparity between the two, however, was vast. In response to Zhao Chen's taunt, Money Peak clenched his fists inside the shelter, staring angrily at the white mecha. You may have a formidable mecha, but this is the Chan family star, the Chan family's territory. You and your people won't escape from here. It appears there's no one left, so I'll be taking the bride with me. Before leaving, allow me to offer you all a parting gift. Zhao Chen activated the remaining interstellar missiles, all targeting the shelter. A loud explosion filled the entire wedding banquet scene, with the most intense explosion naturally occurring at the Chan family shelter. The smoke dissipated. Inside the Chan family shelter, many people were filled with fearful eyes, especially those closest to the transparent blast-proof barrier could clearly see the spiderweb-like cracks on the barrier. It should be noted that this transparent blast-proof barrier is nearly half a meter thick. The material used was the best the Chan family could find. The opposing combat mecha was really too powerful. After the exchange of fire, only small-sized missiles remained. If all the small missiles had been launched towards the shelter before, what would have happened? The people of the Chan family felt a chill down their spines. Where are they? Where are they? Chan Feng, the head of the Chan family, exclaimed in panic, his expression quickly turning from panic to outrage. They seemed to have escaped through that opening. A member of the Chan family pointed to the location where the white mecha had burst in earlier. When the interstellar missiles attacked the shelter, the white mecha once again broke through that opening, even though the opening was protected by an energy shield. However, that was not a defense-type energy shield. It was only to protect the internal personnel from the space environment. After the white mecha broke out, the energy shield reappeared, and at this moment, looking up at that spot, you would see a white spot with a tail flame, and in the distance, there was an unknown interstellar battleship docked there. The hangar door on one side of the battleship opened, and the white mecha was flying in that direction. It seemed that this battleship was the accomplice that snatched the bride. Chan Feng, I need an explanation from your Chan family. My daughter, the fiancée of your Chan family, was openly taken away within your Chan family Sky City. Are the people of your Chan family all useless? At this point, President Guiji stepped forward, looking angrily at Chan Feng, demanding an explanation. The other guests around also looked at the Chan family with anger, as well as Schadenfreude. They were angry because the security of the Chan family this time was really poor, almost putting them in danger. And now that the Chan family was being humiliated, they were naturally enjoying it. After all, during this time of the Chan family's rise, some members of the Chan family had become overly arrogant. The head of Chan Feng and the second young master of the Chan family dared to tease President Guiji here. It could be imagined how they treated others who cooperated with the Chan family, so they were very happy to see the Chan family suffer losses and even secretly admire this attack. It was too exhilarating. If they could have just blown up all the family members of the Chan family to us now, it would have been even more satisfying. President Guiji, listen to my explanation. I didn't expect this either. Chan Feng, the head of the Chan family, tried to explain. But how could President Guiji give the other party that opportunity? She just snorted coldly. If your Chan family can't even protect a woman, then I guess the marriage alliance is off. My Starshark Guild will rescue my daughter from your Chan family ourselves. With that, President Guiji left with her Starshark Guild members, leaving the messy wedding scene behind. The members of the Starshark Guild looked at the Chan family with disdain, as they had been arrogant before but now had lost their temper, failing to protect their own fiancé. It was estimated that the news would spread throughout the Stellar Alliance tomorrow. As they left, President Guiji saw the only survivor in the middle of the wedding venue. It was the concubine of Chan Feng, who was now sitting dazed on the ground, not a scratch on her, but fear in her eyes and a wet spot underneath her. After all, this concubine had just been in the midst of battle. Although she had escaped unscathed due to the white mecha, the mental impact was still significant. President Guiji took a brief look and then left quickly, walking to the outer corridor and standing on the floating elevator. She prepared to go to the hangar where the shuttle was parked. She gazed at the interstellar battleship Little Skull, parked outside. I didn't expect that man to cause such a big stir. But just relying on this one interstellar battleship, the Chan family would not easily let this interstellar battleship leave. The man was so confident, he must have a trick up his sleeve. President Guiji speculated that his draconian fleet might still be lurking outside. This time, there was a chance to see the rumored draconian fleet and truly understand how powerful those draconian series interstellar battleships were. The departure of the Starshark Guild undoubtedly rubbed salt into the Chan family's wound. At any other time, Chan Feng would have definitely retaliated, but right now, it was indeed their Chan family's fault. The guests around were whispering softly. They say the Chan family has risen, but is this what rising looks like? Their own bride was stolen right in front of them. TSK. If I were a member of the Chan family, I would have already thrown myself to death. That Chan Dafu is also a coward. It was rumored he enjoyed killing, but now it seems he's just a psycho. Now that something happened, he's hiding in the back. His wife was taken away, and he didn't say a word. His head was just like a grassland. Now the Chan family will make a big show. Tomorrow, the front page of the Stellar Alliance will surely be filled with this news. The voices of those guests discussing naturally reached the ears of the Chan family members. The Chan family's expression was extremely ugly, but they couldn't make a scene with all the guests. At most, they could only warn them with their eyes. The eldest son of the Chan family, Chan Dafu, also came forward at this moment, shouting at his father, "Dad, we can't let them go. My bride is still in that guy's hands. If others find out that my bride was taken right in front of me, where can I show my face? Where can our Chan family show our face? Nonsense. Get out of the way." Chan Feng, the head of the Chan family, glared at his son. Chan Dafu shrank his head, muttering many resentful words under his breath. Chan Feng raised his hand, and an electronic screen appeared in front of him. Issue my command. Mobilize all the interstellar battleships around the Chan family for deployment. Surround that damn interstellar battleship for me. Launch an attack and bring down that interstellar battleship. Chan Feng bluntly gave the order. Dad, my bride is still up there, Chan Dafu hurriedly exclaimed. Chan Feng gave him a kick. Thinking about your bride now. This is a matter of our Chan family's reputation. If you want a woman, there are plenty in the future. We don't need her. Chan Dafu shrank his head, very regretful. He hadn't even tasted Gujiao Xiao yet. Please rest assured, clan leader, we will surely engage and eliminate that interstellar battleship. The fleet commander on the other side received the order. At this moment, Zhao Chen piloted the T3 Sanctum Warrior, landing in the hangar of the Little Skull. With a click, the two disposable rocket boosters automatically detached when the T3 Sanctum Warrior stepped back, dropping to the ground. It was with the help of this device that the T3 Sanctum Warrior could move short distances in space. Zhao Chen slowly placed a birdcage-like object on the ground. Inside were the leopard girl and the others, as well as the rescued Gujiao Xiao. Report to the commander. The Chan family's fleet is attempting to surround us. Chu Zhuan's image appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen disdainfully said, Then before we leave, let the Chan family pay a little price. Issue my command. Put Little Skull into combat mode. Destroy any enemy ships entering the firing range. Yes. Prepare for battle. In the hangar, Gu Zizi is wearing a gorgeous gown, feeling a bit confused at the moment. In the next second, a figure darted out and immediately hugged her. Zizi. Hearing that excited voice and seeing those familiar ponytails, Gu Zizi immediately recognized her long-lost best friend in front of her. Zizi. The two best friends embraced each other. When they let go, Zhu Zizi immediately looked Gu Zizi up and down, worriedly asking, Zizi, are you okay? Did that Chan family pervert do anything to you? If he bullied you, tell me. I will avenge you right away. Listening to Zhu Zizhao's caring words, the kind of awkward feeling from many years of not seeing each other disappeared. This good sister of hers, still the same good sister who used to always lead her into trouble. I'm fine. That Chan family young master didn't do anything to me. I have this thing. If he dares to touch me, I single quotes LL. Gu Zizi patted the handheld terminal on her wrist. Zhu Zizi immediately understood that there must be some kind of poison weapon hidden in that handheld terminal. However, Zhu Zizi knew that these were just words to comfort her. When she really married the Chan family young master, if she really did that, it would be the end for the Star Shark Guild. So, most likely, these methods would only be her way of comforting herself. Gu Zizi would endure the pain for the sake of the Star Shark Guild. Thinking of this, Zhu Zizi felt guilty. Tears even appeared in the corners of her eyes. She said, Zizi, I'm sorry. It's because of me that you're in this situation. If I hadn't selfishly left the Star Shark Guild, this marriage thing wouldn't have fallen on you. If it wasn't for me. Before Zhu Zizi could finish her words, Gu Zizi covered her mouth. Then she said, Zizi, it's not your fault. Even if you were there back then, I wouldn't have let you do it. Do you remember when we were younger? Even though you were younger than me, you always protected me when we were in danger? If I didn't have your protection back then, I wouldn't have survived in the Galactic Alliance. So, even if you were there back then, I would have taken your place willingly. Zhu Zizi looked at Gu Zizi coldly. The younger sister, she thought, was always under her protection, unexpectedly so strong in her heart. Zizi is younger than you. Then why does she always call you Zizhao's little sister? Zhao Chen jumped out of the cockpit of T3 Sanctuary Warrior at this time, landing right next to Zhu Zizi and Gu Zizi. Listening to their conversation, Gu Zizi looked at the man in tight mechanized combat armor in front of her, feeling a bit nervous, but she explained softly, Actually, I was adopted by Lady Guizi. I don't know my exact age, but my skeletal age is close to Zizhao's. probably born in the same year. But since we met, Zizi has always called me her sister. After that, Gu Zizi looked at Zhu Zizi, who was clearly half a head shorter than her. Just by appearance and behavior, it was clear that Gu Zizi looked more like the older sister. Alright, let's not talk about this. Zizi, let me introduce you. This is my boss, commander of the Owl Dragon Legion, lord of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. It was him who agreed to help me rescue you. After that, Zhu Zizi looked gratefully at Zhao Chen, stood up straight, put her hand on her chest, and saluted. Commander, I won't say much about those words. Zhu Zizi owes you a favor. I don't care about your favor. I care about the permit to open the T5 level interstellar mall. Although I might have helped even without it, I definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative like now. But Zhao Chen still said to Gu Zizi, Zizi is my classmate, and since you are Zi Zhao's sister, you are my friend too. I, Zhao Chen, am always ready to help. Gu Zizi blushed slightly, feeling a bit afraid to meet the man's gaze in front of her. After all, as the bride, having herself taken by someone directly still had a subtle taste in her heart. What happened to you? Weren't you supposed to pilot the mecha to pick us up? How could you let the commander pilot the mecha? If anything happened to the commander, can you afford the responsibility? As a mecha pilot, now tell me, where is your combat mecha suit? Came the angry reprimand from Panther Woman nearby. A female mecha pilot, wearing a rather thin blouse, stood there pitifully, pouting and saying, the commander asked me to take off ... What can I do ... You? Panther Woman wanted to scold her and even thought about giving her a punishment. But at this moment, Zhao Chen walked over. Panther Woman, this is my responsibility. I'm the commander, and the young lady didn't dare to go against my orders. This time, I acted recklessly. So, if you want to criticize me. Seeing the commander speaking up for her, the female mecha pilot's eyes instantly lit up. Panther Woman, seeing this, could only sigh. How could she really criticize the commander? Panther Woman could only give a stern look to the female mecha pilot. Let this matter go this time, but there should be no next time. After that, Panther Woman looked at the commander again and said earnestly, Commander, I'm also considering your safety. General Charlotte left special instructions before leaving, saying that nothing is more important than your safety. Next time ... If you have the same idea, please make sure to notify me. Otherwise, I, as the captain of the guard, really can't do it, and it wouldn't look good to General Charlotte. Zhao Chen appreciated Panther Woman's diligent work. At this moment, he seemed like a well-behaved child listening to a teacher, nodding continuously and guaranteeing repeatedly. As for whether he would really remember these assurances in the future, that was another matter. Zhao Chen looked at the female mecha pilot who was implicated and handed her the combat suit he had already taken off. The T3 Sanctuary Warrior's combat suit was made of special materials that were gender-neutral, fitting naturally to the body once worn. That's why Zhao Chen borrowed the combat suit directly. I'm sorry you got scolded by Panther Woman, but she meant well. Don't worry about it. Here, I have a special voucher for the Starship restaurant. Take it. Zhao Chen handed an electronic voucher to the female mecha pilot and then turned back to Zhu Zizhao's side. The female mecha pilot looked at the combat suit in her hands, swallowed nervously, glanced around to see if anyone was watching, and then buried her head in it, taking a deep breath, showing a blissful expression on her face. That's the Chan family's interstellar fleet. Oh no, we need to retreat quickly, or if we get surrounded by the Chan family's interstellar fleet, we're done. Gu Zizi could see the Chan family fleet surrounding them through the huge portholes on the side of the hangar, starting to worry. But Zhu Zizi held Gu Zizhao's shoulder, revealing a mysterious smile. Don't worry, let's take a good look at our little skeleton ship of the Owl Dragon Legion. Zikuloa. Gu Zhaoxiao was stunned for a while when she heard this name. Then she quickly looked at Zhao Chen beside her and said, Commander, the Chan family fleet is really strong. When I was here before, the people from the Chan family were showing off in front of me. Now, Among the Chan family fleet around the Chan family's main star, there are several T3-class interstellar battleships. In addition to the remaining T2-class interstellar battleships, the number has reached 300. Your single interstellar battleship is hard to sustain. So, it's time to retreat quickly. It will be too late if you don't retreat now. Du Zhaoxiao is really worried about Zhao Chen and this Zikuloa interstellar battleship now. Seeing those Chan family interstellar battleships surrounding this Zikuloa in the middle, Zhao Chen crossed his arms and admired the scene outside the porthole, saying casually, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Seeing the commander looking calm, Gu Zhaoxiao was really worried. The enemy has 300 interstellar battleships. Who has beef jerky or duck necks? Zhao Chen suddenly shouted to the female crew members around him. Immediately, a female crew member pushed a small cart of snacks over, along with plenty of drinks. The leopard girl even prepared a portable sofa for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen sat comfortably on it, took out his favorite duck neck from the pile of snacks, and thanked the female crew member, saying, "I'll settle the bill for these later. I'll transfer it to you later." "No need. No need." The female crew member blushed and waved her hand repeatedly. She felt happy to share her snacks with the commander. That little money was nothing. Zhu Zhaoxiao sat casually around Zhao Chen, with both hands searching for her favorite snacks and even stuffing a bag of shrimp chips to Gu Zhaoxiao, who was standing dumbfounded nearby. "I used to watch on the bridge. It's rare in the hangar. Let's change the perspective," Zhao Chen said first. Gu Zhaoxiao held the shrimp chips, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At that moment, the 300 Chan family interstellar battleships on the periphery aimed all their starship weapons at the public channel-numbered Zikuloa, an unidentified interstellar battleship. The captains of these Chan family interstellar battleships also learned about what happened in the Chan family Sky City. The people on this Zikuloa starship dared to snatch the Chan family's fiancé. This was like slapping the Chan family's face on their territory. Fire. Shoot. Destroy this presumptuous Zikuloa. The captains of the Chan family's interstellar battleships immediately issued attack orders. 300 Chan family interstellar battleships, with various weapons, lasers, physical projectiles, interstellar missiles, energy beams, and so on, all swarmed towards Zikuloa. The people in the Chan family Sky City watched excitedly. It seemed as if they had already seen the scene of the Zikuloa starship being destroyed. But the next moment, a round force field enveloped the Zikuloa starship. All the attacks launched by the 300 Chan family interstellar battleships were blocked by this force field. Inside the force field, Zikuloa remained unharmed. That's a star shield. A full-range star shield. This is actually a T4 class interstellar battleship. Oh my god. Our Star Alliance actually has a T4 interstellar battleship. Who is it from? The guests discussed in shock. The Chan family members were even more incredulous, each looking at this scene, unable to believe what was happening. There was no T4 class interstellar battleship in the information about the Owl Legion. President Guiji sat on her shuttle, watching the scene in the distance of that interstellar battleship covered by the force field, amazed. She had collected a lot of information about the Owl Legion, including the appearance of several T4 class interstellar battleships during the Holy War duel, but she had never heard of this T4 interstellar destroyer from the Owl Legion. This made President Guiji understand why the commander had such confidence. In the Star Alliance, T4 interstellar battleships were dominant. How many trump cards does this commander still have? President Guiji was very curious about this legendary Lord of the Owl, who not only excelled in military capabilities, but also had many new interstellar battleship technologies. Moreover, he had a considerable energy in interstellar trade. In the past few days, the interstellar trade merchants arranged by the Owls had begun to cooperate with the Star Shark Guild. Before, they only knew that these interstellar trade merchants had great potential, but after actual cooperation, they realized that the energy was huge, far beyond what the Chan family had promised the Star Shark Guild. This made President Guiji feel relieved. At least, she hadn't chosen the wrong path for the Star Shark Guild. Zikuloa hangar Zhao Chen looked at the dots on the star shield outside the porthole, calmly sipping his drink and gnawing on the duck neck. Pretty good. Boring. With just these small cannons, it's embarrassing to call it an interstellar battleship. Can you help me grab some phoenix claws and pig's feet? Zhu Zhaoxiao was enjoying her snacks, with oil all over her mouth, not caring about her ladylike demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaoxiao looked at the scene outside the porthole in a daze. Is this a T4 interstellar destroyer? Gu Zhaoxiao came to her senses and asked in amazement. Zhao Chen nodded. Gu Zhaoxiao asked again, then why is it called Zikuloa? This name. Gu Zhaoxiao's words were a bit subtle, but they meant nothing more than a T4 interstellar destroyer. You actually named it like this. Isn't it too much of a disservice to this T4 interstellar destroyer? Its model is the T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer. As for the name, I think it sounds good, so just randomly chose it. Zhao Chen didn't care about the name. After all, the effectiveness of a name depended on the firepower of the interstellar battleship. It's time to fight back. Let these Chen family guys know the power of this little Zikuloa, Zhu Zhaoxiao said excitedly. After deliberately enduring a wave of attacks, the weapon systems of this T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer all activated. Over 300 ship cannons, each locking onto an enemy Chan family interstellar battleship in a direction. With the commander's orders from the bridge, this Zikuloa began to roar. One Chan family interstellar battleship after another began to be destroyed. The exploding interstellar battleships looked like fireworks, which was very fitting for the Chan family's festive day. However, the cost of these fireworks probably made the Chan family's patriarch bleed. A 5-minute massacre took place. 300 Chan family interstellar warships were all destroyed. As the last moment approached, some captains of the Chan family warships sensed something wrong and ordered a retreat. Unfortunately, they were faced with a T4 interstellar destroyer. From the moment they fired upon this interstellar warship, their fate was sealed. Within the Chan family sky city, silence fell. The starship Little Skull rose and turned into a silhouette of stars, seemingly mocking the Chan family. However, with the departure of this terror starship, the Chan family members dared to step out from their shelter. Whether Chan family members or the guests present, everyone was shocked by this 5-minute massacre battle unfolding before their eyes. Oh my god! 300 Chan family interstellar warships, with several of them being T3 interstellar warships, were destroyed in just a few minutes. Who in the world is that interstellar warship? How can it possess such incredible combat power? I have never seen this type of interstellar warship before. T4. It's definitely a T4 class interstellar warship. The guests were more astonished, envious, and emotional. The Chan family members, on the other hand, felt their hearts bleeding. These interstellar warships were all bought with their hard-earned money, and the ones destroyed this time were all T2 level or above interstellar warships. There were even a few T3 interstellar warships. The losses behind this, for the Chan family, reached an astronomical figure. After all, even for the Chan family, the total number of T2 level or above interstellar warships combined from all their territories had just surpassed 1,000 so far. The number of T3 interstellar warships was even fewer. This massacre essentially meant almost half of the military power of the Chan family was lost in an instant. Chan Feng, the head of the Chan family, had bloodshot eyes, and his current state was extremely bad. How could this happen? This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Chan Feng muttered to himself, thinking all of this was a dream. To confirm this, he even looked at Chan Dafu beside him. He slapped him directly and muttered, "It must be a dream." Startled by the sudden slap, Chan Dafu covered his face and fell to the ground, looking surprised at his emotionally unstable father, saying, "Father, why did you hit me? Does it hurt?" Chan Feng asked foolishly. "Of course, it hurts. I feel like my teeth have moved." Chan Dafu replied aggrievedly. This isn't a dream," Chan Feng muttered to himself. When he looked out into the universe at the debris of the Chan family interstellar warships, his heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he kicked the fallen Chan Dafu several times, insisting, It's impossible. This must be a dream. All of this is a dream. Ah, Father, why are you kicking me? Ah, stop. Don't kick there. Oh, stop. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded. Chan Feng inexplicably started kicking his son on the ground, while Chan Dafu kept howling in pain. However, the wails began to sound somewhat off. Star Shark Guild Chairman Lady Ghost sat silently on the bridge, staring blankly at the wreckage of the Chan family interstellar fleet in front of her for a long time. It wasn't until her adjutant reminded her that she snapped out of it. Chairman, the people at the wedding venue just informed us. The head of the Chan family lost control of his emotions and violently assaulted his son, Chan Dafu. Eventually, the Chan family head was pulled away by the Chan family members, and medical treatment was arranged, suspected to be due to emotional disorientation. Chan Dafu is injured, and someone noticed that Chan Dafu's injury seems to be focused on the lower body. The situation is not optimistic. Upon hearing the report, Chairman Lady Ghost couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect that the well-prepared Chan family wedding banquet would turn into such a big show. Chan Feng dug a hole for his own family to fall into. Previously, they wanted to showcase and elevate themselves above our Star Shark Guild. However, these preparations have now backfired on Chan Feng and his Chan family. This incident would soon spread within the Star Alliance Union. Initially, it was embarrassing for the wedding banquet to go awry, but the subsequent destruction of 300 Chan family interstellar warships would further fuel the controversy. It would significantly lower the Chan family's standing among others. Indeed, the Chan family had been rising, and their image was well crafted. But with this latest development, the Chan family was humiliated in front of everyone. It might even lead their business partners to doubt whether the Chan family was capable of collaboration. The most important question was whether the two major backers behind the Chan family would still have faith in them. What seemed like a small incident held consequences that could have unimaginable effects on the Chan family. The Chan family indeed suffered a huge loss this time, the adjutant said, suppressing a smile. During this period, the Star Shark Guild harbored deep hatred and disgust towards the Chan family. The volatile leadership within the Star Shark Guild internally longed to clash with the Chan family. Alright, let the Chan family clean up their own mess. However, our side cannot show any weakness. We must go all out in the exercise. When we return, prepare statements condemning the Chan family's furious abduction of the bride arranged in marriage by our Star Shark Guild. Demand a satisfactory explanation from them. During this time, all trade dealings with the Chan family must be suspended. Chairman Lady Ghost instructed, suspend all trade dealings. Won't this result in significant losses? The adjutant whispered. Chairman Lady Ghost raised her hand, and several data panels appeared before her. Pointing at these panels, she explained, the business within these files far surpasses what the Chan family offers us by more than 10 times and holds long-term potential. I estimate this is just a portion put forth by the old dragon. By now, that lord has delivered everything he promised. We also need to showcase our stance. If we continue to maintain ties with the Chan family, even if our relationship with that lord is good, it will surely affect our position within that lord's mind. The adjutant nodded, suddenly thinking of something, and inquired softly, Chairman, that lord came all the way from the Owl Dragon territory this time to help us. He even provided us with so many benefits. Do you think his relationship with us is related to something else? Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Chairman Lady Ghost's eyes flickered for a moment, and she cleared her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Everything should follow its natural course. The adjutant quickly closed her mouth, but she noticed a faint smile playing on Chairman Lady Ghost's lips. Video communication begins. The background on the other side of the bridge of the small skeleton starship. Upon seeing this scene, President Guiji couldn't help but think of the recent scene where the small skeleton starship bloodily slaughtered 300 Chan family fleets. The scale and power of that is not small. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, with his secretary Chu Zhuan standing behind him, as well as Zhu Zhaoxiao and Gu Zhaoxiao. President, Mother. Gu Zhaoxiao and Zhu Zhaoxiao saw the scene on President Guiji's end and happily waved at President Guiji. President Guiji's eyes showed joy, but she still said with a serious tone, "As adults, behave appropriately. Keep your emotions in check." After that, President Guiji looked at Zhao Chen. "Lord, excuse the interruption, but I have some matters to inquire about with you." "No problem. I was just thinking of chatting more with President's sister. After all, from our previous conversation, we both have some grievances," Zhao Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing the commander call her mother and sister again, Zhu Zhaoxiao could only shake her fist behind the commander and stick out her tongue. Under President Guiji's warning gaze, Zhu Zhaoxiao could only stand there obediently. "You're joking. Our Star Shark Guild is very willing to be your most loyal partner, Lord. Our cooperation will not have any grievances," President Guiji said with a smile. "This is probably the thought you had after seeing my strength and abilities." Naturally, Zhao Chen wouldn't expose this, but he smiled and looked at President Guiji. Yes. We will be the best partners. I wonder if President's sister is satisfied with my performance this time." Very satisfied. The Star Dragon Legion's interstellar battleship truly lived up to its name, defeating 300 interstellar battleships of the Chan family in the Holy War duel with just one ship. It's hard to imagine, once the Star Dragon Legion arrives, what kind of scene it will be, President Guiji said with a smile. Her words are suggestive and probing. Zhao Chen lightly smiled and said, "The Star Dragon Legion won't come personally to the Galactic Alliance. I won't hide it from President Guiji. This time the interstellar battleships we brought, besides this small skeleton ship, are just a dozen more. I have thoughts of cooperation with the Galactic Alliance, rather than intimidation with force." President Guiji's implied question just now was to inquire if Zhao Chen had thoughts of using force to control the Galactic Alliance. To be honest, if the Star Dragon Legion really opened up to the Galactic Alliance, in terms of the Galactic Alliance's military strength, it wouldn't be Zhao Chen's match. But then, would the Galactic Alliance under Zhao Chen's control be the same Galactic Alliance as it is now? Over time, what's truly important in the Galactic Alliance is not the central region or the magnificent Star City, but the network of people, trade resources, and the free trade system here. Zhao Chen can completely imagine that if he forcibly controls the Galactic Alliance, he might gain this. But before long, in another place, a new Galactic Alliance will rise again. So, Zhao Chen won't forcibly take the Galactic Alliance, but rather control it within the rules of the game here to seek more benefits for the Star Dragon Legion. Upon grasping Zhao Chen's thoughts from his words, President Guiji also breathed a sigh of relief. She indeed had that worrying. What if the Star Dragon Legion wanted to do that? How should their Star Shark Guild handle it? That would be an awkward situation for them inside and out. Wolf Badger class heavy interstellar armor destroyer ship type. Interstellar destroyer ship technology level. T3 ship armor strength. 6,200 units to 7,800 units star shield energy value. None star shield cruise speed. 160 knots star speed warp engine. Level 6 warp engine ship length. 1088 meters mass. 380,000 tons crew. 100 starship weapons. 100 T3 Wolf Badger class heavy 12-barrel particle energy rapid cannon. 10 T3 heavy electromagnetic interference cannon. The text continues with specifications for various ships and weaponry. Your outfit looks really nice on you. Very fitting. Oh, really? Gu Zhaoxiao looked at herself in the transparent mirror in the corridor, wearing the naval uniform of the Owl Dragon Legion. Zhu Zhaoxiao praised her enthusiastically, very happy. But the biggest reason for her happiness should be that Gu Zhaoxiao would temporarily stay in the Owl Dragon Legion with her, as negotiated between Zhao Chen and President Guiji in advance. President Guiji hoped that Gu Zhaoxiao could stay temporarily in the Owl Dragon Legion, a representative of the Star Shark Guild, mainly handling matters related to the Owl Dragon Legion and the Star Shark Guild. The reason for this arrangement was that Gu Zhaoxiao's whereabouts were widely known to have been taken by someone. If she were to be sent back to the Star Shark Guild at this time and her whereabouts were discovered again, it would put the Star Shark Guild in an awkward position. Hearing President Guiji's reasoning and seeing Zhu Zhaoxiao's hopeful look, Zhao Chen agreed to this arrangement, Gu Zhaoxiao temporarily acting as a representative of the Star Shark Guild, receiving the treatment of an Owl Dragon Legion officer in daily life. In order to avoid making Gu Zhaoxiao feel out of place, she was allowed to wear the uniform of the Owl Dragon Legion. Next, I'll take you to the most important place in our Owl Dragon Legion, Zhu Zhaoxiao said solemnly. Hearing about this important place, Gu Zhaoxiao tugged at Zhu Zhaoxiao's clothes and whispered, "Bringing an outsider to such an important place in the Owl Dragon Legion seems inappropriate. If Commander-in-Chief finds out, he will punish you." Zhu Zhaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. You'll understand once we get there." And then, Zhu Zhaoxiao led Gu Zhaoxiao to what she claimed to be the most important place. As the smell wafted to her nose and she observed the female naval officers bustling around ordering food and the menu floating above the dining table, Gu Zhaoxiao realized, small. The most important place you were referring to was here. Stunned, she realized it was just the Starship restaurant. Zhu Zhaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, saying, "Seriously?" "Yes, this is the most important place in our Owl Dragon Legion. Every Starship restaurant on each of our interstellar battleships is supplied with all natural ingredients, and there are dedicated chefs for cooking. Moreover, if you wish, for a whole month, 3 meals a day, the dishes can be different each time. Natural ingredients. How is that possible? The price of natural ingredients is much higher than that of artificial ones," Gu Zhaoxiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "You'll see once you order here. You can either order at this table or at your seat. Then swipe your identity card." Zhu Zhaoxiao raised her right hand with a terminal in it, showing her current position in the Owl Dragon Legion and including her monthly salary distribution and payment functions. Gu Zhaoxiao remembered that similar software had been implanted into her terminal before. Opening it up, she indeed found a similar page. "Let's see. What would you like to eat?" The Starship restaurant offers special discounted menus for promotion every day. Today, let me see. The sea-set meal with vegetable salad, zhajong noodles, and frog hot pot. They're all good. What do you fancy? Zhaoxiao. Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes sparkled, eager. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Gu Zhaoxiao ordered a few dishes, then followed Zhu Zhaoxiao to a secluded corner. Small. Isn't that a bit too much food we ordered just now?" Gu Zhaoxiao whispered. The quantity of the ordered meals alone exceeded the Star Shark Guild's food standards. "Don't worry. If it's too much, I'll treat you. I am now the captain of a T4 interstellar battleship of the Owl Dragon Legion, and my salary is quite high," Zhu Zhaoxiao proudly proclaimed, puffing out her chest. After that, Zhu Zhaoxiao talked to Gu Zhaoxiao about many details of the Owl Dragon Legion, praising the Legion almost every 3 sentences. Soon, the cooked food was brought to the two of them. Gu Zhaoxiao had ordered wonton noodles, spicy cabbage, and sliced meat. Comparatively, Zhu Zhaoxiao's portion was much larger, at least double that of Gu Zhaoxiao's. "Can you finish all that?" Gu Zhaoxiao was surprised at Zhu Zhaoxiao's appetite. "This is just the beginning. In the Owl Dragon Legion, I have a good girlfriend named Annie. She's the chief engineer of the starships. When we're free in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, we often eat together. We have the privilege to board any T3 interstellar battleship and most T4 interstellar battleships. During the weekly holidays, we go to unvisited starship restaurants to order food. Although the ingredients are similar, the cooking varies with each chef on different starships. Like my dish of poached chicken is okay, but not as good as the No. 3 Starship restaurant on Emperor 077, or your wonton noodles at the No. 1 Starship restaurant on Vermilion 16. It's the best tasting." Gu Zhaoxiao, listening to Zhu Zhaoxiao's extensive monologue about gourmet food, was stunned by her passion, and after tasting her own meal, she finally realized why Zhu Zhaoxiao claimed the Starship restaurants were the most important place in the Owl Dragon Legion. The food was truly delicious. "What did you guys order today?" I ordered udon noodles. I got the stir-fried rice on an iron plate. I still like the fried chicken set. But really, the food here is so good. I feel like I've gained 3 pounds in just a few days. It's a shame our food standards aren't that high. We can't enjoy those fancy meals. How about we pull together tomorrow? That shark fin soup looks really good. Gu Zhaoxian noticed that the people at the nearby tables were discussing food, but their appearances were quite special. Their skin was white and had speckles due to their emotional fluctuations. They were the Holy Spirit people of the Holy Radiance Empire. How did Holy Spirit people end up on the starships of the Owl Dragon Legion? Just as Gu Zhaoxiao was wondering, a tall, beautiful, yet icy-faced woman approached with a tray of food. As this woman appeared, all those Holy Spirit people quieted down. Hey, Saint Karna, want to eat together? Zhu Zhaoxiao waved at the stunning woman and called out. The woman glanced at Zhu Zhaoxiao, ignored her, and sat with her companions. Saint Karna. Gu Zhaoxiao suddenly stood up, looking at the beautiful woman who was eating a pungent food. She's Saint Karna, the commander of the Holy Angel Legion. Yes, that's her. Our commander saved her and her bodyguards in Star City, and they've been with us ever since. Despite her icy demeanor, I never expected her to have such strong tastes. She loves snail noodles, Zhu Zhaoxiao remarked while eating. Gu Zhaoxiao stared in amazement at the commander of the Holy Angels Legion, who was eating snail powder. The commander of the Holy Commandery must be the one eating this smelly food. It was quite surprising that this proud and beautiful iceberg beauty actually liked to eat such a fragrant food. The Holy Spirit people also cautiously looked at their commander. At first, they couldn't understand why the commander loved this smelly food so much. It seemed like it was her first day at the Starship restaurant. The Dragon Commander recommended this food, and incited Holy Can. Holy Can tried it and the result was incredible. For the past few days, half of the food ordered was snail powder. If it wasn't for Holy Can having to go back to her dorm and take a shower, change clothes every time she finished, her body would probably be filled with the smell of snail powder. Are you eating snail powder? A man's voice rang out from the side. The only man who could appear on the Dragon Starship was that man. There is a seat here. If you don't mind, I'll sit here. Zhao Chen saw the neighboring Zhu Zhaoxiao and Gu Zhaoxiao. He sat down next to them, with Holy Kin on the other side, sitting kitty corner. Holy Kin ignored Zhao Chen, as if she hadn't even noticed his presence, just eating her snail powder. But her subordinate's eyes soon uncontrollably turned towards Zhao Chen. It was a whole table of crawfish. Crawfish with various flavors, plate after plate. There were at least a dozen pounds. Many of the Holy Spirit people swallowed, knowing this food since some had ordered a small portion before and found it quite good. Originally, the proud Holy Spirit people would not eat such bug-like food. But this crawfish was an exception. It was just delicious. However, the unit price was also very expensive, costing a lot more than ordinary food. So, ordering crawfish without a care like Zhao Chen was something they couldn't afford. What's this? Gu Zhaoxiao looked at the red small bugs in front of Zhao Chen, not quite willing to try it at first. But Zhu Zhaoxiao across from her had already secretly eaten a crawfish. This tastes so delicious, and the size is big too. Is this a special crawfish? Zhu Zhaoxiao smiled at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't say anything, but peeled several crawfish in a row, chewing the delicious shrimp meat. Zhaoxiao, why don't you try it? This taste is really good. It's one of my favorite late-night snacks, but the price is a bit high, so I can only order it occasionally. Today, the commander is treating. Try it quickly. Zhu Zhaoxiao recommended it to Gu Zhaoxiao. When did I say I was treating? Zhao Chen gave Zhu Zhaoxiao a sidelong glance but decided to let it go, as he still had something to do and didn't want to argue with her. Gu Zhaoxiao looked to Zhao Chen for confirmation and only started eating after he suggested trying it. As she chewed the shrimp meat in her mouth, for a moment, Gu Zhaoxiao felt as if she had opened up a whole new world. These red little bugs actually had such a delicious taste. Zhaoxiao, you and Su Lan should get ready together. We might have to launch some military actions next. Prepare some contingency plans. Zhao Chen spoke up. Zhu Zhaoxio's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, "Finally, a battle to fight. Please tell us our targets, so Su Lan, and I can plan accordingly." Zhao Chen casually replied, "Saint Spear Brigade." At that moment, the mood around Zhao Chen changed. Du Zhaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in shock. The people at the next table, including Holy Can, visibly paused, with some of the Holy Spirit people looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. Since joining the Dragon Fleet, they had been increasingly emotionally unstable. "Are you talking about the Saint Spear Brigade? One of the 10 Holy Light Legions of the Glorious Empire?" Zhu Zhaoxio's eyes glittered with excitement. Zhao Chen nodded, took a sip of his drink, peeled a crawfish, and continued, "Chu Zhuan will send you and Su Lan detailed information for the operation. You and Su Lan will be responsible for developing the battle plan together. The operation is scheduled for 3 days from now." Just as Zhao Chen was speaking, a figure appeared in front of him and sat down opposite him. Du Zhaoxiao looked at Holy Can, who was sitting beside her, with some surprise and nervously swallowed her saliva. In the past, Holy Can had been a legendary figure to her. Now, she was sitting right next to her, and there was an indescribable scent emanating from her. "What do you want to do?" "Detain us, and openly discuss the attack plan against the Saint Spear Brigade in front of us." Holy Can stared at Zhao Chen. She couldn't figure out the man in front of her and his motives. "Because I want to cooperate with you." Zhao Chen smiled at Holy Can. "Cooperate? Former enemies in the Holy War duels intend to cooperate. Are you joking with me?" Holy Can raised her eyebrows. "There are no eternal enemies in my eyes. Moreover, we now have a common enemy," Zhao Chen said with a smile. "The Saint Spear Brigade. That's one of the Holy Light Legions. How can they be my enemy?" scoffed Holy Can. Zhao Chen smiled and licked the sauce off his fingers, saying, "What if I told you that the Saint Spear Brigade is after you this time?" Holy Can's pupils dilated. Because of Zhao Chen's sudden revelation, her mind started churning, digesting this information. "What do you mean?" Holy Can glared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen swallowed a mouthful of crawfish meat that had been peeled in advance, burped, and continued, "According to the information we've gathered, the forces behind the Saint Spear Brigade want you dead. As for the reasons, I believe you are well aware. It's related to your purpose for coming to the Stellar Alliance this time, and if the Saint Spear Brigade appears in the Stellar Alliance, it will hinder one of my plans. Consequently, they become the enemy of both of us. So, I think we can cooperate." Holy Can remained silent as she pondered Zhao Chen's words. She also knew that the attack she faced this time must have been carried out by forces within the Glorious Empire. The families behind the Saint Spear Brigade were just the right ones. With a little thought, Holy Can judge the general accuracy of Zhao Chen's intelligence. "Even if they want to kill me, it's an internal matter within our Glorious Empire. What does it have to do with you? And what do you want to gain from me by cooperating?" Holy Can stared at Zhao Chen, trying to see through the man before her. "To have you." Zhao Chen's words made Saint Canna's face blotchy. The singling people at the next table all perked up like they were hearing some incredible gossip. Du Zhaoxiao, who was eating, almost choked. Zhu Zhaoxiao widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at Zhao Chen, but quickly showed an expression as if she understood, having likely imagined a soap opera plot in her head. "Your trust." Zhao Chen had just been speaking while eating, and a piece of shrimp got stuck in his throat. Saint Kana glared at Zhao Chen with embarrassment and anger. "Don't you think what you just said is funny? Trust? Why should I trust you?" Saint Kana's angry demeanor may have been due to the ambiguous words spoken. Zhao Chen continued, "Your trust is, of course, very important to me. Currently, there is infighting within the Starlight Empire. After the internal conflict ends, you really have to abide by the 3-year period of the Holy War duel. But I believe that 3 years later, your Sacred Radiance Empire will definitely launch an invasion war externally, and just after the internal conflict, the weakened Starlight Empire, undoubtedly the best target." Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen without denying his words, but retorted, That's not an invasion. It's just to allow more interstellar races to be covered under the protection of Holy Light. Even though St. Cana's defeat in the Holy War duel led to the Sacred Radiance Empire halting its invasion plans against the Starlight Empire, the actual losses were not as severe as imagined. Originally, the plan was to first control the mechanical territory controlled by the Starlight Empire, digest those resources, expand their own Legion fleets, spend 5 to 10 years enhancing their strength, and then launch a war against the Starlight Empire. But because of the Holy War duel, the Sacred Radiance Empire could only digest their own portion of the mechanical territory, and 3 years later, this war was bound to happen. Zhao Chen shrugged, not bothering with St. Cana's issues of faith, a topic that could go on for 3 days and nights. But what if during these 3 years, some unfavorable events occur within the Sacred Radiance Empire itself, like what happened with the Starlight Empire, unfolding within the Sacred Radiance Empire? St. Cana, the reason why you appeared in the Star City is because you're worried about this. You're worried that the cooperation between your Sacred Radiance Empire and that Qinzhao Ocean isn't as simple as it seems. Moreover, Qinzhao Ocean currently has access to technology to control the insect race from unknown origins. Zhao Chen squinted as he looked at St. Cana. It's a time bomb. For both of us. St. Cana showed a pensive expression as she processed Zhao Chen's words. Our cooperation doesn't require you to betray the interests of the Sacred Radiance Empire, but instead, it's beneficial for you. It can help you cleanse the parasites lurking under the glorious light you stand for. First, I can tell you about my plan. The first goal of my visit this time is to disrupt the cooperation between you and Qinzhao Ocean. Zhao Chen directly stated his purpose this time. Zhu Zhaoxiao looked somewhat surprised at the commander. How could the commander reveal their strategic goal in front of the enemy? In fact, St. Cana had already guessed the reason why Zhao Chen and the others appeared there. It all revolved around the matter between Qinzhao Ocean and the Sacred Radiance Empire. So, there was no need for Zhao Chen to continue hiding. Upon hearing this, St. Cana's expression remained unchanged. In the process, I will try to investigate the cooperation between Qinzhao Ocean and some nobles from your Sacred Radiance Empire. If I manage to find out, I'm willing to provide this information to you free of charge. With this information, you can expose the nefarious deeds beneath your Sacred Radiance Empire's holiness. Zhao Chen finished the plate of shrimp in front of him and burped contently. You're trying to incite turmoil within our Sacred Radiance Empire. St. Cana stared at Zhao Chen, revealing his intentions. Zhao Chen shrugged. You can see it that way. St. Cana's face darkened. She didn't directly refute Zhao Chen's proposal. It was a cunning move from Zhao Chen, but she seemed to have no reason to refuse. It was because St. Cana was the kind of person who couldn't tolerate anyone within the Sacred Radiance Empire committing acts against the Holy Light. If she were to find out about these things, there was no way she would turn a blind eye. After finishing this shrimp, make a decision, then come to the bridge to find me. Zhao Chen pushed another plate of shrimp in front of St. Cana. Beside her, Zhu Zhaoxiao pouted, feeling slighted as the commander didn't offer her any. After speaking, Zhao Chen stood up and left the dining area of the starship. St. Cana stared at the delicious shrimp in front of her, feeling conflicted. On the other table, St. Ling's subordinates cast hopeful looks at each other, and St. Cana spoke. Let's share this. Thank you, Commander. The St. Ling people joyfully responded and swiftly divided the shrimp among themselves. On the bridge, Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair and burped once more. Did she agree? Chu Zhuan stood beside him, catching a whiff of the shrimp in the air. She will agree soon, Zhao Chen said confidently. Chu Zhuan pulled out some information, reporting to Zhao Chen. Regarding the Money family, I found some peculiar traces. Perhaps it's related to what we need to investigate. Zhao Chen frowned as he looked over the information. After a moment of silence, he said, the next batch of trades between the Sacred Radiance Empire and Qinzhao Ocean still has some time. We can go check out the place mentioned in this information. Understood. I'll arrange the course, Chu Zhuan replied. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, closing his eyes. This time, his proposed cooperation with Saint Kana didn't yield him much in the short term, but in the long run, it seemed like he gained a lot. He planted a seed within the Sacred Radiance Empire, a seed that could potentially overthrow this powerful empire in the future. However, whether this can be achieved depends on opportunity. The main reason, of course, was Zhao Chen's dedication to completing the mission. Saint Kana's trust value, -5 during this period. Saint Kana's trust level wasn't bad. Though not yet positive, it had improved significantly. Zhao Chen believed that once Saint Kana cooperated with him, this trust value would likely turn from negative to positive. Zhao Chen took a moment to check on his other mission status. T5 System Mall, activation completion, 20%. A new mission is currently updating. Caught up in the chaos, Zhao Chen had successfully completed the task of snatching the Money family's betrothed, increasing his completion rate to 20%. But the next phase of the mission had not yet refreshed. It seemed to require some waiting time. One of the territories occupied by the Chan family is a star system. In the Galaxy Union, the Chan family is considered a unique presence. Other interstellar powers, such as the Star Shark Guild, may be strong, but they do not have large territories. For the vast majority of interstellar traders, interstellar territories are only valuable if they contain resource-rich star systems. Otherwise, they would be a burden. In these territorial star systems, the Chan family has established some basic industries, using cheap slave labor from their own slave trades to drive their industrial output. Above a barren planet controlled by the Chan family, a stealth interstellar battleship was lurking invisibly, capturing images of the planet and transmitting them to another battleship behind. This is an image data transmitted back by our T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, Chuzhuan said, pointing to the screen in front of them. Behind Chuzhuan were Zhu Zhaoxiao and Gu Zhaoxiao. On the other side was Saint Kana. Saint Kana's presence here was due to a previous cooperation proposal by Zhao Chen and naturally required no further explanation. However, Saint Kana also made a request that she could unilaterally terminate the cooperation at any time. Zhao Chen did not refuse, as he was confident that cooperation with Saint Kana would not end unilaterally. Their collaboration would only make Saint Kana unable to stop. What are they doing? Why are they herding the elderly and children onto those interstellar transports one after another? Zhu Zhaoxiao pointed to a captured image, puzzled. Zhao Chen remained silent, his expression dark. Chu Zhuan took out a document beside them. This is temporary confidential intelligence. Our T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship investigation revealed that recently, the Chan family has been sending slaves to these interstellar transports, and the destination of these transports is the Snow Swallow Star domain of the Starshine Empire. Over time, they have possibly transported billions of people. However, there is no sign of such a large population in the Snow Swallow Star domain. Billions. So many people. They can't just vanish into thin air. Right. Zhu Zhaoxiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Some people dare to do anything to achieve their goals. He Wangchen has such partners who can quickly wipe out lives on a planet in just a few days. Zhao Chen interjected abruptly. Zhu Zhaoxiao paused, then exclaimed, interstellar insectoids. As she spoke, she thought of the billions of people and her face turned pale. This can't be real. He Wangchen, does he dare to do such a thing? Some people are capable of anything to achieve their goals. He has raised such a massive insect colony, and those insects also need to feed. Where will they get so much meat? Zhao Chen questioned and answered himself. Zhu Zhaoxiao shuddered. Saint Kana, with her arms crossed, resentfully said, this is the filthy nature of your Starshine Empire, devoid of humanity. That's why it needs the purification of the holy light. Zhao Chen glanced at Saint Kana but did not speak. Chu Zhuan was the first to speak, coldly staring at Saint Kana. We have also discovered another piece of information starting from a month ago. The Chan family also dispatches a fleet of interstellar transports carrying these goods towards the Holy Radiance Empire. Saint Kana, upon hearing this, appeared shocked, angry, and unwilling to believe. She wanted to speak up but found herself unable to refute, because deep down, she did not doubt the truth of this matter. While the Holy Radiance Empire proclaimed itself as messengers of the Holy Light and claimed to rule without sin, Saint Kana knew that the upper echelons of the Holy Radiance Empire, at certain times, would engage in activities that tread the line. For example, their collaboration with Huangshan. Huangshan's control over the insectoid technology undoubtedly fell into Forbidden's territory. But to create chaos within the Starshine Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire turned a blind eye and continued to cooperate with Huangshan. Coupled with the traces she had found, if some nobles within the Holy Radiance Empire had indeed engaged in collaboration that involved Huangshan, it undoubtedly concerned the insectoid technology. Suppose some nobles within the Holy Radiance Empire attempted to cultivate these bugs. In that case, they naturally needed blood to feed them. Disappearance of a significant number of people within the Holy Radiance Empire would be hard to conceal. However, procuring these goods from the Galaxy Union would eliminate such concerns. These guys have no idea what they're dealing with. Those horrific traits of the insectoids, do they really believe they can totally control them? Even if they can, nurturing a vast fleet of insectoids requires massive amounts of food. Can this be supplied from the Galaxy Union? Where would this food come from then? Zhao Chen spoke in a low voice. Saint Kana understood the implications of Zhao Chen's words and felt a heavy weight in her chest. Wait, Chu Zhuan suddenly exclaimed, staring at a video screen for a few seconds before directly ordering the Silver Mouse interstellar reconnaissance ship in front to zoom in on the screen. As the image continued to enlarge, a group of slaves, who had just been escorted off an interstellar transport, became visible. What's wrong? Zhao Chen asked, looking puzzled at Chu Zhuan's dramatically changed expression. Clenching her fists, Chu Zhuan pointed to a position on the enlarged screen where a few people's figures stood out. The clothing worn by these individuals belongs to several star systems on the border of the Chu star cluster, and there are several tattoos on the arms of a few individuals, the insignia of the Chu family army. Typically, retired veterans would have these tattoos engraved on them. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhao Chen immediately understood why Chu Zhuan's emotions were so tumultuous. These scoundrels from the Qian family had already extended their claws into the Chu star cluster to capture slaves. Commander? Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen, with her eyes slightly reddened. Before Chu Zhuan could finish, he waved his hand. Command of the little skull ship is now yours. You have full command of this interstellar battleship. Do what you want to do? Gratefully, Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen before standing on the command platform. Little skull ship. Enter combat mode. Move towards the target planet. If you encounter any Qian family interstellar battleships within the attack range, remember, it's the Qian family's interstellar battleships, not including interstellar transport ships. Destroy them all. The last two words were spoken through gritted teeth. With this order, the T for Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer began to descend on the planet. The descent of an interstellar battleship onto the surface of a planet was an enormous drain on the ship's engine power. However, Zhao Chen was willing to do so. You don't want to provoke our secretary. It's a no-go. On this planet above all planets, the environment is extremely harsh, with mostly desert-like conditions wherever you look. The sky is filled with yellow sand. Yet in such an environment, industrial zones are being built. Because this planet can meet the basic survival needs of living beings, it has been designated as a slave industrial planet. As for living conditions, the wealthy families naturally do not care. These are the new batch of slaves captured. Recently, the demand for slaves has been too high. So, we had to go all the way to the Chu Star region of the Starshine Empire to capture these few shipments, almost being discovered by the Chu family fleet. A crew member of a slave transport ship was wearing a breathing mask while handing over this batch of slaves to the local authorities. They were breathing masks, but the slaves being escorted down did not have such luck. Chained one by one, they walked down in a line, those walking slowly being shocked with an electric baton by the supervisors. In their eyes, These people were not regarded as liars, but merely as goods. Yes, especially now when the quantity of goods to be transported is so high that we do not have enough slaves in our workforce. Previously, only corpses were required, as well as the sick, disabled, elderly, and children. Now the requirements have been expanded to include those under 15 years old, over 50 years old, those with improper work attitudes, or those who fail to meet work quotas, all to be transported as goods. The local factory manager sighed deeply. The factory manager hesitated for a moment and quietly asked the other person, "I'm curious, with so many slaves, where exactly are they being sent by superiors? I don't know about elsewhere, but just in my factory, the total number of dead and living people transported back and forth exceeds 1 billion. Previously, the slaves in our factory could work for an average of around 30 years. Now, it's difficult for them to last 20 years. Hearing the other person's question, the crew member of the slave transport ship glared at them. Don't forget the rules. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, especially about this matter. I spoke out of turn. I spoke out of turn. The other person quickly apologized, offering a box of something as a peace offering. This batch of goods is quite good. It can make you feel euphoric. The crew member of the slave transport ship glanced at the offering, showing a satisfied smile. The things you want. I've also placed them in container number 077. Those involved in transportation would privately carry some contraband goods and trade things they individually needed, like the box offered by the other person, containing a type of mental stimulant to fulfill the crew member's psychological needs during the long interstellar journey. Actually, we don't know the answer to the question you asked. During transport, all external networks are shut down. Not even the internal network can be used. I've spent a month and a half in my own department's little corner. Even when unloading cargo, we must all stay in the dormitories without leaving. But I seem to hear some strange noises. Definitely not human sounds, the crew member of the slave transport ship muttered with some fear. Although he didn't witness it firsthand, his intuition told him that he had been very close to death at that time. Just then, a dirty girl stumbled and fell to the ground. This directly caused her group of slaves to be unable to continue moving forward. The supervising guard in charge immediately came over with an electric baton. A boy from the group rushed to protect the girl's body, but was also attacked by the baton, trembling all over. Please don't shock my brother. I can walk." The girl looked at her trembling brother on the ground, crying and pleading. The guard kicked the boy who had been shocked. "Stop pretending to be dead. Stand up and continue walking." At this moment, he saw something in the boy's pocket. The guard immediately greedily reached out to grab it. "You little rascal, dared to hide something." The boy, seeing his precious item being snatched away, struggled to stand up and wanted to snatch it back. But the guard mercilessly stepped on him. "What junk is this? Just a soldier's name tag. Wasting my expression." The guard looked at the small tag, which had a person's name and the army he served in written on it. "Shu Family Fleet 9th Fleet. Song Dashu. Give it back. That's my father's. My father is a stellar warrior of the Chu family. Let the Chu family know. You dare to attack our planet. Loot us. The Chu family won't let you off the hook. The Chu family fleet will come to destroy you." The young boy angrily stared at the bandits who had destroyed their homeland. "Chu family? Ha ha ha. You probably don't know, do you? This is the United Star Alliance, far from your Chu River Star region. The Chu family would never come all this way for you lowly civilians. So, you just work here honestly until death, squeezing out what's left of your value." The guard sneered. Then he leered at the girl. "She's a bit too young now, but as she grows up, we can enjoy her. Let's hope she can live until that day." The girl trembled in fear. At that moment, a sandstorm erupted outside. "What's going on? The weather forecast didn't say there would be such a big sandstorm today, did it?" The guard looked at the slaves being blown off balance. Their work difficulty had just increased. "Damn it. What is that?" The crew member of the slave transport ship looked at the sky in horror. At this point, Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a gigantic object descending slowly through the yellow sand. Although it was still some distance above the ground, its massive body resembled a fortress suspended in the air. A starship. That's a starship. Could it be that the Chan family sent a starship? But such a large one. Doesn't seem like a T3 level starship. The guards whispered as they were unable to see the full view due to the sandstorm. But even so, the ship extended several kilometers, suspended over their heads. It exuded a sense of oppression. Look, it seems like they're deploying drones. At this moment, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that many drones were being released from the belly of the starship, scattering in all directions. At that moment, the alarm at the entire factory base blared. Why is the alarm going off? Someone expressed surprise, as the alarm only sounded in times of imminent danger. A drone hovered directly above their position. Subsequently, a woman's voice rang out. I am the governor of the Chu family, Chu Changhe, granddaughter of Marshal Chu of the Chu Star region, Chu Zhuan. I have been ordered to retrieve the people of the Chu River Star region and bring them home. The sound like this is playing at various factory bases on this planet. Some people looked up at the drones, puzzled, because they have never heard of the Chu Star domain or the Chu family. But some people, at this moment, have already shown expressions of disbelief. A middle-aged person, who was originally working, upon hearing Chu family, Chu Admiral Chu Changhe, words taking them home, his expression blank, then knelt down directly on the ground, covering his face and crying, The Admiral is here to save us. The Admiral is here to save us. Father, if only you could hold on a little longer, that would be great. It's Miss Chu. Chu Zhuan. I saw her in the newspaper before. She's the granddaughter of Admiral Chu. Oh, thank goodness. We're saved. I knew it. Admiral Chu wouldn't forget us. On this planet, people from the Chu Star domain are now bursting with strong emotions, some even launching a rebellion, attacking those overseers. T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer. Bridge Jiao Chen looked at Chu Zhuan speaking. The words Chu Zhuan said were approved by him. Using the Chu family's banner at this moment is the most appropriate. It's also a way to raise the momentum of the Chu family, a free gift to the old man Chu. Jiao Chen saw flashes of fire around the responsive ship body in the images. Did we just come under attack? Jiao Chen asked. Commander, there are 6 anti-aircraft gun turrets on the ground that have launched an attack against us, hitting our ship body. But they have not caused substantial damage to our ship body, reported the officer responsible for ship body defense. Report. Multiple T1 class interstellar battleships are detected approaching. There are also some ground mechanized infantry units, tactical teams, manned and unmanned aircraft on the ground. According to the energy wave detection, the majority are T1, with a small number of T2 class weapons. The turrets attacking us also belong to the T2 technology standard, reported the radar officer. Zhu Zhaoxiao sneered beside. Just T2 weapon turrets. Aren't these like small toothpicks? Not even enough to scratch our itch. We don't even need to activate the star shield. This is a heavy interstellar armored destroyer, and it's at T4 level. With armor of this strength, those attacks can, at most, chip some paint off it. This is also under Jiao Chen's permission not to activate the star shield. Don't waste time, end the battle quickly, Jiao Chen said calmly. Attacking these enemies with a ship like the Skull is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Overkill. But to appease his angry secretary, Jiao Chen is willing to do so. Furthermore, Jiao Chen feels a bit uneasy in his heart. Although he is a traveler, with time passing, he has developed some emotions towards the Starshine Empire. This is after all the newbie village we travelers are in. Aren't we blinding ourselves? Yes. Chu Zhuan heard the command and began to arrange the next battle plan. The first step was to target all armed units and defense facilities on the planet. The drones just deployed were partly to announce Chu Zhuan's arrival, and on the other hand, to gather intelligence data. Now, this collected intelligence data was presented to Chu Zhuan. On the map of this planet, red crosses appeared marking the targets for the upcoming attack. Along with Chu Zhuan's orders, this steel behemoth first launched an attack on those who dared to attack them. Booms of huge explosions resounded on this planet one after another. Laser beams from the sky fell like divine punishment. Those T-1 interstellar battleships belonging to Money family responsible for this planet were destroyed. Some exploded and fragmented directly in the air, while others crashed to the ground. The slaves on the ground looked up at the sky and at the scenes of explosions not far away. At first, they were afraid, fearing they would be harmed, but soon they realized they were not the targets of the attacks. As long as they stayed put, they were safe. At this moment, tears streaming down their faces, they began venting their anger of the past period. Some roared, some laughed, some cursed at the fallen Money family interstellar battleships. Request support. Request support. Immediately request support from the Money family. Deploy all our armed forces. Attack this enemy ship. The planet's administrator, who was awakened from his sleep, ran to the control room in panic, looking at the giant interstellar battleship with eyes full of dread. Report. Our ground forces are being annihilated. This starship is too powerful. And there are also a large number of interstellar drones, at least tens of thousands. They are even conducting recognition-based killings of our ground individual troops. We have no resistance capability at all. Report. We have requested support from the Money family, but it will take several hours for reinforcements to arrive. Several hours. It may not seem long, but everyone present understood well. Given the current situation, they only needed a few minutes. They would be obliterated. Retreat. Prepare shuttlecraft for immediate evacuation. The planet's administrator immediately made the decision that if this planet could not be saved, the most important thing now was to ensure their safety. But the next second, the corridor behind him was suddenly broken in half. The wind and sand outside blew into his face. The planet's administrator barely opened his eyes wider and saw a huge white mech body, and there were 4 cannons aiming at their position. The pilot inside the mech cockpit was scanning the identities of these people with instruments. The T-3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship had already infiltrated the internal network of this planet, gathering information on the personnel stationed by Money family on this planet. Identity identified. Target is the planet's administrator. A mechanical voice sounded in the pilot's ear. The next second, the pilot pressed the fire button. The 4 cannons fired simultaneously, turning the planet's administrator into dust. The mech pilot's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if only some pests had been exterminated. She continued to carry out missions elsewhere because there were still plenty of pests on this planet. 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen received a message. Report. With the assistance of the T-4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier starship No. 1 interstellar drones, we have cleared all armed forces on this planet, and this planet is now under our control, reported the subordinate. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and asked, what about our losses? No casualties, no losses of interstellar drones, and no losses of mechs. Commander, does chipped paint count as a loss? The subordinate hesitated and asked. At a square in a slave residence point, Chu Zhuan stood on a floating disc, hovering above the heads of the crowd. This allowed the hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the square to see Chu Zhuan. This slave residence point is the one with the highest population of Chu River Star Domain residents, where nearly 80% of the hundreds of thousands of people below were captured from the Chu River Star Domain. Chu Zhuan looked at the appearance of these Chu River Star Domain subjects, each one skinny and emaciated, with faces covered in dust, and barely clothed. Some even bore clear signs of torture on their bodies. I'm sorry for being late. Chu Zhuan lightly bit her vermilion lips and deeply bowed to everyone. With just a few simple words, the emotions of the entire square spiraled out of control, with men, women, and children breaking down in tears. Please rest assured, today I, Chu Zhuan, am here to take all of you home. I have arranged for an interstellar transport ship, which will soon come to pick you all up. When the time comes, you can board the interstellar transport ship and return to the Chu River Star Domain, back to your homeland. Chu Zhuan spoke. Many were overjoyed, but some were filled with sorrow. A man cried out in agony, we have no homes left. Those beasts attacked our town, burning it to the ground completely. Anyone who resisted was massacred by them. We have no home to return to. Chu Zhuan clenched her fists, her gaze resolute as she said, "Please rest assured, as long as you are alive, as long as my Chu family still exists, the destroyed home can be rebuilt, and we will satisfy all of your living needs. At the same time, our Chu family fleet also swears here, those bastards who set foot in our homeland, I, Chu Zhuan, will settle the score with them bit by bit. We will not rest until justice is served." With Chu Zhuan's promise, the emotions of the people from the Chu River Star domain were calmed, but those who were not from the Chu River Star domain were now worried, with some kneeling on the ground, praying to the heavens. "Please, take us with you. We can't survive here. Those beasts don't see us as human beings at all. As long as you take us away from this cursed place, we are willing to do anything." Chu Zhuan looked at these non-Chu River Star domain individuals, for whom arrangements had already been made. "Please rest assured, today we will take everyone on this planet with us. However, you will not be going to the Chu River Star domain, but to the Dragon Owl Star system, where there is a Lord who will be responsible for taking care of and settling you. As long as you follow the arrangements of the Lord, I believe you will have a comfortable life. At the same time, the Dragon Owl Lord also promises that if you wish to leave in the future, you will be allowed to do so freely." Chu Zhuan read out the orders previously issued by Zhao Chen. With so many slaves, although there are many planets in the Chu River Star domain, it does not have enough manpower, resources, or finances to accommodate and settle all of them. The Dragon Owl Star system, on the other hand, has all of these. Coincidentally, what Zhao Chen lacks now is people. Not only does the Dragon Owl Star system lack people, but the other 5 resource star domains outside also lack people. Bringing back these enslaved individuals from wealthy families, as long as they are provided with basic living guarantees, the vast majority of them would be willing to stay in the Dragon Owl Star system. Hearing Chu Zhuan's words, those people also felt relieved, waiting patiently for their resettlement. Chu Zhuan then visited several more slave residence points of the Chu River Star domain, and upon seeing the conditions of those Chu River Star domain people, her anger towards the wealthy families was almost uncontrollable. If the Chu family legion were here, Chu Zhuan would not hesitate to retaliate against the wealthy families. Unfortunately, this is the Star Alliance, not the Starlight Empire. After a round of inquiries, Chu Zhuan returned to the bridge of the T for Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer. Walking onto the bridge, she approached Commander Zhao Chen, saluted, and reported, "Our survey is complete. On this planet, there are a total of 3 billion slaves. Among them, 5 billion from the Chu River Star domain, mainly from the remote small planets at the border of the Chu River Star domain that were already disconnected from the core region of the Chu River Star domain. Additionally, these bastards have been able to abduct the residents of these planets as slaves to their secretive movements. 3 billion. Zhao Chen was greatly surprised, as he had not expected a planet so small and barren to house such a large population. Initially, Zhao Chen predicted that having a population of 1 billion on this planet under normal circumstances would be good enough, given how poor the living environment was. But unexpectedly, there were actually 3 billion people. Upon further reflection, it made sense. The wealthy families arranged for these people on this planet not for their well-being, but for their own labor. Thus, the living conditions were likely very poor, with everyone living in crowded settlements. Moreover, there were large numbers of slaves dying every day. By arranging for these 3 billion people, they did not have to worry about personnel losses. They could simply replace them with more slaves. Furthermore, we obtained some information from a few slave interstellar transport ships. These ships are responsible for transporting the bodies of some slaves or slaves who do not meet labor standards to designated locations. Each transport mission is highly secretive, with all navigation data being deleted after each mission. But we were fortunate enough to have a slave interstellar transport ship that had just begun a transport mission, input the navigation coordinates, and did not have time to delete them. Just as she spoke, a navigation map appeared in front of them. Chuzhuan then looked at Saint Kana next to her. Sensing Chuzhuan's gaze, Saint Kana hesitated for a moment before quickly walking over to Chuzhuan. Looking at the navigation map in Chuzhuan's hand, Saint Kana showed an expression of disbelief, even fear. Is this the territory of the family behind the Holy Gunner Legion? Zhao Chen asked calmly. It seemed that this was the most probable answer. Otherwise, the Holy Gunner Legion would not have set out for the Star Alliance at this time. No, Saint Kana whispered. Zhao Chen showed a surprised expression. Is it not the territory of the family behind the Holy Gunner Legion? Where is this place? Saint Kana remained silent, her expression as if she could not believe this evidence. Chuzhuan, realizing what was at stake, quickly investigated the coordinates and soon found the answer. These coordinates are located within a military restricted area within the territory of the Holy Saint family. At this moment, even Chuzhuan showed a surprised expression. The Holy Saint family. This name, I seem to have heard it before. Zhao Chen's face showed a pensive expression. Saint Kana then spoke. The Holy Saint family is the strongest family in the glorious Radiance Empire, with 2 of the current 5 imperial counselors coming from the Holy Saint family. Additionally, 1 counselor's mentor is also from the Holy Saint family. Over half of the seats in the Imperial Senate are influenced by the Holy Saint family, and the Holy Gunner Legion is actually groomed by the Holy Saint family. Although holding the title of the Holy Gunner family, the higher-ups within our glorious Radiance Empire know that they are just a hound of the Holy Saint family. Zhao Chen could tell that this matter had a profound impact on Saint Kana's inner self. After all, this was the Saint family, the most powerful family within the Sacred Radiance Empire, as spoken by Saint Kana. Are you scared? Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana, who seemed somewhat dazed. Saint Kana subconsciously wanted to refute, but her throat suddenly couldn't produce any sound. Yes, she was afraid. Although the angel family she belonged to was not weak and even had an angel legion, it was clear that compared to the Saint family, they were nothing. You may not know how powerful the Saint family really is, Saint Kana whispered. Among the 10 Holy Radiance Legions, at least 5 are openly related to the Saint family, and as for how much influence the Saint family can wield in secret, nobody knows. You may not have heard this saying before. In the Sacred Radiance Empire, there are only 3 categories of families. The first category, third-rate families. The second category, entities like my angel family. The third category, the Saint family. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Solely, some even say that the military power controlled by the Saint family surpasses the total of other families. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen, lightly biting her vermilion lips. This was the first time Zhao Chen had seen such an expression on this strong woman. So, you're scared? Zhao Chen asked again. Saint Kana was somewhat indignant. This man had not yet understood her meaning. Do you really understand what I said? The Saint family? So, you're scared? Zhao Chen said firmly this time. Following that, Zhao Chen continued. Previously, you repeatedly said that you wouldn't allow any filth within the Sacred Radiance Empire. But now, you've discovered that the strongest family within your empire is the Saint family, and you're scared. You're retreating. If this is your firm belief, then I can only say, you're not fit to cooperate with me. Now, I can let you and your people leave. Zhao Chen raised his hand, making a gesture of dismissal. Chuzhuan pushed herself away, gazing coldly at Saint Kana. Saint Kana looked at the open door of the bridge, then at the man sitting with his back towards her in the captain's chair. Earlier, she had been scheming to leave by any means possible. But now, when this man who had previously insisted on her departure, she, surprisingly hesitated. She clenched her fists, feeling conflicted as if the little people were fighting in her mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen casually reviewed some data appearing before him, such as when the interstellar transport ship was due to arrive. Sending all the slaves back to their respective planets would require a substantial number of interstellar transport ships. Luckily, Zhao Chen had the ability to call upon several transport ships through the Stellar Alliance personnel and was in the process of arranging their transportation. As for why Zhao Chen expelled Saint Kana, it was a strategic move. Presenting the Saint family matter to Saint Kana was like presenting a mountain. If Zhao Chen pressured Saint Kana to leave with him, it could lead to her hesitating. But now, by pressuring her to leave, it might serve as a counterattack strategy. These days, Zhao Chen hadn't let Saint Kana idle away on his starship. Whenever he had time, he studied this commander of the Angel Legion. Zhao Chen realized that Saint Kana was deeply faithful, even overly so in matters of faith. And now, knowing about the existence of the Saint family in the Empire, she couldn't help but investigate. Her character and pride wouldn't allow her to ignore it. Although it seemed like Zhao Chen gave Saint Kana choice, in reality, she had only one path now. She would return to her family, inform them of her intention to investigate the Saint family. The outcome would be predictable. Her family's elders would think she had gone mad. Engaging in a sacred war or duel could lead to support from her family, but provoking the Saint family would risk the fate of the Angel family. The Angel family wouldn't tolerate Saint Kana's actions. Moreover, Saint Kana alone wouldn't be able to thoroughly investigate within the Sacred Radiance Empire, considering her recent close encounter with an assassination attempt to delving into forbidden territories. In this situation, Zhao Chen was undoubtedly the only viable path for her. Zhao Chen had a fleet, the ability to gather intelligence, and most importantly, he was a man who had defeated Saint Kana before. Apart from her faith, Saint Kana held strong respect for the strong. Suddenly, Saint Kana darted in front of Zhao Chen, looking steadfastly at him. "You can't drive us away. We already have an agreement. We are partners now. You can't go back on your word." Zhao Chen looked teasingly at Saint Kana. "But you should know, if you continue to investigate, you'll run into the Saint family. If the Saint family is really researching something beyond the boundaries of the Sacred Radiance Empire that threatens you, what would you do? Or let's say, what can a mere angel family do?" Saint Kana tightened her fists, speaking firmly. "If I truly discover that the Saint family has committed acts against the faith of the Sacred Light, I will expose these deeds and have the Saint family face the judgment of the Empire for their wrongdoings, even if it costs me my life." Zhao Chen glanced at the trust value of Saint Kana in the system task. Trust value of Saint Kana, 10. Oh well, finally a positive number. Next, raising that value would be easier. After all, this task would continue until the end of June. He had enough time to train this commander of the Angel Legion. "Since you've decided, let's continue our cooperation." Zhao Chen shrugged, seeming indifferent. Saint Kana stepped aside without saying a word, but her current mood was terrible. She felt as if the man beside her was like a demon with bared fangs, constantly tempting her down an irreversible path. But she had no other choice now. For the light, for her faith. "Commander, on the other slave planets of the Chan family, there may still be many residents of the Chu star field." Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen with difficulty. "We have time. If we're going to deal with the Chan family, then we need to eradicate them completely. They're involved in the slave trade after all. I want to see what business that Chen family head can do without slaves. Moreover, as you mentioned before, the Chan family will have to pay the price for their deeds. We will stop at nothing. The Zilong Legion stands for integrity. We say what we do. This time, the Chan family is doomed." Zhao Chen revealed a playful smile. The head of the Chan family, Chan Feng, sat with a grim expression on his face in the main seat, with several subordinates bowing their heads and looking pale in front of him. "Report: 3 industrial bases on planets have been attacked again. Lost communication contact. Report: the planet industrial base responsible for constructing starship energy blocks has lost contact. Report: the team of 30 interstellar battleships dispatched to investigate has lost contact. Report: our starship arrived at the earliest planet that lost contact and found that all the slaves on it have disappeared." Several subordinates hurriedly ran in with more bad news. Chan Feng's face turned even grimmer. His breathing quickened as he looked at the map of several star systems of the Chan family, with glowing red areas indicating areas under attack or lost contact. Now he learned that the slaves he raised had been kidnapped. For the Chan family, slaves were wealth. This was like gouging flesh off the Chan family. Who is responsible for this? Who dares to oppose the Chan family? Chan Feng roared. Chief, I suspect that it may be related to the Little Skull interstellar destroyer that attacked us previously. One subordinate spoke at this moment. The Little Skull interstellar destroyer. Hearing this name made Chan Feng's temples throb. During this time, he had been investigating this ship named the Little Skull interstellar destroyer. But the model of this interstellar destroyer had never been seen before. It seemed like its first appearance. Chief, the Starry Tavern just reported back. The attackers may have ties with the Chu family. The reason for the attack is because we plundered people from the Chu River domain. A Chan family member ran in hastily. Chu family? Chan Feng's heart shook. He had not expected it to be related to the Chu family. Father, the most important thing for us now is to prevent the situation from escalating within our territory. Those industrial planets have many of our orders, and if the orders cannot be completed, the penalty is secondary. But the orders from those to major clients are not as simple as penalties. Chan Dafu reminded on the side. Chan Feng furrowed his brows. His son was right. The demands of the two major clients were the most important. There couldn't be any mishaps. Dafu, you go arrange it immediately. The transport ships for the next 3 batches must deliver the slaves to both places on time and in full quantity. There must be no problems. Chan Feng said solemnly. This was related to the Chan family's position in the Galactic Alliance. Yes. Chan Dafu accepted the order. Chan Feng took a deep breath, looking at the devastated map of the Chan family star systems. Controlling this situation was easier said than done. The enemies were hidden killers in the dark, with powerful combat abilities that the Chan family couldn't match. Father, if you are worried that our military strength isn't sufficient to deal with the anger of the Chu family, maybe we can use another sword to kill. Chan Dafu spoke up at this moment. Chan Feng squinted at his son. Chan Dafu uttered 5 words. The Holy Spear Cores. Chan Feng's eyes lit up. The Holy Spear Cores was one of the 10 sacred military corps of the glorious empire. If they could get their help, those petty clowns could easily be taken care of. But the Holy Spear Corps cannot be commanded by us. Chan Feng frowned. Chan Dafu smirked and said, Father, what are merchants best at? Isn't it persuasion? And this time, the Holy Spear Corps coming to the Galactic Alliance. What is their purpose? We only need to. Chan Feng interrupted his son before he could continue. I know what to do. At this moment, a gleam of determination shone in Chan Feng's eyes. Chu family ... You may be strong in the Starlight Empire, but this is the Galactic Alliance. This time I will make you pay. No matter how strong you are, can you really match the Holy Spear Corps? You all can leave. Chan Feng dismissed the crowd. When there was only Chan Feng left in the entire hall, he adjusted his emotions, stood up, and straightened his clothing. Then he opened his most confidential communication software, selected an account, and left a voice message. Head of the Chan family, there is something important to discuss. After waiting for a few minutes, a video window appeared in front of Chan Feng. Across the screen was an impeccably bright bridge background, with a haughty Holy Spirit individual sitting in the captain's chair. Chan Feng. What's the matter? Chan Feng slightly bowed, showing a respectful attitude. I apologize for the disturbance, Commander. But I really have no choice. I won't hide it from you. But currently a group of people seems to know the purpose of your visit to the Galactic Alliance. They have dispatched a large number of starships to attack our Chan family territory, collecting relevant clues. However, my Chan family is prepared to fight to the end, no matter what. But we are ultimately just an interstellar merchant family and lack military strength. I can't guarantee the success of the major event you must undertake next. Moreover, these people seem to be from the Chu family. You know, the Chu family is currently at war with your ally. The Holy Spirit commander on the other side said, What? The Chu family is investigating us? Yes. So, I dare to ask, Commander, if your Holy Spirit Corps is willing to help sweep these forces from the Chu family, it will surely be a success, and I suspect that the same group of people who abducted Saint Kana in the Star City are behind this. If the seniors of the Saint family hear that you've handled all these matters cleanly, they will surely admire your abilities. Chan Feng painted a grand narrative for the Holy Spirit Commander in front of him, linking Saint Kana's disappearance to this group, though Chan Feng himself had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. As expected, upon hearing this, the Holy Spirit Commander immediately perked up. You are right. I must eliminate potential risks at the source. Saint Kana, that woman, it's her fault for poking her nose where she shouldn't have, the Holy Spirit Commander chuckled. Indeed, the attack on Saint Kana in the Star City was orchestrated by the commander of this Holy Spirit Corps and the Chan family behind the scenes. However, this group from the Chu family is now missing. I can't just stay in the Galactic Alliance forever. After handling this matter, my Holy Spirit Corps must return. The Holy Spirit Commander frowned. Chan Feng immediately said, You don't need to worry about this. I will make sure those people walk into the trap themselves. When the time comes, you just need to. Hearing Chan Feng's plan, the Holy Spirit Commander nodded. Right, carry on as you suggested. But remember, it must not interfere with my main tasks. It definitely won't. Chan Feng solemnly assured. The Holy Spirit Commander suddenly stared sharply at Chan Feng, and, Are you using me as a tool? Chan Feng's body stiffened for a moment. He swallowed and immediately said, How could that be? We are friends. I specially prepared some gifts for you. Dear sir, I like gifts. The Holy Spirit Commander smiled knowingly. Chan Feng could only silently endure this hefty price he had to pay this time. Report. Our interstellar battleship has completed the corresponding combat mission and returned to base. Some slave planets that have not yet completed evacuation have our interstellar traders arranging corresponding interstellar battleships to guard. If there is any enemy activity, we can provide support at any time. Sulan reported these pieces of information to Zhao Chen on the video call. Thank you for your hard work, accomplishing so much in such a short time. Arrange for all interstellar battleships to rest in place for 3 hours. Replenish all combat supplies, and prepare for real combat operations, Zhao Chen said. Understood. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Zhuan beside him. Due to time constraints, we have only attacked a few of the Chan family's slave planets, representing only 1/10 of their total. Once we handle the current matters, I promise you that I will bring back all the residents of the Chu Star Sector. Chu Zhuan, understanding the bigger picture, was already content with what Zhao Chen had achieved. On behalf of the Chu family and the residents of the Chu Star Sector, I thank you. Chu Zhuan bowed to Zhao Chen. Now, let's get down to business. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the interstellar sandbox. These are some information data collected by the T3 Silver, Rat-class light stealth reconnaissance ship deployed by us. Along with the previous intelligence gathered, we have a more detailed understanding. First, the Holy Spear Legion coming to the Star Alliance is not just to assassinate Saint Kana. After all, to assassinate one person, there is no need for a Legion fleet. Zhao Chen glanced at Saint Kana standing beside him. Saint Kana remained silent with crossed arms. At the same time, I received information that a group from the Starshine Empire's Zuyan Star Sector, disguised as crew members of Chan family slave transport ships, is returning to the Star Alliance. It seems like the Holy Spear Legion is here this time for some sort of transaction with this group. I suspect it might be a trade involving important technology. Zhao Chen continued. Saint Kana's eyes flashed with sharpness upon hearing this. Don't worry. When the time comes for information related to your sacred radiant empire, I will inform you. After all, we are currently in a cooperative relationship. Zhao Chen placed a hand directly on Saint Kana's shoulder. Feeling the coldness of her skin, he withdrew his arm as Saint Kana coldly pushed it away. What do you want to do? Attack them directly. Report. Our interstellar reconnaissance ship has discovered important information. The Chan family is gathering slaves from the Chu star sector on various slave planets and transferring them to a specific star. It is rumored that they plan to execute all the slaves from the Chu star sector. A crew member reported. The Chan family. Chu Zhuan's anger flared upon hearing this. Gu Zhaoxiao immediately added, "This is a trap. Although we don't know how the Chan family learned of the Chu family situation and why they value these lowly civilians. Since we are here to rescue the residents of the Chu star sector, we cannot ignore this. If I'm not mistaken, the Chan family might be using the Holy Spear Legion as a weapon to eliminate us." Zhao Chen sarcastically laughed. "Commander." Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen gestured. "Order all ships to rest and prepare to attend the Chan family's feast after reorganization?" "Yes." Chu Zhuan clenched his fist. The Chan family dared to provoke the Chu family repeatedly. With the Chu family currently involved in the internal war of the Starshine Empire and fighting alongside the Chan family's allies, the Chu family had become enemies of the Chan family. Chu Zhuan did not expect the Chan family to be so audacious, continuously testing the Chu family's limits. After issuing the order, Zhao Chen teased Saint Kana beside him. "Miss Saint Kana, did you hear that my fleet is going to battle with the Holy Spear Legion, one of the 10 Holy Light Legions? As comrades, shouldn't you feel some emotions?" Saint Kana coldly stared at Zhao Chen. The Holy Spear Legion may be one of the 10 Holy Light Legions, but they are the weakest in strength and have always relied on the Saint family's support. The other Holy Light Legions have never considered the Holy Spear Legion comparable. If the Holy Spear Legion has really done something unsavory, this might be the Holy Light's punishment for them. Furthermore, even if it is my elite Celestial Angel Legion, I don't have the confidence to tackle 3,000 ships of the Holy Spear Legion with merely a few dozen interstellar battleships you brought this time. You are being too arrogant. Besides, this is going to be a battle. Unlike our previous honorable sacred duel, anything can happen in the Star Alliance. Commander Zilong, beware. I don't want to die on someone else's starship." This woman had a strong sense of pride. Zhao Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. "You may die in any other place, but definitely not on my squadron's interstellar battleship. Well, at least, when the entire Holy Spear Legion is wiped out, you as a comrade will have a farewell." The idea of the complete defeat of the Holy Spear Legion amused Saint Kana. She didn't believe that Zhao Chen could achieve it. Stretching lazily and leaning back in his captain's chair, Zhao Chen felt relaxed. He simply needed to set things up and wait for the feast to begin. The Holy Spear Legion. Very strong, huh? He found the upcoming events to be nothing more than a trivial game to him. In another part of the Chan family's territory, slave starships were escorting slaves from the Chu star sector to concentration camps on a slave planet. This was the Chan family's strategy. As to why the Chu family's fleet had come to the Star Alliance and why they valued these lowly civilians, the Chan family's plan would bait them into a trap. Closer to them, 3 fleets of the Holy Spear Legion's interstellar ships, totaling 900 starships, were hiding. Their aim was to ambush the Chu family fleet when it appeared. 3 of you, assist the Chan family in wiping out the enemy. Remember, if you find Saint Kana, you can eliminate her directly, the Holy Spirit commander calmly commanded from his ship, unaware that they were being manipulated as appetizers for the impending feast. Around this 3rd largest slave planet belonging to the Chan family, they had already entered a state of maximum alert. Various battle satellites were ready for action, and all combat personnel were on standby 24 hours a day. "Do you think the Chu family will really come?" Chan Dafu leaned back in the captain's chair. At this moment, he was on a T3 interstellar battleship, one of the few T3 interstellar battleships owned by the Chan family. Smart people can actually see that this is a trap, but there are some people who are inherently stubborn, a kind of stubbornness that we businessmen see as foolish. For example, why would the Chu family come all the way to our Star Alliance to save the serfs of these remote planets in the Chu region? To us, this seems unreasonable. After all, the number of serfs we took from the Chu region is not large, just a few billion people. Compared to the total population of the Chu region, this is just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, they are not even technical personnel. So why bother coming all this way? Chan Dafu's aide stood by and said lightly. Chan Dafu nodded. That's right. If it's for the sake of face, it can be understood under normal circumstances. But now, the Chu family is at war with others. Instead of that, it would be better to invest these resources in the front-line battlefield. The aide chuckled. So, it's clear that the Chu family has this trait that we find laughable, and this trait will likely make them aware that this is a trap. Yet they will still come here. Foolish, Chan Dafu sneered. In front of businessmen like them, they would never understand such determination. Chan Dafu's tone changed. His eyes turned cold. But if that little skull ship is really related to the Chu family, today I will make them pay for humiliating me. How dare they make me a laughingstock in the entire Star Alliance? When he thought of his experiences in the past few days, he dared not look at the trending information on the internal network of the Star Alliance and the comments there. Without even looking, he knew he would be mocked. Please rest assured, this time our Chan family has prepared 300 interstellar battleships, along with corresponding defense systems, and there are also 900 interstellar battleships on the side of the Holy Spirit Corps. If the Chu family's interstellar battleships dare to appear here, they are seeking their own doom, the aide said confidently. At this moment, the Chan family was waiting for these overzealous Chu family members to fall into their trap. The interstellar battleships of the Chu family did not keep Chan Dafu waiting too long. Report. In the coordinates ****** direction, a trace resembling the Little Skull interstellar destroyer has appeared. The radar officer reported. A radar map appeared in front of Chan Dafu, and indeed, at the edge of the radar scan, there was a red energy signal that was similar to the energy fluctuations captured from the Little Skull ship previously. Give me the Deep Space Telescope image. I want accurate information on whether that Little Skull ship is the one. Chan Dafu immediately perked up and ordered. Soon, a somewhat blurry image came from the Deep Space Telescope. Fortunately, based on these blurry images, it could be confirmed that it was the mastermind that had caused chaos in Qian Sky City before. It is indeed. Chan Dafu clenched his fist, glaring at the enemy ship that had brought him humiliation and destroyed 300 Chan family interstellar battleships. Head, I suggest we release as many interstellar scouts as possible now to confirm how many enemy ships there are. At the same time, command our fleet that discovered the enemy ship not to rush to attack, but to draw the enemy ships in a bit, making it easier for us to surround and annihilate them later. The aide suggested beside him. In this battle, Qin Fenghouse entrusted Chan Dafu and the representative of the Holy Spirit Corps with the command. All right, follow your suggestion. Chan Dafu stared at the little skull ship on the screen, like a hunter eyeing his prey. Licking his lips, Chan Dafu's twisted psychology emerged. I really hope to see that interstellar battleship torn apart before my eyes, just like those slaves I dismembered. Closing his eyes, Chan Dafu had already begun to imagine that beautiful scene. In the flagship of the 5th Fleet of the Holy Spirit Corps, the fleet captain sat blandly in the captain's chair. On his sides were 2 video windows, showing the fleets of 2 other Holy Spirit Corps. In this operation where they were assisting the Chan family, he, as the captain of the 5th Fleet, was in charge. Report. Reconnaissance on the enemy fleet has been detected by the Chan family, and relevant information and radar data have been shared with us, the officer reported. The fleet captain of the 5th Fleet checked the star system of the battlefield shared with them. 1, 3, 5, 10. Just 19 starships. The fleet captain of the 5th Fleet was surprised to see the formation of 19 interstellar battleships. He couldn't help but smile. They can't even form a small fleet of 30 interstellar battleships. Just 19 starships. And those Chan family useless people can't handle it themselves. I heard that the enemy seems to have a T-4 interstellar destroyer, quite formidable in combat ability, said the fleet captain of the 9th Fleet on the video window. I've looked at these 19 interstellar battleships that were found, and it seems that many of them are T4 class interstellar battleships. They seem to be the ship types used by the All-Dragon Corps in their duel with the Holy Angels Corps, pointed out the more rigorous 10th Fleet Captain, who discovered some important information. He also shared this with the other two fleet captains. T for Suzaku class medium interstellar cruiser, T for Paladin class heavy interstellar missile escort ship. Adding them up, we have 3 types of T4 class interstellar battleships. In other words, among the 19 interstellar battleships on the opposite side, at least 17 are T4 class interstellar battleships. The captain of the 9th Fleet frowned, not expecting such a large-scale T4 interstellar battleship presence on the other side. I suspect that the remaining 2 unidentified interstellar battleships are also T4 class interstellar battleships. The captain of the 10th Fleet pointed at the 2 unidentified ship types. Based on their appearances, he identified one as an interstellar cruiser and the other as a suspected interstellar gunship. 19 T4 class interstellar battleships, including T for ship types with no combat data. I think we should report this matter to Commander Lord, the cautious captain of the 10th Fleet said. The captain of the 5th Fleet looked at the data showing the 19 suspected T4 interstellar battleships. He hesitated for only a few seconds. In a casual tone, he said, "Even if there are 19 T4 interstellar battleships on the other side, don't forget we also have 3 T4 Archangel-class medium interstellar destroyers and 900 T3 interstellar battleships, plus the cannon fodder fleet of the Chan family. Aren't we a match for just 19 interstellar battleships? Transmit my command. Let the Chan family fleet initiate the attack first. Our 3 fleets will surround and annihilate the 19 interstellar warships on the opposite side." The commander of the 5th Fleet decisively issued the order. "I think we should report this, just in case." The commander of the 10th Fleet hadn't finished speaking before being interrupted by the commander of the 5th Fleet, who rebuked him. "Don't forget, I am the highest commander in this operation. You must follow my orders. Also, let me remind you, do you know why I became the commander of the 5th Fleet at St. Gunnar after you, even though I arrived later? And you are only a commander of the 10th Fleet. Because you are too cowardly. I really don't understand how you managed to get into the St. Gunnar Legion. Now, all you need to do is execute my orders, Mr. Commander of the 10th Fleet." Faced with the opponent's sarcasm, the commander of the 10th Fleet was still worried but had to yield to reality. He looked at the radar's icons of the 19 warships, but still felt uneasy, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Su Lan, standing on the bridge of the T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser No. 2, Chuan Hai, was one of the 19 interstellar warships discovered by the enemy. She watched the enemy fleet strength scanned by the T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. On the Chan family side, there were 300 interstellar warships, with only 3 being T3 class warships, while the rest were T2 class. On the St. Gunnar Legion side, there were the fleets of 3 St. Gunnar Legions, totaling 900 warships. Among them, only 3 were T for Messenger-class medium interstellar destroyers, while the rest were over 900 T3 class warships. In terms of quantity, Chuan Hai was at a clear disadvantage. However, in terms of T4 interstellar warships, Chuan Hai outnumbered the enemy 6 times. Chuan Hai, follow the operational mission I have arranged. A batch of interstellar transport ships will arrive in 5 hours, and you will be responsible for evacuating all the slaves on that planet. Commander Zhao Chen's window appeared nearby. "Got it," nodded Su Lan. Standing beside Su Lan was the captain of this starship. Su Lan was just temporarily assigned here to carry out relevant operational tasks. "Captain, I entrust you with the upcoming battle," Su Lan earnestly requested the captain beside her. As this operation was mainly aimed at rescuing the people in the Chu Nebula region, the captain smiled slightly. "Miss Su, you can rest assured. Against over 1,000 interstellar warships on the opposite side, it's nothing to our Eagle Dragon class interstellar warship. You haven't seen the battle of our Eagle Dragon Legion before. Today, you can just relax and watch the show here. When we annihilate the enemy fleet, You can go ahead and retrieve those stranded people in the Chute Nebula region. Facing these interstellar warships and an enemy many times their own size, Sulan still felt a bit worried. Though these were all T4 interstellar warships, the difference in numbers was just as vast. On the other side, Zhao Chen closed the communication window. You actually sent those dozen or so interstellar warships to face off against the 900 interstellar warships of the St. Gunnar Legion. Saint Kana looked surprised at Zhao Chen. She truly didn't expect Zhao Chen to make such absurd deployment in battle. She initially thought that, before this military operation, Zhao Chen would bring in his Eagle Dragon Legion. However, up to this point, she only saw a few interstellar warships, no sign of a large-scale Eagle Dragon-class interstellar warship. Dealing with those small fries is enough. Our main course is over there. Zhao Chen lightly chuckled as he looked at the surveillance screen sent by a T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. It showed a large-scale interstellar transport ship entering a starport, where the remaining fleets of the St. Gunnar Legion were stationed. This was where the real action would take place. How many interstellar warships do you have left? Saint Kana inquired sternly, furrowing her brows. Zhao Chen counted on his fingers. 10, 20, 30, 40 to combat-type interstellar warships. Saint Kana was speechless, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. She couldn't believe the man in front of her, pointing to the starport and the fleets of the St. Gunnar Legion. You want to attack the St. Gunnar Legion with 42 interstellar warships. Even though the St. Gunnar Legion is not that strong, it's still the Holy Light Legion, with 2,000 interstellar warships stationed there. And you are telling me that you are going to attack them with 42 interstellar warships. She couldn't help but cover her face. Oh my God, you are a lunatic? Why did I even agree to cooperate with you? Let me correct you. I am not going to attack them. Zhao Chen smiled mischievously. I am going to annihilate them. At that moment, Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Chen just shrugged, asking, also, how powerful is the Holy Light Legion? Really? Saint Kana covered her face, her emotions fluctuating greatly. She took a deep breath, looking at Zhao Chen seriously. You were joking just now, right? Actually, wait a moment. Your Eagle Dragon Legion will arrive and participate in this military operation. If thinking that way brings you comfort, you can proceed. Zhao Chen shrugged. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen, more convinced in her thoughts that the man was playing a joke with his 42 interstellar warships. What a ridiculous idea. Trying to take on the Saint Light Legion with that number of warships, unless he was some super lucky person protected by the Holy Light. Zhao Chen didn't pay further attention to Saint Kana but glanced at the time. The operation on his side was 15 minutes behind Chuanhai's side. At this moment, Chuanhari should have taken action. Outside the detection range of the Chan family radar, in the darkness of space, a massive carrier starship was hovering. The Chan family had no idea that the enemy had mobilized not 19, but 20 interstellar warships this time. However, the position of this last interstellar warship was too far away, beyond their surveillance range. Additionally, there was a T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship protecting it, so the Chan family had not discovered this hidden terror ship. Sulan stood on the command platform of the T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, raising her hand as if a conductor about to start an overture. Commence the operation. Deploy all interstellar drones and fighters. The command was relayed. All hangar doors on the body of the T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship opened, and countless interstellar drones were launched. A large number of interstellar fighters rushed out. The density of their numbers was terrifying, akin to that of a swarm of bees. Chan Dafu looked excitedly at the 19 interstellar battleships entering the encirclement they had set up, unaware of the danger. He couldn't understand whether these guys were unaware that it was a trap or if they were simply foolish and stubborn by nature. Report. The captain of the 5th Fleet of the Holy Lance Legion has issued orders, requesting our fleet to start the battle at our combat positions in 1 minute, with our fleet feigning attacks against the enemy in 3 minutes. The 3 fleets of the Holy Lance Legion will encircle and annihilate all enemy battleships in 5 minutes. The deputy notified. Chan Dafu's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that the fleet captain of the Holy Lance Legion was using their Chan family fleet as cannon fodder. However, as long as he ensured the importance of the Chan family to the Sacred Radiance Empire, the future losses of interstellar battleships could be replenished. What was more important? Even Chan Dafu was very clear about this. Transmit my orders. All combat positions ready. Open fire on the enemy ships in 1 minute. All interstellar battleships launch a frontal assault on the enemy's 19 interstellar battleships in 3 minutes. Chan Dafu ordered. He also quietly gave a command to his deputy to keep several T3 interstellar battleships, including his ship, on standby for long-range fire support. T2 interstellar battleships could be used as cannon fodder, but if all T3 interstellar battleships were used in that way, it would be painful for the Chan family. Saving a little here and there was necessary. As Chan Dafu was deploying his military tactics, suddenly, the radar on all Chan family interstellar battleships began flashing warning signals, accompanied by a dense array of small red dots. The red dots were spreading towards them on the radar map, coming their way in a swarm. Report. We have detected a large number of interstellar drones and starfighters behind the enemy fleet. The exact number is currently unknown, but it keeps increasing, the deputy nervously stated. Chan Dafu frowned. Just a bunch of drones and starfighters. Shoot them down. But, up to now, we have detected over 70,000. No, now it's 100,000 units. The deputy kept his eyes on the rapidly increasing red numbers, quickly reaching 100,000 units. Just 100,000. What's there to be afraid? Oh my god, 100,000. Chan Dafu's tone changed sharply as he rushed to the deputy, focusing on the data detected by the radar. Enemy interstellar drone units detected. Estimate 130,000 units. According to the external appearance and energy intensity fluctuations of the interstellar drones we captured, T3 level interstellar drones are highly likely. I even suspect that the enemy may possess T4 level interstellar drones, the deputy stated with a grave expression. Chan Dafu felt a thunderbolt strike him. The enemy might have a T4 level carrier starship. How is that possible? As far as I know, there is only one T4 level carrier starship in active service among the 3 major empires. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Chan Dafu directly rejected this possibility. Transmit my orders. Cancel the original attack plan. All ships enter defense mode. Prepare to intercept the incoming swarm of interstellar drones. Send all our scouts to find their carrier starship's location. Chan Dafu decisively changed the battle plan. Though he did not believe it was a T4 carrier starship, he could not be careless with such a large and continuously increasing number of interstellar drones, especially considering they had not yet located the enemy's carrier starship. The best way was to find and destroy the enemy's carrier starship. The deputy hesitated for a moment, looking worriedly at the blurry images of the interstellar drones captured. He also wished these were just his conjecture. In the meantime, Chan Dafu stared fixedly at the increasing number of enemy interstellar drone units scanned by the radar system. From just over 100,000 units, it quickly exceeded 200,000 units. Seeing this alarming number that continued to rise, along with the dense swarm of interstellar drones on the starship radar, Chan Dafu's face turned extremely grim. Over 200,000 interstellar drones. How many T3 level carrier starships would it take to deploy such an astonishing number? He was aware that even the largest T3 heavy carrier starship required at least 100 ships. Hundreds of carrier starships hidden amongst the stars around them. Was that possible? The thought of the deputy's earlier speculation about T4 level carrier starships crossed Chan Dafu's mind, and at that moment, an unknown fear began to creep into his heart, and he had to dismiss these terrifying thoughts as much as possible. No, it must not be true. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Report. The number of unidentified interstellar drone units has reached nearly 300,000 units, and they have all entered radar scanning range. positioned behind the enemy's 19 interstellar battleships. It is estimated that they will enter the initial combat range in 50 seconds, the deputy reported. The good news was that the number of interstellar drones was not increasing further. The bad news was that the number had reached 300,000 units. It was an unbelievable figure. No time to wait. Immediately inform the 3 fleets of the Holy Lance Legion that the enemy has a large swarm of interstellar drones and request their support. At the same time, our combat positions must open fire and try to intercept the incoming interstellar drone swarm. Chan Dafu spoke with a trembling voice. On the other side, Chu Zhuan stared at the starship radar, representing the friendly interstellar drone swarm. Her expression was shocked. She knew that Zhao Chen possessed a T-4 carrier starship named Fallen Angel. Moreover, the ship was commanded by Su Lan, Zhao Chen's old classmate. However, she never imagined that the number of interstellar drones had reached such a terrifying figure of 300,000 units. But considering the immense size of the carrier starship, resembling a space island, carrying 300,000 interstellar drones didn't seem like an impossible task. At that moment, a video window appeared in front of Chu Zhuan. On the other side was Captain Su Lan of the T-4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier starship. Su Lan looked at Chu Zhuan. Secretary Chu, the interstellar drones and starfighters of my carrier starship have been deployed and are about to enter the engagement zone. I understand. Next, we will provide you with the first round of firepower cover, Chu Zhuan said. Captain Su Lan nodded. Chu Zhuan looked at Su Lan and smiled. Captain Su has done a great job of keeping this confidential. 300,000 interstellar drones. Unbelievable. Captain Su Lan said with embarrassment. I did not intend to keep Secretary Chu in the dark. Information regarding this carrier starship has been kept confidential until now. Even within the Owl Legion, there aren't more than 5 people who know the full details. No need to explain. I understand, Chu Zhuan said as she looked at him. Next, let me enjoy Captain Su Lan's waltz. With that, Chu Zhuan opened the command network of the 19 interstellar battleships and issued the command for the first phase of firing. Over a dozen interstellar battleships aimed all their cannons towards the enemy. First of all, the Chan family took the initiative to start the fire, deploying prearranged battle positions, those battle satellites, and fortresses, equipped with weapons to the absence of volume restrictions. Both the range and power are far greater than starships of the same technological level. This was followed by an attack launched by the Chu family fleet. It seemed that the offensive was strong. However, under the interception system of the 10T-4 Holy Knight-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, all the highly threatening attacks were intercepted by the intercepting missiles. The remaining attacks landed on the full star shields of their respective interstellar warships, causing minimal damage. After all, the opponent's weapons were at most T3 level technology. Here, it was all T4 series interstellar warships. The captain of the T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, with a slender figure, was standing in front of the captain's chair. Report, all gun positions ready. Upon hearing the report from the subordinate, Captain Kingman gave the order to fire. The 400 Medusa-class particle energy heavy artillery guns equipped on this T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar heavy artillery ship fired in the same direction at the same time. 400 radiant meteors flew forward at extremely fast speeds. Because of the fixed trajectory, they could be easily intercepted. However, their firing speed was extremely fast, often reaching the target before being intercepted, especially since the enemy's interception weapon technology was so far behind, only intercepting a small part by chance. The ones not intercepted hit their targets. Explosions rang out. In just a few seconds, dozens of battle satellites and fortresses were destroyed. It also directly destroyed nearly 100 T-2 interstellar warships. If it weren't for the earlier battle satellites and other defenses, just this round of gunfire would have been enough to destroy half of the Chan family fleet. However, watching the brilliant scenes of explosions in the distance at this moment, Captain Kingman couldn't help but spit out her own fear, only to cover her mouth the next second. She condemned herself for not controlling her emotions. She was a snake person, originally a fleet commander under Medusa's queen. Thanks to a lucky opportunity before, she had cooperated with Commander Zhao Chen of the Owl Dragon fleet in the Lion King star system. After Medusa chose to join the Owl Dragon Legion, including Kingman and some other high-ranking snake officers, they also decisively joined the Owl Dragon Legion. With superior combat experience and command abilities, in the Owl Dragon Legion where senior command talents were scarce, Kingman was promoted several times in just a few months to become the captain of a T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar heavy artillery ship. All main guns enter charging status. Over. Reported the deputy. Maintain current speed and heading. All ships, 200 automatic high-density quad-energy close defense guns. Enter full-powered defense mode. The next key target of the enemy's attack is very likely to be our ship. Captain Kingman made the next battle deployment, but her worries were somewhat unnecessary because the enemy was so weak that they had no ability to counterattack. Chan Dafu was startled by the explosion, thus now, instinctively covering his eyes with his hand, but fortunately, because of his earlier deployment, his ship was located at the rear of the battlefield, and the explosion only affected the front interstellar warships, not his ship. Still, witnessing this wave of attacks directly shocked Chan Dafu. Report, we have lost nearly 100 interstellar warships. Over 80% of defensive facilities have been destroyed. The deputy exclaimed in horror. What kind of warship is that? How is it possible to have such terrifying firepower? Chan Dafu sat dumbfounded in the captain's chair, staring at the unidentified interstellar warship in the screen bristling with muzzles. And this was just the beginning. The unidentified T-4-class interstellar battle cruiser led to T-4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers to charge at high speed, preparing to flank and penetrate the Chan family fleet formation. Their firepower output was even more terrifying. Once locked in the range, the Chan family interstellar warships were mowed down one by one. They tried to counterattack, but the enemy's T-4-class interstellar warships had full star shields, and it was unclear when their attacks could break through the shields. At the same time, the massive interstellar drone swarm had reached the positions of those dozen or so interstellar warships. If the ship's crew looked out through the portholes, they would see a dense swarm of interstellar drones surpassing them and sprinting forward, just like a black storm. Master Shao, the situation is dire. We must retreat to the Holy Lance Legion fleet and have them join the battle. The loss of these Chan family interstellar warships is small. You must not have any mishaps. The deputy reminded at this moment. Right, you're right. Immediately transmit my order. All T-3 interstellar warships retreat at full speed toward the direction of the Holy Lance Legion's 900 interstellar warships. Chan Dafu decisively gave the retreat order. After seeing the swarm of interstellar drones and the terrifying interstellar gunship, the battle desire in the heart of this interspatial merchant was extinguished. His own life was more important. Let the Holy Lance Legion handle the battle. The Chan family fleet still on the front line was unaware that they had been abandoned by their leader. At this moment, they were still immersed in the fear of the approaching swarm of interstellar drones in the opposite direction. Defense weapons were fired to intercept the approaching interstellar drone swarm, and at this moment, the last straw that broke their mental defenses appeared. Star shields emerged on the surface of those interstellar drones, and they were all fully equipped with star shields. T-4, all of these are T-4 interstellar drones. The captain of a Chan family T-2 interstellar warship shouted hysterically, his eyes full of fear. 300,000 T-4 interstellar drones. Although these full star shields had not very high energy values, under the continuous attack of T-2 interstellar warships, they could still tear through the shields and destroy the drones' bodies. But it took so much time to destroy just one T-4 interstellar drone. There were tens of thousands of T-4 interstellar drones on the other side. Equipped with weapons, they could basically create a large hole with one shot at the Chan family T-2 interstellar warships. A small squadron of 300 interstellar drones could easily destroy a T-2 interstellar warship and even guarantee zero casualties. This dense swarm of interstellar drones was like a locust storm. Wherever they passed, all of the Chan family's defense facilities were destroyed, and not a single Chan family interstellar warship survived. In just a few minutes, the carefully prepared defensive positions of the Chan family were completely destroyed. And next to face these 300,000 interstellar drones were the 900 interstellar warships of the Holy Lance Legion. The fleet commander of the 5th Fleet at this moment looked at the swarming interstellar drone group, his eyes dull, his limbs cold. How could there be so many interstellar drones? Among the many types of ships, the two titans of the same technological level undoubtedly are the interstellar battleship and the carrier starship. However, their roles on the battlefield are completely different. The advantage of the interstellar battleship lies in its intimidating power on the frontal battlefield, relying on powerful starship weapon modules to deliver the fiercest attacks, single-handedly destroying enemy flagships and major interstellar warships. The debate over the superiority between the interstellar battleship and the carrier starship has persisted. In the T1 and T2 technological eras, the interstellar battleship always maintained the advantage in the debate. By the time of the T3 technological era, the appearance of starshield technology gave the carrier starship some standing, but there was still a considerable gap compared to the interstellar battleship. After all, the carrier starship lacks self-defense capabilities, often requiring a fleet for operation, resulting in high maintenance costs. Its overall cost-effectiveness is lower than that of the interstellar battleship. However, unlike the carrier starship, in times of need, the interstellar battleship can even charge into battle single-handedly, one ship as a fleet. This situation persisted until the T4 technological era, when supporters of the carrier starship finally saw an opportunity. That was the emergence of full-scale starshield technology. In the concept of the carrier starship, having full-scale starshield technology first gave the carrier starship a certain level of self-preservation capability. Meanwhile, improvements in all aspects of the carrier starship's performance lead to the ability to carry more interstellar fighters and drones. The most crucial reason is the advancement in technology of the interstellar fighters and drones. When the quantity of T for interstellar drones reaches a certain level, a qualitative change occurs. At this moment, this qualitative change occurs in front of the 900 interstellar warships of the Holy Spear Legion. Witnessing the scene of nearly 300,000 roaring interstellar drones approaching, the three fleets of the Holy Spear Legion, their first instinct was surprisingly unanimous: retreat. This included the captain of the 5th Fleet, who had previously been conceded. Fortunately, under the reminder of the captain of the 10th Fleet, the captain of the 5th Fleet calmed down. Under the same technological level, the smaller T4 interstellar drones and T4 interstellar fighters have stronger maneuverability. They can easily catch up with these 900 interstellar warships, rather than engaging the opponent under such circumstances. Forming a defensive formation, and then engaging in battle against the enemy's aircraft swarm is the wise choice. So the captains of the three fleets of the Holy Spear Legion immediately ordered to form a defensive formation and prepare for battle. The captain of the 5th Fleet did not forget to send a plea for help to their commander of the Holy Spear Legion. GRR, the captain of the 5th Fleet swallowed nervously, watching the scene of the approaching swarm of interstellar drones, trembling all over. As long as we survive the first round of attacks from these interstellar drones, and wait for them to return after expending their ammunition, we can quickly withdraw from the battlefield. Right. The captain of the 5th Fleet looked at the captain of the 10th Fleet, hoping for a reassurance. Yes, the captain of the 10th Fleet said with a forced confidence. Perhaps this is the biggest lie he has ever told in his life. But he understood that in order to save the three fleets, he had to instill unwavering faith in this highest commander. If the entire fleet were to retreat now, it would surely be a bloodbath. All they could do now was to pray that the commander on the other side could swiftly send reinforcements. On the other hand, after the T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser and the T4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruisers passed through the wreckage of the Chan fleet, they suddenly decelerated above the planet of the Chan slaves. The three warships did not choose to enter the near orbit of the planet. After all, they were now in a state of engagement, Unlike the previous situation where the enemy had no resistance, it would be risky for the interstellar warships to enter the interior of the planet. Captain, the next battle task is in your hands. Chu Xuan looked seriously at the captain. The captain nodded and saluted Chu Xuan. Rest assured, Secretary Chu, take care of your safety. Contact us directly for any needs. Okay. Chu Xuan turned and quickly left the bridge. Half a minute later, Chu Xuan's figure appeared in a hangar where a row of interstellar fighter mechs were docked. All of them were T3 Templar Knight-class medium interstellar fighter mechs. Chu Xuan changed into a tight combat suit from a military uniform, and then quickly ran to her T3 Templar Knight-class medium interstellar fighter mech. Lifted by the suspension platform, she entered the cockpit. The hatch closed, and the surrounding instruments lit up one by one. All mech squads, report the status. Chu Xuan gave the command. Templar Knight NO1 squad is ready for combat and can launch at any time. Templar Knight NO2 squad is ready for combat and can launch at any time. All mech squads in this hangar channel are temporarily organized into the Savior Mech Squadron. I, Chu Xuan, will serve as the squadron commander. Leopold will serve as the deputy squadron commander. Is that clear? Chu Xuan said seriously. Understood. All mech squad leaders echoed in unison. Open the hangar bay doors of Mech Bay 07 and begin mech deployment. Chu Xuan ordered. Subsequently, tunnels appeared beneath all mech positions in the hangar, and all mechs began to rapidly descend. After a brief period of darkness, the stars appeared before them. Then, a planet appeared in their field of view, which was their target for this mission. Hundreds of T3 Templar Knight-class medium interstellar fighter mechs began to descend like meteors. At the same time, the captains of 3 T4 interstellar warships issued attack orders. Orbital strikes on military facilities at ground coordinates on the planet. The 3 T4 interstellar warships and some of their cannons at the planet and unleashed attacks surpassing the just deployed mechs, hitting the armed forces or military facilities on the surface. This provided cover fire for the batch of mechs being airdropped. Distance to ground 1,000 kilometers. Descending speed. Chu Xuan listened to the prompt in her ear without changing her expression. Distance to ground 500 kilometers. Descending speed. Distance to ground 300 kilometers. Descending speed. Distance to ground 100 kilometers. Descending speed. Distance to ground 50 kilometers. Descending speed. People on the ground, whether they were management personnel arranged by the Chan family or the slaves from the Chu River region, could look up and see meteorites piercing through the clouds, charging towards them. The scene was like doomsday. Distance to ground 10 kilometers. Please activate deceleration device. Prepare for landing. Hearing the mechanical prompt, Chu Xuan followed up with an order. Activate deceleration. Prepare for landing. Be ready for battle. The T3 Templar Knight-class medium interstellar fighter mechs activated their deceleration devices, slowing down their descent speeds from the high velocity they were at. Finally, they landed smoothly. Despite that, a large cloud of dust was kicked up, and the ground resonated with a seismic sound. Chu Xuan looked down at the enemy combat units on the radar system with a cold gaze. She issued a command. Savior Mech Squadron, commence operations. Destroy all visible Chen combat installations. Any units daring to resist, do not report, just eliminate them. The T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Bridge. Zhao Chen lay on the captain's chair, staring at the distant starport where some kind of trade might still be ongoing. Almost, the Holy Spear Legion should have also received the news from over there, Zhao Chen said with a playful smile. Sure enough, in the image Zhao Chen saw, the over 2,000 interstellar warships of the Holy Spear Legion, which had been still, suddenly seemed to have received some kind of order. They began to gather and accelerate towards Zhao Chen's direction. Of course, it wasn't because Zhao Chen and the others were exposed. It was because the hidden location of Zhao Chen's interstellar fleet provided the quickest route to support that battlefield. Commander, do you agree to let Secretary Chu personally take charge of the mecha landing operation on the planet for combat? Could it be dangerous? Although Secretary Chu is currently serving in our Goshawk Legion, her identity after all is Zhu Zhaoxiao, the captain of the starship, who was being overshadowed by Zhao Chen, asked on the side. Rest assured, the armed forces of that planet have been thoroughly investigated before, and Chujuan is piloting the T3 Cathedral Warrior class medium-sized interstellar combat mecha, so there should be no danger as long as they do not encounter a higher-level combat mecha, or threats from T3 class interstellar warships. Moreover, we have 3 T4 interstellar battleships outside the planet to provide cover. I have also specially arranged for Bao Envy and others to be part of Chujuan's mecha squadron to assist her in operations. Although Bao Envy and her team are my personal guard, they are all expert level in single-soldier weapons. Also, don't underestimate Chujuan. She originally studied mecha piloting at the North Star Starship Military Academy and was one of the top 3 in her class. After all, growing up in the Chu family, how could she possibly be a little kitten? Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. With the insurance arrangements Zhao Chen made for Chujuan, unless a cosmic disaster occurs in the galaxy, it would be difficult for Chujuan to die even if she wanted to. Zhao Chen stretched lazily, looking at the Holy Spear Legion fleet sailing towards him. He glanced at Saint Kana, who was clearly nervous beside him and no longer in communication with him due to his stubbornness. He smiled and said, "Well, it's time for us to perform next. Let the commander of the Holy Angel Legion appreciate how we use dozens of interstellar battleships to deal with the formidable presence of the 10 Holy Light Legions across from us." Zhao Chen emphasized the words Holy Light Legion in his speech, making his sarcasm unmistakable. Understood. After hearing the battle situation from Senior Su Lan's end, I have been looking forward to it. Zhu Zhaoxiao excitedly prepared to raise her foot subconsciously as if stepping on something. She almost tripped. It was only then that she realized that the captain's chair she used to step on during battles was currently being sat upon by someone. Zhu Zhaoxiao could only rub her nose, pretending as if nothing happened, and gave orders for the operation to her beloved ship. Saint Kana stood with her arms folded, coldly watching everything. She truly did not believe that with just dozens of interstellar battleships, they could fight against the 2,000 interstellar warships of the Holy Spear Legion. This man must have some other ace up his sleeve. It must be so. Damn it. T4 carrier starship. 300,000 T4 interstellar drones. How is that possible? The commander of the Holy Spear Legion frowned as he looked at the battlefield reports and requests for reinforcements. Until now, he still didn't believe it. He had just received messages about the reports of his 3 fleets. They were under attack by the enemy's vast fleet of interstellar drones, still T4 level, and the enemy seemed to have T4 carrier starships. The battle was fierce, and they requested support. Since when did the Chu family have T4 carrier starships and venture to the Stellar Alliance? The commander of the Holy Spear Legion murmured in confusion. The adjutant beside him said, "I speculate that the data may be slightly exaggerated. The royal family of the Star Empire had indeed developed a carrier starship named the T4 Star Emperor class medium carrier starship, equipped with T3 class interstellar fighters. Although the Star Empire is currently in a civil war, it cannot be ruled out that the Chu family obtained the relevant technology from the royal family before. Then they developed their own carrier starship but kept it hidden. Now that they have torn their faces, naturally, they bring out all these cards." Upon hearing the adjutant's speculation, the commander of the Holy Spear Legion thought it made sense. But 300,000 T4 interstellar drones ... that is indeed a significant threat. Our empire is still in the development stage of T4 carrier starships. We are well aware that T4 carrier starships must be equipped with T4 interstellar fighters and T4 interstellar drones. Otherwise, creating them would be just a bluff like the Star Empire's royal family. Based on our manufacturing plan, T4 carrier starships can at most accommodate 50,000 interstellar drones. 300,000? Could it be that the Chu family sent several T4 carrier starships this time? Has the Chu family's technology in the development and manufacture of T4 carrier starships become so mature? The commander of the Holy Spear Legion expressed some concern. "Sir, don't forget what we have in our hands now. While we might have been concerned about this news before, now that we understand this technology, in the future, T for carrier starships, T for interstellar drone fleets. Can there possibly be more than that in terms of quantity? The adjutant pointed to a secret box next to the commander. That box contained a specific bug technology they had just obtained from a deal promised by their collaborator from the Star Empire. That's right. Compared to bugs in terms of quantity, in this trivial? The commander of the Holy Spear Legion said with a light laugh. Go check the situation over there, help money clean up the mess. Although money, a bit of a waste, we need them at the hub of our deployment in the Stellar Alliance. Moreover, that bitch Saint Kana might be mingling with the other side. After handling these matters, let's return to the Empire. Once we have completed these missions, we can then apply to the Imperial Senate for more high-level interstellar warships. Let's see who dares to say that our Holy Spear Legion, the weakest among the Holy Light Legions. Just as the commander of the Holy Spear Legion was filled with confidence, envisioning his future career, suddenly, the alarm on the starship sounded. Report, detecting dozens of interstellar warships ahead, a crew member shouted. The commander of the Holy Spear Legion immediately looked at the radar map and found that the interstellar warships that had suddenly appeared were almost at the edge of the battle zone. What's going on? What were our interstellar reconnaissance ships doing? Only discovering these interstellar warships at such a close distance. The commander of the Holy Spear Legion questioned loudly. Commander ... because those unknown starships were hidden behind those stars. Our starship radar did not detect them. An underling replied timidly. The commander of the Holy Spear Legion looked at the images taken by the Deep Space Telescope. Indeed, those unidentified starships were sailing out from behind each star. Issue the command to prepare for battle. The commander of the Holy Spear Legion did not pursue responsibility further, but gave the order to prepare for battle. He had not yet realized the imminent crisis, thinking it was just an intercept fleet arranged by the Chu family underestimating their capability. It wasn't until he saw several scenes captured by the Deep Space Telescope that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 10 T-3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile carriers lined up neatly, and the interstellar missile launch devices had all been activated. In addition, there was a starship of unknown type, its densely packed gun turrets emitting the glow of condensed energy shells. He seemed to hear the faint voice of a man riding lightly. Fire. The attack of the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship first hit the interstellar battleships of the Spear of Light Legion fleet. However, because the Spear of Light Legion fleet consisted of T-3 class interstellar battleships, all battleships had single-sided star shield defense. Additionally, the front of the fleet was supported by interstellar escort ships for defense. When the commander of the Spear of Light Legion realized the severity of the situation was when he saw the star shields of the interstellar escort ships in front of his fleet being shattered and the ships being destroyed. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of the situation. Damn it, that's a T-4 class interstellar artillery ship, exclaimed the commander of the Spear of Light Legion in shock. A volley of 400 Medusa particle energy heavy artillery shots directly destroyed nearly 100 Spear of Light Legion interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with this result. Report. The first round of attacks by the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship has been completed. All main guns are in the reset recharging phase, and the next round of attacks is expected in 100 seconds, reported the captain of the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship through a video window nearby. An interval of just 100 seconds between each volley. Hearing this, Saint Cana's expression froze. She witnessed the terrifying combat power of the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship. Based solely on the results of the previous attack volley, without considering any other factors, this T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship only needed 20 cycles of 100 seconds to destroy all enemy ships opposite them. Saint Kana felt as though a giant hand had grasped her throat, rendering her unable to make a sound. She dared not imagine what the outcome would have been if this type of interstellar battleship had appeared during their previous Holy War duels. Zhao Chen glanced at Saint Cana's shocked expression and inwardly chuckled, knowing that she was unaware of the Medusa's attack pattern, which included an overload combat state. This involved forcibly increasing weapon energy supply, significantly reducing the 100-second weapon recharge time, but with certain risks and the drawback of decreasing the lifespan of related equipment. Nevertheless, this last resort tactic proved quite useful in critical battles. Following the end of the attack by the T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, the next wave involved the interstellar missile attack of 10 T-3 Adjudicator-class heavy interstellar missile cruisers. Despite having only 10 Adjudicators, perhaps due to the damage inflicted by the previous Medusa attack on the enemy fleet, the simultaneous launch of 250,000 interstellar missiles met with minimal interception, achieving optimal attack efficiency. Throughout the battlefield, Saint Cana could witness the scenes of destruction as the Spear of Light Legion's interstellar battleships were attacked, exploded, and shattered. Just this preemptive strike using interstellar missiles alone directly destroyed at least 500 interstellar battleships, severely damaging over 300 more to varying degrees. In less than a minute after the battle began, the combat effectiveness of the Spear of Light Legion was severely crippled. This was despite Zhao Chen's various combat-type interstellar battleships not yet being fully utilized. Zhu Zhaoxiao, Zhao Chen casually called out to the person in front of him. Understood. Zhu Zhaoxiao eagerly pressed the fleet command network. All combat-type interstellar battleships except for the interstellar missile cruisers and interstellar artillery ships, as well as the 5 T-4 Paladin-class ships performing escort duties, advance with me. The T-4 Azure Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship took the lead, followed closely by 15 T-4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, a T-4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, 4 T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers, and 5 T-4 Skeleton King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers. Though the fleet consisted of less than 30 interstellar battleships, it formed a mini-fleet combat formation. Quickly seized the opportunity during the enemy's attack gap to launch a counterattack. The commander of the Spear of Light Legion was now engulfed in fear. He had never expected the enemy's long-range attack strength to be so terrifying, decimating nearly half of his forces in just a minute. The only option left was to eliminate the dozens of interstellar battleships before him, close the combat distance, and finally destroy the cursed interstellar missile cruisers and interstellar artillery ships. However, these remaining less than fleet-sized forces seemed to pierce through the Spear of Light Legion like a knight's lance, directly puncturing their bodies. Fa. Report. T-4 Holy Knight-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship 021. The Star Shield energy is almost depleted, and the Holy Knight-class short-range intercept defense against interstellar missiles is almost depleted. Some areas of the ship have been attacked, with an average damage level of 5%. Arrange for T-4 Holy Knight 021 to retreat within the fleet lines. T-4 Holy Knight 021. Commander orders your ship to change current combat mission and retreat within the fleet lines. Report. T-4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer 09. Throughout the entire operation, Zhao Chen's interstellar warships naturally experienced losses as well, but Zhao Chen was able to promptly withdraw these interstellar warships to the second line of the fleet, allowing other interstellar warships to take their place. The number of Star Knight Legion's interstellar warships decreased, posing an increasingly lower threat to Zhao Chen's interstellar fleet. This turned into a game of manipulation for Zhao Chen's interstellar fleet. Report. T-4 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship has completed reloading missiles and can commence the second round of firepower. The subordinate reported. Zhao Chen gazed at the struggling Star Knight Legion, just as he was about to issue orders. At that moment, Saint Cana spoke up. Commander, please wait. I have a request. Zhao Chen looked at Saint Cana and said, Go on. Please let me communicate with the Star Knight Legion and persuade them to surrender. Saint Cana requested. Zhao Chen looked surprised at Saint Cana. Don't forget, their commander wants to kill you. Saint Cana remained composed and said, I know their commander wants to kill me, but it's not the same for the other soldiers. Those interstellar soldiers are just following orders, not even aware of what they are doing. Even if they are responsible, it should be judged by the holy light. Commander, I hope you can give me a chance. Plus, if we capture them alive, we could gather more intelligence. I'll give you 1 minute. Surrender, and I can guarantee their safety. Zhao Chen's reply was tantamount to agreeing to Saint Cana's request. On one hand, it was to train Saint Cana, while on the other hand, capturing more prisoners would be beneficial. After all, that 1 minute wouldn't change much. Thank you, Commander. Saint Cana thanked Zhao Chen. She then began contacting the Star Night Legion's communication network. Instead of using a private channel, she utilized the public channel, which could be received on all enemy interstellar warships' bridges. I am Saint Cana, Commander of the Angelic Legion, requesting all interstellar warships of the Star Night Legion to shut down their starship engines and surrender. I can guarantee your safety. Please do not resist innocently. Those here are not your enemies, and your lives should not be wasted here. Saint Cana's voice naturally reached the commander of the Star Night Legion. Hell. The image also appeared before his eyes. This scum indeed collaborated with them. Hell. The commander of the Star Night Legion roared in anger, losing his previous composure entirely. Commander Hell, I know you are watching me and hearing my words. I don't know who is behind you, why they brought you here, and why they attacked us. But what I do know is that your actions betray the holy light. You're betraying your honor. Stop your actions now. Accept the judgment of the holy light. There is still a chance for redemption. Do not bring needless sacrifice to the people of the holy light because of your foolishness. The Holy Light Legion should not suffer losses in meaningless battles. Saint Cana's words were directed straight at Hell, the commander of the Star Night Legion. Hell sneered and connected to the opponent's communication channel, the video appearing before Saint Cana. Seeing the image of Hell, Saint Cana thought he might be willing to negotiate. Saint Cana, you are the one betraying the holy light. What I am doing now is for the Empire, for the holy light. I will not surrender, and you won't get anything you want to know from me, declared Hell firmly. Angered to the extreme, Saint Cana felt her hard-earned opportunity from Zhao Chen about to be wasted by this foolish individual. There will be no more communication between us. Saint Cana, prepare to face the judgment of the Empire. Ha ha ha. Hell abruptly ended the communication. After the video call ended, Hell's expression also vanished. He immediately ordered his subordinates, all ships, retreat at full speed towards the Empire. Send out a request for reinforcements within the Empire? Yes. Hell had realized the strength of the enemy and understood that the battle was no longer viable. Escaping was the only option. The remaining hundreds of interstellar warships of the Star Night Legion began their retreat. Damn cowards. If you have the guts, don't run away. I haven't had enough fun yet. Zhu Zhaoxiao watched the enemy fleet retreat, hands on her hips, displaying her displeasure. It seems your persuasion failed, Zhao Chen remarked to Saint Cana. Saint Cana's eyes dimmed, and she remained silent. At that moment, a report came in. Report: several enemy ships shut down their starship engines and are stationary. Hearing this report, Saint Cana's eyes lit up. Zhao Chen had not expected Saint Cana's persuasion to have some effect. Have those surrendering interstellar warships stay in place. Order T3 Judicators to launch a second round of interstellar missile strikes on the fleeing enemy fleet. The fleet continues pursuit for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, except for interstellar battleships, interstellar battle cruisers and interstellar cruisers, as well as interstellar escort vessels with shield energy levels above 30%, all other interstellar warships cease pursuit and head towards the Kanjia Star Harbor. The mentioned interstellar warships continue the pursuit of the enemy fleet. Ensure the full annihilation of the Star Night Legion. Zhao Chen issued the final command. Saint Cana looked up at Zhao Chen in astonishment. She had never expected Zhao Chen to actually carry out his previous declaration of completely annihilating the Star Night Legion. Previously, Saint Cana would have regarded this as a joke, but now, Saint Cana was speechless. At the same time, Zhao Chen received the operational report from Chujuan and Sulan on the other side. The operation was essentially over, with the 3-star Night Legion fleets reduced to almost nothing, entering the mopping-up phase. Only some unmanned interstellar drones and fighters were lost, with no casualties among the interstellar warships. T4 interstellar ships against T3 interstellar ships. This can be called dimensional reduction strike. Zhao Chen stretched lazily. The battle had been quite satisfying for him. At the same time, Zhao Chen looked forward even more to the day when he could create a fleet consisting solely of 3,000 T4 interstellar warships. It would be a sight to behold. Next comes several hours of pursuit. The fleet led by Zhao Chen, responsible for the pursuit, along with the remnants of the Holy Lance Legion, staged a scene of cat-and-mouse chase. The main reason was that Zhao Chen's fleet of starships was limited in number, with less than 30 combat-type starships for this operation, and involved in this pursuit was less than 10 starships. In such a situation, the remnants of the Holy Lance Legion still had over 300 starships. Despite the fierce firepower of Zhao Chen's starships, it would still take time to eliminate them one by one. Some may wonder, can less than 10 starships chase over 300 starships? Can't the Holy Lance Legion resist a little? When the remnants of the Holy Lance Legion were chased for nearly 10 hours, they attempted to resist. However, the result of resistance was that they were rubbed against their heads by the L-class fleet led by the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy starship. There was no room for retaliation, directly losing 50 starships. As a result, the remaining starships of the Holy Lance Legion completely abandoned any other thoughts and had only one belief: to escape. Report: the remaining fleet of the fleeing remnants of the Holy Lance Legion is less than 50, including 1 T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy starship and 5 T4 God's Messenger-class medium starships, the subordinate reported on the side. Zhu Zhaoxiao grumbled unhappily, these cowards just know how to run away. Especially that T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy starship, the most despicable. Not only does it run the fastest, but every time we have a chance to attack, it orders its friendly ships to shield with their bodies. Shameless. Don't worry, not a single starship of these Holy Lance Legion can escape, Zhao Chen said confidently. At this moment, Saint Kana interjected to remind, do not blame me for not reminding you. According to this course, continuing forward for another hour will lead us into the border of the Holy Radiant Empire, and I believe the Holy Lance Legion will definitely seek aid from the Holy Radiant Empire, and I estimate the reinforcements are already on their way. Zhao Chen nonchalantly said, I've said before, not a single starship of the Holy Lance Legion should expect to leave here. Not a single one. Zhao Chen emphasized the phrase not a single one. This battle is not only for the surface reasons. Zhao Chen is also asserting authority against the Holy Radiant Empire, informing the higher-ups of the Holy Radiant Empire that he is aware of their meddling in the Star-Bright Empire. Today, he can eliminate 1 Holy Lance Legion. Tomorrow, he can eliminate 2, 4, even all the Holy Radiance Legions. Consider this cost carefully. This is the covert message from Zhao Chen, using the fall of the entire fleet of the Holy Lance Legion to show his might. Saint Kana gave a deep glance at Zhao Chen, understanding his intentions. Without saying more, if she were in Zhao Chen's position, she would also do the same. Each to their own master. Transmit my command. Increase speed. Must eliminate the remaining remnants of the Holy Lance Legion within an hour. Zhao Chen commanded? Yes. The command was passed down. The battle of chase and escape continued. Every once in a while, several starships of the Holy Lance Legion would fall behind and then be destroyed. Saint Kana looked coldly at all this, observing the disappearing markers of the starships of the Holy Lance Legion on the radar map. From 50, TO40, to 30, to 20. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The Holy Lance Legion now only had a few remaining starships. This damn flagship, always using its friendly ships to block the attacks. If not for those friendly ships offsetting the attacks on the hull, I would have blown it to bits with one shot. Zhu Zhaoxiao said indignantly. Just now, Zhu Zhaoxiao had finally captured an opportunity and targeted the T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy starship, while the 4 cannons continued to hit the opposing starshield. Just as the starshield was about to give way, a T3 Lightshield-class heavy starship stood up, shielding the attack with its body. This saved the T4 Judgment Angel starship from certain destruction. Don't worry, its starshield energy is almost depleted. Another shot and it's finished, Zhao Chen said calmly. In his eyes, the remaining starships of the Holy Lance Legion were already dead ships. Report. Our starship radar detected a large number of starships appearing in the farthest position ahead. Suddenly, the crew hastily reported. Zhao Chen calmly watched as the quantity of markers grew on the starship radar edge, rapidly increasing. From a few thousand, it soon spread to tens of thousands. At the same time, Zhao Chen received a public frequency message. Commander, these fleets from the other side have sent a warning message. The crew reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen clicked to open it. We are the Holy Radiant Empire, Southern Divine Fleet Group. Please stop your fleet from attacking our Holy Lance Legion. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. This voice recording kept repeating. Zhu Zhaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen, asking if they should continue fighting with her eyes. Don't bother with them. Keep attacking. Zhao Chen casually spoke, directly closing the declaration. Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes lit up, continuing to chase the remaining starships of the Holy Lance Legion, especially that T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy starship. This was a prey she had worked hard to capture. How could she let it slip away? I remind you that you are provoking the Southern Divine Fleet Group now. Saint Kana reminded coldly on the side. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, hands behind his head, appearing nonchalant. I know. Apart from your 10 Holy Light Legions, the Holy Radiant Empire also has 5 major Divine Fleet groups. Your territory is divided into 5 regions, each overseen by one of the 5 Imperial Governors in command of a Divine Fleet group. Each Divine Fleet group consists of 100 standard fleet regiments, totaling 300,000 starships. Zhao Chen dared to take action against the Holy Lance Legion, naturally having done his homework on its master behind the scenes. So what? Today, when the boss comes, I will also annihilate the Holy Lance Legion. Zhao Chen joked. Madman. Saint Kana murmured those 2 words. In the current situation, a vast number of starships from the Holy Radiant Empire suddenly appeared on the opposite side. The quantity had already reached tens of thousands and continued to rise. The few starships remaining in the Holy Lance Legion also noticed this, as if they had spotted a savior in the darkness. Initially, they thought they were safe. Their Divine Fleet groups had arrived. Those pursuers behind them should no longer be chasing. Right. Unexpectedly, those pursuers seem even more vigorous. Even in the presence of Divine Fleet groups, they continued to destroy several starships of the Holy Lance Legion in succession. This made the remaining starships of the Holy Lance Legion break and run. As long as they could get into the range of the firepower of the Southern Divine Fleet Group, they would be safe. However, what seemed like a short distance to the Holy Lance Legion might be an impassable barrier, because a series of light rings appeared in their path, like the halos reflecting on a lake's surface. Afterwards, one starship after another emerged. They boldly appeared in the middle zone between the remnants of the Holy Lance Legion and the Southern Divine Fleet Group. Saint Kana witnessed this scene, especially those dragon-shaped emblems on the starships. Her gaze sharpened. She looked at Zhao Chen with a faint smile. This man, did he calculate to this point? Reporting to the commander, all battleships of the First Legion of the Owl Dragon have completed leap migration and are now on war readiness. Please give your instructions. Acting Commander of the First Legion of the Owl Dragon, Lilith. Reporting to the Commander, all battleships of the Second Legion of the Owl Dragon have completed leap migration and are now on war readiness. Please give your instructions. Commander of the Second Legion of the Owl Dragon, Crimson Eyes. The image of Lilith, the Secretary, and Commander Crimson Eyes appeared in front of Zhao Chen? Yes, this is the confidence that Zhao Chen dares to pursue and chase to the border of the Holy Radiant Empire. It could also be said that they were special guests for this performance. On the side, Saint Kaname looked surprised. She had heard that the All-Dragon Legion possessed the technology to carry a Legion fleet for interstellar elite migration, but witnessing it in person was still quite shocking. Prepare for battle. At the same time, make sure not to allow any of the Saint Gunner Legion's interstellar battleships to pass. Zhao Chen commanded? Yes, to all Dragon Legions, 6,000 interstellar battleships. At this moment, they were like a barrier standing in front of the Saint Gunner Legion. The commander, Hyla, felt despair in his heart. He had never expected that after narrowly escaping here, the Saint Gunner Legion would only have 3 interstellar battleships left. Just when he thought he was escaping a trap, who could have imagined that so many All-Dragon interstellar battleships would appear before him? It was like pushing him, who had struggled to climb out of a well, back into the abyss. Lord Magistrate, save me, save me. Commander Hyla looked towards a video window beside him, pleading. Don't worry, I will protect you all. A calm male voice came through. Then the video window closed. A few seconds later, Zhao Chen received a communication request, which read, from the Supreme Commander of the Southern Holy Fleet. Seeing these words surprised Zhao Chen, because the Supreme Commander of the Southern Holy Fleet was actually the Magistrate of the Southern Star Domain. Do you want to avoid it? Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kaname behind him. Saint Kaname said indifferently, no need. This stubborn girl, her presence on his bridge, especially after he almost obliterated the entire Saint Gunner Legion, was like inviting trouble. Actually, even if Saint Kaname did not come forward, based on the various pieces of information before, the contact between Saint Kaname and Zhao Chen was not a secret. It's just that Saint Kaname's frankness was unexpected. Since Saint Kaname didn't mind, Zhao Chen didn't either and directly agreed. Then, an image of a man sitting on a captain's chair made of pure white jade appeared in front of Zhao Chen. They stared at each other for 10 seconds, neither speaking first. The man also saw Saint Kaname's presence, but seemed to ignore it. Oh yeah, Commander, I hit another one. I slammed straight into that battleship's rear end, came out from the bow of the ship. Quite spectacular. The atmosphere was broken by a discordant voice from outside the scene. The magistrate on the opposite side seemed displeased, saying, Lord, can you stop the attacks by your fleet? Zhao Chen chuckled. If you ask me to stop, should I not lose face? The magistrate stared at Zhao Chen. I know about the holy war duel between the All-Dragon Legion and the Angel Legion. I admire Lord's All-Dragon Legion. I hope that for the sake of friendly relations between the two empires, Lord will temporarily cease hostilities. If there are any misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk it out. Well, let me finish off these last 2 battleships first, and then we can discuss it slowly. Or maybe, you can negotiate with my fleet. Zhao Chen's tone even carried some provocation. The magistrate took a deep breath, seemingly provoked by Zhao Chen's tone. Lord, I have 20 Legion fleets of the Southern Holy Fleet, totaling 60,000 interstellar battleships gathered here now. I do not want anything unpleasant to happen here. His words carried a sense of intimidation. 60,000 interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen counted on his fingers. I just used less than 100 interstellar battleships to annihilate the Saint Gunner Legion. Do you think my 6,000 interstellar battleships can wipe out your 60,000? Want to give it a try? Madman. This guy is a madman. Saint Kaname exclaimed in her mind on the side. She never expected Zhao Chen to negotiate in such a manner. It was like playing with fire. However, she couldn't deny the intimidation in his threat. Even though the Saint Gunner Legion was weakened, it was still one of the Holy Radiant Empire's legions, exceeding the standard configuration of the Holy Fleet. 6,000 All-Dragon interstellar battleships against 60,000 Holy Radiant interstellar battleships. It's hard to predict what the outcome will be. Took down another one. Now, who else is there to protect this tortoise grandson of yours? Zhu Zhaoxio's voice resounded again. Lord, are you declaring war on the Holy Radiant Empire? This is quite a bit audacious. The magistrate said in a deep voice. Audacious. The St. Gunnar Legion was the one being audacious. The St. Gunnar Legion is guilty on 4 counts. The first crime, the St. Gunnar Legion sent assassins to attack me in the Star City. The second crime, collaborating with the Chan family, they went to the Chuv Star domain of the Starlight Empire to plunder my people, treating them as slaves, imprisoning and oppressing them. The third crime, when our fleet was trying to rescue the trapped people, the St. Gunnar Legion deliberately obstructed our efforts. The fourth crime, I found evidence that the St. Gunnar Legion was engaged in military trade smuggling with the Starlight Empire rebels. Therefore, the St. Gunnar Legion brought this on themselves, and I must annihilate them. No need for further discussions. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth, listing all the crimes of the St. Gunnar Legion. Saint Kaname looked at Zhao Chen with a strange look in her eyes. This guy, he sounded like he had some logic. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually sophistry. For the first crime, mentioning the attack on him in the Star City, when the target of the attack was clearly her, Saint Kaname, and Zhao Chen was collateral damage. But, of course, the other party couldn't admit to the attack on Saint Kaname. After all, the assassination of their own legion's commander, especially of the Holy Radiant Legion, would be a scandal. The second crime had some truth to it. The third and fourth crimes were preemptive measures, labeling Qin Zhao Ocean and others as rebel forces. At the same time, Zhao Chen's words constantly focused on the responsibilities of the St. Gunnar Legion without reprimanding the Holy Radiant Empire. This was the subtlety of the situation. Zhao Chen seemed to be tearing his face with the other party, but he left a way out. At this moment, the magistrate had only 2 choices in front of him. Either he fought Zhao Chen and tore his face, but even if he won, there would be losses. If he didn't win, or he swallowed his pride and accepted Zhao Chen's offer. Saint Kaname saw that Zhao Chen was gambling, but Saint Kaname didn't understand. What did Zhao Chen have as leverage to gamble that the Southern Holy Fleet wouldn't dare to strike against him? Lord Magistrate, what I said is all based on tangible evidence. Would you like to have a look? Zhao Chen said playfully, looking at the magistrate.
A fleet of 20 legions, 60,000 interstellar warships. When these interstellar warships were lined up, they seemed like a mountain roaring and a sea howling. But right before this grand force, 6,000 interstellar warships stood firmly, like a mighty dragon forming an impassable barrier. Lord Consul, in 60 seconds, we will enter the maximum engagement range, the adjutant quietly reminded the consul. The southern consul looked at the man across from him, who bore a faint smile. He couldn't understand how this man could face his mighty Southern Holy Fleet with such confidence. Did he really intend to go to war with the Holy Radiance Empire? At this moment, the southern consul considered many possibilities. On the right side of the video display was the current battlefield star map, showing a red line, the calculated maximum engagement line between the 2 interstellar fleets. Crossing that line could ignite a starship battle at any moment. Once that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. The southern consul glanced once more at the man across from him, who remained composed. Zhao Chen of the Sky Dragon Legion. Very well. I will remember you, the southern consul declared, then abruptly cut off the video communication. Saint Kana, standing nearby, was left in shock. Was this really about to turn into a war? Report. The Southern Holy Fleet is decelerating and seems to be preparing to retreat. Secretary Lilith reported. Keep a close eye on them. Do not let your guard down. If the enemy ships dare to open fire, destroy their main fleet power immediately. Zhao Chen calmly issued his command. Understood. Zhao Chen stretched and yawned. All right, it's over. Is that it? Saint Kana asked incredulously. Of course. The southern consul doesn't want to fight, so naturally, it ends here, Zhao Chen replied with a carefree smile. Saint Kana stared at the star map, showing the Southern Holy Fleet clearly decelerating and altering course. Was this really it? Would the Southern Holy Fleet just let go of the culprit who annihilated the Holy Spear Legion? Furthermore, one of the Holy Spear Legion's T4 class heavy interstellar battleships, the Punishment Angel, was still there. Target locked. Fire! Zhu Zhaoxiao shouted excitedly. Right at that moment, Zhu Zhaoxiao commanded the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy armored interstellar battleship they were on to lock onto the fleeing T4. Punishment Angel-class battleship that had been evading for hours. A massive silver beam pierced straight through the Punishment Angel-class battleship from the side. With that, the flagship of the Holy Spear Legion was destroyed, and the entire fleet either surrendered or was annihilated. The Holy Spear Legion was wiped out by Zhao Chen in its entirety. Saint Kana watched as the T for Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship exploded in the distance, still struggling to process everything, especially the fact that the Southern Holy Fleet had retreated. To watch as the last surviving member of the Holy Spear Legion, its flagship, was destroyed right before their eyes. Is it really over? Saint Kana asked in disbelief. The radar star map clearly showed that the Southern Holy Fleet was indeed withdrawing. Of course. Do you think they would engage my Sky Dragon Legion in a life-or-death battle just for a fallen Holy Spear Legion? Zhao Chen joked with a smirk. Annihilating the Holy Spear Legion is tantamount to declaring war on the Holy Radiance Empire. Even if your so-called crimes just now made sense, the Southern Consul should. Saint Kana struggled to find the words. Should fight a grand battle for the Empire's honor to avenge the Holy Spear Legion and crush my Sky Dragon Legion here and now, right? Zhao Chen completed her thought. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen without responding, but that was exactly what she had expected to see unfold. And then what? Then the Southern Consul would limp back to the Holy Radiance Empire with a decimated fleet, basking in the so-called glory you speak of, only to face betrayal from the other consuls. Mind you, I'm confident that I could take out this 60,000-strong fleet with my 6,000 ships. Even if we were dragged into a war of attrition and he brought all the Southern Holy Fleet reinforcements, totaling 300,000 ships, I'm still sure I could take out at least half of them, or more. He would pay a heavy price, and all he'd gain would be that so-called honor. Zhao Chen explained. The other consuls would take advantage of him? That can't be. Saint Kana found it hard to believe Zhao Chen's reasoning. Ah, you're a talented warrior, but far too naive in matters like these, thanks to your holy faith teachings. Do you really think the internal power struggles in your Holy Radiance Empire are as simple as they appear? The Saint family is omnipotent? Zhao Chen chuckled, as if speaking to a child. Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen, bewildered. It's a case of the insider being too close to see the truth. You mentioned earlier that the Saint family is the strongest, but your family structure differs from ours in the Starshine Empire. Your system is more like a corporation or conglomerate. The Saint family is a coalition, not a pure bloodline. As I understand, it consists of several factions united by marriages and alliances, correct? Even if they seem unified now, one slip and this coalition could fracture rapidly. The Saint family is that sort of structure, Zhao Chen elaborated. Seeing Saint Kana still confused, he clarified, you also mentioned that 3 of your empire's 5 consuls are tied to the Saint family, to directly from it, and 1 trained by them. Coincidentally, these correspond to the 3 factions within the Saint family. The Southern Consul represents one of these factions, right? Saint Kana gaped at Zhao Chen, shocked he knew so much about their internal affairs. Historically, these 3 factions have maintained a balance. But if one faction's military force were to be significantly weakened, what do you think the other 2 would do? Zhao Chen asked, narrowing his eyes. Saint Kana was speechless. The other 2 would stop at nothing to swallow it up. Zhao Chen continued, moreover, I suspect there's another, more critical reason why the Southern Consul retreated so decisively. Because of this reason, saving the Holy Spear Legion was pointless. But we'll need to investigate further to uncover the full story. He looked at Saint Kana beside him. Now you understand why that Holy Spear Corps was completely abandoned, right? The Southern Governor got what he wanted. It's just a pity for that Commander Heller. If he hadn't rushed to transmit that data to the Southern Governor, he might have had a chance to survive. But since he transmitted it, there was no way he could have lived. Saint Kana understood what Zhao Chen meant. The so-called data was the real value of the Holy Spear Corps. The Corps had been almost completely wiped out, and without that valuable data, there was no reason to engage the Sky Dragon Corps in battle. Besides, that data must be very important. Considering its value, the Southern Governor decided it was better to get what he wanted, and then return. What could that data be? Saint Kana asked with a frown. Zerg technology. Maybe the technology to control Zerg motherships. Or perhaps the technology to open space wormholes, Zhao Chen replied, squinting, his tone a bit cold. Opening space wormholes. Does your Prince Yan really have that kind of technology? Saint Kana was startled. The interstellar Zerg threatened not only the Starshine Empire, but also the Holy Radiance Empire, which remained ever vigilant of their presence. After all, there had been several significant Zerg attacks in the Holy Radiance Empire's history, and the appearance of space wormholes had always been random and uncontrollable. I'm not sure, Zhao Chen said, but the abnormal space wormhole incidents that have occurred in the Starshine Empire make me suspect that Qin Zhaoshan does have that technology. Otherwise, his control over so many Zerg motherships wouldn't make sense. Saint Kana fell silent, looking at the data disk in her hand. The information on it wasn't anything groundbreaking, mostly just indicating that the Saint family had suspicious and deep dealings with Qin Zhaoshan. But it wasn't enough to cause major trouble for the Saint family. When you return, Zhao Chen advised, you should try to persuade your empire's Elder Council. Zerg technology is unreliable and dangerous. And it's from Qin Zhaoshan. Do you really trust him? Do you think he'd willingly give such powerful technology to you? Saint Kana was surprised that Zhao Chen would even give her a warning. The Holy Radiance Empire may be a potential enemy, Zhao Chen continued, but I know that the interstellar Zerg are an even greater threat. At least in a war between our species, the defeated side wouldn't face total annihilation or extinction. He remembered fighting against the interstellar Zerg, and those memories were suffocating. He never wanted to go through that again. Wait, did you say when I return? Saint Kana suddenly realized something and looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. You mean, you're letting me go? Zhao Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly, if I don't let you go, do you plan to keep living here for free? That's not going to work. But if you want to join my Sky Dragon Corps, I could consider it. He looked her up and down and smiled slightly. I do feel like I'm short a few secretaries. How about it? Want to think it over? Working for me is quite enjoyable, you know? *** system task, protect Saint Kana's safety. Task completed. You can now claim the reward. T for Shadow Demon Class Light Interstellar Stealth Bomber Blueprint. ***.
Zhang X Zhao Chen was really going to let Saint Kana leave this time, and the biggest reason for that was naturally due to the system mission. This tool person had already completed their mission, so there was no use keeping them. Dream on. Saint Kana heard Zhao Chen asking her to be his secretary, and she glared at Zhao Chen with a mix of shyness and anger. During their time together, along with Zhao Chen saving her and the astonishing power he possessed, Saint Kana's impression of Zhao Chen changed significantly. However, their positions ultimately remained opposing. She sneered, "Are you planning to attack the transportation fleet between the Holy Radiant Empire and Qin Zhaoshan?" Information obtained earlier included this fleet, with the attack starport being just one of them. Yes. What? Do you want to stop me? Zhao Chen teased Saint Kana. I didn't care about the cooperation between our empire and Qin Zhaoshan before, but knowing that Qin Zhaoshan was actually controlling the interstellar insect race, researching such technology, my faith cannot allow my empire to collaborate with such a person. So, if you destroy it, go ahead. I won't mind. But, Saint Kana narrowed her eyes at Zhao Chen. Between you and us, it's still an enemy relationship. The next time we meet on the battlefield, my Celestial Angel Legion will definitely. Saint Kana stopped herself before finishing her sentence because she found it hard to believe what she was saying. Anyway, if you end up in my hands next time, considering you saved me once, I could let you be my secretary. After that, Saint Kana provocatively looked at Zhao Chen. In other words, she could torture Zhao Chen to her heart's content then. Zhao Chen shrugged, not caring about this woman's unlikely dreams coming true. I'll send you back to the Star City in a bit. Find a way to contact your family and have them pick you up. Right now, the Holy Spear Legion has been wiped out, and the Chan family is also eating your dust. In the Star City, you won't be in any danger. However, let me remind you, your empire's situation is very complicated right now. If your empire's people have control over that insect technology, it can only cause internal strife. Be careful, as you may self-destruct. Zhao Chen cautioned. Shouldn't you be looking forward to something like this happening given our positions? Saint Kana lightly laughed. Zhao Chen looked out at the universe through the porthole, To be honest, I don't wish for any interstellar wars. I just want myself and those I protect to live freely, happily, and abundantly. But obviously, your holy radiant empire won't allow us to do so, which is why we have different positions. Honestly, if your holy radiant empire abandons its thoughts of the Star Empire, there's still hope for us to be friends. Zhao Chen was sincere about this. He never had any ambitions for dominance, but only desired his own peace and security. However, what Zhao Chen possessed attracted the covetous attention of some unscrupulous individuals, forcing him to step into his current situation. Saint Kana listened to Zhao Chen's words and felt a bit dazed. A long time ago, she glanced at Zhao Chen and silently left the bridge. She had to inform her subordinates about their departure, as well as contact her family and arrange temporary stay in the Star City. Meanwhile, during this time, the Owl Dragon Legion had also completed its preparations. Zhao Chen divided his forces into two. The second division of the Owl Dragon would attack the interstellar transportation fleet of the Holy Radiant Empire, while the first division followed Zhao Chen to attack all of the Qian family's planetary territories. Zhao Chen had promised Chujuan to settle the score with the Qian family, and this accounting needed to be done properly. Simultaneously, this action would cut the bridge between the Holy Radiant Empire and Qinzhou Ocean. With the Qian family destroyed, it would certainly affect the cooperation between the Holy Radiant Empire and Qinzhou Ocean. Perhaps, both parties would find another force to act as a bridge, but that would take time. The time gained would enable Zhao Chen to accomplish many things. 10 hours later, Commander Qian Feng, the head of the Qian family, led his family and the remaining interstellar warships to escape the Qian family's main star system. Chujuan reported to Zhao Chen. Escaped. Do they think they can get away? Zhao Chen chuckled coldly. Chujuan continued solemnly. The remnants of the Qian family have fled to the Star City. The Owl Dragon's first legion is attempting to intercept, but based on the current situation, it's challenging to intercept them before they enter the Star City. Currently, only a small number of interstellar cruisers and battleships are fiercely pursuing them. In the Star City, Chujuan reported to him for a reason. If they could intercept them, Chujuan would have directly instructed the first division of the Owl Dragon to take action. But concerning the Star City, that was a different matter altogether. After hesitating for a moment, Chujuan continued, Commander, I think we should destroy all industrial facilities in the Qian family's territories, seize anything we can grab, take all the slaves with us, and leave nothing for the Qian family. This would undermine the foundation of the Qian family, and it would take them a long time to restore their former prosperity. In this way, we would have achieved our goal. Facing the Star City, Chujuan eventually chose to compromise. After all, the Star City represented the Star Alliance, and if the Qian family took refuge there, it relied on the relationship with the Star Alliance. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, smiling mockingly. They actually sought refuge in the Star City. Well, we should thank the head of the Qian Feng family. Just as I was about to doze off, he brought me a pillow. Chujuan looked at the commander in confusion and didn't understand the meaning of his words. Chujuan, I have a bad habit. If I say someone should be annihilated, then they must die. Zhao Chen flashed his eyes and decisively issued the order. Send my command. The first Owl Dragon Legion deploys directly to the Star City. Chujuan looked at the commander in astonishment. Was the commander going to directly confront the Star Alliance? Wasn't the price too high? If they openly clashed with the Star Alliance, then... Don't worry, we won't pay any price, Zhao Chen said calmly. Chujuan swallowed nervously, adjusted her emotions, and still carried out the commander's order. With this, the first division of the Owl Dragon, consisting of 3,000 interstellar warships, set off towards the Star City. At that moment, the fleeing Qian family fleet heading towards the Star City. The head of the Qian Feng family looked at the map as they drew closer, with the Owl Dragon Legion fleet relentlessly following behind them. He clenched his fists, reassuring the people of the Qian family around him. Don't be afraid. As long as we escape to the Star City, the Owl Dragon Legion won't dare to touch us. As long as we keep a foothold, We won't run out of firewood." As they watched, the distance to Star City became closer and closer. Suddenly, the head of the Chan Feng family received a warning. "Report. My fleet at the rear is under pursuit by enemy interstellar cruisers and interstellar battleships. Some warships have been attacked." The head of the Chan Feng family immediately brought up the radar star map. On the star map, there were hundreds of blue icons representing the interstellar battleships that their Chan family had fled with, and behind them, there were dozens of red icons in hot pursuit. Those were the interstellar cruisers and interstellar battleships chasing them, relying on high speed to pursue them. "Transmit my orders. The 30 interstellar battleships at the rear are to cover our main fleet's retreat," Chan Feng family had ordered decisively. This order undoubtedly meant sending those 30 interstellar battleships to their doom. But the head of the Chan Feng family was not worried that they would not obey the order, because all the relatives of the commanders of those 30 interstellar battleships were arranged on some interstellar transport ships, all under the control of the head of the Chan Feng family. If these soldiers did not follow orders, the fate of their families would be at the mercy of the Chan Feng family. Sure enough, those 30 interstellar battleships received the order. Although it was unknown what the 30 captains were thinking, they obediently slowed down their speed and engaged in battle to cover the Chan family's main fleet's withdrawal. However, these 30 interstellar battleships were no match for the powerful interstellar cruisers and interstellar battleships chasing them. It was only a matter of a few rounds of engagement. Those 30 Chan family interstellar battleships turned into piles of wreckage, with occasional flashes of fire. At the same time, the interstellar cruisers and interstellar battleships crossed over the wreckage of the Chan family's battleships and continued their pursuit. Chan Feng family had felt a pang of pain, but as he saw Star City getting closer and closer, he once again ordered the 30 interstellar battleships to engage in battle to cover them. Only by doing so could they ensure their safety. "As long as we reach Star City, we'll be safe." This was the lifeline in the hearts of Chan Feng family head and the Chan family's senior members. Finally, after sacrificing nearly 100 interstellar battleships, the Chan family fleet entered the so-called restricted combat zone of Star City. This was the restricted combat zone established by Star City, where various forces within the Star Alliance occasionally engaged in fierce battles. However, no one was allowed to engage in combat within Star City's restricted combat zone, and all interstellar battleships entering this area must deactivate their weapons modules. So, the Chan family members subconsciously thought that they were safe now. But suddenly, Chan Feng family had saw a Chan family interstellar battleship hit on the starboard side through the window, the blossoming fireworks making all the Chan family members show expressions of fear. Death was so close to them. "What's going on? We haven't entered the restricted combat zone of Star City yet, right?" Chan Dafu collapsed there, shouting in despair. "No, we are already within the restricted combat zone of Star City." The aides sweating profusely pointed at the red area on the star map drawn with Star City as the center. At this moment, all their Chan family interstellar battleships had entered this area. This made the Chan family members feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Haha, that guy must be crazy, daring to open fire in the restricted combat zone of Star City. He is declaring war on the Star Alliance." Chan Feng family had laughed maniacally, somewhat mad. "Ignore them. Let's keep moving forward. This dragon army is making a big mistake. Once we enter Star City, we'll be safe." They wouldn't dare to shell Star City, would they? Hearing these words, the Chan family members also breathed a sigh of relief. There were still plenty of Chan family interstellar battleships guarding them, so they were still safe, and entering Star City was basically without any problems. "We are the Chan family starships. Requesting immediate docking. Immediately open the exclusive Chan family route." The personnel managing the arrivals and departures at Star City received an application for docking. Seeing that it was a Chan family starship, the personnel immediately opened a dedicated Chan family route, allowing the Chan family priority access to dock. News of the Chan family's territory being massacred had not yet reached Star City, especially not to these lower-ranking people, who were even more unaware of what was happening. In their eyes, the Chan family was still a crucial figure in the Star Alliance. Powerful forces like the Chan family even had their exclusive routes in Star City, with navigators arranged by the Chan family specifically responsible for serving the Chan family. An area on the radar map at the Arrivals and Departures Management Office of Star City showed densely packed dots, and alarms immediately sounded. Report: unidentified interstellar battleships have appeared in the Y-11 sector and are heading towards Star City. At the same time, it seems like they are pursuing the Chan family's interstellar battleships. Several Chan family interstellar battleships have been destroyed within the restricted combat zone and are still firing. The handling personnel nervously reported to their superiors. A man in uniform walked over, looking at the dots on the radar map. How dare they open fire in the restricted combat zone? Who is so audacious? The person in charge reprimanded with a frown. Uncertain. The enemy warships haven't established identifiable beacons with our Star City. The staff reported. Immediately send a message to these interstellar battleships, informing them that this is the restricted combat zone of Star City, and no one is allowed to engage in combat in this area, the person in charge said angrily. Yes. They soon received a response. Sir. The other side replied. The Dragon Army is carrying out a combat mission, pursuing the enemy, and they immediately ordered us to stop the Chan family's interstellar battleships from docking, otherwise they will bear the consequences. The staff said somewhat bewilderedly. He was even unwilling to believe his own eyes that someone dared to say this in Star City. Didn't they understand the power of Star City? Arrogant. The person in charge was furious. By now, the Chan family fleet's leading interstellar battleship had already docked, using the Chan family's exclusive route, and he had no ability to stop them, nor time to do so. Moreover, their ingrained belief was that Star City was a land of peace. No matter how deep the hatred, no wars could be fought here. What did this Dragon Army want to achieve? Inform them the Star City patrol fleet should prepare for battle. All defense weapons of Star City are level 1 readiness. At the same time, notify the Star City management, inform them of this situation, and send a warning message to the other party again. The person in charge was angry, but still followed procedures. He was only in charge of arrivals and departures and the safety of Star City. The true managers of Star City were a group of personalities from the Star Alliance, similar to a council. Soon, all the high-ranking members of Star City received this message. This guy is really causing trouble. The Ghost G of the Star Shark Guild also received the message, with a surprised expression. Soon, she received a notification of an emergency meeting in Star City. After clicking to agree, several video windows appeared in front of her. There were 10 in total, including the 10 most powerful families, forces, and trade organizations within the Star Alliance. This included the head of the Chan family, Chan Feng. Gentlemen, the Dragon Army is too arrogant. Not only did they attack our Chan family's territory, they are now firing within the restricted combat zone of Star City. This is provoking the Star Alliance. I request unanimous external action to impose trade sanctions against the Dragon territory. Chan Feng family had shouted frantically, his eyes bloodshot, and his anger overflowing even through the data screen. The Master Qian Feng's words did indeed stir up a lot of emotions among the attending representatives. After all, the Star Alliance has always presented itself as a unified entity externally, and they could not ignore the fact that the Chan family had been attacked. We need to consider this matter carefully. I suggest we first establish contact with the Lord of the Owl Dragon Legion and clarify what exactly is going on, said President Guiji. During this time, the Shark Guild somehow managed to gain control of the new interstellar trade routes, which also elevated President Guiji's current status. I agree. We need to understand what is happening. It would be great if we could make the Owl Dragon Lord retreat. After all, harmony brings wealth. Several attending representatives agreed. Everyone, The starships of the Owl Dragon Legion have already reached outside the Star City and are engaging in battle within the forbidden zone of the Star City, which is a provocation to the Star Alliance. I know that many of you have some competition with my Chan family in private, but at least our identities are the same. If my Chan family suffers persecution this time and the Star Alliance remains silent, what about your families next time? The Star Alliance has reached its current state due to everyone's unity and cooperation. We must present a united front externally. Master Qianfeng continued to try to incite the Star Alliance directly against the Owl Dragon Legion. At this moment, a pop-up window requesting to join the meeting appeared. It was the Chief of Security for the Star City, supported by all of them. They exchanged glances and agreed for this person to join the meeting. Report, esteemed gentlemen. Those starships attacking the Chan family fleet outside are still approaching the Star City and have now entered the attacking range of our near-defense artillery of the Star City. At the same time, our security fleet of 900 interstellar battleships is on the verge of battle readiness. Confronting this fleet, the opposing party has conveyed a message, demanding us to expel all Chan family members within 10 minutes, or they will take action themselves. The consequences will be on anyone who dares to obstruct their actions. Furthermore, from our identification, although the models of those interstellar battleships are unknown, several are of Tier 4 class, and the rest are all Tier 3 interstellar battleships, nearly 100 ships. How should we respond? Inquired the Chief of Security for the Star City. This question puzzled everyone. Attack, fire, destroy all those interstellar battleships. Master Qianfeng shouted in madness. Of course, now everyone ignored Master Qianfeng's words, but they also did not expect the opposing party's attitude to be so clear-cut, demanding them to hand over members of the Chan family. This was going too far. Establish contact with the other party immediately, said one attending representative sternly. Also inform them that this is the Star City, and regardless of their origins, they must abide by the rules of the Star City. Warn them not to go too far. The Chief of Security went to handle this matter. Master Qianfeng, how big of a hornet's nest did you poke to have them knocking on our door like this? Using Tier 4 and Tier 3 interstellar battleships, President Guiji mocked coldly about Master Qianfeng's aggressive attitude. Other people did not find President Guiji's attitude towards Master Qianfeng surprising, given that President Guiji's daughter was abducted during a celebration in the Chan family before. For anyone, feelings toward the Chan family would not be positive. HMPH, it's just business matters. As you all conduct interstellar trade outside, it's inevitable to have some adversaries. Master Qianfeng scoffed without disclosing much. Soon enough, the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships returned with a message. Esteemed gentlemen, the other party states that their commander is currently absent. They do not accept any negotiations, only executing the military mission assigned by their commander. The commander mentioned that today, the Chan family members must pay the price for their actions, and anyone who dares to protect or obstruct them will be declared war upon by the Owl Dragon Legion. They also warn us that within 10 minutes, we must expel the Chan family's fleet, or they will bombard the Star City. This is the second warning and the final warning, said the Chief of Security, sweating on his forehead. The other party's attitude was too resolute. Nonsense. Do they think this is the Starshine Empire, or the Owl Dragon Star System? Do they think they can show off with a few Tier 4 interstellar battleships here? What do they take our Star Alliance for? Master Qianfeng kept shouting, appearing emotionally charged. President Guiji secretly thought this was not good. The Owl Dragon fleet's attitude was escalating the conflict. She glanced at the attending representatives, most of which had grim expressions. HMPH, bombard the Star City. The leader of this Owl Dragon fleet really thinks highly of herself. Our Star Alliance may not have strong military power, but our trade network and connections have infiltrated various empires, kingdoms, and neutral territories of the Galaxy Federation. If we choose to act, the price of certain resources in a star system can directly triple. In 1 month, there would be no food or resources entering that area. No goods could be exported out. I would like to see if these All-Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships dare to bombard the Star City. A few more outspoken attending representatives said. Seeing this, Master Qianfeng knew this was the outcome he desired. As long as the Star Alliance and the All-Dragon Legion stood on opposite sides, the All-Dragon Legion would face a significant blow. Let's see how the All-Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships act next, said an elderly attending representative. He was the oldest here, and everyone showed him some respect. Following this, they started reaching out through their network connections to the Starshine Empire, exerting pressure through the partners there to influence this All-Dragon Lord. This was their means. Meanwhile, outside the Star City, the less than 100 All-Dragon fleet still faced off against the Star City. However, the All-Dragon fleet did not advance further, but all their cannons were aimed at the route the Chan family had entered earlier. Time passed slowly. The 10 minutes the other side mentioned were up quickly. In the middle of the All-Dragon fleet, a female All-Dragon captain checked the time. With an indifferent expression, she gave the command to fire. If anyone else were present, they would surely be surprised. How could this female captain not understand the uniqueness of the Star City? How could she unilaterally launch an attack with just 100 interstellar battleships against the Star City? In her eyes, the Star City and other matters were insignificant compared to the orders of her commanding officer. Moreover, the commander had conveyed her intentions earlier. First, if the Star City wanted to talk to them, refuse on her behalf and be resolute. Second, threaten the Star City to hand over the Chan family, or they would bombard the Star City. Third, any units daring to attack the All-Dragon interstellar battleships should be destroyed without question. Zhao Chen wanted to give this Star City a good beating. President Guiji saw that all 10 video windows in front of her were flickering, as if the signals were being interfered with. At the same time, there was a slight shaking beneath her feet. What's going on? Why does it feel like an earthquake? We are in Star City. How could there be an earthquake? Other attending representatives also seemed to sense something, looking around with surprise. Something's not right, my lords. Just now, the enemy's interstellar fleet directly bombarded the Qianjia Channel. Although no casualties occurred, several defense cannons in the Qianjia Channel and surrounding areas were destroyed, the security chief reported in a panic. At the same time, he transmitted the footage to the lords. From the footage, it could be seen that a section of Star City had sunk in, with the exposed area outside charred and in ruins, even emitting black smoke. At that moment, everyone at the meeting became tense. They had never expected the interstellar warships of the opposing Zhonglong Legion to actually bombard Star City. Counterattack, attack. The Zhonglong Legion has fired on our Star City. Are we, the Lords of the Star Alliance, going to just swallow this insult? If so, then when the Lords of the Star Alliance go out to do business in the future, they will surely be ridiculed. Lord Qianfeng shouted in anger. Indeed, we cannot act as if nothing happened. Bombarding Star City. This is the first time it has happened. We must respond. This is no longer just an issue for the Chan family. It concerns the prestige of our Star Alliance. Over half of the attending representatives expressed their opinions, mostly in favor of retaliating against the attackers. President Guiji furrowed her brows, wondering how the situation had escalated to this point. Even the respected lord had not informed her before taking action, leaving her unsure of how to cooperate with him. Just as Lord Qianfeng watched everyone decide to launch a military counterattack, the security chief suddenly shouted in alarm. Not good. In the outer perimeter of the radar, a large number of interstellar warships have been detected, the quantity, at least in the thousands, and they are all T3 class interstellar warships. Upon hearing this news, all the attending representatives were filled with fear. All Zhonglong Legion starships? Asked an elderly attending representative. According to the fleet emblems we captured, they are all Zhonglong Legion interstellar warships. Can the quantity be confirmed? Currently unable to confirm, but roughly estimated to be around 3,000 ships. All T3 interstellar warships. There are also a few T4 interstellar warships. The attending representatives fell silent at this moment. Some even looked at Lord Qianfeng with angry eyes, as if blaming him for stirring up such a hornet's nest and dragging Star City into it. I suggest ordering all interstellar warships of Star City to refrain from attacking without our command. Withdraw all combat personnel from the vicinity of the Kiangia Channel. Until we have clarified this matter, we cannot act rashly. The elderly attending representative spoke up. This proposal quickly received the agreement of the vast majority present, including those who are just calling for retaliation against the Zhonglong interstellar warships. With less than 100 starships, they still thought they could retaliate. But now, with nearly 3,000 ships, all of T3 class interstellar warships, how could they retaliate? One wrong move, and the entire Star City might be at stake. How is our relationship network with the Starlight Empire? Can we pressure this Zhonglong Lord? Asked the elderly attending representative. Several attending representatives who had obtained results wore strange expressions. Slowly, they said, I have a collaborator in the Starlight Empire, who, upon hearing it was the Zhonglong Legion, directly said they couldn't help. I have a business partner in the North Wind sector where the Zhonglong star system is located, and their status is that of a count. But upon hearing it was the Zhonglong Lord, they immediately stated that if we truly antagonize the Zhonglong Lord, they will directly terminate our cooperation. I heard that this Zhonglong Lord has ties with the Chu family in the Chu sector. I have some cooperation with the Chu family, so I inquired. They stated that being enemies with the Zhonglong Lord means being enemies with the Chu family. We need to weigh our options. Upon hearing this news, everyone was stunned. They were not in the Starlight Empire, so they were unaware of Zhao Chen's influence on the whole Starlight Empire, especially in the Chu and North Wind sectors. And at that moment, the 3,000 interstellar warships had already reached the firing range of Star City. 3,000 interstellar warships, looming ominously, hovering there, casting a shadow over Star City. Everyone inside Star City who learned this news felt insecure. There were even reports of people fleeing from the other end of Star City. What do we do now? A nervous attending representative asked. The others looked at each other. They had not expected to reach this point. Report. The commander of the Zhonglong Legion has sent a video message, the security chief urgently reported. Show it to us immediately. Contact this Zhonglong Lord as well. If there are any issues, we can sit down to discuss them, the elderly attending representative said immediately. The security chief smiled bitterly and said, I also called back, but the other party said, whether we sit down to talk depends on our sincerity. Everyone, let's watch the video message first. With that, the video message began to play. The main character was a young man seated in a captain's chair. Lords of the Star Alliance, I am Zhao Chen, the Lord of the Zhonglong Star System. I have come to Star City this time not to oppose you, but to settle a score with someone. Zhao Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. Settle a score. Upon hearing this phrase, everyone looked towards Lord Qianfeng. Just what trouble had this guy caused? Lords, we are a unified entity in the Star Alliance and cannot. Lord Qianfeng tried to plead his case, but was promptly warned by the attending elder. Shut up. The crowd continued to listen to the Zhonglong Lord's words. I had visited Star City before, but was subjected to an attack of unknown origin. Through our investigation, it was revealed that the attackers were instigated by the Chan family. In addition, the Chan family dispatched a fleet to the Chute sector to hunt down our people, turning them into slaves for sale and torture. Furthermore, when we conducted a rescue operation, the Chan family and the Holy Spear Legion ambushed my Zhonglong Legion. In the face of such actions, we had no choice but to wipe them out. The Chan family and I are now sworn enemies. Therefore, I hope the lords in Star City will think twice before acting. Zhao Chen finished speaking there and said no more. Following the video message were several documents, which were the evidence Zhao Chen referred to earlier. While these pieces of evidence were significant, the more pressing matter was processing what Zhao Chen had just explained. He said, they wiped out the Holy Spear Legion. That was one of the 10 Holy Light Legions of the Sacred Radiance Empire. Could this be true? Immediately, use all channels to investigate what has transpired between the Chan family and the Zhonglong Legion. The attending elder commanded almost urgently. Everyone, we just received another short message from the Sky Dragon Corps. That lord said he's giving us 3 more minutes. If he doesn't get the result he wants in 3 minutes, it won't just be a few warning shots, the security chief reported nervously, swallowing hard. At the same time, the security chief pulled up several video feeds, showing the Sky Dragon Corps standing by in full battle formation. Especially notable were the interstellar missile ships. Looking at the dense array of missile launchers and the cannons on the other warships, the people of Star Cluster City felt a chill run down their spines. An attack of that magnitude could probably dismantle the entire city. Qian Feng, is what that Sky Dragon Lord said true? One of the elder representatives demanded, glaring at the head of the Chan family. It was one thing to gather intelligence through secret channels, but another to hear the truth directly from the person involved. Sweat dripped from the forehead of Qian Feng, who hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Qian Feng, if you don't come clean, don't blame us for not helping you with your mess. The elder representative roared. Qian Feng braced himself and admitted, some of it is true. Because the slave trade has been tight recently, we had to resort to finding new sources in the Chu River Star region. But, they were just impoverished commoners from some backwater planets. As for what happened after, it was because the Sky Dragon Corps attacked our family's sky castle, ruined my son's wedding, and even took my son's fiancée. Oh, right. President Ghost-G, your daughter is currently in the hands of the Sky Dragon Corps. Meanwhile, the Sky Dragon Corps' main forces used their special interstellar warships with warp capabilities to appear on the battlefield, blocking the Southern Holy Fleet and even destroying the flagship of the Holy Spirit Corps right in front of them. Afterward, the Southern Holy Fleet chose to retreat. Hearing this, the representatives present were stunned. The implications were astonishing. The Sky Dragon Corps had annihilated a holy corps of the Holy Radiance Empire in front of their fleet, and the Empire's forces didn't retaliate, but instead withdrew. And one of the 5 governors of the Holy Radiance Empire, the Southern Sector Governor, was present at the time. The tavern owner added. Everyone in the meeting fell silent. Qian Feng's face was full of fear. He knew the Holy Spirit Corps had been defeated, but he hadn't realized the subsequent developments. He hadn't expected the Sky Dragon Corps to confront the Southern Holy Fleet like that. The situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectations. On one hand, there was the overwhelming threat of the Sky Dragon Corps. On the other hand, there was the reputation of the Star Cluster Alliance. Weighing the two was no easy task. Our Chen family is willing to give up 50% of the commercial resources we control. I'm willing to share our cooperative ventures with the Holy Radiance Empire with all of you. Don't forget, the Star Cluster Alliance is only strong when we stand united, Qian Feng said, prepared to make major concessions just to survive. Behind him stood Qinzhou Ocean and the Holy Radiance Empire 2 mountains he could rely on to rise again as long as his family survived. The representatives fell silent, but then several of them received messages on their communicators. These messages came from their recent business partners. The market shrinkage due to the machine race's withdrawal wasn't just affecting the Star Shark Guild. Others were also facing difficulties. They urgently needed new sources of revenue. After reading the contents of the messages, many representatives, who had been wavering, made up their minds. This included the elder representative, whose deep gaze turned cold as he looked at Qian Feng. We will now vote on this matter. Those in favor of expelling the Qian family, please raise your hands, the elder said decisively, immediately raising his own hand. Qian Feng froze in shock. How had the situation spiraled so quickly? His expression grew even more rigid as he saw the hands go up. Out of the 10 people present, 9 raised their hands, everyone but him. Jin Yizhong, what do you mean by this? If it weren't for my Qian family, your business in the Holy Radiance Empire would have collapsed long ago. Bulwo, we have a partnership agreement. We're allies. How could you do this, President Ghost-G? Even though our family's marriage arrangement fell through, I promised you that the resources I pledged to the Star Shark Guild would remain unchanged. Qian Feng shouted, but the 9 others remained unmoved. The elder representative declared coldly, "Since we've made our decision, I announce, the Chan family is no longer part of the Star Cluster Alliance. All Chan family members must be expelled from Star Cluster City immediately." With that, the video feed with Chan Feng was cut off. The Chan family fleet slowly navigated the internal waterways of Star City. Upon entering Star City, they felt a sense of safety. After all, this was Star City. Would the Xiaolong Star Corps really dare to act recklessly here? Xiaolong Corps, the Chu family. Chan Dafu muttered angrily, "Those bastards attacked us from behind and even stole my fiancée. I'll remember this grudge. Once our relationship with the Holy Radiance Empire deepens, the Chan family will settle this score with you." Suddenly, the Chan family Starfleet came to a halt. "What's going on?" Chan Dafu noticed the fleet had stopped and immediately asked, "Young master, the waterway ahead is blocked, and a large number of shuttles have surrounded us." The captain said nervously. Chan Dafu frowned, looking out of the bridge window to see the gate on the opposite side of the waterway lowered. Meanwhile, thousands of shuttles surrounded the Chan family fleet. Compared to their starships, if they were outside, these shuttles wouldn't be a threat. But in the narrow waterway, space was tight. If these shuttles attacked the fleet here, the Chan family ships might not be able to defend against it. "What's going on?" Chan Dafu frowned. Just then, a video popped up. "Chan family fleet, please leave the current waterway immediately. You are no longer welcome in Star City. You have been expelled from Star City. Please leave immediately. This behavior is disgraceful. Retribution is inevitable." Chan Feng, head of the Chan family, clenched his fists and stared at the other party. In interstellar trade, ruthlessness and unscrupulous tactics are necessary. What have I done wrong? No, my only fault is that I am too weak. If I were strong enough, with enough power, who would dare to touch the Chan family? Pan Yang remained silent. He knew he couldn't change the Chan family head's long-standing beliefs with a few words. Instead of going out to die, it's better to take a few of you down with me. Chan Feng suddenly screamed hysterically, then roared, "Chan family fleet, attack! Fire!" Pan Yang sneered. He had already prepared for this move by the Chan family head. With his command, cannons extended from the walls around the waterway, aimed at the Chan family starships. Originally intended to defend Star City against external enemies, these cannons were now being used against the Chan family's fleet. No, no. Chan Dafu watched in horror at what was happening outside, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. 3 hours later, one after another, the wrecked Chan family starships were dragged out of the already dilapidated main waterway, with each ship bearing the Chan family crest. These were clearly the starships that had fled into Star City earlier. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, watching the remnants of the Chan family starships, a faint smile on his lips. Star City sent another message, stating that when the Chan family fleet was expelled, they suddenly attacked. Star City's security forces had no choice but to destroy the Chan family fleet within the waterway. Chan Feng, the Chan family patriarch, young Master Chan Dafu, and several family members were all killed. Chu Zhuan reported to Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with joy. The Chan family had been eradicated, releasing the resentment Chu Zhuan had harbored. At the same time, Star City wants to hold a meeting with you, Chu Zhuan continued. No need for talks. I'll let someone more suitable handle it. We have more important things to do. Issue my order. All fleets turn toward the new coordinates and prepare to rendezvous with the Xiaolong Second Corps, Zhao Chen commanded. Yes, over 3,000 Xiaolong starships began to turn, preparing to leave Star City. All right, my business here is done. Commander, it's time for you to leave as well. I won't be seeing you off. Zhao Chen turned to look at the woman behind him, Sheng Kana. Sheng Kana looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. How did you convince the Star City authorities to abandon the Chan family? This goes against the principles of the Star Alliance. Sheng Kana hadn't expected Zhao Chen to really bombard Star City, and even more surprisingly, that Star City had truly abandoned the Chan family. She wondered what this man had done behind the scenes. Merchants, you see, are often more inclined to weigh the pros and cons and make choices that bring the greatest benefit. Compared to others, merchants are actually simpler and easier to control. If you offer them enough, principles are just empty words, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Shun Kana glanced at Zhao Chen one last time, wanting to say something, but her thoughts were complicated. In the end, she turned and left the bridge in silence. She still had her own matters to attend to with the Holy Radiance Empire. Who knows when they'd meet again? By then, she was determined to defeat him and make him her aide. Thinking of this, Shun Kana's lips curled into a smile. What? Shin Zhao Ocean stood up in fury, glaring at the subordinate delivering the report.
You're telling me that the Sky Dragon Course hijacked all of the raw materials and semi-finished products that were being transported to us by the Holy Radiance Empire? The subordinate knelt halfway to the ground, head lowered. Yes, and the Chan family, who were responsible for coordinating the handoffs between us and the Holy Radiance Empire, has been completely wiped out by the Sky Dragon Course. Even if the Holy Radiance Empire continues to ship raw materials and starship components to us, the necessary interstellar transport ships, convoy escorts, and transfer logistics will delay everything by several months. The Sky Dragon Course is like a rabid dog, relentlessly pursuing us. Their third course has even invaded most of the Kangyu Star region, Qin Zhao Ocean said, looking at the pile of urgent pleas for help from Kangyu Star region. Several arrived daily. Your Majesty, we can't afford to wait any longer. The Sky Dragon Course keeps growing stronger, and our external support has been cut off. Waiting any longer will only put us at a greater disadvantage, Qin Longcheng said gravely from the side. Qin Zhao Ocean took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the map of the Starshine Empire. His original plan had been to wait until he had enough leverage to eliminate the Sky Dragon Course in one decisive move. But now it seemed the Sky Dragon Course wasn't going to give him that chance. Given the current situation, with his link to the Holy Radiance Empire severed and the impending loss of Kangyu Star region, he was becoming increasingly vulnerable. Everyone, leave me, Qin Zhao Ocean ordered, sitting down heavily. Yes, Qin Longcheng and the others left the hall silently. Qin Zhao Ocean buried his face in his hands, his expression twisted. He had thought he was the patient hunter, waiting to catch his prey. But he hadn't anticipated the Sky Dragon Course would emerge out of nowhere, turning his plans into a chaotic mess. *** Galactic Year 3034, late May, Sky Dragon Star System ***. After more than a month of handling various matters, Zhao Chen returned to the Sky Dragon Star System. But Zhao Chen was not in a particularly good mood. Here's the development report for the Sky Dragon Star System in recent weeks. This one covers the Chu River and North Wine Star regions. Here's the battle report for the Sky Dragon Third Course in the Kangyu Star region. And this is the battle report from the Royal Princess Fleet in the Azure Star region, Lilith said, pointing to several folders. Then she indicated a comprehensive data folder that combined the previous reports. This information was submitted by Annie. Annie reported this much? Zhao Chen looked at the thick folder in surprise, estimating it would take him a full day and night to read through everything. He strongly suspected Annie had done it on purpose. Annie said these are all tasks you assigned, and she must report everything to you, Lilith said, barely holding back a laugh. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and shut the enormous file. I trust our chief engineer Annie enough. I won't read this one. For the rest, just summarize the important points for me. Lilith, well aware of the commander's tendency to delegate, was prepared and began her report. The Chu River and North Wine Star regions are stable, and both governors are ramping up their military investments as much as possible. The Royal Princess Fleet has nearly secured the entire Azure Star region, and Qin Zhao Ocean has not dispatched any fleet to intervene. The Sky Dragon Course is making excellent progress in the Kangyu Star region, now controlling 80% of the territory after several battles of varying scale. The enemy has lost over 50,000 warships, while our Sky Dragon Third Course has lost fewer than 300. Only 89 were completely destroyed. The other 200 have been recovered and are either being repaired for resale or repurposed for defense and patrol duties in our controlled star systems. As Zhao Chen listened to Lilith's summary, he found that everything was unfolding more or less as he had anticipated. The only unexpected factor was that Qin Zhao Ocean was acting like a total coward. Even after the Azure and Kangyu Star regions had been captured, Qinzhou Ocean still hadn't reacted. By the way, have there been any responses from Qinzhou Ocean after we disrupted his trade route with the Holy Radiance Empire? Zhao Chen asked. Not publicly, but we received intelligence that, a day ago, Qinzhou Ocean summoned his generals, led by Qin Longcheng, for a meeting at his residence. The meeting lasted half a day, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems Qinzhou Ocean is preparing for his next move. We've got him backed into a corner. If he doesn't act soon, he'll be cooked. Relay my order. All fleets are to maintain level to combat readiness and check in with Sky Dragon Base every 10 minutes. Even non-combat units of the Sky Dragon Corps must be ready to engage at any moment. Yes, sir. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened a screen displaying various numbers. These are the resources we hijacked, originally destined for Qinzhou Ocean's Zuyan Star region. The total value is 1 billion star coins. Turn everything over to Annie. Use whatever we can, and dismantle the rest for reconstruction. Also, here's a set of starship schematics. Give them to Annie, and tell her to build a 30-ship fleet as soon as possible. 667. After Zhao Chen assigned a series of tasks, nearly a third of them involved Annie. Having been away from the Sky Dragon system for over a month, he felt it was only right to show a bit of leadership care to Chief Engineer Annie. Once the instructions were given, Lilith withdrew. Zhao Chen then opened his system interface, *** host, Zhao Chen ***. Profession, Top Starship Engineer ***. Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Boost, Eye of Insight ***. System Points, 3.9 million monthly fleet revenue, 1.9 million points. Mission points, 650 number of starships, 30,131 Missions, annual mission, quarterly mission, T5 store access mission in progress, 20%. Warehouse, T5 Hades class interstellar dreadnought blueprint, Hades Matrix module, T5 Creator class starship blueprint, T for Shadow Demon class light stealth bomber blueprint, At this point, system points were little more than a string of numbers to Zhao Chen, especially since he had already redeemed almost every type of T for series combat starship. The remaining auxiliary ships were of minor significance. To prepare for the opening of the T5 store, Zhao Chen planned to accumulate wealth in advance. He checked the status of the 3 ongoing missions. Annual mission ***. Task 1, Qinming's death ***. Task 2, control at least 4 star regions of the Starshine Empire. Progress, Azure Star region, Chu River Star region, North Wine Star region, 84% of Kangyu Star region ***. The annual mission was nearly complete, and at the current pace of the Sky Dragon Third Corps, it would take less than half a month to fully control Kangyu Star region. Zhao Chen stretched lazily. He recalled a plan he had postponed due to previous circumstances. Now, it was the perfect time to implement it, strengthening the Sky Dragon Corps' combat capabilities before the final battle against the Starshine Empire. Zhao Chen opened his communications interface and contacted Lilith. Lilith, make arrangements for a meeting of the Sky Dragon Corps' senior officers. This includes the Third Corps. Anyone who can attend should be there, Zhao Chen said. Understood. I'll get right on it, Lilith replied. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen arrived in a spacious meeting room. Lilith and Chu Zhuan stood behind him. Commander, here is the analysis of the data you asked for, Lilith said, leaning forward. Zhao Chen could see quite the picturesque view if he glanced slightly, but he was more interested in his starships at the moment. He took a look at the data he needed. Everything was within his expectations, meaning his plan was ready for execution. As the meeting time approached, holographic projections of officers began to appear around the round table. Among them were Sky Dragon 2nd Corps Commander Chitong, Vice Commanders Zhao Wanner and Bessie, and Sky Dragon 3rd Corps Commander Shen Bing, along with her deputies Bai Zhu, Su Lan, Zhu Zhaoxiao, and Medusa. Shen Bing, will this meeting disrupt your ongoing battles? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Shen Bing. Her eyes had a noticeable transformation from before, like a fledgling hawk, turning into a mighty eagle soaring through the skies. "No, Commander. The Third Corps is currently in a period of rest and reorganization," Shen Bing replied. Zhao Chen scanned the room, confirming that everyone was present. "Since everyone's here, let's begin. Given the tense situation and everyone's busy schedules, I'll keep this meeting short. I'll issue orders directly. You can raise any concerns on the spot if needed," Zhao Chen said. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Chen. It was clear that this meeting, called by the commander, was for something crucial. "Based on our future needs for the Sky Dragon Corps' development and battlefield requirements, I've decided to establish two special fleets, the Sky Dragon Interstellar Missile Fleet and the Sky Dragon Stealth Bomber Fleet. The former will be built around interstellar missile ships, with a few escort ships for defense and supply ships for logistics. Baizu will command the Sky Dragon Interstellar Missile Fleet. From today, Baizu will step down as Vice Commander of the Third Corps and return to the Sky Dragon system to prepare and train for her new role. To clarify, the required missile ships will be sourced separately and will not reduce the current number of T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships in each Corps fleet." Everyone was taken aback by Zhao Chen's words. None more so than Baizu, the Wolf girl, who stood up with her ears perked and her tail wagging excitedly. "Commander, how many interstellar missile ships will this special fleet have?" she asked. Zhao Chen knew exactly what Baizu was thinking. He smiled. "The provisional fleet will consist of 300 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships." 300 ships. Everyone in the room was stunned. Each of the Sky Dragon Corps' 3 fleets only had 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships in service. Yet this single special fleet would have 300. Just imagining the devastation from a full salvo was staggering. Baizu's tail wagged even more vigorously, making Zhao Chen worrying that she might accidentally shake it off. This Sky Dragon Interstellar Missile Fleet will be composed of 300 interstellar missile ships, 200 interstellar escort ships, and the necessary interstellar supply ships. The specific ship types will be deployed flexibly based on the current situation. Currently, we are deploying T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. As you all know, we are in the process of manufacturing T4-class interstellar missile ships, and some of these will gradually be added to the fleet as they become available. For the escort ships, we will primarily use T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault escort ships, supplemented by T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, to protect the fleet, Zhao Chen explained in detail. Baizu nodded repeatedly, her eagerness apparent. She seemed ready to lead this fleet into battle right away. The mere thought of 300 interstellar missile ships launching a coordinated strike made her tail wag like a windmill. Zhao Chen continued, "Additionally, the Sky Dragon Stealth Bomber Fleet will be entirely composed of interstellar stealth bombers. Zhao Wanner will command this special fleet and will step down as Vice Commander of the Second Corps." Everyone had anticipated this assignment when they first heard the names of the 2 special fleets. Zhao Wanner was undoubtedly the most skilled commander among them when it came to utilizing interstellar stealth bombers. "So, how many stealth bombers do I get?" Zhao Wanner asked excitedly. Up until now, she had only commanded small numbers of interstellar stealth bombers, around 50 or 60 at most. In previous years, she could still make significant contributions on the battlefield due to the bomber's unique capabilities, but as the scale of battles grew, her fleet's role had often been reduced to providing auxiliary support. According to calculations by my secretarial department, and considering the current ship losses from ongoing campaigns, we should be able to complete the construction of our 7 Sky Dragon Corps by the end of the 3rd quarter. This means delivering to Sky Dragon Corps per month. To meet these needs, we will require a massive number of crew members. I had already made arrangements for this, and the Star Goddess Academy-class starships have been training a large number of recruits for this very moment. The main focus now is appointing command staff for these 7 corps. I have decided on some appointments already, while others are still under consideration based on upcoming battles. I will announce the confirmed appointments so you can be prepared. Zhao Chen looked around at everyone present. The future commander of the 4th Sky Dragon Corps will be Su Lan. The future commander of the 5th Sky Dragon Corps will be Zhu Xiao. The future commander of the 6th Sky Dragon Corps will be Medusa. For the remaining 4 corps, I will make decisions based on the performance of our senior officers in upcoming battles. Those of you I just mentioned, continue with your current duties, but also start preparing to lead your respective Sky Dragon Corps. The head of the Star Goddess Academy class starship will provide you with a list of crew members, and you can start establishing your teams right away. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, the room was filled with various emotions: excitement, joy, and disbelief. Yes, I get to command a Corps fleet. Zhu Zhaoxiao cheered, punching the air in excitement. Su Lan, although not as visibly excited, was filled with joy. She placed her hand over her heart and said, "Commander, I won't let you down. I'll ensure my Sky Dragon Corps is a force that will always win." Medusa, on the other hand, was stunned. She had only been part of the Sky Dragon Corps for a little over a year, and now she was being entrusted with commanding an entire Corps fleet. The trust Zhao Chen had in her left her speechless. "You don't need to worry about your original backgrounds or have any concerns," Zhao Chen reassured them. "The fact that I'm appointing you to these positions means you have the capability to handle them." Zhao Chen had been observing them during previous battles. Su Lan and Zhu Zhaoxiao were top graduates from North Star Naval Academy, but they had lacked real combat experience. Their time with the Sky Dragon Corps, filled with frequent battles, had honed their skills and revealed their talents as commanders. Medusa's case was a bit different. As a former queen of the Serpent Folk, she already had significant abilities. However, her special background and late entry into the Sky Dragon Corps required a period of adjustment. Her recent performance, however, had impressed Zhao Chen, and he felt confident in trusting her with a fleet. As for her personal motivations, Zhao Chen knew that once the Sky Dragon Corps became stronger, fulfilling her small wishes would be a simple matter. With the establishment of the 2 special fleets and the 7 regular Corps fleets, the meeting came to an end. It was brief, lasting only about 10 minutes, but it instantly expanded the Sky Dragon Corps' blueprint several times over. If this round of expansion is truly completed, the Sky Dragon Corps will possess at least 30,000 combat-type interstellar warships, all of which will be T3 level or higher. At that point, not just within the entire Galactic Alliance, but even within the Starlight Empire, the Sky Dragon Corps will undoubtedly rise to become the most formidable military force. "Who do you plan to appoint as commanders for the remaining 4 corps?" Chu Zhuan asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stretched lazily, raising his hand to display a list in front of him. It was a compilation of 3rd-generation senior commanders for the Sky Dragon Corps, prepared by Lilith according to Zhao Chen's intentions. Previously, Charlotte, Lilith, and the others were considered the 1st generation of the Sky Dragon Corps. Later, Shen Bing, Su Lan, and others formed the 2nd generation, with Medusa being the last of this group. Now, it was time to train the 3rd or perhaps the 4th generation. The list featured several names at the top: Qing Man, Pei Shengnan, Yi Xiaotong, Huang Zhaoting, Fan Susu, Zhang Zhao, Wu Chuner. These individuals were elites, holding various positions within the Sky Dragon Corps, such as starship captains, fleet commanders, and starport managers. Our 3rd generation is indeed lacking. The expansion this time is huge, practically doubling our forces. I had some other candidates in mind, like my older sister Zhao Ruyu, and a few senior commanders from the Royal Princess Fleet, such as Wei Shishi. They would all make excellent choices. "Lilith, is there anything else on the agenda?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith thought for a moment before replying, "You still need to inspect some of the newly built starships today. Additionally, there's an important matter you mentioned, meeting with Chief Engineer Annie. I've scheduled the meeting for this afternoon. After that, you have a discussion about interstellar trade with Li Yaqi and Red Rose." Annie, Zhao Chen had a nostalgic expression. "It's been a long time since we've seen our lucky mascot. Let's go and clear our heads. This place is beautiful." Gu Zhaoxiao exclaimed as she gazed at the pastoral landscape before her, barely believing her eyes. Then, she turned to look at the stars outside the ship's window. It was hard to fathom that she was actually on an interstellar warship, given how the surroundings resembled a lush, resource-rich planet. "This is a T3 Silver Eden-class starship. It produces all the natural food ingredients we need in the Sky Dragon system," Zhu Zhaoxiao explained with pride, as if introducing her own home. "We even sell surplus produce to earn significant profits. I've heard that the commander has already built an even more advanced starship of the same type, capable of producing more crops and livestock of higher quality." Gu Zhaoxiao's eyes sparkled with interest as she took in the scenery. "So, Zhaoxiao, Have you decided to stay? Zhu Zhaoxiao asked, raising a virtual contract in front of Gu Zhaoxiao. It was a Sky Dragon Corps enlistment contract, required for anyone wanting to join the Corps. However, signing the contract didn't guarantee acceptance. It only granted the opportunity to undergo training on the Star Goddess Academy class starship. Only those who passed the rigorous training could officially join the Corps. Zhu Zhaoxiao also pulled out another agreement and, after making sure no one else was around, whispered to Gu Zhaoxiao, "This is the 30-year contract I just signed. Since I'm about to become a Corps fleet commander, I had to commit long-term. My current benefits are among the highest, and even when my 30 years are up and I retire, I'll enjoy a very comfortable life in the Sky Dragon system." Zhaoxiao, what are you hesitating for? We all know your talent and abilities. At the Star Shark Guild, you could even serve as a military instructor. You were the one who taught me the basics of starship command. Trust me, joining the Sky Dragon Corps will give you a vast new horizon. Gu Zhaoxiao looked at the enlistment contract. She had already made up her mind and pressed her fingerprint on it, officially sealing the agreement. She would soon head to the Star Goddess Academy class starship for training, and upon graduation, she would join the Sky Dragon Corps. That's great! We'll be comrades from now on, Zhu Zhaoxiao exclaimed, pulling Gu Zhaoxiao into a hug. As Gu Zhaoxiao looked out at the stars, she knew her decision wasn't driven by promises of benefits or a comfortable life. It was because of the man who had entered her life. At the same time, another woman was feeling conflicted because of a certain man in her life. What did you say? You want me to build this T5? Annie's eyes widened as she pointed at the holographic image of a starship she had never seen before. Even just looking at the hologram, she could tell it was an extraordinary design. She glared at the man in front of her. Was he joking? He had to be joking with her. This is a T5. I really can't build it sob. Annie declared, feeling utterly defeated. Before she could finish her words, a large drumstick was stuffed into her mouth. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Remember how we mass-produced the T for interstellar warships with ease before? Pop. Annie pulled out the drumstick from her mouth. That's only because we had the T for Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship and a solid T3 foundation. Sob. A giant sausage was pushed into her mouth. And now, we do have a T for foundation, right? Although we don't have a T5 class interstellar industrial ship yet, with the T for Gemini class, a little extra effort, and we could at least give T5 a try. Chew. Annie swallowed the sausage, some residue still left around her lips. If it were an ordinary T5, that'd be fine, but Commander, look at the data for this T5 ship. How can you call this an ordinary T5 interstellar warship? Sob. An ice cream cone was shoved into her mouth. I admit this T5 is a bit extraordinary, but I'm not asking you to build it immediately, am I? We'll take it step by step and see how it goes. Annie finished the ice cream, the sweetness still on her lips. Back when I was working on the T for warships, you tricked me the same way, saying we'd just try. Sob. A large pork knuckle stuffed her mouth until her eyes rolled back. This time, Annie pulled out the pork knuckle, swallowing hard. Ooh, stop. No more. I really can't eat any more ... she cried, clutching her noticeably rounder belly in fear as she gazed at the commander across from her, who still wore a benevolent smile and held a beef shank and a giant crab leg. Nearby, a table was piled high with even more food. Now, Zhao Chen's wealth had grown, backed by the money-making sectors he controlled, 5 resource-rich star systems, and several trade consortiums. He now made a monthly profit of over 7 or 8,000 star coins, and it kept increasing rapidly. This financial security gave him the confidence to start the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought project early. With money comes confidence. Hearing this, Annie still hesitated. I need to think about it. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Not only the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, but also the T5 Creator-class starship I'm planning to kick off the construction project, too. And our T for Golden Eden-class starships are already completed, right? I just checked them out, and they look fantastic. As a reward, if you can successfully build this T5 Pluto-class dreadnought, I'll gift you a T for Golden Eden-class starship and grant you 10 habitable planets, modified by the T5 Creator-class starship. I'll even make you a lord. Zhao Chen was a master at making grand promises. Earlier, he had seen the newly built T for Golden Eden-class starships, which were a significant upgrade from the T3 Silver Eden-class in every aspect. Rather than just being warships, the Golden Eden-class ships resembled paradises floating in space. T5 Golden Eden-class starship. Annie was instantly excited. As the creator of these interstellar warships, she knew better than anyone their true value. She had even used her clearance to spend some time aboard one, and experienced how luxurious it was firsthand. The quality of the food produced was exceptional. Owning a Golden Eden of her own would be a dream come true. Though she already had a Bronze Eden class and the previously rewarded T3 Silver Eden class starship, desire knows no bounds, and even dwarves can be greedy. Especially someone like Annie, who, after experiencing the best, could only think about having it. And 10 habitable planets. A lordship, Lord Annie. Have you made up your mind? Lord Annie. Lord Annie. Zhao Chen called out, seeing her lost in a daydream, his voice teasing. Hearing that title, Annie felt a thrill run through her body. Imagining herself on her own planet, with thousands of subjects kneeling before her, working for her, and offering her delicious food. Annie closed her eyes, feeling as if she were already living that fantasy. Annie, you're the most talented dwarf in our family. Her father praised. Annie, I'm so proud of you. Her mother exclaimed. Sis, you're amazing. You're Nana's idol. I'll never catch up to you. Her little sister Nana said with wide, admiring eyes. Lord Annie. Lord Annie. Lord Annie. Hey, wake up. Wake up. Annie snapped back to reality, feeling a stinging pain on her cheeks. It turned out that she had been smiling foolishly, completely unresponsive to Zhao Chen's repeated calls, forcing him to pat her cheeks until she finally came back to her senses. Her cheeks had turned red from the smacks. Commander ... do you really mean it? Can I really become a lord? And ... and have the Golden Eden ... Annie looked at Zhao Chen eagerly, her voice full of hope. Of course, no problem at all. Someone as capable as you, Annie, could easily manage a few planets as a lord, and in the future, even lead an entire star system or region. Zhao Chen praised her generously. After all, words cost nothing. Of course, if Annie truly accomplished these feats, Zhao Chen would make good on his promises. As for whether Annie could handle the responsibilities of being a lord, her father was the leader of the dwarves, and they couldn't remain in temporary shelters forever. Using Annie's planets to house the dwarves and having her father manage them would be ideal. Then, with Annie's own Bronze Eden, Silver Eden, and Golden Eden starships providing for them, Zhao Chen wouldn't have to spend any money or effort managing them, and he would gain a group of excellent interstellar craftsmen. The thought made Zhao Chen's lips twitch, but he did his best to keep his true intentions hidden, though it was difficult. Then I'll give it a try, Annie said with determination. All right, good luck. Zhao Chen earnestly encouraged her. You're already full, so I'll have the remaining food cleared away, Zhao Chen said, glancing at the leftover delicacies on the table. Annie immediately stopped him, exclaiming, Don't take it away. I just need ... a 10-minute break. Zhao Chen glanced at her belly, which had visibly expanded, and kindly reminded her to take care not to overdo it. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to a vessel that looked like an island. Indeed, from a distance, it resembled an island. Or rather, a star island, as if an island were encased in a glass sphere. This was the T for Golden Eden-class starship, with a construction cost of 10 billion star coins. If built using a T for Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would take only 2 months to complete. A single Golden Eden-class ship could produce 5 billion star coins worth of natural crops, livestock, fruit, and more each month. It could sustain the dietary needs of 5 billion people. Moreover, despite the high yield, the quality of its produce was exceptional. Currently, all of Zhao Chen's high-quality food supplies came from the Golden Eden-class starship. What appeared to be a transparent glass sphere was actually its dome, which could be opened or closed. When open, it created the magnificent spectacle of a star island. When closed, it looked like an ordinary asteroid, concealing its presence and serving dual purposes. As Zhao Chen's eyes fell on the last ship, his breath quickened and his gaze burned with excitement. It was the flagship of the T4. Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships. A true powerhouse, this ship cost a staggering 50 billion star coins. Normally, it would take a T for Gemini-class industrial ship 10 months to build one. However, under Zhao Chen's orders, Annie had worked tirelessly, assigning multiple T for Gemini-class ships to simultaneously accelerate the construction. It had finally been completed just a few days ago. Just the thought of the 360,000-plus interstellar missiles on board was exhilarating. To be exact, there were 376,100 missiles of various types. But Zhao Chen preferred the auspicious-sounding figure of 360,000, symbolizing good fortune. So he had mentioned to Lilith that, while the precise number could be disclosed to his officers, the official figure for external declarations should be 360,000 missiles. After all, who would actually count to see if there were exactly 360,000 or more? It was only an extra 10,000 or so. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Due to the Hell Angel's immense cost and lengthy construction time, it would be difficult to mass-produce quickly. Therefore, the special missile fleet Zhao Chen had organized for Baizu still relied mainly on T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. This Hell Angel would become Baizu's flagship in the future, and Zhao Chen was sure she'd be thrilled with it. Having finished arranging everything, Zhao Chen knew the construction of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought was about to begin. When it would finally be completed depended on how many T4 Gemini-class ships could be dedicated to the project. In the meantime, regular interstellar warships still needed to be built, as the Starshine Empire was embroiled in a civil war. I can't wait around any longer. It's about time to finally deal with Qin Zhao Ocean. That coward, Zhao Chen thought, hands in his pockets, as he strolled along the transparent corridor. Previously, we utilized our available resources to establish various forms of cooperation with most interstellar merchants within the Star Alliance. We transported goods to the Star Alliance, and from there, the merchants used their sales channels to distribute them, Li Yaqi reported to Zhao Chen. Red Rose added, however, there's a potential problem with this approach. In as short as 6 months or 1 to 2 years at most, the fact that our Xiaolong system is the real controller behind the scenes could be exposed. After all, the incident where we backed interstellar merchants to pressure the Star Alliance into abandoning the Chan family could already make them suspicious of us. Zhao Chen replied calmly, there's no need to worry about our identities being exposed. I anticipated this. The civil war in the Starshine Empire will be resolved in as little as 6 months or at most a year. By then, it won't matter if we're exposed or not. As for external threats, like the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar United Republic, what will happen is bound to happen eventually. Regarding the merchants in the Star Alliance, do you think they'll be willing to give up the benefits we provide? Hey, once they've tasted the profits we offer, they won't be willing to walk away. Merchants, regardless of the era or race, are inherently greedy. As long as we continue to provide them with advantages, they won't want to sever ties with us. Hearing the commander's words, both Li Yaqi and Red Rose felt more assured. Their ability to aggressively expand their commercial territory depended not only on the competitiveness of high-value goods, but also on the security provided by the Xiaolong Legion. Unlike the Star Alliance, they couldn't rely on a collective defense network. They had to depend on a powerful military fleet for protection. With our current commercial development plan, leveraging the Star Alliance's sales network, our two trading groups can achieve a 50% monthly sales increase over the first 3 months. Afterward, we can maintain at least a 10% monthly increase on average. Li Yaqi reported confidently. Red Rose nodded in agreement. If we're making so much money, why don't we just handle it ourselves? Chu Zhuan grumbled nearby. We're giving a cut to the Star Alliance, losing tens of billions of star coins every month. You've all done an excellent job. Keep up the good work, Zhao Chen acknowledged. At the same time, keep an eye on the Starshine Empire's interstellar trade. Once the civil war ends, I need you to take control of at least 80% of their trade market as quickly as possible, he said. Squinting slightly, Li Yaqi and Red Rose exchanged challenging glances. each knowing that the Starshine Empire's lucrative trade market would soon become their new battleground. The interstellar trade meeting concluded, and Li Yaqi and Red Rose bid farewell, their holograms vanishing from the meeting table. Zhao Chen massaged his temples and then turned to Chu Zhuan and Lilith. Chu Zhuan, get in touch with your grandfather. Lilith, contact my elder sister and the little princess. We need to discuss how to deal with Qin Zhao Ocean, that cowardly turtle. Lilith replied, understood. Chu Zhuan's eyes lit up, and she clenched her fist. Finally, we can put an end to the Starshine Empire's civil war once and for all. Starshine Empire, Imperial Capital Star. Qin Zhao Ocean sat at the head of the meeting table, looking at the marshals and generals under his command. After days of deliberation, it's time to finalize our strategic plan. Qin Longcheng, today I need a detailed battle plan. By June, we must launch an offensive to eliminate the rebels and fully take control of the Starshine Empire by the end of the year. Qin Zhao Ocean declared. Qin Longcheng, standing up straight with his hand over his heart, replied seriously, based on our discussions, we believe that the third strategic plan, the latest revised version, is the most suitable. Oh? Let's see the latest revision of the third strategic plan. Qin Zhao Ocean's eyes gleamed with interest. The secretary beside him immediately opened an electronic document, displaying the revised plan on a screen in front of Qin Zhao Ocean. He glanced at it and showed a satisfied expression. It's set then. The military action will commence at 20 o'clock on June 10th. Correct. Qin Zhao Ocean asked, looking at Qin Longcheng. Qin Longcheng raised his hand and projected the Starshine Empire's star map. Yes. At that time, we will launch a surprise attack and destroy several key rebel regions. The first target is the Royal Princess Fleet. The Little Princess, Qin Shaolei, is a symbol for the rebels. Eliminating her will shake their morale. The second target is the Chu Wen star system in the Chu star region, which houses the Chu family's main industrial facilities. Nearly 2/3 of the interstellar warships in the Chu star region are produced there. Destroying this system would cut off the Chu family's lifeline. The third target is the Morton star system in the Northern Wine star region, where the rebels' largest starship manufacturer, Northern Swallow Group, has its interstellar factories. When the name Northern Swallow Group was mentioned, a shadow of anger and murderous intent fell over everyone present, including Qin Zhao Ocean. They had all purchased T-2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers from the Northern Swallow Group, but it turned out that this starship company was secretly backed by the Xiaolong Lord. This had directly led to a previous tragedy. According to our gathered intelligence, the Northern Swallow Group is currently capable of producing 150,000 T-2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers or 30,000 T-2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleships per month. The Northern Swallow Group also has the capability to manufacture some T-3 starships. Every month, they supply the rebel forces with at least 2,000 T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruisers and 3,000 T-3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyers for their fleet divisions. Behind this starship manufacturer stands the Xiaolong Legion. If we destroy this target, we could say that victory in this civil war would be halfway secured. This is the primary strategic objective of our military plan, Qin Longcheng explained solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. What about the Xiaolong system? Are we just going to let it be? Asked Marshal Z, one of the 5-star marshals, who was older and more experienced. Qin Longcheng pointed at the specially marked Xiaolong system on the Starshine Empire map. Based on the results of our previous assault, the Xiaolong system is heavily fortified and equipped with advanced military starports. Moreover, it serves as the headquarters of the Xiaolong Legion, meaning their defensive measures are at an extremely high level. To launch a direct assault, we would need at least 100-fold advantage in forces. Unfortunately, we are currently unable to mobilize such a massive fleet, nor can we organize a large-scale surprise attack. Therefore, the first step of our operation is to weaken the enemy's combat strength. We will later amass our full military might for a final assault on the Xiaolong system. However, As part of our current plan, we will dispatch a small fleet to feign an attack on the Xiaolong system to mask our true strategic objectives, which include the three aforementioned targets, Qin Longcheng clarified. The attendees exchanged glances and expressed unanimous support for the action plan. Since everyone is in agreement, I hereby announce, the military operation will commence at 20 o'clock on June 10th. Previously, we only thought about attacking the Starshine Central region, overlooking the crucial Zuyan Star region. The main reason was its geographical position. The Zuyan Star region is separated from the Northern Wind and Chu Star regions by the Starshine Central region and Kangyu Star region. Although Zhao Chen possesses T4 Wisdom-class interstellar jump ships, a large-scale invasion would still pose challenges in terms of logistics, reinforcement arrivals, and more. Zhao Chen previously refrained from taking risks due to these constraints. Now, however, the Xiaolong Legion has rapidly strengthened, making it capable of such an ambitious assault. Qin Longcheng continued. Chu Changhe agreed. This military plan seems entirely feasible. A direct assault on the Zuyan Star region would be risky, but this plan includes feints targeting both the Starshine Central region and Zuyan Star region. It would create the illusion of a two-pronged attack for Qinzhao Ocean. Our real trump card will be the Xiaolong Legion, led by Zhao Chen, using T4 Wisdom-class interstellar jump ships to launch a surprise strike on Qinzhao Ocean's base in the Zuyan Star region. This increases our chances of success significantly. Xin Shaoli looked at Zhao Chen seriously. Brother Chen, just assign us our missions. My royal princess fleet will follow your orders unconditionally. Zhao Ruyu, Zhao Chen's sister, trusted him completely, given the past achievements of the Xiaolong Legion. Seeing both women agreeing, the Northern Wind Governor also nodded. I'll cooperate with Zhao Chen as well. Zhao Chen raised his hand and projected the Starshine Empire's interstellar map. Our action plan is simple and straightforward. The Chu Star Region Fleet and the Northern Wind Fleet will advance on the Starshine Central Region. The Little Princess's Royal Princess Fleet will attack the Starshine Central Region from our occupied Azure Star Region. Meanwhile, my Xiaolong Legion will launch simultaneous assaults from the fully controlled Kangyu Star region, striking both the Starshine Central region and the Zuyan Star region. We will launch a five-pronged offensive to pressure Qinzhao Ocean on multiple fronts. If he responds as anticipated, deploying his fleet to counter our assaults, my Xiaolong Legion will then execute a surprise attack on his headquarters in the Zuyan Star region. Zhao Chen elaborated, pointing out the 5 attack routes on the star map. Wait, your Xiaolong Legion will be attacking to fronts from the Kangyu Star region and then striking the Zuyan Star region. Isn't that too much to handle? Zhao Ruyu asked, concerned. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Who said that the forces attacking up front would be the real Xiaolong Legion? Everyone present immediately understood Zhao Chen's implication. Still, remember that anything can happen on the battlefield, and Qinzhao Ocean may have hidden aces we are unaware of. If circumstances change, the plan must be adjusted accordingly. Plans are rigid, but people are adaptable, Zhao Chen emphasized. Chu Changhe, a veteran of many battles, nodded. That's true. Being on the front lines is crucial to quickly adapting to changes on the battlefield. Should we give this operation a name? Xin Shaolei asked, blinking curiously. After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen uttered, Starry Inferno. The name left Xin Shaolei and the others puzzled at first, thinking it sounded merely impressive. However, they soon realized the terrifying meaning behind it. The gears of fate in the Starry Empire began to silently turn. Meanwhile, certain events were also unfolding in the Divine Radiance Empire. Saint Kana has made contact with the Vanguard Legion that destroyed the Holy Gunners Legion. Until the situation is thoroughly investigated, she cannot continue to serve as the commander of the Holy Angel Legion. This is not enough. Saint Kana has betrayed the Holy Light. Even if there is no judgment, she must be immediately detained. I demand punishment for the Holy Angel family. The losses of the Holy Gunners Legion must be borne by the Holy Angel family. Impatiently, Saint Kana looked at the members of the Imperial Senate in the military court. Upon returning from Star City and landing in the starport, She was immediately detained by the Divine Radiance Empire's military court. Fortunately, her prior arrangements allowed the Holy Angel family to intervene with the military court. Ultimately, Saint Cana's freedom was restricted, and she was to undergo trial by the military court. In the past, Saint Cana's actions would have likely led to attacks from other families and a high chance of losing her position as the commander of the Holy Angel Legion. But this time was different because there was another companion drawing attention. Governor Stanford of the Southern Star Realms. A metallic hammering sound interrupted. Silence. Silence. The inquiry into Saint Cana is temporarily suspended. The results will be announced tomorrow. The court is in recess for half an hour before the next interrogation. After hearing the Chief Justice's words, those who were just condemning Saint Cana quieted down, though their expressions were strange. They knew that the man who would soon stand in Saint Cana's place would be Governor Stanford. As Saint Cana turned and walked away from the judgment seat towards the court's entrance, she saw a man approaching. It was Governor Stanford. General Saint Cana. Governor Stanford smiled at her as if the impending trial was of little importance. Greetings, Your Excellency. Saint Cana saluted the governor. In the Divine Radiance Empire, due to the absence of a true emperor, the hierarchy system was intricate. While there were 5 governors holding high positions, they could still be constrained by the Imperial Senate. Together with the various families behind them, the Radiant Legion, it created a complex web of power relations. In other kingdoms with different systems, it would have been chaotic. But the Divine Radiance Empire relied on faith to govern, carrying it to its current state. How does General Saint Cana feel about the Dragon Lord? Governor Stanford asked directly. Given that Saint Cana was present during his previous video communication conversation with Zhao Chen, Governor Stanford chose to ignore her then. Saint Cana paused for a moment before commenting. He is cautious yet daring. Arrogant. His actions seem random, yet they hide mysteries. He is an enigmatic man. His Vanguard Legion is powerful. Within our Divine Radiance Empire, it's challenging to find another fleet that can engage with him on equal terms with equivalent starships. What about the Saints' Legion? Governor Stanford inquired. The Saints' Legion was the Empire's most potent fleet, the head of the Radiant Legion, and the most formidable tool nurtured by the Saint family. Saint Cana pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "The Saints' chances of victory do not exceed 30%. Thank you. I'll take my leave now." Governor Stanford smiled and walked back into the military court. Your Excellency, it's best not to meddle with certain things. Nothing can be hidden under the holy light. Beneath the holy light, no impurities are allowed. Saint Cana warned as Governor Stanford passed by. Thank you for the reminder, General Saint Cana. Governor Stanford replied with a slight smile. Unfortunately, Saint Cana could not avoid the punishment she foresaw upon her return. It was the lightest reprimand she could face. However, she had no choice but to comply. She hoped that she could persuade her family later to investigate the Saints' family, especially Governor Stanford. She only prayed that it wouldn't be too late. Accompanied by the female soldiers, Saint Cana returned to her family. Hours later, Governor Stanford emerged from the military court, boarded a shuttle that was waiting for him. Sir, how is the situation? A female secretary handed him a glass of water. What else can it be? Those old farts just keep on nagging endlessly. Governor Stanford sneered as he sipped the water and inquired, "How is that plan progressing?" "We have begun the research project, and everything is going smoothly," the secretary replied. Governor Stanford's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Once I master that technology, the Empire won't need 5 governors or any nonsense Imperial Senate." Galactic Calendar Year 3034, early June. Aviary Dragon Galaxy, Simulation Battlefield Area. What's wrong with the first squad? Have you forgotten your mission? Focus on your own tasks. Second squad. What's the matter with your starships? Your combat efficiency is below standard. I've said it countless times to the third squad. After receiving orders, you must deploy formations within the required time. Within the command channel, a woman's scolding voice rang out continuously. The Aviary Dragon officers who were observing the simulated exercise were taken aback. Wolf Girl by Zhu leaned over to Zizhao's ear and whispered, I heard you were classmates before. Was Commander Su Lan like this back in the academy? ZZ paused, remembering the gentle and elegant senior Su Lan from the academy. Hearing the voice on the command channel, it seemed like a female warrior who could tear starships apart. ZZ couldn't help but swallow nervously. It was like that in the academy before. But I don't know how Su Lan changed after becoming the commander of the Aviary Dragon 4th Legion. She used to be calm when managing the T for Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship. As ZZ spoke, she casually grabbed a snack bag nearby, but instead felt something long and slippery. She immediately screamed and withdrew her hand. Medusa, your hair stole my snack again. Sitting beside ZZ, Medusa, with a few snake hair strands, was munching on Zizhao's snack. Sorry, didn't pay attention? I'll compensate you later, Medusa said indifferently, then returned to the previous topic. Don't underestimate commanding a Legion fleet. It consists of 3,000 interstellar warships. Commander Su Lan has always pursued excellence and doesn't tolerate any mistakes, as seen in her strategies for the T for Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier. But it's also related to her recent appointment. She put too much pressure on herself initially, but will adapt over time. Compared to ZZ and Su Lan, Medusa had previous experience in commanding large interstellar fleets and understood the complexities involved. ZZ nodded in understanding. Honestly, I envy Su Lan being able to lead her fleet in simulated battles and even fire weapons. I also want to conduct simulated firing drills with my fleet, but the commander won't approve. Wolf Girl by Zhu pouted discontentedly at this moment. ZZ and Medusa both rolled their eyes upon hearing her. At the same time, a voice remarked, have you considered the cost of firing a salvo with your fleet of interstellar warships? It'll burn a hole in your pocket. A fist then landed on Wolf Girl by Zhu's head, causing her to grimace and hold her head. ZZ stifled a laugh. 300 interstellar missile frigates, along with a newly rumored flagship, the T4 Hell's Angel-class heavy interstellar missile frigate. This scale of firepower. Firing a salvo with just the former's T3 Judgment-class heavy interstellar missile frigates alone would cost 500 billion star credits. Blimey. When ZZ calculated this amount, she was astonished. As far as she knew, the total monthly output of resources from the 5 outer resource star domains had just surpassed 500 billion star credits. In other words, the labor of mining in those 5-star domains for a month would cover only 10 rounds of Baizu's firing. The expenditure was extravagant, and this was without factoring in the consumption of the T4 interstellar missile frigate. One reason Zhao Chen delayed the planned total assault on Qinzhou Ocean until now was resource accumulation. Otherwise, with ships, no ammunition, it would be a lonely battle. How about I try test firing one? Wolf Girl by Zhu whispered. When the battle starts, you'll have plenty of enemies to test it on, a female voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Wolf Girl by Zhu was struck, turned excitedly, and saw General Charlotte standing confidently with Zhao Chen behind her. With General Charlotte's unexpected return, all the officers in the vicinity stood up. They hadn't stood immediately upon the commander's and general's entrance, not out of disrespect, but because they were used to their casual interactions. Charlotte's appearance elicited excitement as she had not been seen for a while due to external conflicts. Despite this, everyone understood Charlotte's importance in the Aviary Dragon Legion. She and Lila could be called Zhao Chen's indispensable right-hand aides. General Charlotte, when did you come back? Wolf Girl by Zhu was particularly thrilled and approached Charlotte, her tail swaying continuously. They had a good relationship since Baizu used to be Charlotte's subordinate. Just returned, Charlotte replied with a smile. Zhao Chen explained, considering the importance of this military operation, I assessed the situation in the Hammer Interstellar Federation, where the situation is stabilizing. So, I recalled Charlotte to continue her role in leading the Aviary Dragon 1st Legion. She also assists me in commanding this operation plan. Delighted with this arrangement, everyone began discussing cheerfully, curious about Charlotte's experiences in the Hammer Interstellar Federation. Especially Baizu, being a half-beast, was curious as her homeland was within the Federation, hoping to achieve strategic plans there soon. The astute Medusa noticed a peculiar dynamic between the commander and General Charlotte. Both had arrived simultaneously but had not made direct eye contact or, when they did, quickly averted their gazes. Medusa's intuition picked up something amiss, sensing an undisclosed tension between the two. "All right. Our backbone has returned. The deadline is approaching. Next, I hope everyone can prepare and be ready for the upcoming war. The Starlight Empire has been in chaos for too long. It's time to bring stability," Zhao Chen declared solemnly to the female generals under his command. On June 10, 3034 in the galaxy's calendar, around 3 p.m., the seemingly peaceful Starlight Empire caught most by surprise as a fierce battle was about to erupt just a few hours later. Even the two sides involved in this grand battle had not anticipated it, all because both had coincidentally chosen the same time. This coincidence led to chaos in many of their normal military deployments. At this moment in the Cyan Moon starfield, half of the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships had gathered. How much time until action? Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, looking at several video windows in front of him. 5 more hours, Lily responded beside him. 5 hours. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Have all the fleet formations arrived at their designated locations?" Chu Zhuan reported based on data. The Chu Clan Legion Fleet Group, North Wind Star Domain Fleet Group, Princess Royal Fleet Group have completed 90% of the battleship assembly. The Owl Dragon 1st Legion, Owl Dragon 2nd Legion, Owl Dragon 3rd Legion are all ready. The Owl Dragon 4th Legion is also on standby. The Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Ship Special Fleet, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Fleet have all assembled. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte standing next to him. "It seems everything is going smoothly." Charlotte nodded, her eyes gleaming as she observed the interstellar sandbox displaying the entire map of the Starlight Empire, marking the positions and quantities of each fleet. "And the number of fleets we control now is truly impressive. Who could have imagined that, after the last civil war, in just half a year, the strength of these fleet formations not only did not decline, but actually increased significantly." Zhao Chen looked at the scale of those fleet formations. The Chu Clan Legion Fleet Group, 20 fleet formations, totaling 60,000 interstellar battleships. North Wind Star Domain Fleet Group, 10 fleet formations, totaling 30,000 interstellar battleships. Princess Royal Fleet Group, 50 fleet formations, totaling 150,000 interstellar battleships. Just the scale of these 3 fleet groups amounted to a staggering 240,000 interstellar battleships, even surpassing the First Civil War. All of this was thanks to Zhao Chen's terrifying industrial manufacturing capabilities. The Beiyang Consortium constantly produced interstellar battleships every month to provide them to these clients, and now, Zhao Chen had become the major creditor of these 3 forces. Zhao Ryu had quietly mentioned to Zhao Chen that the debt owed by Princess Qin Xiaolei was equivalent to 3 years of the total income of the Starlight Empire. This meant that even if Qin Xiaolei were to regain control of the Starlight Empire, she would need to give Zhao Chen every last bit for more than 3 years. Just thinking about this made Zhao Chen chuckle. Of course, most of these debts were secured with the collection rights of some important mineral resources within the Starlight Empire. As long as Zhao Chen supported Qin Xiaolei's rise to power, he would become the most powerful force in the Starlight Empire, unmatched. If I also had such a large fleet size in the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth, those old geezers wouldn't dare to challenge me, Charlotte murmured. The situation in the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth has now entered a temporary balance. Your revolutionary army has occupied a large area, engaging in a political game with the tribal factions of the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth. Although your power is inferior to those major tribes, you have successfully caused chaos in the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth. I predict that just this year, the output of various resources in the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth will decrease by at least 30%, Zhao Chen stated. Charlotte's gaze dimmed slightly. In truth, she did not want her homeland engulfed in war. Zhao Chen noticed Charlotte's sentiment, raising his hand to pat her head. Pain is temporary. No pain, no gain. The outdated system of the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth needs a complete battle to overthrow. Although your revolutionary army's strength is lacking, don't forget you have me. I have prepared the next plan. After the end of the Starlight Empire's civil war, we can regroup, and I will lend you the All-Dragon Legion. By then, you can truly display your might as the White Tiger War Goddess in the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth. White Tiger War Goddess, they made that up. Charlotte blushed slightly. The White Tiger War Goddess was Charlotte's current title in the Revolutionary Army of the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth. Due to Charlotte leading her Dragon Tiger Legion to great achievements, she naturally rose from her previous status as the White Tiger General to become a true leader of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, I will make the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth as happy and prosperous a place as our All-Dragon Star system. Charlotte pledged firmly. You will, Zhao Chen affirmed. As time passed bit by bit during this period, when there were 10 minutes left until 8 in the evening on June 10th, Zhao Chen and the others were all watching the clock, awaiting the command to launch the attack. What they did not expect was that on the other side, a group of people were also watching the time. At the special time of 8 o'clock on June 10th, 3034 in the galaxy's calendar, a special time node for the Starlight Empire would be reached due to a coincidence in timing, leading a series of battle plans in an unexpected direction. The All-Dragon First Legion flagship Charlotte stood tall and poised, preparing for action, with Zhao Chen behind her sitting in the captain's chair, seemingly asleep. Lily and Chu Zhuan, the two secretaries, seemed nervous, with a hint of excitement in Chu Zhuan's anxious gaze. The All-Dragon Second Legion flagship commander Red Eyes once again scanned the entire interstellar sandbox, closing her eyes as a series of possible future battles started to form in her mind. The All-Dragon Third Legion flagship Shen Bing took a deep breath to adjust her emotions. She took out an old pocket watch from her pocket that contained two pictures, one of her grandmother and the other of a man, the man who brought her to this world. For this man, she must emerge victorious. The All-Dragon 4th Legion flagship Sulan stood on the command platform of her flagship, the T for Fallen Angel, not accustomed to sitting in the captain's chair. She preferred standing here, as if she were in a virtual interstellar sandbox. Raising her hands, she prepared to command a fleet of 3,000 All-Dragon interstellar battleships. The Chu Clan Legion Fleet Group flagship, Northwind God-class heavy interstellar battleship Chu Chang He leaned comfortably on the captain's chair, pulled out a pipe, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring. What a comfortable feeling. I hope that brat finishes his work soon so I can retire and hug my grandchildren. Oh, their wedding needs to be expedited too? The Princess Royal Fleet Group flagship Princess Qin Shaolei sat on the captain's chair, hands clasped in front of her chest as if in prayer. Zhao Ryu placed her hand on Qin Shaolei's shoulder, feeling the princess trembling. She lowered herself to whisper in Qin Shaolei's ear, "You just need to think about how to govern this empire. We will take care of everything else. We will destroy any enemies in your path." As the time came to 8 p.m. on June 10th, the originally dozing Zhao Qin opened his eyes, like a dragon spreading its wings. Commence Operation Starlight Purgatory. Execute Operation Dragon Slaying. In the annals of later generations, on June 10, 3034 of the Galactic calendar at 20 o'clock, led by Princess Qin Shaolei, the royal forces launched the second phase of the total assault of the Civil War. The princess's royal fleet, the Chu family army fleet, the Northwind Star Domain fleet, and the puppet master, the Dragon Legion, launching attacks from the Azure Blue Star Domain, Chu Star Domain, Northwind Star Domain, and Pale Moon Star Domain. They deployed a total force of 250,000 combat-type interstellar warships, including nearly 500 T4 class interstellar warships. This marked the largest deployment of T4 interstellar warships in the history of the Star Empire, launching an interstellar battle on an unprecedented scale. Initially, leveraging their strong offensive, multiple fronts were swiftly advancing at astonishing speeds. At this moment, the original battle plan formulated by Qin Zhao Ocean encountered its first alteration. They actually launched an attack at this moment. Qinzhao Ocean furrowed his brows, looking at the interstellar sandbox glowing red all over, signaling ongoing battles. Your Highness, our surprise attack fleet is ready. Should we continue with the original battle plan? Marshal Z's holographic image appeared before Qinzhao Ocean. This sudden turn of events caught them all off guard. Qinzhao Ocean hesitated, looking towards Qin Longcheng beside him. Qin Longcheng stated solemnly, Your Highness, I believe we should proceed with our original battle plan. Why? You know we have a limited number of frontal fleets, which are incapable of withstanding the enemy's attack. While the other defenses are fine, the Snow Sparrow Star domain is a critical point for us. Don't you understand that? Qinzhao Ocean asked with a furrowed brow. Pointing at the attacked fronts, Qin Longcheng replied, From the current situation, the enemy has indeed launched a large-scale all-out attack, but it is uncertain if they have other plans, like the blitz we prepared for. The Dragon Legion also possesses technology starships capable of group teleportation. If I were them, I would choose to blitz either the Imperial Capital Star or the Snow Sparrow Star domain. Then we should focus on defending the Snow Sparrow Star domain. Qinzhao Ocean expressed his concern. No, Your Highness, you are mistaken. The stellar missile ships equipped by the Dragon Legion are most suitable for assaults. Even facing off against your insect fleet, they would likely come out on top. Adopting a defensive strategy would be a mistake. Currently, the best defense is offense. I suggest we continue executing our original strategy. Conduct blitz warfare on the 3 strategic targets, while the wealthier Legion fleets can be deployed to the front lines to block the enemy's frontal assaults. We don't need to defeat the enemy, just delay them, Qin Longcheng declared. But what about my Snow Sparrow Star domain? Qinzhao Ocean frowned. He could afford to lose the Central Star domain, but the Snow Sparrow Star domain held to many important assets. Dropping to one knee, Qin Longcheng directly requested, Your Highness, I am willing to lead a fleet to defend the main base in the Azure Blue Star domain. I can ensure to hold it for half a month. Within this half-month, we can capture the 3 original strategic targets, which will be our success. Those 3 strategic targets are equally crucial to the enemy. If, during this period, the enemy hesitates, retreats to support these 3 strategic targets, it will also be our victory. Hold for half a month. How will you do it? Qinzhao Ocean furrowed his brow. Qin Longcheng gazed firmly. Please grant me the highest authority on the battlefield. If I fail to hold the fort for half a month, Qin Longcheng is willing to die. After a moment of hesitation, Qinzhao Ocean clenched his fist. Very well. Proceed as you suggested. Qin Longcheng, you must defend my damn main base, by any means necessary. If you can hold it within half a month, you will be the greatest hero of this campaign. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Longcheng rose and requested orders. Please command. On Qinzhao Ocean's orders, the Imperial Army under his command, along with the prepared insect fleet, split into 5 divisions. 3 divisions led by the 5-star marshals, Zhang Yan, Lu Dafeng, and Zhixiang Wo, utilizing teleportation technology, launched blitzes on the original 3 strategic targets. The 4th Division supported the frontline Imperial fleet to resist the Princess Coalition's advances. The 5th Division was under the responsibility of Qin Longcheng, tasked with defending the Snow Sparrow Star domain headquarters. The dragon-slaying plan continued. Qin Longcheng boarded a shuttle to his flagship, which would take him back to the Snow Sparrow Star domain through the Stargate. But before that, he needed to issue a fatal command. Marshal, Marshal. Qin Longcheng entered the bridge and took his seat in the captain's chair. Marshal, we have established contact. The deputy pointed to several ongoing communications. Qin Longcheng raised his hand, creating a protective barrier around him. He then opened several communication windows. Among them were several individuals in Imperial military attire, with a figure in a black cloak at the center. Doctor, regarding the matter I mentioned to you earlier, are you sure you can do it? Qin Longcheng asked seriously. No problem. Success rate, 87%. But it will take time, preferably 7 days, if time is limited. 30 hours will also work, the Black Cloak doctor replied. Chen Longcheng took a deep breath and turned to his loyal officers. All of you have followed me all along. I left you in the Snow Sparrow Star domain for a situation like this. I now need you to spread the seeds to the 19 star systems surrounding our headquarters. Upon hearing this command, the officers' expressions turned complex as they understood what the seeds mentioned by the Marshal were, having witnessed them before. Marshal, do you really have to do this, even if His Majesty wins this battle in the end? You won't survive. One officer spoke in pain. Chen Longcheng coolly responded, "Execute orders." Commander Zhao Chen watched as the dynamic battlefield formed in real time on the interstellar sandbox in front of him. The situation in each area is quite good. However, there is a problem. So far, the enemy fleet directly engaging us only consists of 100,000 interstellar battleships. Although the enemy has some defensive facilities to rely on, it is impossible to withstand our full-scale frontal assault with only these battleships. According to the latest report from the Princess Royal Fleet, in just another 10 hours, they will breach the border star system of 49 in the Central Star Domain, Secretary Chu Zhuan said beside him. Which means Xinjiao Ocean's insect fleet card hasn't been played yet, right? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes, Chu Zhuan nodded, worriedly saying, we suspect Xinjiao Ocean may be brewing some other plan. What about our 50 T4 Wisdom Light class interstellar transition ships? Zhao Chen asked. Chu Zhuan raised his hand, and immediately 50 blue dots appeared on the interstellar sandbox, distributed in various locations. These blue dots were often grouped in multiples and mostly followed by the Dragon Legion, with a few also following other Princess Alliance fleets. The 50 T4 Wisdom Light class interstellar transition ships are currently on standby and can execute transport missions at any time, Chu Zhuan said. These 50 T4 Wisdom Light class interstellar transition ships were one of Zhao Chen's trump cards. With these 50 ships, even if Xinjiao Ocean had some secret plan, Zhao Chen had the capability to counter it. Report: Xinjiao Ocean's insect fleet has been located. Lily, another secretary, urgently reported from the other side. Where are they? Have you found their Leviathan King-class hive mothership? Zhao Chen immediately inquired. Lily pointed to the interstellar sandbox, where 4 red cloud areas had appeared. These represented the insect fleet. Currently, there are 3 waves of the insect fleet identified, positioned behind the Princess Royal Fleet's battlefield. The estimated quantity is 50,000 insect fleet ships in each wave. The targets are likely the Princess Royal Fleet. No Leviathan King-class hive mothership has been found. The second location is the Chuan star system in the Chu star domain, with an estimated 50,000 insect fleet ships. The target should be the industrial base of the Chu family in the Chuan star system. No Leviathan King-class hive mothership has been found. The third location, the Malton star system in the northern Wind star domain, very close to the North Goose Group's starship manufacturing base. The target should be the North Goose Group. There are traces of a Leviathan King-class hive mothership, so the exact number of insect fleet ships cannot be determined. The fourth location is in the outer space of our Dragon star system, but the locations of the wormholes are scattered. Currently, an estimate of at least 30,000 insect fleet ships. Lily said gravely. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. These 4 attack targets were selected with precision. They had pinpointed their weaknesses because these targets were undoubtedly crucial for them. So, Xinjiao Ocean currently controls nearly 200,000 insect fleet ships. Zhao Chen evaluated. For a long time, the exact number of insect fleet ships controlled by Xinjiao Ocean had been a mystery to Zhao Chen, serving as one of Xinjiao Ocean's trump cards. That's how it stands currently? Lily nodded. Chu Zhuan inputted a series of data. So, currently on the battlefield, we have 200,000 insect fleet ships and 100,000 Imperial military interstellar battleships. The most important thing now is how to deal with the current situation. How should we handle the battles in these 4 locations? Zhao Chen stared at the 4 red cloud areas on the interstellar sandbox. Yes, and this will also affect our future operational plans. Do we need to continue as planned? Lily said solemnly. Damn it. Xinjiao Ocean actually wants to play this game of switching places with us. Even if it goes on like this, I am confident that I will win. But I don't want to win like that, Zhao Chen muttered. Based on our current forces, we must prioritize and assign urgency. Charlotte analyzed calmly from the side, saying that Charlotte first marked the position of the North Goose Group with a 1. The industrial base of the North Goose Group is crucial for us and cannot afford to be lost. Everyone present had no objections to Charlotte placing the North Goose Group as the top priority instead of the Dragon Legion, not because they were not worried about the Dragon Legion, but because they trusted the defensive capabilities of the Dragon Legion. The previous battle was a test of the Dragon Legion's defense. The Dragon Legion performed its tasks flawlessly. After the battle, the defense system of the Dragon Legion was further upgraded and strengthened without any problems. Next, Charlotte marked the Chuan star system with a 2. Chu Zhuan frowned as she looked at the Princess Royal Fleet. The Chuan star system is crucial for our Chu family, but I am worried about Princess's situation. The Princess has 150,000 interstellar battleships. Although they are not as strong as our Dragon Legion, they still use our Dragon series interstellar battleships. Faced with the encirclement of the insect fleet and the Imperial military, they should be able to hold their ground for some time. During that period, we will monitor the situation on that side and dispatch fleets to support them if there are any changes. Charlotte analyzed. Zhao Chen nodded, and Charlotte's deployment plan made sense. So, your idea is to continue with the Blitz operation in the Zuyan Star domain? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, as it was his initial thought as well. Blitzing the Zuyan Star domain was the original strategy and the core strategy. The entire plan was constructed with this step in mind, and everything else could change except for this. Yes. Charlotte pointed to the location of the Zuyan Star domain on the interstellar sandbox. The Zuyan Star domain is Qinzhou Ocean's main base, and they also have their research base there. We've sent many T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to scout the area recently. However, their core area patrols are frequent, and their anti-stealth equipment is dense, making it impossible for us to get detailed information on their research and the specific situation of the insect fleet. Their defenses are stronger than those around the Imperial capital. And now, Qinzhou Ocean wants to play switching places with us. Alright, let's see who can take down each other's vital points first. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with determination. Just go ahead and outline your specific deployment plan, Zhao Chen said. Charlotte's fingers moved continuously on the interstellar sandbox, explaining a series of strategic deployments with slight changes from the original operational plan. Such is the nature of warfare. Adapting on the fly is essential to victory. Royal Princess Fleet Group, Princess Flagship Your Highness, this is the latest deployment order from Lord Zhao Chen. Zhao Ryu looked solemnly at Qin Shaolei sitting in the captain's chair. Qin Shaolei quickly scanned the order, furrowing her brows slightly, but soon relaxed. Follow Lord Zhao Chen's orders. Zhao Ryu hesitated as she looked at Qin Shaolei. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Shaolei looked at Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu stood up straight and said, the battle plan is flawless. We will immediately switch to a defensive position at our current location, establish a defensive front to withstand the 30,000 Imperial fleet ahead and the 50,000 insectoid fleet behind. Even if the enemy doubles in numbers, holding our ground will not be a problem. However, Zhao Chen also warned in the message to be cautious of Qinzhou Ocean's insectoid fleet, suggesting that they might have hidden tricks. So, I am worried about your highness's safety. Before the enemy surrounds us from both sides, I can arrange for the interstellar battleship to send you to a safe place. Zhao Ryu. Qin Shaolei suddenly reprimanded. Zhao Ryu was startled. It was the first time Qin Shaolei called her by her name. Qin Shaolei's expression turned serious. She stared at Zhao Ryu, but her tone softened slightly. Ryu, am I still seen as the delicate little princess in your eyes? Zhao Ryu was speechless. I admit, I might have been naive in the past and made decisions impulsively, but I am not the same person anymore. My imperial brother passed away early. My emperor father was murdered. My empress mother is grieving. All these tell me that I must grow up. I must stand up. Only then can I protect my empress mother in place of my father and brother. seek revenge for my father, and uncover the truth behind my brother's murder. Zhao Ryu looked surprised as she watched Qin Xiaolei standing before her. Qin Xiaolei suddenly threw herself into Zhao Ryu's arms, trembling. I know. Perhaps in your eyes, I am just a puppet, a tool to overthrow Qin Zhao Ocean's banner. But I hope that at least during your battles, you will allow me to stand by your side. I don't want to hear about the loss of loved ones from afar again. That feeling of helplessness, it's too painful. Zhao Ryu placed her hand on Qin Xiaolei's head, took a deep breath, and pushed Qin Xiaolei away. Stepping back, she straightened up and placed her hand on her chest. Please, Your Highness, issue the latest battle orders. Qin Xiaolei took a deep breath, her expression serious. Order the entire fleet to build defensive positions. Prepare to face the enemy. Emphasize to all fleets not to underestimate the enemy. Not to show any contempt, because they outnumber us. And I give Zhao Ryu full command on the battlefield. She can represent me fully. I, Princess Qin Xiaolei of the Starlight Empire, will fight alongside everyone here. Also inform Lord Divine Dragon that we will execute his deployment arrangements. The Royal Princess Fleet Group will fight to the end and will not drag anyone down. Yes, the Imperial Princess Fleet Group of 150,000 interstellar warships immediately began to gather, forming block by block of defensive lines. Especially facing the 50,000 insectoid fleet, they strengthened their defenses and prepared vigilantly. Chu Family Legion Fleet Group Zhejiang saw the latest deployment orders sent by Zhao Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively issued orders. Send orders to the Chu Wen Star system to immediately establish a battle line against the attacking insectoid fleet. Under no circumstances should the insectoid fleet be allowed to destroy our Chu family's industrial base. Tell Chu Wengchang, that brat, for each industrial facility damaged, deducted from his salary. Marshal, the garrison in Chu Wen Star system has only 3,000 interstellar warships. Relying on 3,000 warships to withstand a 50,000 insectoid fleet. This, isn't it too difficult? A worried aide asked. Convey my orders. Chu Zhang sternly commanded. Yes. The aide went to relay the orders. Chu Zhang continued issuing his orders. The rest of the star systems in the Chu River domain, whether it's the Lord's fleet or local private fleets, are to immediately activate emergency recruitment orders to support Chu Wen Star system. Tell those guys, in the past, I supported and protected them. Now it's time for them to work for me. Destroy Ines mothership. According to the previous Imperial reward standards, I will triple the reward. If anyone is unwilling to work at this time, don't blame this old man for settling scores with them later. Yes, the second aide went to relay the orders. Chu Zhang continued. Chu Family Legion's 1st Fleet, 2nd Fleet, 3rd Fleet, 4th Fleet, and 5th Fleet assemble urgently. Prepare to rush to Chu Wen Star system. The rest of Chu Family Legion fleets continue to execute the original battle plan. Move forward. Tell each fleet commander, whoever dares to slack off, I will personally aim the ship cannon at their behind. Yes, in the North Wine Star domain, Molten Star System sister. Don't worry, you can also relay to my brother Zhao Chen. As long as I, Li Wei, am here, not a single ship from our North Goose group of interstellar industrial ships will be missing. There will be no issues in production. A young man in military uniform stood on the command platform of the bridge. Li Yachi looked at her determined and calm brother. She bit her lip. Li Wei, if... Sister, some words are better left unsaid. Your brother is not a coward, not a deserter. I may not have the abilities of my brother Zhao Chen, but I can hold down our North Goose group's territory. This time, I, Li Wei, will also be a hero. Li Wei smiled warmly. Li Yachi controlled her emotions, nodding heavily. I warn you, stay alive for me. I haven't found a wife for you yet. Ever since Li Yachi took over as the highest executive of the North Dragon Group established by Zhao Chen, she began training successors for the North Goose Group. At this time, an unexpected candidate caught Li Yachi's eye. It was her brother, Li Wei, who was once Zhao Chen's classmate. After graduating from the North Star Fleet Military Academy, Li Wei didn't stay idle, but went out for adventures. Upon hearing about the situation of the North Goose Group, he returned and volunteered to take over the group. Li Yachi naturally hoped for Li Wei to take over. Despite Zhao Chen being the current effective largest shareholder of the North Goose Group, Li Yachi still regarded it as the Li family's industry. She later made a request to Zhao Chen for Li Wei to assume the new leadership of the North Goose Group. With selfish motives, Li Wei was her brother and a member of the Li family, handing over the North Goose Group to someone in their own family's hands. At the same time, Li Wei had always been the titled young master in the Li family. With the success of the North Goose Group's business, it would also boost Li Wei's prestige for the future inheritance of the Li family. But now, Li Yachi was feeling regret, and at this moment, Li Wei, seated on the captain's chair, stretched lazily, raised his right hand, and accessed a holographic photo with a handheld terminal. It showed a moment where he had his hand on Zhao Chen's shoulder, with a smile, and Zhao Chen looking disgusted and unwilling. When I was out mingling, I told those guys that Lord Divine Dragon is my brother, my buddy who has seen action with me. But they didn't believe me, saying I'm not worthy. Today, I will prove it. I, Li Wei, am worthy of being your brother, Zhao Chen. Li Wei finished his communication with his sister and gazed at the starry sand table in front of him. The location of the North Goose Group's starship base was marked on it, where there were 20,000 T to Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. This was the largest interstellar industrial ship base in the Star Empire. Send out my order. Halt all T to Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships except for the interstellar missile production line. Convert all of them to produce T to Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers, using modular production line for rapid construction of the warships. Once they are built, immediately have the crew board and join the battle, commanded Li Wei. The vice officer looked at Li Wei in surprise. By doing this, we can produce up to 3,000 T to Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers per day. But, boss, we don't have that many crew members, do we? Following Li Wei's instructions could indeed lead to a frenzy of shipbuilding. After all, the T to Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer was the lowest difficulty T to interstellar warship to manufacture. However, constructing 3,000 T to Tibetan Mastiffs would require at least 100,000 crew members. Li Wei's eyes sharpened as he stared at his vice officer. If there are no personnel, then recruit them for me. Retired soldiers, interstellar adventurers, interstellar mercenaries, miners, civilians, even criminals in prison. As long as they have experience piloting interstellar warships, get them on board. Tell them that after fighting for the North Goose Group in this battle, they will be directly offered a job with the North Goose Group. Those who don't want to work can still receive generous rewards. Those who destroy the Nest motherships will be rewarded 5 times the standard Imperial reward. Even the criminals in prison, if they show bravery in battle, I will reward them based on their merits. For those who die in battle, their designated family members will receive the standard Imperial death compensation. In short, for each T to Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer that comes off the production line, I demand all crew members to be on standby within half an hour, and able to board the battlefield within an hour. Do you understand? The vice officer swallowed hard. Yes, understood. Have the existing fleets entered their defensive positions? Li Wei asked as he looked at the starry sand table. 5,000 interstellar warships have all taken up their battle positions. The vice officer replied. Li Wei scanned the defensive hub positions on the starry sand table. He had to rely on these defensive lines to hold the North Goose Group. Have there been any reports from the interstellar reconnaissance ships sent out to scout the enemy fleet? Li Wei asked with a furrowed brow. Unlike other places under attack, the insect fleet preparing to attack the North Goose Group was likely to possess at least one Leviathan-class Nest mothership, which could be of a Quays IT-5 level. He had heard that this class of Nest motherships had a strong communication interference ability, so there was not yet a detailed understanding of the enemy fleet's situation. Not yet. The vice officer shook his head. Just then, Li Wei's handheld terminal projected a message frame, indicating it was from the command channel established by the All-Dragon Legion. When necessary, various regions and fleets could share some intelligence information. It also facilitated Zhao Chen in issuing new orders to the various Legion fleets. The message sent to Li Wei at this moment was a real-time battlefield report. There were some data and video footage included. Li Wei clicked on one of the video clips. The angle seemed to be footage captured by an interstellar reconnaissance ship or an interstellar unmanned reconnaissance device. In the distant cosmos, it seemed as if a gap had opened up, from which a massive insect fleet slowly emerged. The sheer number, combined with the terrifying appearance of the nest motherships, made those who saw it feel a chill down their spines. This should be footage of the enemy fleet appearing in other battlefields. At that moment, Li Wei noticed some special creatures among the insect race. They appeared like giant worms, even larger than any nest mothership Li Wei had seen, but their gigantic size did not seem to pose any threat. It was as if they were an evolved version of giant meat worms. Then, a disturbing scene unfolded. The skin surface of these giant meat worms started to exhibit protruding granules, giving the appearance of goosebumps forming. If someone had a fear of crowded places, witnessing this scene would likely lead to a mental breakdown. Li Wei stared intently at these meat worms, and soon, the granules seemed to burst open, revealing sticky interstellar warships emerging from within. Li Wei's pupils dilated. As these interstellar warships fully emerged, Li Wei noticed that the Imperial Fleet insignia was visible on the ship's hulls. Meanwhile, the giant meat worms that had released these Imperial Fleet interstellar warships appeared to shrink as if deflating, their entire forms diminishing. Li Wei played a few more video clips, all showing similar scenarios. The recorded data also related to the videos. According to reconnaissance findings, there is a type of nest mothership in the insect fleet that is similar to an interstellar transport ship, which can envelop interstellar warships within it and has no combat capabilities of its own. Based on this situation, it is highly probable that this is due to restrictions of the enemy's wormhole jumping technology on non-insect units. However, before these nest motherships engage in wormhole jumping, they envelop the interstellar warships within their bodies before the jump. This data segment was followed by other analysis figures and ended with a reminder that there may be a certain scale of Imperial fleet within the insect fleets encountered in various war zones. So watch out. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei realized that this information did not bring about significant changes for him. After all, the vast insect fleet itself was already a formidable obstacle. As for those Imperial fleet ships, having a few more did not change much. Just then, Li Wei received a video call request, indicating that it was from the chief of the Malton family. Li Wei was not unfamiliar with this person, as he was the appointed overseer of the Malton star system, the former lord. The North Goose Group was situated there, so interactions with this person were inevitable. The video call connected, revealing a young man before Li Wei. Brother Li Wei, Su Yifan, am leading 3,000 interstellar warships to support you. Su Yifan declared proudly. Li Wei chuckled, then scolded, "You little scoundrel, when others can barely escape, you actually came running over here. Do you know who we are facing this time? Isn't it just the insect fleet? I, Su Yifan, fought alongside Lord All-Dragon against the insect fleet here back in the day," Su Yifan proudly stated. Moreover, this is the Malton star system. It's not a place for those darn insects to run amok. If they want to cause trouble here, I, Su Yifan, won't allow it. Back then, the battle with the Lord of the Owls at the Molten Stargate had always been something Su Yifan regarded as the pride of his life. Li Wei saw the determination of the other side. He smiled slightly. "All right. Once this battle is over, I'll treat you to a drink. You're a big tycoon, so I won't hold back then." Su Yifan smirked. Just then, Li Wei received a notification from his subordinate. Report: large numbers of Zerg fleet detected, estimated to be over 50,000. There is also an extremely terrifying energy signal fluctuation, predicted to be a Leviathan King-class Zerg nest mothership. In addition, 3,000 Imperial warships have also been discovered. Hearing this, Li Wei teasingly looked at Su Yifan across from him. Master Su, it's not too late to run now. You also heard about the enemy's situation, didn't you? No more nonsense. My fleet is immediately moving into battle position. I heard you were a schoolmate of the Lord of the Owls. I need to verify if that's true or not. Su Yifan also provocatively looked at Li Wei. They didn't interact much, but because they were of similar age, there was always a sense of mutual understanding. Warning: the Zerg fleet and the Imperial fleet are still 15 minutes away from our defense line. The deputy reported. Li Wei said solemnly, order all fleets to enter level 1 combat readiness. No matter what, we cannot let these damn bugs break through our defense line. Su Yifan clenched his fists, his eyes showing a mix of nervousness and excitement, as if he had returned to the day of the battle at the Molten Stargate. It was a pity that his abilities did not allow him to fight alongside that great person again, but at least he could hold the rear for that great person. As time went by, a dense Zerg fleet appeared within the observation range of the Deep Space Telescope. Almost everything in sight was Zerg Nest motherships, ranging from the huge T4 Zerg Nest motherships, the size of small planets, to the much smaller T1 Zerg Nest motherships. There were also countless Zerg troops, giving a sense of terrifying oppression. And behind these Zerg fleets was a mismatched Imperial fleet. One of the medium-sized carriers, the T4 Starlight Chinese Emperor-class carrier, had one of the 5-star marshals of the Empire, Marshal Zhang Yan, sitting on the captain's chair, looking at the defense line in the distance with contempt. Report the enemy's numbers, Marshal Zhang Yan said coldly. Report, the enemy has set up defensive positions with several defense satellites and facilities. In addition, there are 8,000 interstellar warships, mostly T2 class interstellar warships, and a small number of T3 interstellar warships. The adjutant responded. 8,000. Marshal Zhang Yan sneered. With such defense capabilities, in front of his Imperial fleet and the Zerg fleet, they were as fragile as thin paper. Use the equipment to transmit orders to the Zerg fleet. Let the Zerg fleet launch an attack, and destroy all the interstellar warships on the other side, Marshal Zhang Yan ordered. With the familiarization of several marshals with these Zerg fleets under His Majesty's command, they had already become accustomed to the existence of these Zerg fleets. Perhaps there was some reluctance deep down, but they had to admit that these Zerg fleets were indeed a very suitable combat race on the battlefield, especially as cannon fodder. It was just perfect. He could already imagine what would happen later. The mere 8,000 interstellar warships of the enemy could be disintegrated with just one round of attacks by the Zerg fleet. Earlier, His Majesty had given him 10 days to destroy the Bayan group. 10 days. It didn't even need that long. 10 hours were enough to flatten the Bayan group. Orders were given. The Zerg fleet launched the first wave of attacks, and the Zerg fleet surged forward like a tide. However, the Bayan defense fleet facing this onslaught remained calm. It wasn't until the Zerg fleet reached a certain area that a barrage of interstellar missiles whistled out from the defense positions, heading towards the Zerg fleet. The explosions engulfed the Zerg Nest motherships one by one. Report: the 1st Missile Battalion of Bayan has completed its attack. The subordinate reported. Immediately resupply. The remaining 4 missile battalions take turns to launch attacks. Remember, we must hold off the Zerg fleet beyond the red line. Li Wei pointed to the 3 lines on the interstellar sandbox. The green line was the line the Zerg fleet had just reached, followed by the yellow line. The red line was the closest to the defense positions. If the Zerg fleet broke through here, it would almost certainly launch a devastating blow to the Bayan defense fleet. Li Wei was confident in repelling the enemy because he had the authorization for the production of the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship previously granted by Zhao Chen. After Zhao Chen opened the production authorization for the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship to the Bayan group, Li Wei immediately began mass production of this interstellar missile ship. Why could the Owl Legion rise? How could they create miracles on the battlefield? It was all due to the interstellar missile ship. From the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship to the T-3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ship, Initially, even though Zhao Chen granted the Bayan Group the technical permission for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, at that time, the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship was not authorized for production. That was because of the unique nature of the interstellar missile ship. Later, after obtaining the technical permission, Li Wei stayed up all night reviewing the complete set of data on the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship. After reading it, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for days. It was too practical, being able to produce interstellar missiles on their own, and when combined with interstellar missile ships, it was a real game changer. After that, he produced a large number of T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, some of which were sold externally. They served in the Chu Family Legion Fleet, the Baifeng Star Domain Fleet, and the Princess Royal Fleet. But the largest number was actually in the Bayan Group. There were a total of 1,000 in service. Yes, 5,000 interstellar warships in Li Wei's Bayan Defense Fleet, 1/5 of which were T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, and they had an ample inventory of interstellar missiles. Even without any inventory, with the support of 20,000 T-2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, worried about not having interstellar missiles. Ha, what a joke! Li Wei divided the 1,000 T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships into 5 squadrons so they could launch a staggered fire bombardment. He also ordered not to save the interstellar missiles. Once resupplied, continue firing, as much as they could fire. When the battle ended, the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship that shot the most interstellar missiles would receive a huge reward. Outside the defense line of the Bayan Defense Fleet, explosions of the interstellar missiles created a fiery sea. It was extremely dazzling. Countless Zerg Nest motherships were torn apart by the explosion of interstellar missiles. The war had now officially begun. The battle at Baiyuan Group lasted for several hours. The insect fleet, other than leaving a mess of insect corpses on the battlefield, did not pose much threat to the Baiyuan Defense Fleet. Only a few T-3 and T-4 insect nest motherships could slightly threaten the Baiyuan defense line, but whenever these threats appeared, a special task force was sent out to surround and eliminate them. The plan was proposed by Su Yifan, drawing inspiration from the tactics used by Zhao Chen in the Moralton Stargate battle. Report: so far, we have only advanced less than 1/10 of the enemy's defensive depth, the subordinate said to Marshal Zhang Yanyuan with a worried expression. Just a few hundred starships from the annihilated Baiyuan Defense Fleet remained, while the number of destroyed insect nest motherships had reached over 1,000, with very low attack efficiency. At this rate, not even 100 hours might be enough to end this battle. We can't waste any more time. Assemble a breakthrough fleet, led by the Kuei's IT-5 insect nest mothership, supported by T-4 and T-3 insect nest motherships. We must tear through the enemy's defenses in the shortest time possible, starting by eliminating those damned interstellar missile ships, Marshal Zhang Yanyuan ordered. This decision might result in the loss of some elite insect nest motherships, but Marshal Zhang Yanyuan deemed these sacrifices acceptable to end the battle quickly. Following the order, a group of elite insect nest motherships emerged from the insect fleet, forming a conical assault formation and initiating the attack. The Kuei's IT-5 insect nest mothership, Leviathan King class, positioned in the middle. Although this Leviathan King class insect nest mothership was huge and formidable, its speed was a weakness. Moreover, their advance was further hindered by heavy enemy fire, delaying their progress into the combat zone. Report: the enemy has assembled an assault team, consisting of many elite insect nest motherships. Among them is the Leviathan King-class insect nest mother, along with 30 T-4 and 500 T-3 insect nest motherships. Of particular concern, the speed of the assault fleet, with the Leviathan King-class insect nest mother expected to enter attack range in 10 minutes, encompassing one of our defense satellite bases, the subordinate reported. Upon hearing this, Li Wei furrowed his brows. He knew well that the most threatening enemy was the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership, even as a Kuei's IT-5 insect nest mothership. Even launching a barrage of fire from his 1000T to Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships would hardly pose a threat to its thick biological armor. Send out the order for all personnel at Base 1 to prepare for evacuation and for the starships to be ready to withdraw. Li Wei commanded, having anticipated this situation. The defense bases he had set up were designed to create a defensive depth, first relying on the firepower of the interstellar missile ships to slow the enemy's advance. When the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership threatened their defense base, they would abandon it and fall back. Li Wei had arranged 30 such defense bases outside the Baiyuan industrial base. These were crucial strongholds for defending against enemy attacks. If the enemy wanted to enter the Baiyuan industrial base, they would have to go through these bases, as the area around the industrial base was surrounded by stable permanent cosmic disaster zones, making it difficult for even T5 insect nest motherships to escape. Thus, a direct frontal attack was unavoidable. 10 minutes later, the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership unleashed its bioplasma cannons, piercing through a modified combat satellite as it split into pieces, all weapons on board destroyed. Li Wei and Su Yifan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill. The terrifying combat strength of the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership was on full display. Report: Combat Satellite 1 has been destroyed. 27 personnel who didn't evacuate in time were lost, and 3 T-2 interstellar warships were destroyed, the subordinate reported. Despite issuing evacuations orders early on, complete evacuation proved challenging. The casualties were already significant, with just a few dozen people lost. Monitor the position of the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership closely and have combat satellite base to ready for evacuation at any moment. Li Wei's tone was firm. At that moment, Su Yifan inquired through the video window. Li Shang, given the current situation, it seems improbable that we can defend against the enemy's assault entirely. When can we expect support from the Dragon Legion? Li Wei turned his gaze towards Su Yifan, who added, Li Shang, rest assured, I'm not afraid. Even without reinforcements, Su Yifan, will fight to the end here. I just want to understand the situation better. Li Wei glanced at Su Yifan and revealed something known only to the High Command of the Baiyuan Defense Fleet. The Dragon Lord's final command before communication was cut off was to hold out for 72 hours, with reinforcements guaranteed to arrive within that time. 72 hours, 3 days. It might not seem long, but faced with the overwhelmingly large insect fleet opposite them, it presented a significant challenge. Nevertheless, whether it was 72 hours or 720 hours, unless they fell, they would stand their ground here. Blue Moon Sector Commander, all Legion fleets are ready. Lily, the Secretary Officer, reported to Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decisively issued the order. Send out the command for the Dragon 1st Legion, Dragon 2nd Legion, and Dragon 3rd Legion to prepare for interstellar leaps. Coordinates have been sent. Upon reaching the coordinates, launch the attack immediately. The Dragon 4th Legion will remain on standby. Begin the operation? Yes. At that moment, nearly 10,000 interstellar warships from the 3 Dragon Legions were poised for a lightning strike against the Snow Sparrow sector. Several T-3 Silver, Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships hid in a galaxy in the Snow Swallow Star region. Silver Rat 077. Everything is normal here. Silver Rat 091. Safe. Silver Rat. Every 3 minutes, these several T-3 Silver, Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships would report the situation to ensure the safety of the area. It was very important. At the same time, all of these T-3 Silver, Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships detected abnormal spatial fluctuations in the area. Here it comes. Several captains showed expressions of joy. Subsequently, 5 pure white light spheres appeared out of thin air, accompanied by 5 dazzling white rays of light. Starships seemed to tear through space and appear here. Report: the 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon, with 3,492 interstellar warships, has successfully completed interstellar transition. Secretary Chu Zhuan reported. The wartime interstellar transition plan 1 has been automatically executed. Secretary Lilly added. The just completed First Legion of the Owl Dragon's interstellar transition had spontaneously begun to form a combat formation and entered a Level 1 combat readiness state, according to the early established wartime Interstellar Transition Plan 1. Even though the area had been secured by our own interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, anything could happen on the battlefield, so Zhao Chen still demanded extreme caution. A video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen, facing a female captain. The female captain placed her hand on her chest, saluted, and reported directly, "Captain of the Silver Rat 107 Reconnaissance Team reports an urgent situation to the commander." "Speak," Zhao Chen said, looking at the other person. The female captain lifted her hand, and a star map appeared in front of her eyes. Within the Snow Swallow Star region, there is a core area containing nearly 20 star systems, which we call the headquarters of the Snow Swallow Star region. The alert level in this core area is extremely high. We've attempted patrol entry several times, only to be detected by the enemy's anti-stealth devices. During one instance, one of our T-3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships was even attacked, sustaining damage to the hull. Fortunately, it managed to evacuate in time thanks to the starship's high speed, with no casualties. Unable to navigate the interstellar warships inside, we dispatched some shuttles disguised as infiltrators. Some infiltrations were successful. However, this method makes communication with our infiltrators very difficult, with our communications experiencing frequent disruptions. Just now, we received an important message. The garrison at the Snow Swallow Star region Qinzhou Ocean headquarters has deployed some unknown objects on the various planets of those star systems, and those planets are undergoing some changes. This is a video clip we received. Saying this, the female captain even played an unclear video segment. The background of the video seemed to be a city on a certain planet. The entire city seemed chaotic, with some humanoid insect hybrids freely slaughtering other creatures on the streets, devouring them afterward. Following consumption, these humanoid insect hybrids underwent immediate changes. Their bodies began to expand and transform into even more grotesque beings. Towards the end of the video, Zhao Chen even saw a creature as tall as a tower shooting a beam at a T-1 interstellar warship in the sky, directly destroying it. After watching this video segment, Zhao Chen's face turned extremely pale, and Lily and Chu Zhuan looked shocked. Could it be that Qinzhou Ocean is conducting experiments on these planets? Lily exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Chu Zhuan clenched his fists angrily. I thought Qin Ming's patricide and usurpation were crazy enough, but if our speculations are true, then Qinzhou Ocean is even more insane than Qin Ming. He dares to do such a thing. There are billions of lives on this planet, this star system. Chu Zhuan didn't want to continue, as the thought of such events happening across all those star systems was simply unbelievable. Charlotte noticed Zhao Chen's clenched fists and his seemingly calm demeanor. However, she knew that Zhao Chen's apparent calmness was only a mask for the anger boiling inside him. Commander, let's go see the situation first. Charlotte stood by Zhao Chen's side, gently comforting him. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and controlled his rage. Let's do as Charlotte says. At that moment, Zhao Sheng was able to control his anger, but the scenes he soon witnessed made him wish to confront Qinzhou Ocean directly. The Snow Swallow Star region, Snowdrift Star System, consists of 15 planets, 8 of which are habitable. Additionally, habitable cities have been established on other habitable dwarf planets and asteroids. The Snowdrift Star System is one of the top 10 systems in terms of population within the Snow Swallow Star region, with the latest population census revealing close to 150 billion inhabitants. However, at this moment, the status of the population in this system is unknown. Chu Zhuan's eyes were bloodshot as he examined the scenes captured by dozens of unmanned interstellar reconnaissance drones in front of him. These were different planets, different cities. Everywhere, one could see destroyed cities, along with a large number of insect-like beings. No, they were mutated insect-like beings. Some were as small as tanks, while others were as tall as hundreds of layers of buildings. It was hard to believe that not long ago, These cities were thriving scenes. Zhao Chen stood up and looked at the closest planet outside the bridge window. He pulled up a picture, one of the previous images of this planet. The pale blue planet had a ring around it and was a beautifully city-filled star. But now, gazing at the planet, it had turned into darkness, with Zhao Chen understanding that the blackness indicated the insect-like beings occupying the planet's surface. This meant that the vast majority of life on this planet had been consumed. Warning, warning, warning. Detected a large number of insect units approaching our fleet from that planet. A crew member alerted. Zhao Chen saw a swarm of black creatures like a black cloud sweeping out from that black planet. A significant number are T1 level insect units, along with a few T2 and T3 insect units. In addition, we scanned the planet. The planet originally had 8.8 billion inhabitants. Now, we can only detect less than 50,000. Life signals there, Secretary Chu Zhuan said with red eyes. This planet had completely fallen into a world of insects. Zhao Chen sat back in his captain's chair, clenching his fist tightly. Xinjiao Ocean, you really deserve death. Snow Swallow Star Domain. Snow Swallow Base. This is a large base located within the second galaxy of the Snow Swallow Star Domain, and it was the main camp constructed when Xinjiao Ocean served as the Prince of Swallow in the past. All related insect race technologies were developed here. At this moment, Marshal Qin Longcheng has arrived at the first research facility of the Snow Swallow Base. He walked through the dimly lit corridors and arrived in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Inside the window, there was an internal chamber resembling a dock. Qin Longcheng looked at the scene inside the window, feeling uncomfortable despite having seen it a few times before. Inside was a T4 level Nest mothership in a semi-lifeless state. On the chamber walls, several large mechanical arms were performing some type of modification surgery on this T4 Nest mothership. Although he didn't understand the exact principles behind it, Qin Longcheng knew that any Nest mothership that left from here would essentially be as obedient as a well-trained hunting dog. Suddenly, the previously semi-lifeless Nest mothership began twitching all over, with green liquid oozing from some parts. Qin Longcheng furrowed his brow. Sorry for letting Marshal Qin see this scene. What is going on here? Why wasn't Marshal arranged to wait in the reception room for me? The black-cloaked doctor approached, apologetically speaking while also reprimanding the nearby attendants. Qin Longcheng said, "There's no need to blame them. I wanted to see how the doctor's research was progressing." The black-cloaked doctor looked at the Nest mothership inside the glass window. The integrity of this T4 Nest mothership has reached 60%, so the process is a bit tricky. But fortunately, our technology has been upgraded, and the success rate can reach 70%. Wouldn't this be very painful? Qin Longcheng unexpectedly remarked. Pain. It's quite unique to hear Marshal say these words, especially since, at this moment, billions of lives have probably been plunged into hell due to your command. The black-cloaked doctor's tone remained calm. If it was a normal person talking, there might have been a hint of mockery in their tone. Qin Longcheng stayed silent, but upon closer observation, one may notice bloodshot eyes in his gaze. How is my insect spore virus? Marshal, are you satisfied? Did you bring back the data I asked you to record? I want to see the specific data from releasing it on a planet so that I can enhance and modify it in the future. The black-cloaked doctor said. Qin Longcheng handed a data disk to the black-cloaked doctor but didn't directly answer the question. The black-cloaked doctor paid no heed to Qin Longcheng and directly opened the data disk to inspect the various data distances. Very good. After being introduced into a planet's water, resources, and food supply, within 24 hours, it can infect 80% of the population. Within 48 hours, it can infect 95% of the population. Additionally, the mutated insect race has the ability to evolve within a short period, hundreds of times stronger than the normal interstellar insect race's evolutionary ability. Sadly, their lifespan is short. Based on our previous experiments, the shortest was only 300 hours, and the longest never exceeded 500 hours. Due to this, Even the strongest mutated insect races currently are only reaching a Quays IT4 level. However, their advantage lies in their increased lethality. They are more active in space environments and even a T1 level. Mutated insect race has the capability to survive in outer space. The downside is that these mutated insect races are uncontrollable. This is something we need to address in the future. Otherwise, it will be challenging to handle the lack of distinction between friend and foe. As the black-cloaked doctor spoke of his research accomplishments, his speech pace quickened. If the method of transmission could be through the air, the spread effect would be even better. By further enhancing its mutation speed, it might truly break through limits, giving rise to a genuine T4 level mutated insect race, or even a T5 mutated insect race. If these problems of lifespan and lack of control are resolved, wouldn't it mean the creation of a completely new life form? Chen Longcheng looked at the doctor before him and felt a hint of longing in his bland tone. There won't be a second chance for this thing. Chen Longcheng gritted his teeth. With that, he turned and left. The black-cloaked doctor watched Chen Longcheng's departing figure, murmuring, "Once Pandora's box is opened, it cannot be closed. You chose this path. Tens of billions of lives. I never thought you'd actually go through with it." Chen Longcheng returned to his flagship and sat in the captain's chair, his expression grim. The subordinate next to him timidly observed the marshal. Ever since that order was issued, he noticed a change in the marshal's aura. The previous marshal used to just have an air of detachment towards strangers, but now, the current marshal gave off a sense, as if he was gazing into an abyss. "Why are you standing there?" Chen Longcheng's cold gaze fell on the subordinate. The subordinate trembled and hastily reported, "It's about the planets we've released into." The deployment went smoothly, and 10 of the planets have already reached 95% completion. The remaining 9 planets are expected to finish deployment within the next 5 hours. According to our data analysis, in each system, we can convert at least 1 billion units of mutated insect races. Most of them are at the T1 level, with an estimated 1 million T to mutated insect races, fewer than 5,000 T3 mutated insect races, and an estimated 10 Quays IT for mutated insect races. "And how about the Owl Dragon Legion?" Chen Longcheng inquired. The subordinate opened the interstellar sandbox, marking 3 positions on it. "We have identified 3 Owl Dragon Legions, located in the floating snow system, falling snow system, and double-tailed swallow system. The deployment in these 3 systems has been completed. According to our latest information, the 3 divisions of the Owl Dragons in these systems have entered combat against the mutated insect races. However, due to the indiscriminate combat nature of the mutated insect races, our dispatched interstellar reconnaissance ships are having difficulty obtaining detailed battle information. In fact, some of our interstellar reconnaissance ships have even been destroyed by the mutated insect races." Chen Longcheng closed his eyes. "Monitor closely the situation of these 3 Owl Dragon Legions, and if necessary, deploy baits to further delay their attack speed. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me." "Understood." Chen Longcheng wanted to lie down for a while, but just as he started to doze off, he saw thousands of cities, under his command, turning into nightmarish scenes. Those seemingly human and yet inhuman citizens were crying out and lunging towards him. It jolted him awake, beads of sweat on his forehead. 19 systems, over tens of billions of lives. It all seemed like a haze. "Commander, these bugs are too annoying. Although they don't pose a significant threat to our fleet, their numbers are simply overwhelming. It seems like a waste to bombard them with interstellar missiles. But using conventional ship cannons also consumes a lot of resources," said Chuzhuan's secretary while observing the situation of the Phoenix Dragon First Legion. The insect clans on those planets seemed to swarm towards the Phoenix Dragon First Legion like a school of sharks sensing blood. Zhao Chen's face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation, and since he suspected Qin Zhaoshan's involvement, his mood was not good. "Can we confirm that the majority of inhabited planets in this star system are occupied by the insect clans? Zhao Chen suddenly inquired. Charlotte's expression changed, and she gazed at Zhao Chen with a complex look. It can be essentially confirmed. The surviving population on each inhabitable planet is definitely not more than 0.001% of the original population, Secretary Lysis reported. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We don't have time to waste here. Transmit my orders. Directly attack the planets along our route, especially those yet undisturbed by us, with interstellar missiles." Upon hearing this command, a moment of silence fell around Zhao Chen. "Execute the commander's orders," Charlotte said seriously. Lysis, Chu Zhuan, and others immediately began issuing new commands. Despite sounding routine, they all understood the implications behind it. It meant that the Phoenix Dragon Legion would destroy the ecological systems of all inhabitable planets in this star system next. Even if there were survivors, they would likely perish during the attack. It could be tens of thousands, even millions. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, exhaling heavily as if releasing pent-up emotions. Charlotte stood behind Zhao Chen, pressing his temple. "Am I not a competent commander?" Zhao Chen asked wryly. Although he issued the command, he couldn't deny the inner struggle and pain he felt. "No, you are an excellent commander now. Making this decision without any hesitation shows your worthiness, a leader we can follow. I don't want my commander to become cold-blooded, able to issue orders to destroy an entire star system without emotional or psychological burden. For me, for our Phoenix Dragon Legion, please hold on to those feelings," Charlotte whispered softly in Zhao Chen's ear. Zhao Chen remained silent, raising his head to look at the holographic projection outside the ship. Following his orders, his T-4 White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship had already targeted a nearby planet. The main guns and secondary weapons were all aimed in one direction, despite the presence of numerous insect clans. The main guns and secondary weapons fired first, creating fiery explosions after hitting some of the large insect units, a sight of fireballs erupting on the planet's surface. At that moment, the battleship's main gun at the bow was ready. Charlotte didn't seek the commander's confirmation this time, but directly ordered the firing. The silvery beams tore through the swarms of insects on the path, ultimately descending like a column of light to crash onto the planet's surface. A massive fireball expanded outward, resembling flames spreading through a grassland, annihilating all life on that planet. Such an attack couldn't destroy the planet, but could alter its ecological environment, rendering it uninhabitable for a long time to come. "Give the same order to the Phoenix Dragon 2nd and 3rd Legions," Zhao Chen said sternly. "Yes." Lysis glanced at the commander with deep admiration while beginning to contact the other two legions. It seemed likely that they were facing a similar situation. Perhaps their commanders had already made the same decision, or maybe they hadn't. But at least with the commander's order, the guilt in their hearts would be somewhat alleviated. The Su family mansion sits atop a mountain peak in the Zissou Star domain. It is publicly announced that Chairman Su is currently resting inside this high-altitude mansion, fishing in a man-made lake. "Father, the second civil war between the Prince of Yan and the little princess has been going on for nearly 40 hours now. The Prince of Yan has already issued 3 decrees demanding that the Su family send troops to assist in the war," the eldest son of the Su family whispered as he looked at Chairman Su, who was resting with his eyes closed and holding a fishing rod. "How is the situation on both sides?" Chairman Su slowly asked. The eldest son of the Su family answered one by one. "On the battlefield of the Little Princess, there are 150,000 interstellar warships from the Princess Royal Fleet facing off against 30,000 Imperial soldiers and 50,000 insect fleet ships in a war of attrition. So far, on average, the Princess Royal Fleet has lost 5,000 interstellar warships every 10 hours. On the Prince of Yan's side, they are losing 1,000 interstellar warships and 5,000 insect nest motherships every 10 hours. Based on this situation, it seems that the Princess Royal Fleet has the upper hand," Chairman Su countered. "No, you are looking at it too superficially. The Princess Royal Fleet is using tactics from the Owl Dragon Legion, relying on the interstellar missile ships, especially the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships. This method of warfare is fierce at the beginning, but consumes a lot of interstellar missiles. I estimate that as the battle progresses, the losses of the Princess Royal Fleet will gradually increase, while Qinzhou Ocean's insect fleet will become more resilient. Unless there is outside interference, it is likely to turn into a fierce battle. Father is right, the eldest son of the Su family lowered his head and continued. In the Chuan star system, 50,000 insect fleet ships are attacking the industrial base of the Chuan star system. The defending forces of the Chu family legion have 3,000 interstellar warships, and reinforcements are arriving from various regions of the Chu Hu star domain. In addition, Chu Zhang personally leads 5 Chu family fleets with 15,000 interstellar warships rushing to support. However, the power gap between the two sides is too large. According to the latest information, the Chuan star system is estimated to fall within the next 10 hours. Chairman Su remained silent, only partially opening his eyes to gaze at the calm lake. In the Northern Goose Group battlefield, for some reason, communication has been cut off, and we cannot receive any information from the battlefield. So, we are unable to gather intelligence from that area. The eldest son of the Su family said. What about the Snow Swallow Star domain? How is the investigation into that matter going? Is it confirmed? Chairman Su inquired. There was a hint of anger and fear in the eyes of the eldest son of the Su family. According to our investigation, Qinlong City released some kind of insect virus in the Snow Swallow Star domain, transforming all the living organisms on the habitable planets of the 19 star systems into some kind of mutated insect race. According to the few survivors who escaped, those 19 star systems have turned into a living hell. It is estimated that the total population of over tens of billions of lives in these 19 star systems, all gone. The 3 Owl Dragon legions of the Owl Dragon Lord have gathered together and are heading straight towards the second star system of the Snow Swallow Star domain, which is Qinzhou Ocean's headquarters. The offensive is very fierce, destroying all the surface ecologies of the planets contaminated by the insect virus. Based on their current position, it is expected to take no more than 30 hours to reach the second star system of the Snow Swallow Star domain. The combat loss rate of the 3 Owl Dragon legions does not exceed 5%, but based on our calculations, the expenditure of combat resources may be astronomical. I estimate that this is the purpose of Qinlong City, to delay the efficiency of the Owl Dragon Legion's attack, exhausting their combat resources. It was at this moment that Chairman Su opened his blurred eyes. 19 star systems, tens of billions of lives. Qinlong City really did it. Eldest, if it were you, in such a situation, would you dare to do such a thing? The eldest son of the Su family fell silent, not answering. Well, this is why Qinlong City is the 5-star marshal of our Starlight Empire. While you are just the eldest son of our Su family, I can see it now. You younger generation, good at preserving but lacking in other aspects. I just hope that after I'm gone, you guys can keep the Su family going for a few more centuries. Chairman Su chuckled. The eldest son of the Su family immediately said, Ancestor, what are you saying? May you live a long life.